Yang Chen was reborn and became the brainless villain in the novel, and had already formed a grudge against the Son of Destiny. He knew that he could not kill the male protagonist at all, so he decisively chose to save his life. Take the initiative to remove the cold poison from the hero's mother. But after a month of getting along, the two developed a spark of love. A year later, the child was born. Yang Chen originally thought that after having a child, junior brother Lin Yan would not embarrass him for the sake of his mother and younger brother. But I didn't think about it. The host's son is born and robs his brother of his destiny. The male protagonist's luck value is 3,000 points. The villain system is officially activated. Yang Chen was helpless. This damn system came at the perfect time. Doesn't this force me to deal with junior brother Lin Yan? You know, I'm his stepfather now. Andy, is the cold poison in your body better? Do they still have seizures every night, in a private house? Yang Chen asked with a concerned look. Beside him, sat a beautiful woman, who looked about 30, with blue silk pulled into a bun behind her head, dressed in a simple housekeeping skirt, with a young woman's breath. Xiaochen, I'm much better. Thank you for this time, come over every day to help me get rid of cold poison. The woman said softly, her beautiful face full of gratitude. Andy, this is all I should do. Lin Yan and I are the same senior brothers. As a senior brother, it is also appropriate to take care of his mother. Also, I'm to my aunt, actually, alas. Yang Chen did not continue, with an expression of wanting to say something. The beautiful woman's cheeks also showed a touch of blush. After a month of getting along, she could also feel Yang Chen's heart. And she too, after thinking about it, the beautiful woman whispered. Xiaochen, in the future, don't call me aunt. Huh, why? What did I do badly? Did you get angry with your aunt? Yang Chen hurriedly said, his expression full of panic. No, it's not. The beautiful woman looked a little shy. You have taken such care of me this month, and you have removed cold poison from me every day. I am very grateful to you. It's just that although you are your senior brother, your age is only 3 years younger than me, and calling me aunt is somewhat inappropriate. Then what do I call you? Yang Chen said nervously. Call me what? I don't know. The beautiful woman did not dare to look directly into Yang Chen's eyes. Just said shyly, my name is Lin Xilan, you look at it and shout. Then I'll call you Sister Lan in the future. Andy, what do you think? Also, call me Andy. The beautiful woman suddenly said with disgust and rolled her eyes at him. The city is beautiful and beautiful. Yang Chen hurriedly smiled. It's my fault, Sister Lan. Lin Xilan replied gently. Then he said, Xiaochen, I'll go make you some food. I bought your favorite mushroom today, along with beef. Okay, I like to eat Sister Lan's cooking the most, old fragrant. You little glutton. Lin Xilan smiled lightly and then got up. Then you sit for a while, I'll be ready right away, and I'll call you then. Saying that, Lin Xilan gently moved the lotus step and walked out. Even a plain skirt can't hide the graceful figure at all. In the living room, Yang Chen looked at her back, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved. Hey, it seems that the relationship is one step closer. This month's efforts were not in vain. A month ago, Yang Chen was reborn. Moreover, he was reborn into a novel he had read before. Moreover, he is also the villain Saint Sun in that novel. His fiancée Shen Shuiyan is the first heroine in the book. The predecessor has always been obsessed with his fiancée Shen Shuiyan. However, Shen Shuiyan just treated him as a licking dog and didn't like him at all. It was an ordinary inner disciple, Lin Yan, and the green eyes were added. In reality, this may be difficult to understand, but this novel, the characters are positioned this way. Yang Chen, who knows the original work, knows that the more you actively pursue a woman like Shen Shuiyan, the higher she thinks of herself and the more she looks down on you. That is to say, the near is inferior, and the far is complaining. Therefore, Yang Chen simply did not like it. Knowing the plot in the book, he clearly knew that Lin Yan's mother was a woman with a very good background, and it was extremely important to Lin Yan. Therefore, Yang Chen took the initiative to come here to remove the cold poison from Lin Yan's mother. Since Lin Yan likes to please his fiancée, then, please his mother yourself. Now, after a month of his quiet strategy, Lin Yan's mother, Lin Xilan, has an obviously unusual attitude towards him. Take the initiative to let him change his title, from aunt to Sister Lan. This says a lot. Moreover, the evasive eyes of this woman just now. Hee, I almost broke the last layer of window paper. Yang Chen thought. Lin Xilan walked in with 2 plates. Xiaochen, I'm done, you try it quickly. 2 plates were placed on the table, and the fragrant smell came and it was appetizing. 1 stir-fried mushroom, 1 small stir-fried beef. Sister Lan, this tastes amazing. If I can't eat your cooking in the future, I will definitely live or die. Yang Chen, as a holy son of an immortal gate, has not eaten any kind of food. However, Lin Xilan was very happy when she heard it. Facing Yang Chen, he said with disgust. You want to eat, sister will make it for you every day in the future. That's it. Yang Chen ate happily. Eating, he took out a pot of wine from the storage ring. Sister Lan, let's have some drink. Food with wine, and beauty, hee. Nasty, what nonsense. Lin Xilan's cheeks turned red and glanced at Yang Chen. However, she did not refuse either. Instead, he got up and took 2 wine glasses. The aroma of wine overflows. Sister Lan, this is the spirit wine brewed by Zhan Tianzong. You drink it just enough to strengthen your body, and it also has an inhibitory effect on the residual cold poison in your body. Yang Chen filled her with a large cup. Lin Xilan only drank 2 sips, and a cloud of fire rose on her fair cheeks. Xiaochen, this wine is also too strong. I don't drink anymore. If you drink again, you'll be drunk. Yang Chen did not give her advice. Rating Lin Xilan, he naturally would not simply use the method of pouring wine. What he wanted was Lin Xilan's willingness. Wine, just an introduction. After all, he really wants to be the father of the male protagonist. In the future, Lin Yan knew that when he wanted to kill him, he still expected Lin Xilan to protect him. After the meal, it happened to rain heavily outside. Xiaochen, tonight, or don't leave. It's raining so much. Yang Chen, as the holy son of Xuanyan sect, had already reached the peak of foundation building and cultivation. Not to mention the rain, even if the knife does not affect him to leave. However, Lin Xilan finally opened his mouth to let him stay overnight. How can you not seize this opportunity? Sister Lan, in this way, it won't trouble you. Yang Chen said embarrassedly. No, I'll go clean up the room for you. Looking at Yang Chen's fiery eyes, a cloud of fire rose on Lin Xilan's cheeks again. Combined with the young woman's charm that emanates from the inside out, is really poisonous. If it were someone else, it would have been bestial. However, Yang Chen could bear it. This is also the reason why Lin Xilan has gradually developed a good impression of him. Because she didn't feel much naked desire in Yang Chen. Yes, it's more of an emotional outpouring. In the room. Lin Xilan bent down and picked up the bed. She was dressed in a simple white dress, but it was difficult to hide her proud posture. Under the waist, it is like a string moon, full and round. To be honest, Lin Xilan is beautiful. Although she did not have half a cultivation, she was just a mortal. But compared to those fairies in Xuan the insect who have been nourished by aura, they are much more beautiful. Coupled with the woman's dress, it is full of charm. In this month, Yang Chen can control himself, and it is not boastful that his perseverance is not comparable to ordinary people. Xiaochen, I cleaned up briefly for you, don't be dirty. This room is usually for Yunur, but he often doesn't come back. Lin Xilan said and turned around, just in front of Yang Chen's fiery gaze staring at a certain part of her back. Ah, Xiaochen, you scoundrel, where to look? Lin Xilan snorted and couldn't help but raise her tender powder fist and hit Yang Chen's chest. It doesn't hurt at all. Sister Lan, me. Yang Chen returned to his senses and wanted to explain. However, he suddenly thought that just now Lin Xilan said that this was Lin Yan's room. Then this bed must also be Lin Yan's bed. Then Lin Yan must have slept in this bed when he went home. So if it's in this bed, Yang Chen didn't dare to think about it. He feared that he would become a beast. Xiaochen, I've laid it out for you. I'll go clean up the bowl, you sleep. Feeling the heat breathed out by Yang Chen, a cloud of fire also rose on Lin Xilan's cheeks. She didn't dare to stay in this room. She was worried. It may be that he is panicking, or it may be that Yang Chen deliberately deflected his body. Lin Xilan hit him right on the shoulder. This collision. It's like thunder hitting the earth. It's instantly incollectible. Spring rain outside the house. Inside the house, the room is also full of spring. The next morning, Yang Chen woke up slowly. Last night, he and Lin Xilan both drank some wine. Then, with physical contact, there's deep contact. Yang Chen looked to the side, and there was no longer Lin Xilan's figure. Outside, there was the sound of cooking. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. After a month of getting along day and night, he and Lin Xilan finally came to this point. And last night, Lin Xilan did not resist, and was very enthusiastic. This shows that she is completely voluntary. This kind of relationship between two people is natural. Simply put on his clothes, Yang Chen walked out of the room. Come to the kitchen. Lin Xilan exclaimed. Just looking at Yang Chen, a flush surged on her fair cheeks. Delicate and moving, bright and bright. At this time, she can only be described by these two words. Xiaochen, you're awake. I cooked porridge for you, it will be fine right away. Lin Xilan said shyly, only fiddling with the soup spoon, not daring to look up at Yang Chen. When she thought about last night, she was ashamed. Really, if you already know, you won't drink that wine. Sister Lan, Yang Chen walked behind her and directly took her in his arms. Lin Xilan exhaled softly. However, there was no resistance. Just said, the porridge is going to be ready soon. It's so fragrant, Yang Chen said as his head was buried in her black hair. I cooked you some porridge, of course it was fragrant. Lin Xilan said, Sister Lan, what I said is not the incense of porridge, is the incense on your body. No matter how fragrant the porridge is, how can you have Sister Lan and you are fragrant? Nasty, Lin Xilan suddenly snorted. However, the body was soft in Yang Chen's arms. A month later, Lin Xilan told Yang Chen in surprise. Brother Chen, I have it. Lin Xilan's title for Yang Chen has changed from Xiaochen to Brother Chen. After all, adding a kid in front of the character is really inconsistent with his hideous appearance at night. What's up? Yang Chen stopped cultivating and asked puzzled. Nasty, what did you say? Lin Xilan snorted, slapped him on the shoulder, and then took the initiative to get into his arms. This month's love, Lin Xilan is no longer as shy as she was at the beginning. Holding Yang Chen's palm, he placed it on his lower abdomen. Fool, there's your child, Lin Xilan said, her face flushed. After a month of getting along, she turned out to be pregnant. However, this is also to be expected. After all, although Brother Chen has an elegant appearance, he is actually very bad in his heart, and he does not let her go every night and does not torture her until late at night. Also, some strange postures opened her eyes. Once, Brother Chen flew with her imperial sword, and the result was one imperial sword, the other. Alas, it's shame to think about it, but it's shameful, but it's also sweet. Now, there's even Brother Chen's child. This is the crystallization of their love. Have a baby. Yang Chen was taken aback. During this time, although he has been playing the role of scalper. But I didn't expect that the land would grow crops so quickly. Alas, junior brother Lin Yan, there's going to be a younger brother. I just don't know, this will be called in the future. Alas, what's wrong, Brother Chen, you don't like this kid. Seeing Yang Chen's strange expression, Lin Xilan's heart suddenly clenched. She now put all her body and mind on Yang Chen. If Yang Chen disliked her for being pregnant with a child, then she really didn't want to live. No, how could I not like this kid? Even if I rush you, I will like this child too. Don't you know about Aya and you? Yang Chen said immediately, the corners of his mouth seemed to be smeared with honey. Nasty, then that expression you just had. Lin Xilan suddenly gave him a blank look. I just thought, what if junior brother Lin Yan knows about this? After all, he and I are junior brothers, but my child is his younger brother or sister. This title is a bit difficult. Lin Xilan was also instantly dumbfounded, and her eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. During this time, she had been immersed in the affection with Yang Chen, and she forgot that Yang Chen was her son's senior brother. Now, she is even pregnant with Yang Chen's child. This child, the name of Yunur in the future. It's really difficult. Lin Xilan frowned and thought for a while, and then said. Brother Chen, it's not difficult either. Not difficult. Yang Chen looked at her. Lin Xilan continued. This child, just call brother Yunur in the future. After all, Yunur is also my child, and it's better for this child to go to my side. 2. Yang Chen nodded, then said, then junior brother Lin Yan and I still have our own monographs. I call him brother, he calls me daddy. Hate you. Lin Xilan was suddenly disgusted. Happy times are always short. After a month of hard work, Lin Xilan had a child. However, after having a child, Yang Chen began to temper. Especially after the belly is big, it is not allowed to be touched. Pregnant in October, time passed quickly. In the room, a loud cry sounded. Then the midwife shouted, Master Yang, it's a son. Congratulations. Yang Chen walked into the room quickly. The maid carried the child and walked up to him. Look, sir, the little young master is so cute. With the experience of being a person in the previous life of Blue Star, Yang Chen knew that at this time, what he should look at most was not children, but the child's mother. Yang Chen walked straight to the bed and held Lin Xilan's tender hand with an affectionate face. Madam, hard work on you. Feeling the wrapping and warmth of Yang Chen's palm, Lin Xilan only felt that her eyes were moist. I was touched by Yang Chen's actions. Shanggong. Being able to give birth to a son for you, Xilan feels so happy. Yang Chen held Lin Xilan in his arms. The midwives and maids on the side were frozen. In this world, which man does not hold his son first as soon as he comes in? But Sir him, but without even looking at his son, he rushed directly over and hugged his wife. Alas, the relationship between the old man and the lady is really deep. The little maid on the side was full of envy in her eyes. If her future father-in-law can have half of the master's affection for his wife, she is willing to die immediately. Shandong, Lin Xilan pushed against Yang Chen's chest. During this time, because of hiring a maid, Lin Xilan's title for Yang Chen also became regular. Changed from brother Chen to Shandong. Yang Chen naturally also called her a lady. What's wrong, ma'am? Yang Chen asked. You father, haven't gone to see our son yet. Lin Xilan said with disgust. I really love myself so much. As soon as he came in, he hugged himself, and even his son did not look at it. Alas, although happy in the heart, however, the love of the fair cannot be monopolized. Okay, then I'll go and see. Yang Chen said and got up and took his son from the maid's hand. Looking at the cute little guy, Yang Chen also had some emotion in his heart. He has a son, that's daddy, junior brother Lin Yan, my son, but your own brother. Even if you find out all this in the future, for your mother and your brother's sake, you can't kill me. After all, I'm your brother's father. You can't bear that your brother is like you, without a father. But right now, a mechanical voice sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding, the host's son was born, plundered Lin Yan, the son of heaven's destiny, 3,000 chi luck points, and rewarded the host with 3,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. The villain system is officially activated. Closing square bracket. Huh. Yang Chen was shocked. System. After he was reborn, he also expected the system. But the system did not come for a long time, and he gave up. Otherwise, he would not have attacked the male protagonist's mother in order to save his life. But now, after the male protagonist's mother, his own wife gave birth to a son for herself, the system was activated. This system came at a bit of an untimely time. After all, he was now Lin Yan's stepfather. This is not for him to deal with his stepson. System, tell me about your role. Yang Chen said in his heart. Host, first explain this world for you. This world is formed by a combination of multiple fantasy novels, and there are many male protagonists of heavenly destiny. Closing square bracket. The male protagonist of destiny has atmospheric luck. You only need to plunder the luck of the male protagonist of destiny to get villain value as a reward. Closing square bracket. Villain values can be exchanged for exercises, magical powers, curiosities, talents, cultivation, etc. At present, Lin Xilan, the mother of Lin Yan, the son of heavenly destiny, gave birth to a son for the host, and this son is the brother of Lin Yan, the son of heavenly destiny, and automatically plunders the son of heavenly destiny, and his luck is worth 3,000 points. Closing square bracket. After a systematic explanation, Yang Chen gradually understood. He had read countless novels of this genre in Philo. System, or that kind of system. It's just that he was rewarded this time entirely because of his son. Because his son is Lin Yan's younger brother. Therefore, as soon as he was born, he automatically robbed his brother's luck. Hee, what a good son of mine. As soon as he was born, he received 3,000 villain points for his father. Oblivious. If you calculate it this way, then you will have to work harder. Strive to give Lin Yan junior brother a few more younger brothers and sisters. Shandong, what's wrong with you? Why is it a little laughing, a little scary? Sensing the weird smile on Yang Chen's face, Lin Xilan hurriedly said. Yang Chen returned to his senses and explained, Madam, I just thought of a few names, and I thought it was too funny, so I couldn't help but laugh. Lady forgive. It turns out that Shandong is thinking of a name for the child. Lin Xilan suddenly became interested. Shandong, you say, what is the better name of our son? I didn't know about men and women before, but now it's definitely a son, let's think about it. Yang Chen held the child in one hand and held her into his arms with the other. The maids and midwives on the side all glanced at Lin Xilan with envy and then withdrew with interest. Shandong, how about our son's name is Yang Wu? He was born at noon, moreover, there is a Chen character in your name, and it is appropriate for our son to have a noon character. Hearing this, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth curved. Then, he slapped the towel under Lin Xilan's waist and reprimanded softly. Blind, morning and noon are equal, how can a son be like a father? When our son names him, he shouldn't look at me, he should look at his brother. Lin Yan has a Yan character in his name, our son, the name should be similar to his brother, well, take a blaze. It's called Yang Kai. After the rise, one flame and one blaze. A few days passed. At night, Lin Xilan was breastfeeding Yang Kai. Yang Chen returned to the cultivation room. System, I'm going to start redeeming. Host, you now have a total of 3,000 villain points, what do you want to exchange? I want to exchange it for cultivation. Of course, Yang Chen was exchanging cultivation. After all, what he lacked the most now was cultivation. In fact, his strength is much stronger than Lin Yan. After all, he is a villain, a mortal gate holy son. His cultivation had already reached the 10th level of foundation building, and he was only one step away from Jinden. And Lin Yan, a year ago, was only a little bit of a foundation. However, Lin Yan is the son of luck. The predecessor had sent his subordinates several times to try to get rid of Lin Yan, but they were all killed by Lin Yan. In the novel, this kid is protected by the soul of a mysterious powerhouse. With that mysterious soul present, although Lin Yan's strength is only in the foundation building realm, even if he wants to kill the golden pill realm, he can do it. Moreover, that mysterious soul means are extremely numerous. Even if the Yuan infant above the golden pill or even the transformation god realm cultivator made a move, Lin Yan could escape. This was also the reason why Yang Chen directly gave up dealing with him after he was reborn. Because Yang Chen knew that continuing to deal with Lin Yan was just sending experience. Might as well think about how to stay alive. Therefore, he went to attack Lin Yan's mother. Also let Lin Xilan give birth to a child. In the original plan, he was ready to let Lin Yan for the sake of his mother and younger brother. Even if he didn't recognize him as a stepfather, he couldn't let his mother lose his fair relationship and let his younger brother lose his father. But, after all, this was only his plan. There is still a lot of risk. Although he is in love with Lin Xilan, he has children. However, Lin Yan still had the possibility of killing him. Therefore, he needs to improve his cultivation. Host, do you exchange all the 3,000 villain values for cultivation? Closing square bracket. Yang Chen thought for a while and said, redeem them all. Start redeeming, consume villains worth 3,000 points. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket redemption successful, start fusing. As soon as the system's words fell, Yang Chen's body was wrapped in golden light and his breath began to climb. Soon, he broke through the barrier that had been stuck with him and directly reached the Jinden realm. And castration does not abate. Jinden 1 heavy. Jinden double, Jinden Mie, Jinden quadruple, Jinden fivefold. Yang Chen's last realm stayed in the Jinden fivefold realm. Unexpectedly, 3,000 villain values can break through so many realms. From the foundation building 10 layers to break through the golden pill 5 layers, even if I cultivate hard, it will take decades. It's a system. For the exchange result, Yang Chen was very satisfied. However, he broke through the realm one after another, causing great movement. Soon, Lin's Island knocked on the door. Shandong, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Yang Chen got up and opened the door. Lin's Island's eyes were full of concern. Shandong, just now golden light shot out of the room, are you okay? I'm okay ma'am, Yang Chen said and hugged her into his arms. The family has a wife and a son, and my heart is happy for a while, and I actually broke through the realm and reached the Jindan realm. Ah, Shandong has reached the Jindan realm. Lin's Island was suddenly surprised. She also understood Yang Chen's cultivation realm. Previously, it had been the peak of the foundation tenfold. However, although Lin's Island's eyes were excited, there was also a trace of loneliness. Madam, what's wrong? Shandong broke through Jindan, aren't you happy? Yang Chen asked immediately. No, Lin's Island hurriedly said, but it was obviously against her will. Lady, if you have anything to say, you must tell Shandong, otherwise we will be estranged. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Lin's Island sighed and said. Shandong, you used to be a foundation building realm cultivator, and you have a lifespan of 200 years, and I still don't think it's much different from you. But now, you have become a Jindan cultivator and have a lifespan of 400 or 500 years, I suddenly feel that I am not worthy of you. When I get old, you will only have 1/5 of your life. Hearing this, Yang Chen directly hugged her into his arms. What you said is the same, if you are old and gone, it is not interesting for me to live alone. Ah, you are not allowed to think so. Lin's Island immediately hurriedly covered his mouth. Even if I'm gone, you have to live well. Our son, I still want you to take care of it. Huh, Yang Chen hugged her tighter and said with a smile. So, you also have to cultivate, so that we can keep each other. I also practice. Hearing this, Lin's Island's eyes darkened. I also want to cultivate, but I don't have a spiritual root. It's okay if you don't have a spirit root, I'll figure it out. Do you have a way? Lin's Island's eyes were a little unbelieving. I felt that Yang Chen was just to make her happy. Of course I have a way. Yang Chen did have a way. However, another child is needed. After all, now the villain value is all used up. The system can exchange talents, and you can exchange a spirit root for Lin's Island. Only by cultivating can you increase your lifespan. Yang Chen didn't want Lin's Island to grow old like a mortal. After all, he wanted to be Lin Yan's father all the time. Moreover, he will have to have more children with Lin's Island. In this way, he can plunder Lin Yan's brother with more luck points. After all, the luck value brought by his mother cannot be fully enjoyed by his brother. Lin's Island snuggled into Yang Chen's arms and did not speak. Just enjoying his broad chest. However, feeling Lin's Island's fiery delicate body, Yang Chen had a feeling. Damn cloud length, it's always so easy to get excited. Madam, how long has it been since you became pregnant? How long have we not performed the Zhougong ceremony? Huh, Lin's Island's red lips opened slightly, and her cheeks rose a blush. Yang Chen's big hand began to roam her delicate body. Although she was shy, she did not resist. This guy has really been holding back for a long time. Tonight, just cling to him. The next day, Yang Chen woke up at noon. After breaking through Jindan, the staying power has increased a lot. So last night, slept late. Beside him, Lin's Island had long disappeared. It's not that Lin's Island's physical fitness is better than Yang Chen. It's because she has to get up to breastfeed her baby. Speaking of which, Yang Chen felt quite sorry for his son. Unexpectedly robbed with him, alas, sin. Son, don't blame dad. Even if it is less, it is enough for you to eat. Yang Chen walked out of the room. Lin's Island was holding the little one in the yard. Blaze, daddy is here. Look at daddy. Lin's Island held the child and walked to Yang Chen's side. At this moment, she was full of maternal brilliance. And last night, come son, Yang Chen took the little one. Suddenly, wow, the little one cried directly. Oh, I don't want to be hugged by your dad yet. Yang Chen had no choice but to hand it over to Lin's Island. When this little guy turns 3 years old, start testing him with a spirit root. So early, Lin's Island was taken aback, because the ordinary test of spiritual root is generally around the age of 6. The main thing is that I have some expectations. His brother Lin Yan, but Tianlingdan, I think, my son's talent is not worse. Let's test it out then. Yang Chen also had some expectations. This son of his own directly plundered his brother Lin Yan's 3,000 chi luck points. Presumably the spirit root will not be too bad. Even if it is not as good as Lin Yan, it should have an earth spirit root. Son, your spiritual roots must be good. Also, grow up quickly. But the father is still waiting for your protection. In case your eldest brother wants to kill his father, you will stand in the way of him at that time. Let your eldest brother understand that you don't want to be like him without a father. In this way, Yang Chen stayed in this small courtyard for another half a year. After half a year of hard work, Lin's Island's little belly moved again. Madam, let me listen. I hate you, it's only been 2 months, what can I hear? Lin's Island was disgusted, but a pair of plain hands gently pressed on Yang Chen's head, and his face was full of tenderness. Shandong, how long will it take for you to return to the sect this time? Lin's Island's voice was full of reluctance. She really doesn't want to leave Shandong for a moment now. I can't wait to sleep every day with my arms in my arms. Yang Chen got up and held her in his arms. I'll be back in half a month at most. When the time comes, I will pick you up and the child will live in the sect. Lin's Island bowed her head. I, immortal, go to the immortal gate, is it appropriate? You are the holy son of Xuanyan sect, but you have a mortal like me as a wife. I'm worried that those elders of the Xuanyan sect will not allow it, and besides, others will laugh at you. Who dares? Yang Chen's voice suddenly became stunned. Whoever dares to say that I will kill whom? Don't be so fair, as long as you don't dislike people. Lin's Island's little head rubbed in Yang Chen's arms, revealing a hint of cuteness and delicateness. Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but hook. This damn cloud chief. Excited again. Lady, Shandong is leaving, don't you express it? Indication. What does it mean? Lin's Island raised her head, her eyes a little puzzled. What do you say? Yang Chen raised an eyebrow at her. More than a year of husband and wife life, one action, the other party understands everything. Lin's Island's cheek suddenly turned red. Don't want it. People have stomachs. Yang Chen patted her head with her hair in a bun. Brushed the hair on her forehead and behind her ear. It's simple, full of warm action, but it made Lin's Island's face instantly rise a cloud of fire. After more than a year of married life, she knows very well what this action represents. It's annoying. Lin's Island snorted. Then, Yang Chen raised his neck. Yang Chen went to Zhan Tianzong this time, and the reason why he didn't take Lin's island with him was because he had to deal with some things. Because, according to the plot of the original book, at this time, the heroine Shen Shuiyin has broken through the Jindan realm. Shen Shuiyin himself could have looked down on him as a holy son. Now, breaking through the Jindan, the pride in his heart can be imagined. In the original work, as soon as Shen Shuiyin broke through the Jindan, she wanted to find him to withdraw from marriage. Because according to the agreement between the two, as long as Shen Shuiyin can defeat him, then Yang Chen must unconditionally agree to withdraw from the marriage. Therefore, Yang Chen went back at this time in order to fulfill Shen Shuiyin and withdraw from marriage with her. By the way, also humiliate her. After all, his current realm is Jindan Wufold. Moreover, after going back, he has one more important thing to do. That is to prepare for the wedding with Lin's island. After all, although the two have husband and wife, they also have children, and their daily title is also Shanggang Niangzi. However, Yang Chen did not give her a wedding that Ning Media was marrying. More importantly, with the wedding that Ning Media is marrying, he can really be regarded as the legal stepfather of Lin Yan's junior brother. Zhan Tianzong. As one of the top immortal gates in the northern spirit domain, Zhan Tianzong is located in a mountain range full of spiritual energy. The aura here is at least more than 10 times higher than the small city where Lin's island is located. This mountain range, because of Xuantian sect, is also known as Xuantian Mountain Range. The Xuantian Mountain Range stretches for thousands of li, and in the surrounding area of tens of thousands of li, there are dozens of secular dynasties. All of them are affiliated forces of Zhan Tianzong. At this time, at the foot of the mountain, a battle was taking place. Lin Yan, hand over the snow Lingzi. Otherwise, make you look good today. 3 men in white are besieging a young man in black. The young man in black was carrying a black giant sword and faced the siege of 3 people, which was a little difficult. When Yang Chen saw this scene, the corners of his mouth outlined a curve. My eldest son, how did I meet you here? The young man in black is Lin Yan, the son of luck. Yang Chen thought carefully. In the original work, there is indeed this plot. Lin Yan had an adventure and obtained a 1,000-year-old snow reishi, which could effectively enhance his soul power. As a result, it was discovered by 3 inner disciples. These 3 little villains are naturally going to grab it. As a result, they were all cooked here by Lin Yan. The storage rings on the 3 people were taken off by Lin Yan, and a small fortune was made. Bang! At this time, one of the 3 inner disciples sneaked up on Lin Yan from the side and hit him on the shoulder. Tendon. Lin Yan took 4 or 5 steps back. A trace of blood also spilled from the corner of his mouth. Abominable. When Lin Yan is so bullied, I can't do it. Lin Yan was immediately furious. Directly removed the black giant sword, ready to kill the 3 with all his strength. Right at this moment, 3 sword rays burst through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sword is extremely fast and unstoppable. It directly hit the 3 inner disciples. The 3 bodies were knocked out and fell violently to the ground. What people? We are inner disciples of the Xuantian sect. Who is your excellency? Dare to manage my Xuantian sect's affairs. Zhan Tianzong was the absolute king in the surrounding area. The 3 inner disciples drank deeply. Even if they were injured, they were not afraid at all. Yang Chen slowly walked out from the woods. It's me. What do you want? Seeing Yang Chen, the 3 inner disciples were immediately frightened. Meet the son. I don't know if it was the son who made the move. I will wait for the offense and ask the son to atone for his sins. The 3 inner disciples knelt on the ground in a panic. The status of the holy son of the sect is much higher than that of the inner disciples. Moreover, this holy son has a more brutal personality. They can't afford to provoke. Yang Chen glanced at the 3 and then at Lin Yan. In his eyes, he was a little surprised. These 3 people are all building foundation realm 5-fold strength. And Lin Yan, but the foundation is 4-fold. However, one man fights 3 people, but it is not much weaker. The point is, this guy hasn't given his full strength yet. It is worthy of being the son of luck. Combat power is raw. Jumping battles is commonplace, and a year and a half ago, Lin Yan's strength was still building a foundation. Now, it has reached the 4-fold foundation building. This cultivation speed is even more terrifying and terrifying. You know, cultivators who cultivate to the golden pill realm can control within 1 armor, and their talents are not bad. In the future, it is even expected to be a baby. And most of this time was spent on the cultivation of the foundation building realm. It can be said that it takes several years for a foundation building realm cultivator to improve his cultivation. But Lin Yan broke through the triple realm in a year and a half. This cultivation speed can be said to be the best in Zhan Tianzong. Yang Chen returned his gaze and looked at the 3 inner disciples. The 3 of you, why did you make a move against Lin Yan? Do you know what the crime of robbing the same junior brother is? Yang Chen said sharply. Several inner disciples were stunned. What is this doing, son? Didn't he hate Lin Yan the most? This Lin Yan harassed the fiancé of the holy son every day, and the entire sect knew about it. The son has always been a great shame. Often sent people to trouble Lin Yan. Today this is, what's wrong? You 3 hurry up. In the future, whoever dares to make a move against Lin Yan will not be able to get by with me, Yang Chen. Yang Chen said in a deep voice. The 3 inner disciples were taken aback again. But he didn't dare to think about it, so he quickly got up and flew towards the sect. Ding! The host released the 3 inner disciples to prevent Lin Yan, the son of heavenly destiny, from obtaining the storage bag on his body, plundering Lin Yan, the son of heavenly destiny, G-Luck worth 50 points, and the host getting the villain worth 50 points. Closing square bracket. The voice of the system rings in the head. Yang Chen was stunned. I didn't expect this to be rewarded as well. It's just that this reward is a little less. It's only 50 villain values. Alas, as soon as my son was born, he earned me 3,000 villain points. Passerby A is passerby A in the end, not worth much. Lin Yan looked at Yang Chen with vigilant eyes in the back. He didn't know what Yang Chen was thinking. This bastard actually stepped in to help him. What the? Lin Yan gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, ready for battle at any time. At this time, Yang Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Yan. The seriousness on his face was not there, but a gentle kind smile. Remove a pill from the storage ring. Yunur, you are injured, quickly take the pill. What did you call me? Hearing Yang Chen's name for himself, Lin Yan suddenly became furious, and the green tendons on his forehead burst out. Yunur, oh, I suddenly called you that, you may not be able to accept it. It's okay, you'll understand after a while. Yang Chen smiled mysteriously. Without much explanation, threw the elixir to Lin Yan. Then, the body is golden and soaring. The strong aura that suddenly appeared directly overturned the unprepared Lin Yan to the ground. Yunur, I'll go back to the sect first, be careful yourself. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sky. Lin Yan got up, his face full of shock. Jindan. This guy has broken through Jinden. Master, didn't you say that Yang Chen Dao has a lack of heart, and it is difficult to break through the golden pill in a short period of time? Lin Yan seemed to be talking to himself, but in his body, a soft voice came out. Yunur, on the day of the master, I looked away. This Yang Chen, I'm afraid there will be a big opportunity this year. His strength is not that he has just broken through the golden pill, but that he has reached the 5th level of the golden pill. What? Lin Yan couldn't hold back at all. Jinden Wuju, how is this possible? Master, you are not mistaken. It's only been a long time, a year and a half, how can you step into the Jinden Wuchang? Lin Yan couldn't believe it. Because of the cultivation of the golden pill realm, each improvement will take longer. Many cultivators at the peak of Jinden stepped into the Yuan infant, and they were already 300 or 400 years old. Every improvement of the Jinden realm takes more than 10 years or even decades. Yang Chen, how could it be possible to improve the 5th level in more than a year? With such a cultivation speed, even he didn't dare to think about it. Yunur, this is indeed the case. The soft voice came out again. His current cultivation is indeed Jinden Wufold. If I want to kill you just now, I only need a sword. But he didn't make a move, strange. Kill me, just a sword. HMPH, even if he is Jinden Wuju, he can't kill me. Lin Yan said confidently. That's true, as the son of luck, Lin Yan was so easy to kill. Besides, his mysterious master would not sit idly by and watch him be killed, and would definitely protect him. Yang Chen naturally knew this well, so he directly gave up the deal with Lin Yan. Also, even if Yang Chen could kill Lin Yan, he didn't want to kill him. Because, he also wants Lin Xilan to continue to give birth to children to plunder Lin Yan's brother's luck. Moreover, he can also be Lin Yan's stepfather, so how could Lin Yan die? What father wants his son to die, even if it's a stepson? Even if you really want to die, you have to wait until you have no use value before you die. Zan Tianzong, Sun Peak, Yang Chen sat on a cultivation platform made of cold ice jade. Below stood 2 black-robed men. Holy son, where have you been during this time? The sect master went out of customs before and wanted to see you, but you turned out to be gone. Yang Chen said casually. This holy son has a great opportunity during this time, didn't you see that Zhu Wei has broken through to the golden pill fivefold? The 2 black-robed men said in unison. Congratulations to the holy son for breaking their own golden pill. If the sect master knew about it, he would be very happy. The speed of Saint Sun's cultivation is like a miracle, which is actually a blessing for my Xuandian sect. The sect master among the 2 people was Yang Chen's master. Although his talent cultivation is good, he has always been a foundation building tenfold before, and because of mental problems, he has been unable to step into the Jinden. Zan Tianzong, as the top sect of the Northern Spirit Domain, also had many Tianzhao disciples of the Golden Pill realm. However, no one could challenge Yang Chen's position as the Holy Son. Because, he was the only personal disciple of the Master Xuandian sect master. These 2 black-robed men were the guardians that Master Venerable left him to be responsible for protecting him. The black-robed old man with a dry face was called Black Elder, a cultivator at the peak realm of the Yuan infant, and he was himself an inner gate elder of the Xuandian sect. The other was wrapped in a black robe, faceless but slender, a woman. She is the former maid of Shizun, named Yi Yuxiao, and her cultivation is also at the peak of the Yuan baby. In the original work, He Lao died very tragically, and was sent by his predecessor to deal with Lin Yan, but he was killed by the mysterious soul in Lin Yan's body, and his body was refined into a puppet which was very miserable. As a beauty, Yi Yuxiao was imprinted by that mysterious soul in the soul palace and became Lin Yan's slave girl, and the end was not wonderful. But none of this will happen. At this time, a streamer flew in. Yang Chen grabbed the streamer in his hand. The light dissipated, and it was a bamboo symbol. Open it. Yang Chen, I have broken the realm golden pill. According to the agreement, if I defeat you, the marriage contract will be nullified. I'll see you in the martial arts arena in an hour. If you don't come, I will be considered victorious. Shen Shuiyan Liu. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a sneer. This Shen Shuiyan is really anxious. He came over this time to withdraw from her marriage. After all, if you don't quit marriage, how can you marry the mother of the male protagonist? After all, he was a traditionally responsible man. Lin Xilan gave birth to a big fat son for him, and there was another one in his belly. He must marry Lin Xilan, and it's the kind of media that is marrying. Therefore, the marriage contract with Shen Shuiyan must be dissolved. Elder He, Sister Yuxiao, on the 7th day of the next month, I want to get married. Help me prepare for the wedding. What, holy son, you want to get married? Elder He and Yi Yuxiao were both shocked. Holy son, marriage is not a child's play, have you told the sect master? Yang Chen shook his head. This little thing, there is no need to delay the cultivation of Master Venerable. When she gets out of customs, I will explain it to her. You guys arrange for people to arrange, be sure to be grand. Send more invitations, all major elders and core disciples must have them. This is the first marriage of this holy son, remember, it must be grand. Zan Tianzong performed martial arts. Shen Shuiyan dressed in a moon-white palace costume, holding a long sword, and stood on the battle platform. The face is cold, and the beautiful eyes are slightly closed. The body exudes a cold aura that no one should enter. Like a peerless female sword fairy. All around, they were already surrounded by disciples. Some elders also came to the martial arts arena. They had all heard that Shen Shuiyan was going to marry the holy son today. The holy son is pitiful, he has been pursuing the Shuiyan fairy hard, but now the Shuiyan fairy wants to use this means to withdraw from the marriage. How many cultivation resources the holy son has given Shuiyan fairy over the years, but now, alas. Some people were full of sympathy for Yang Chen, but others showed disdain. Pathetic, not necessarily. Quote, the world of immortal cultivation pays attention to the supremacy of strength, the holy son cannot marry for a long time, and it is only a matter of time before he is withdrawn. If it weren't for the fact that he was the only disciple of the sect master, I'm afraid that the position of the holy son would not be guaranteed. Several Jinden realm disciples said coldly, and when they looked at Shen Shuiyan's stunning figure, their eyes were a little hot. If Fairy Shuiyan and the holy son withdraw from marriage, they will also have a chance to pursue it. Shuiyan Fairy is the first beauty in the inner gate of Xuandian sect. Who doesn't love, on the high stage of the martial arts arena? An elder persuaded, senior nephew Shuiyan, are you sure you want to do this? Your marriage to the holy son was personally decided by the sect master. You are like this now, the sect master's face is not good looking. Shen Shuiyan looked at the high platform and said slightly. The elder doesn't need to persuade again, Shuiyan's mind has been decided. Emotional things can't be forced. Moreover, this is also what I agreed with Yang Chen, and I will decide whether to withdraw from the marriage based on victory or defeat. If he can overcome me, the marriage contract will be kept, if not, the marriage contract will be annulled. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden ray broke through the air. Landed firmly on the platform, before the crowd could react. Directly wave his hand and cut out a sword radiance. Bang! Shen Shuiyan, who was holding a long sword, even though the horizontal sword resisted, but was still directly flown out by a sword. People in the air, blood spouting. Suddenly, everyone in the audience widened their eyes. What's the situation? Shuiyan Fairy was actually slashed out by someone with a sword. The golden glow dissipated, revealing Yang Chen's outstanding figure. It's the sun, holy sun, he defeated Shuiyan Fairy with one sword. Shuiyan Fairy has already stepped into the golden pill. Wait, holy sun, he also set foot in the golden pill realm. A group of disciples looked shocked. Several elders on the elder platform flew down to the platform at this time. Holy sun, you have reached the golden pill realm fivefold. An elder said excitedly. As the elders of the Yuan infant realm, they saw Yang Chen's specific cultivation. Yang Chen nodded. Not bad, this holy sun had some adventures during this time, made up for the lack of state of mind, accumulated thick and thin, and broke through to the golden pill realm fivefold in one breath. What? The holy sun has reached the golden pill realm fivefold. How is this possible? It takes more than 10 years for each improvement of the golden pill realm, and in just over a year, the holy sun has reached the golden pill fifth stage for the 10 layers of foundation building. The words of the elder exploded in a group of disciples. One by one, they looked at Yang Chen in shock. Holy sun talent, really peerless. The sect master's vision is very comparable. Now that the holy sun is accumulating, he will definitely soar into the sky in the future, which is indeed a blessing for my Xuantian sect. Several elders gave their hands in congratulations. One by one, the eyes were excited. The speed of the holy sun's breakthrough is so fast, the future is unimaginable. In the future, Zhang Tianzong should be prosperous. At this time, around the martial arts arena, everyone's eyes stayed on Yang Chen. Yang Chen, on the other hand, looked under the platform. Shen Shuiyan had blood hanging from the corner of her mouth and wanted to stand up, but her body was so badly injured that she could only hold the long sword and kneel on the ground on one knee. It looks miserable. Following Yang Chen's gaze, everyone looked at Shen Shuiyan. All of a sudden, they couldn't bear it. Shen Shuiyan is the first beauty in the inner gate. Ice muscle jade bone, fairy posture peerless, admirers do not know how many. At this time, he was beaten so miserably. The holy sun also doesn't know mercy and cherishes jade. You actually beat Shuiyan Fairy like this. Shall we go and help Shuiyan Fairy? Are you looking for death? The holy sun has reached the fifth level of the golden pill realm. He didn't speak. Who dares to go over? Besides, this is a matter between the holy sun and Shen Shuiyan, and it is a competition between unmarried couples. What are you going to do? Although a group of disciples wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with Shen Shuiyan, they felt a strong aura emanating from Yang Chen's body, and they all stopped moving forward. But in the end, there are people who are not afraid of him, the sun. At this time, Lin Yan, who had just arrived from under the mountain, saw this scene. Immediately hurried forward. Senior sister Shuiyan, are you all right? Lin Yan grabbed Shen Shuiyan's arm and helped her up. Yang Chen looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. Shen Shuiyan, you lost. Yang Chen said coldly. Shen Shuiyan's eyes lowered, and her eyes were a little confused. One sword. It's an ordinary, sudden sword. She didn't expect it. He couldn't even take Yang Chen's sword casually. This bastard, obviously a year ago, was still building the foundation tenfold. How did he break through to the Jin in 5? The strength is so strong. Moreover, the shot was so decisive. There are not even two polite words, and it is a sword that comes up. The sword just now directly hit her into a serious injury. Now even standing up is reluctant. Looking around, Shen Shuiyan only felt that her face was hot. The contest was proposed by her. The marriage contract is also something she wants to withdraw. Even, these people present were indirectly attracted by her. Now, he was defeated by Yang Chen with a sword. She's like a clown. A self-sufficient, self-righteous clown. It's me who lost. In the future, I won't mention the matter of divorce again. Shen Shuiyan's voice was lonely. Turned around and wanted to leave quickly. However, Yang Chen said behind him. You lost. However, the marriage contract must also be withdrawn. It's just that I quit your marriage. What? Shen Shuiyan's heart was stunned, and her delicate body trembled. She was a little incredulous. Yang Chen wants to withdraw from her. All around, a group of elder disciples also looked surprised. The holy sun adores Shen Shuiyan, and the entire Xuantian sect can be said to be known to everyone. But now, the holy sun actually took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage. What is this about? Holy sun, don't be impulsive. On the side, there were elders who wanted to dissuade Yang Chen. Yang Chen waved his hand to stop the elder and continued. Between us, the marriage contract will be annulled from now on. From now on, you and I Yang Chen will never have a slight relationship. Saying that, Yang Chen took out the marriage certificate. With a wave of his hand, a flame wrapped the wedding book and burned it to ashes. Everyone, on the 7th day of the first month of next month, this holy sun will get married. At that time, you can go to the holy sun peak and drink a glass of happy wine. After speaking, Yang Chen directly turned into a golden light and left. On the 7th day of the first month of next month, the marriage of the holy sun. A group of elders and disciples were shocked again. Holy sun, what is this doing? Hasn't he always adored Shen Shuiyan? All have been pursuing for more than 10 years. Quote. Why do you suddenly want to withdraw from the marriage, and you have to get married on the 7th day of the next month? I see, the holy sun is dead to the Shuiyan fairy. Look, next to fairy Shuiyan, isn't it Lin Yan's kid? It turns out that this dog skin plaster is really inseparable from the Shuiyan fairy. Since this kid came to our Xuantian sect, he has been lying next to Shuiyan fairy, and he can't drive away in a hurry. HMPH, our Xuantian sect, although countless male disciples love Shuiyan fairy, but knowing that Shuiyan fairy and the holy sun have a marriage contract, they belong to an unmarried couple, so they all keep a certain distance. It's this Lin Yan, it's so shameless. I know that people have a fiancé, and I still pester them vigorously. It's a shame for me to be in the same sect as such a vulgar person. Shuiyan fairy is too. Obviously he has a marriage contract with the holy sun, but he wants to walk so close to Lin Yan. No wonder the holy sun is now withdrawing from the marriage. The voices of the surrounding disciples were not concealed in the slightest. Shen Shuiyan and Lin Yan heard clearly. Lin Yan's anger suddenly surged, his forehead burst up, and he pointed at the disciples around him and said angrily. What did you say? Can't you find death? Stepping on a horse, a fourfold foundation builder, dare to say that we are looking for death. Lao Su looks at you as looking for death. Lin Yan, take your dog's paw away from the Shuiyan fairy. Or Lao Su will destroy you. A Jindan disciple came out and said coldly. The holy sun took the initiative to break the marriage contract with Shen Shuiyan. And the sun will be married on the 7th day of the next month. That means that the holy sun is not interested in Shen Shuiyan. Here comes the opportunity for these people. Now, it is natural to teach Lin Yan a good lesson. Let him stay away from the Shuiyan fairy. You look for death. Lin Yan gripped the hilt of his sword and was about to strike. However, Shen Shuiyan, who was standing beside him, said coldly. Okay Lin Yan, do you think I'm not ashamed enough? Was defeated by Yang Chen's crisp and neat move, was forcibly withdrawn from marriage by Yang Chen. In the verbal discussion of everyone just now, she only felt hot on her face now, and she just wanted to get out of here quickly. Shen Shuiyan broke Lin Yan's hands holding her arms and then left here alone. Wait until you leave the martial arts arena. A tear slipped from the corner of Shen Shuiyan's eyes. It contains grievances, loneliness, and failure. She didn't expect things to go this way. Yang Chen reached the Jin in fivefold, one move to severely injure her. He also forcibly withdrew from the marriage. Don't leave a trace of emotion. She suddenly felt that Yang Chen had become strange. And Yang Chen, who was full of flattery to her before, seemed to be not alone. Senior sister Shuiyan, I'll send you back. Lin Yan walked in front of her again. Junior brother Lin, I'll just go back by myself. Shen Shuiyan did not agree. The discussion of everyone just now made her want to keep a little distance from Lin Yan now. But Lin Yan naturally wouldn't give up like this. Yang Chen, this bastard must have obtained some kind of opportunity, otherwise with his talent and state of mind, Ken Ben would not have had such a cultivation speed. Senior sister Shuiyan, you don't have to be discouraged. Your future is far better than Yang Chen, he is just a junior. If Lin Yan had commented on Yang Chen like this before, Shen Shuiyan would have liked to hear it very much. After all, she thinks so too. But now, just now, Yang Chen casually struck her with a sword, and he severely injured her. How strong Yang Chen's strength is, she knows best. Lin Yan built a fourfold foundation, so he looked down on Jin in fivefold. Shen Shuiyan only felt that Lin Yan was too frivolous in her heart. It was completely to insult Yang Chen for the sake of insulting. I couldn't help but feel a lot less good about him before. Alright, junior brother Lin Yan. Shen Shuiyan interrupted Lin Yan and said in a deep voice. Don't send me, I want to be alone and quiet. After speaking, Lin Shuiyan left directly. Lin Yan stood in place, his eyes a little gloomy. Master, Yang Chen's bastard must have gotten a great chance. Lin Yan's voice was a little jealous and greedy. Yunur, are you trying to rob him of his chance? A soft voice sounded. If you can, of course you have to grab it. Master, didn't you also say that the cultivation world is a world where you compete with me? It is definitely not simple to let Yang Chen reach the Jin in fivefold in a short time. If I can get, Lin Yan's eyes gradually showed a hint of killing intent. And at this time, Yang Chen returned to the Holy Sun Peak. Ding, the host defeated Shen Shuiyan strongly, withdrew from marriage strongly. Shen Shuiyan's heart was frustrated, and her liking for Lin Yan was reduced. The host's luck in plundering Lin Yan son of heaven's destiny was worth 300 points, and the host's villain was worth 300 points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen suddenly raised his eyebrows. Only 300, this is also too little. Far from being comparable to the birth of his son, he directly plundered Lin Yan's 3,000 points of luck. It seems that Lin's island still has to have a few more children. Spread out Lin Yan's luck more. Half a month passed quickly. Elder He and Yu Xiao had already prepared the marriage matters for Yang Chen. Yang Chen led the welcoming team and went to Beishan City. Zhan Tianzong, as the top immortal gate of the Northern Spirit Domain, was the ruler of dozens of secular dynasties nearby. The marriage of the Holy Sun is naturally not a trivial matter. Although there was no report to the sect master, almost all of the core elders of the sect who did not retreat attended. Some of them were at the wedding site of Zhan Tianzong's preparation. Some of them followed Yang Chen to Beishan City to welcome their relatives. Beishan City is just an ordinary city under the Yan dynasty. When did you experience such a big scene? In the sky, dozens of flying spirit boats came side by side, like an immortal family, and the scale shocked everyone in Beishan City. White Mountain City, there are also monks. However, they are all cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm. Only the city lord is a foundation-building monk. City lord, what is that? A monk asked. The White Mountain City lord said solemnly. That's a flying spirit boat, only the top immortal gate will have it. Even if we leave the Yan dynasty, there's not a flying spirit boat. What? A group of White Mountain City cultivators were shocked. Which side of this force is so magnificent? Dozens of flying spirit boats are walking side by side. The lord of Beishan City is a member of the Yan dynasty sect and has seen many big scenes. But at this moment, there was also a trepidation in my heart. The impact of dozens of flying spirit boats is too great. After a long time, he said, this should be the big man of Zhan Tianzong. Hundreds of thousands of miles nearby, only Zhan Tianzong has such strength. Lingzhou came to the sky above White Mountain City. The strong coercion gradually spread. In Beishan City, whether it is a monk or a common people. At this time, it was all a look of trepidation. A small courtyard in the east of the city. Lin Xilan hugged Yang Kai in the room and said to herself. Jiaoer, your father said that he would come back in half a month, why didn't he come back? My mother missed him. Did you miss him, huh? At this time, she suddenly felt a strong coercive pressure attack. Suddenly my heart trembled. Hurriedly walked out of the room and looked up at the sky. Dozens of flying spirit boats flew across the void. Lin Xilanchao's face was suddenly full of panic. Was it found? How is that possible? No, I can't be captured back, I still have to wait for Shanggong to come back. If Shanggong doesn't find me when he comes back, wouldn't he have to worry? Lin Xilan thought in a panic, so she quickly went into the house to hide. However, she suddenly froze. Because, on the flying spirit boat, a figure walked down. Although the distance is too far to see the face. However, after more than a year of husband and wife life, she still recognized it at a glance. It's Shanggong. It's Shanggong who is back. Great. Jiaoer, it's your dad who is back, your dad is coming to pick us up. Lin Xilan's beautiful face was panicked, replaced by a thick gentleness and joyful eyes. Above the sky, hundreds of Yuan infant golden pill cultivators lined up on both sides. A rain of flowers poured down. The entire White Mountain City was covered in a rain of flowers. The flower rain contained pure spiritual energy, which permeated the White Mountain City. Suddenly, some monks sat directly cross-kneeled on the ground. There were even signs of a breakthrough in the realm. Yang Chen slowly fell from the air, fell in front of Lin Xilan. Shanggong. Lin Xilan hugged Yang Kai and threw herself into Yang Chen's arms. Madam, I gave you a make-up wedding, are you still satisfied? Yang Chen said softly. Well, satisfied. It's just too grand, too extravagant and wasteful. Actually, you don't have to do this, Lin Xilan said in a low voice. The corners of the eyes are a little moist. Shanggong was so good to her. Unexpectedly, a wedding was specially held. How can you say waste? You are the wife that my media is marrying, how can you do it without a wedding? Yang Chen hugged Lin Xilan's slender waist and flew onto the flying boat in the sky. Zhan Tianzong. The grand wedding begins, although the nearby immortal gate and dynasty were not invited. But just within the Xuantian sect, there were also tens of thousands of elder disciples. The wedding was quite lively. Lin Xilan stepped down from the flying boat. Has changed into a bright red wedding dress, Phoenix Crown Shahan. The skin like snow looks even whiter against the background of the red wedding dress. The absolutely beautiful face, even in Zhan Tianzong, can overwhelm the crowd and eclipse some fairies. Is this the Lady of the Sun? It's so beautiful. I heard that Lady Sun is a mortal, not a cultivator. Mortals can be so beautiful. Quote, if Madame Saint Sun embarks on the path of cultivation, wouldn't it be a peerless city? On the Holy Sun Peak, at this time, the black pressure was full of onlookers and elder disciples. And at this time, Shen Shuiyan also came to the Holy Sun Peak. Behind her, naturally followed Lin Yan, the male protagonist of Heaven's Destiny. Senior sister Shuiyan, Yang Chen is married, so what's so good about it? Let's go out and practice together, Lin Yan said next to Shen Shuiyan. Only when he goes out to experience and is full of dangers can he have a chance to take down the Shuiyan fairy in front of him. Especially in recent times, Shen Shuiyan had a cold attitude towards him. It made him extremely uncomfortable. The woman he Lin Yan fancy actually had a cold attitude towards him. How can this work? Hearing Lin Yan's words, Shen Shuiyan's brows frowned slightly. She originally wanted to come to Saint Sun Peak alone to see from a distance to see what kind of person Yang Chen would rather quit her marriage and marry. As a result, as soon as he went out, he met Lin Yan. You have to follow him. Shen Shuiyan exhaled deeply and said lightly. Junior brother Lin Yan, I don't want to go out to practice during this time, I just want to be alone and quiet. Shen Shuiyan's words had a meaning to let him leave. However, Lin Yan still stood beside her as if he hadn't heard it. Shen Shuiyan was a little angry in her heart, then walked directly towards the crowd. Lin Yan followed closely behind, and at this time, Lin Xilan was dressed in a phoenix crown and walked out of the palace alone. Zhan Tianzong has a rule, the Holy Sun is married, and he must take his bride to kneel and worship Zhan Tianzong's ancestors. After kneeling, the sun is to meditate alone in the main hall for a quarter of an hour, burning incense and praying. The Holy Sun, on the other hand, went out alone to be visited by the elder disciples. Meet the Holy Sun. The news that Yang Chen had broken through the realm Jindan fivefold and had severely injured Shen Shuiyan with one sword had already spread throughout the entire Xuandian sect. Everyone knew that the strength of the Holy Sun had reached the 5th level of Jindan, and no one could challenge his position of the Holy Sun. In the future, 80% of those who inherit the position of suzerainty will be the Holy Sun. And as the wife of the Holy Sun Ming Media, she will naturally become the wife of the sect master. Therefore, even if Lin Xilan was just a mortal, whether it was an elder or a disciple, he bowed respectfully and saluted. Although the Holy Sun Lady is magnificent, she is a mortal after all. The Holy Sun can withdraw from the married Shuiyan fairy for the sake of a mortal. It seems that this is true love. No wonder the Holy Sun can reach the golden pill fivefold in more than a year. It turns out that he has the nourishment of love. Looks like I'm going to find my love too. Alas, if Shuiyan fairy sees this scene, I don't know if she will regret it. After all, it should have been her who was standing there. Shen Shuiyan, who was standing behind the crowd, heard these whispered conversations. Suddenly both fists clenched. Shen Shuiyan glanced at Lin Xilan, who was bright and moving, and her appearance and figure were not inferior to her, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, and turned around and prepared to leave. But suddenly, she froze. Because Lin Yan, who was standing beside her, his face was hideous at this time, and his eyes were blood red, full of killing intent. The body is even trembling. Shen Shuiyan was startled by Lin Yan's hideous and terrifying face. Hurriedly said, Junior brother Lin Yan, what's wrong with you? Junior brother Lin Yan, Shen Shuiyan's brows furrowed. What happened to this Lin Yan, seeing Yang Chen showing such a fierce expression? What grudge did he have with Yang Chen? Shen Shuiyan just wants to leave quickly now, not wanting to be discovered that she is coming. So, he pushed Lin Yan hard. She is also for Lin Yan's good. Because of Lin Yan's expression, if he was discovered, it would inevitably make trouble for him. However, Lin Yan glared at her fiercely. Get out of my way. You, what did you say? Shen Shuiyan was suddenly a little angry. He was kind enough to wake him up, and he was not inferior. HMPH. With a cold snort, Shen Shuiyan directly turned around and ignored him. Lin Yan looked at Yang Chen fiercely, his fists clenched, and his eyes were torn. Directly cut through the crowd in front and walked straight towards Lin Xilan. Mother, why are you here? A sudden word. Suddenly, the audience fell silent. When Lin Xilan saw Yang Chen, her beautiful eyes were also obviously flustered. The wedding that Yang Chen gave her was very grand and wonderful, and she was very moved. However, what she was most worried about at this time was that Lin Yan appeared here. It's not that I'm worried that Lin Yan can't understand. Instead, he was worried about what would happen if Lin Yan called her a mother on the spot. After all, Shandong was the holy son of Xuandian sect. Originally, the Ming medium was marrying a fairy saint at the same level. But he married her, a mortal. On such an occasion, she would have another 20-year-old son. When the time comes, where to put Shandong's face? The entire sect would laugh at him. Therefore, when Lin Yan called her mother, the moment she saw Lin Yan. After Lin Xilan panicked, there was a touch of anger in her heart. Yunur, the wedding didn't call you, why do you have to appear here? Isn't this sincerely blocked? At this time, someone in the crowd reacted and immediately stopped Lin Yan. Lin Yan, what are you doing? You're drunk before the banquet starts. This is Lady Sun, what are you calling your mother for? Lin Yan glanced viciously at the man. However, all those present were inner gate and true disciples, and no one was afraid of him. Someone immediately quipped. I know why junior brother Lin Yan called Mrs. Saint Sun a mother-in-law. Because junior brother Lin Yan wants to worship the Holy Sun as a righteous father. In that case, it is not wrong to call the Holy Sun Lady a mother-in-law. Hearing this, someone immediately echoed. So that's it. Junior brother Lin Yan actually wants to worship His Royal Highness the Holy Sun as a righteous father. Depend, junior brother Lin Yan is so witty, he took the lead. Everyone around was talking about it, but listening to Lin Yan's ears, it made him instantly thunderous. He's going to kill. Someone must be killed today. There must be blood, to calm the anger in his heart. You step on a horse looking for death. Lin Yan directly shot out and attacked indiscriminately towards the few people who had just spoken. Raging flames pervaded. What a dare. Holy Sun marriage, you dare to make trouble. Kill on the spot for your sins. There are disciples of the 6 layers of Tasuki who make a move. However, he was punched by Lin Yan and flew out. Grew, so strong. Tasuki fourfold one fist flying Tasuki Roku. Everyone was stunned. Fighting across borders is not an easy task. Moreover, it still crosses 2 realms and knocks people out. However, the marriage of the sun cannot be disrupted. An elder made a look, and immediately a Jindan monk made a move. A palm slap towards Lin Yan. Poof, facing the Jindan cultivator, Lin Yan couldn't resist it at all. A mouthful of blood sprayed directly. The whole person was half kneeling on the ground. Lin Yan, you are so daring, the Holy Sun is married, you dare to stir up the situation and be punished for your crimes. That Jindan cultivator directly shot to obliterate Lin Yan. A disciple of the 4 layers of the foundation building realm. The Holy Sun got married, and he dared to stir up the situation, he really didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Besides, this bastard pestered Shui and Fairy every day. He had long wanted to kill Lin Yan. Just take advantage of today's opportunity. Don't, Lin Xilan hurriedly shouted. However, everyone still thought that she was pitying Lin Yan. The Jindan monk put his fingers together with his sword, and he was about to kill Lin Yan. Master, help me. Lin Yan drank low in his heart. In his eyes, a flash of red flashed. At this time, Yang Chen was still in the palace, and he naturally noticed what was happening outside. But he didn't strike right away. Instead, he waited until that Jindan cultivator was about to kill Lin Yan before he walked out of the palace. Because he knew that Golden Dan cultivator could not kill Lin Yan at all. Don't mention Jindan, even if the Yuan infant transformation god is here, he can't kill this kid. Who let the family be the children of destiny, protected by mysterious souls. At that time, Lin Yan directly burst out with super strength. It also causes vibrations. In the original work, some core elders of the Xuanyan sect saw that Lin Yan could burst out of super strength and began to value him. Later, it also developed, and some core elders began to support Lin Yan. This kind of thing, Yang Chen naturally can't let it happen. Stop. Yang Chen walked out of the palace and drank directly. Then he slapped a palm towards the Jindan monk. Bang. The Jindan monk was slapped back by Yang Chen's palm one after another. Holy Sun, you. Everyone's eyes were on Yang Chen. Although he was shocked that he could repel the true disciples of the Golden Pill realm with one palm at will. However, everyone didn't understand why he wanted to keep Lin Yan. According to reason, Lin Yan harassed the Holy Sun's fiancé, and now he is disrupting the wedding. Kill him, and the sun should be the happiest. Yang Chen walked in front of Lin Xilan with an anxious look. Madam, it's okay to have me. Shandong. Lin Shi Lanyu's hand clenched and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shandong shot in time. Otherwise, Yun'er would have died just now. But at the same time, there was also a flash of apology in her eyes. Yun'er's appearance is destined to make Shandong lose face today. She's really sorry for her husband. On the wedding day, let the Shandong be humiliated. Yun'er, you really shouldn't be here today. My mother really hates you. Holy Sun, Lin Yan is guilty of disrupting the wedding. An elder said. Yang Chen waved his hand to stop him, looked around, and said in a deep voice. No matter what Lin Yan did today, no one is allowed to attack him. The matter between our father and son can only be solved by ourselves, and if you interfere, you will be an enemy of this Holy Sun. Yang Chen's words. Immediately, a group of people in the field were shocked. No matter what Lin Yan did, he was not allowed to do anything to him. The matter between their father and son can only be solved by themselves. What's the situation? Could it be that Mrs. Holy Sun is really Lin Yan's mother? Yun'er, there are some things that I didn't tell you in advance, just worried that you can't accept it. But we really love each other, and I really hope you can bless us. Yang Chen looked helpless and expectant. Yang Chen, you step on the horse and shut up for me. Lin Yan was immediately furious. Blood-red eyes stared at Yang Chen. But in his heart, he was communicating with his mysterious master. Master, can I borrow your power to kill Yang Chen? I must kill him, I must kill him. Lin Yan's voice was almost crazy. However, the soft voice refused. Yun'er, for the master, borrowing your body can exert the strength of a transformation god realm cultivator, but it can't last. Although the sect master of Xuanyan sect is closed, those core elders are also in the realm of transformation god. If you make a move for the master, I am afraid that not only will you not be able to kill Yang Chen, but you will also fall under the siege of several transformation god cultivators. Crunch. Lin Yan's voice of gritting his teeth came out. His eyes stared at Yang Chen, extremely fierce and full of killing intent. But Yang Chen was not afraid at all, although he knew that Lin Yan's mysterious master could already exert the power of the avatar god level. However, Yang Chen expected that the other party would definitely not dare to make a move. Because, this is Zhang Tianzong. Once he made a move, he would definitely be targeted by several elders of the transformation god realm. Although that mysterious soul had many means, even if the digital god cultivators besieged him, he was sure to retreat. However, that would come at a considerable cost. The other party will definitely not use it at the moment. Mother, come with me. Can't immediately slash Yang Chen. Lin Yan looked at Lin Xilan and said that he was going to grab her arm and leave. However, Lin Xilan hurriedly dodged sideways. Yun'er, don't make trouble. Today is the day of my mother's wedding, you should know how important it is. Shandong and I really love each other. You either sit down for a drink or you leave. Lin Xilan said in a deep voice. She just wants the scene in front of her to disappear quickly. Lin Yan standing here is equivalent to telling everyone that she has a 20-year-old son. She's okay, but what about Shandong? Lin Xilan couldn't help but glance at Yang Chen. Worried that he would be angry because of this. However, Yang Chen's face couldn't help but not have the slightest anger, and he patiently explained to Lin Yan with her. Yun'er, your mother is right. You should understand your mother. She also has the right to choose happiness, doesn't she? Now you find a place to sit down and wait for the wedding to be over, and they will explain it to you slowly, okay? Lin Xilan was moved in her heart. However, Lin Yan scolded Yang Chen directly. I'll fuck you. Yang Chen, Lao Su will kill you one day sooner or later. Snap. A crisp slap sounded. Lin Xilan couldn't listen anymore. Directly stepped forward and gave Lin Yan a slap in the face. Lin Yan, you are too ignorant. How can you talk to your elders like that? Lin Xilan is just a mortal, and her slap and slap on Lin Yan's face are not painful or itchy at all. However, this was the first time she hit Lin Yan. However, Lin Xilan did not regret it, because Lin Yan is too ignorant. With so many people watching, he suddenly appeared, and Shandong had already lost face. And he was not inferior, insulting Shandong in public. She, who is a wife, must now save the face of her fair life. Two black figures suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yan. It is the Black Gold in the Night Rain. The body exuded a strong Yuan infant peak aura, which immediately made Lin Yan take several steps back. Elder He, Sister Yushao, don't hurt him. Yang Chen hurriedly said in the back. He looked afraid that Lin Yan would be hurt. Lin Xilan was even more moved in her heart. Lin Yan said to the mysterious soul in his heart at this time. Master, can you help me take my mother away? A soft voice sounded. Yun'er, I'm afraid I can't either. The two Yuan infant peaks, plus the digital god cultivators in the Xuanyan sect, if they fight, Master Wei can only barely take you away. Moreover, if you forcibly burst out of such strength, the power of the Master's divine soul will be greatly consumed, and it is likely to fall into a deep sleep again. Yun'er, for the sake of the teacher, I advise you, let's leave first today. Moreover, it seems that you are not persecuted to see your mother-in-law. Although she is your mother, she also has the right to choose happiness, and she can't live all her life. Okay master, don't say it. Lin Yan drank heavily, interrupting the mysterious soul's words. The face is hideous. I don't want to. Even if he can't kill Yang Chen today to vent his hatred, at least he must take his mother away. However, he couldn't. Abominable. I want to get stronger. I must get stronger right away. Only by becoming stronger can I kill Yang Chen. To be able to snow this great humiliation, Lin Yan's gaze was extremely fierce, staring at Yang Chen deadly, eager to swallow him alive. Lin Yan, you hurry up. I don't want to see you right now. Noticing Lin Yan's vicious and hideous eyes, Lin Xilan only felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. She was a mortal, alone, and had raised Lin Yan for 20 years. How much suffering has been suffered over the years? Since Lin Yan embarked on the path of cultivation, he had not returned home once a year. She has cold poison in her body, and every night the cold poison attacks, it is simply painful. If Shandong hadn't taken away the poison for her every night, she might have been tortured to death by the cold poison a long time ago. Now, she finally has someone she can trust for life. I don't dislike that she is immortal, and I am willing to marry her in the middle of nowhere. She originally thought that her son would bless her when he saw all this. However, the son who was raised with one hand made a big fuss. Moreover, Shandong made such a big concession and persuaded him so quietly in front of so many guests. But he still looked hideous. He even had to kill his own father-in-law. Yunur, why is he so ignorant? Why can't you think about her as a mother? Doesn't she want to be happy? Lin Yan was slapped on the face by Lin Xilan, and he was coldly reprimanded, and his heart was even more sad and desperate. Okay, I'll go. Lin Yan's voice was hoarse. He didn't understand what kind of demagoguery his mother had suffered from Yang Chen, and was so indifferent to his son. He was very humiliated in his heart. There has never been such humiliation. Lin Yan swore that he would definitely cut Yang Chen, the bastard, by 1,000 cuts. Otherwise, it will be difficult to quench the hatred in your heart. Eyes full of killing intent stared at Yang Chen, and Lin Yan directly turned to leave. Shandong, I'm sorry. Lin Xilan looked at Yang Chen, full of apologies. Yang Chen patted her lightly on the shoulder and comforted. It's okay. Find time to explain to Yunur well in the future. I'm sure he'll understand. You're so nice. Lin Xilan was moved in her heart, and her voice shook a little. It's still good to be fair, and think about everything for her. At this time, the crowd of onlookers was full of disbelief. Mrs. Saint's son is really Lin Yan's mother. Lin Yan is 20 years old. Then Madame Sun is almost 40 years old. Although he is about the same age as the Holy Sun, he belongs to the same age. But the Holy Sun, a Jindan monk, has a lifespan of 500 years. A mortal who has spent half his life and a son that big. Holy Sun, he was willing to marry her. Why is that? Could it be because it's beautiful? However, a 40-year-old mortal beauty will grow old and decay in a few years. Is it worth taking a wife? Moreover, the Holy Sun also directly broke the marriage contract with Shuiyan Fairy for this reason. Behind the crowd, Shen Shuiyan also looked at this scene in disbelief. Yang Chen actually married Lin Yan's mother. This is also too hard to believe. The point is, what does he want? Just because of beauty? Unlikely. Could it be because of love? Shen Shuiyan carefully glanced at Yang Chen and Lin Xilan. I found that the two of them, when they looked at each other, they were both tender and loving. Suddenly, her heart was a little panicked. Yang Chen said in a deep voice at this time. Everyone has seen today's events. From now on, Lin Yan will be my stepson. I don't want anyone to look for his trouble in the future. Otherwise, it's impossible to get by with me, Yang Chen. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Lin Xilan's nose was even more sour. It's great to be fair to him. Yunur insulted him in public like this. Not only was he not angry, but he also sheltered him. Don't let anyone bully him. Shandong is really a person who can be trusted for life. I really chose the right one. Ding, the host and Lin Yan's mother held a grand wedding. Lin Yan was angry, but helpless. His mood was damaged. Lin Yan, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 500 points, and the host obtained the villain worth 500 points. The voice of the system comes out of the head. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but tick. Not bad. He plundered Lin Yan of 500 points of chi luck. This wedding, held is worth the money. It also damaged Lin Yan's state of mind. For monks, a damaged state of mind is not a trivial matter. Especially Lin Yan. In the original work, Lin Yan's state of mind is very perfect. Without this perfect state of mind, Lin Yan's speed of breaking through the realm would definitely be greatly reduced. Although the wedding had Lin Yan's episode, it ended smoothly. In the holy womb, the wedding room has already been arranged. Yang Chen and Lin Xilan were both dressed in big red wedding dresses and walked into it. Had a glass of wine. Lin Xilan's cheeks were flushed. But looking at Yang Chen's eyes, he was full of apologies. Shandong, will you regret marrying me? Lin Xilan suddenly said. Yang Chen hurriedly took her into his arms. Why do you suddenly ask that? Lin Xilan said in a low voice. I'm immortal, and I have a 20-year-old son. Yunur suddenly appeared today, so to speak, make you lose face. You are the holy son of Xuanyan sect, but if you marry a woman like me, you will definitely be ridiculed. Yang Chen suddenly touched her head and comforted. Don't worry, it won't. Whoever dares to mock, I still say that, I will kill him. Ah, don't kill without moving. Lin Xilan suddenly snorted. Then, he said seriously. Shandong, you really don't dislike me. Yang Chen nodded. Don't dislike it. How could he dislike it? Even if Lin Xilan was not Lin Yan's mother, Yang Chen did not dislike it. Because of this woman, it's really nice. The body appearance is full level. Coupled with the charm of a young woman, is even more intoxicating. The point is, very gentle and thinks about everything for him. Moreover, he was given birth to a big fat son, and there was another one in his belly. Yang Chen is a responsible man. How can you dislike a woman who gave birth to a child for herself? Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little hot in his body. I couldn't help but hug Lin Xilan a little tighter. Lady, the night of the candle in the cave room, once in life. Let's not talk about the unhappy ones, okay? Well, then you watch out, child. Lin Xilan nodded gently, her cheeks as delicate as fire. But Yang Chen lay directly on the bed and gently patted her little head. Lin Xilan suddenly looked at him coquettishly. Nasty, necrotic. Shish. Then, Yang Chen gasped. Happy times, passing quickly. Most of the year passed. Lin Xilan went into labor again. As a born, walking into the room, Lin Xilan was lying on the bed very weakly. But on his face, there was a happy smile. She gave birth to another child for Shandong. This time, it was a daughter. Both children are complete. Madam, hard work on you. Yang Chen still didn't go to see the child and went straight to her bed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead for her and gently touched it on her fair cheeks. Lin Xilan enjoyed this feeling. Looking at Yang Chen's eyes, love is endless, tender like water. The heart is going to get drunk. Shangdong, go see our children. Lin Xilan enjoyed Yang Chen's caresses for a while and then said coquettishly. Shangdong is also true, it's like that every time. Okay, I'll take a look. Yang Chen smiled gently. The baby was taken from the midwife. Wow. Although she was a girl, she cried louder than her brother. Holding the little girl, Yang Chen's eyes were stunned. He had previously exchanged more than 800 villain values for cultivation. The current realm has reached the 7th level of Jinden. With the deepening of cultivation, Yang Chen's perception of things has also improved greatly compared to a year ago. Looking at the little girl crying in his arms, he keenly noticed that this little girl was automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's incredible. Ding, the host's daughter was born, plundered his brother Lin Yan, son of heavenly destiny 6,000 points of luck points, and rewarded the host villain with 6,000 points. The system sounds. Yang Chen's eyes widened suddenly. 6,000 gas luck value. This girl actually plundered Lin Yan's 6,000 chi luck points. No wonder he automatically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth just now. This daughter of his, the talent is absolutely enchanting. Very good daughter, you have to grow up quickly and cultivate well. In the future, if your brother Lin Yan wants to kill his father, you can stand up and protect his father. Oblivious, junior brother Lin Yan, I'm sorry, I gave you another sister and plundered you 6,000 chi luck points. Don't blame your father. After all, they are all your mother's children, and luck cannot be monopolized by you alone. Shangdong, what's wrong with you? Lin Xilan on the side couldn't help but ask when she saw Yang Chen holding her daughter with an excited smile. Shangdong, what's wrong with him? The last time Blaze was born, Shangdong had this expression. Yang Chen suddenly returned to his senses. Lady, our daughter is very talented. As soon as I was born, I automatically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This girl's talent is not even stronger than his brother Lin Yan. Is it? Lin Xilan was also shocked. His own daughter is so talented. As soon as you were born, you will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But soon, a darkness appeared on her face. Shangdong has already reached the 7th realm of Jinden. It's not far from the Yuan baby. Blazer was also found to have cultivation talent, and when he was 3 years old, he could specifically detect the spirit root grade. This girl even absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as soon as she was born. The whole family can practice. She was the only mortal. Alas, Yang Chen noticed a change in the expression on her face. Holding the little girl and walking to the bed, comforted. Madam, you don't have to worry. I can guarantee that you will be able to cultivate soon. At that time, let's be a couple of immortals. Yang Chen had already queried on the system before. The system can indeed exchange villain values for spirit root talents. Under the spirit root, you need 300 villain points. Medium grade Lingen, 500 villain points are required. Shangpin Lingen, you need 1,000 villain points. The ultimate spirit root requires 1,500 villain points. Earth spirit root, you need 2,000 villain points. And the heavenly spirit root requires 3,000 villain points. Yang Chen had 850 villain values at that time. However, it can only be exchanged for Chinese Lingen. So, there was no exchange, because if you just exchange Lin Xilan for Zongpin Lingen, the future is limited. Now that the little girl is born, she directly rewards 6,000 villain points. Yang Chen was ready to exchange Lin Xilan for a heavenly spirit root. Half a month passed. Yang Chen gave his daughter a name. Yangkan, the sun is shining, and it is in line with Flame, Blaze, and Wanbane. I believe that junior brother Lin Yan will also like his sister's name very much. At night, Lin Xilan lay next to Yang Chen and snuggled up to him. White forehead, full of fine beads of sweat. His breathing was a little heavy, and his eyes were intoxicated. A pair of soft and tender jade hands drew circles on Yang Chen's chest. I don't know when Lin Xilan liked this action. After each time, he drew on his chest until he fell asleep. Yang Chen patted her upright. Madam, open your mouth. Lin Xilan didn't think about it, so she directly opened her lips. In this scene, she maintained absolute obedience to Yang Chen. Yang Chen threw a golden pill into Lin Xilan's mouth. The elixir melts in the mouth. Shangdong, what did you give people to eat? Lin Xilan felt the foreign object in her mouth and hurriedly asked. Lady, I got a pill that can help people condense spiritual roots in their bodies. Hearing this, Lin Xilan's beautiful eyes were full of intoxication, and she was immediately stunned. In the original work, although Lin Xilan cannot cultivate, her background is extraordinary. She clearly knew that the elixir that could help people condense their spiritual roots only existed in legends. After all, her father, a cultivator of that level, could not find this elixir. Shangdong him, where did you get it? However, Shangdong did not say, it must be secret. As a wife, she knows that there are some things not to ask, and let Shangdong also keep some of her secrets. Soon, Lin Xilan's body emitted a layer of golden light. Fair to me, Lin Xilan exclaimed, and the golden light on her body became more and more blazing. Just for a moment, the entire room was rendered gold. The heaven and earth spiritual chi on the holy sun peak was very rich in itself. Yang Chen activated the gathering spirit array again. Suddenly, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered and began to be absorbed by Lin Xilan. Although Lin Xilan can't cultivate, she has always memorized the family inheritance exercises. At this time, according to the inheritance exercises, he began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the speed was extremely fast. A few hours later, dawn breaks. The golden light on Lin Xilan's body gradually dissipated. The beautiful eyes opened, and a golden light flashed. Shangdong, I can really cultivate, and this spirit root is still very high grade. After one night of cultivation, I actually reached the double level of chi training. Lin Xilan's eyes were full of surprise. Yang Chen was also very surprised. Because even the heavenly spirit root could not reach the double level of chi cultivation in one night. Although the breakthrough time of the chi training realm is much shorter than that of the foundation building realm. But even for those who are extraordinarily talented, a breakthrough in a realm generally takes months. Even Lin Yan, the son of destiny, took 5 days from the beginning of cultivation to reaching the chi cultivation realm double. In the original work, Lin Xilan was indeed able to cultivate in a later stage. However, at that time, Lin Yan was already a giant of heaven and earth. Therefore, there was not much introduction to Lin Xilan's cultivation speed. But now it seems, once Lin Xilan possessed the spirit root, her cultivation speed was absolutely terrifying. In the future, it may be a big help to him. Shangdong, thank you. You're so nice to people. Lin Xilan threw herself into Yang Chen's arms again. After the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Yang Chen felt that her skin was more hydrated and shiny. Can't help but swim around. Nasty. Lin Xilan suddenly snorted. The whole person was soft in Yang Chen's arms. Ju's lips opened lightly, and the sweet and hot breath blew on Yang Chen's ears. Suddenly, it made his blood stir, but right now. A loud cry came. Lin Xiaolin's intoxicated eyes suddenly regained their clarity and then panicked. Oops, forgot to forget. I haven't fed Can all night, and the little girl must be hungry. Lin Xiaolin broke free from Yang Chen's embrace and hurriedly ran out of the bedroom to breastfeed the child. Alas, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Another half a month passed. Yongkan is full moon. Yang Chen decided to hold a full moon banquet for his daughter. When the news was released, many people in Zantianzong gladly went to the appointment. And at this time, Lin Yan, who had just returned to Zantianzong, learned the news. Suddenly, his face was extremely hideous. Bastard. Yang Chen, you wait for me, I must kill you with my own hands. Cutting off your limbs and peeling your skin and bones will not quench the hatred in my heart. Although the aura on Lin Yan's body increased a lot compared to half a year ago. But it is still the foundation building quadruple, and the difference is not one line to the foundation building fivefold. This cultivation speed could not be more normal for ordinary cultivators. Because of the foundation building realm cultivators, many of them take several years to break through the first realm. However, this was not Lin Yan's cultivation speed. After all, he is a child of destiny. Yunur, don't be too impatient. Cultivation, the most taboo is this. A soft voice sounded. Master, I must become stronger immediately. If I can't stab Yang Chen dog thief, I won't be able to calm down. Alas, a sigh, full of helplessness. Suddenly, the tone of the soft voice increased a little. Yunur, I sensed it from my master. Master, what did you sense? The breath of fire. What? Lin Yan was suddenly shocked. Then, a smile that was almost crazy appeared on his face. Alien fire, alien fire. Master, in what direction is the alien fire? I'm going to get it right away. I'm going to refine it and burn Yang Chen alive to ashes with alien fire. And at this time, Zantianzong is in a forbidden place. A slender and graceful figure sat cross-kneeled on the jade platform, and his closed beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and his expression was brilliant. A treasure is born. Wait for the main seat to deduce a lower position, just let the disciples go to investigate. The aura of exotic treasures is strong, and all major forces should send people forward, which can be regarded as an experience. Chunur should be back, just in time for him to lead the team and hone him. At this time, on the peak of the sun, Yang Chen set up a banquet to celebrate his daughter's full moon. Lin Xiaolin held the child and followed Yang Chen. After half a month of cultivation, her realm had reached the 6th level of Qi training. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy nourished the body, and Lin Xiaolin's body exuded an ethereal temperament at this moment. Lady Sun, it seems to have become more beautiful. It's so beautiful, I suddenly feel that Madame Saint Sun is even more beautiful than Shui and Fairy, it's simply overwhelming. Lady Holy Sun, it seems that you can practice and have reached the 6th level of Qi training. What, it has reached the 6th level of Qi training. No wonder there is suddenly an extra immortal Qi on the Holy Sun Lady, it turns out that it can be cultivated and nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But this cultivation speed is too fast, just as unreasonable as the Holy Sun. The elder disciples who participated in the banquet were full of discussions. Lin Yan came to the foot of St. Child Peak, coldly looked at several palaces on the peak. Crunch, the expression on Lin Yan's face gradually became fierce. He already knew at this time that before he got married, his mother gave birth to a child to Yang Chen, named Yang Kai. Now, another daughter has been born. Take the name Yang Kan. Bastard, Yang Chen, you really damn if you step on a horse. When Lin Yan thought of this, his teeth were almost crushed. He really wanted to rush forward and kill Yang Chen and those two little mongrels. But, he knew that his current self did not have the strength. In the Shuadian sect, there are digital god cultivators sitting in the town. Even if the master makes a move, it can't be cheap. At this time, a sword light flew in, fell in front of Lin Yan. It turned out to be junior brother Lin Yan, polite. Lin Yan looked at the young man in front of him, his brows furrowed slightly because he didn't know the other party. Who are you? Lin Yan said coldly. Junior brother Lin Yan, in the lower inner sect disciple Li Junfeng. Li Junfeng, Lin Yan frowned, he hadn't heard of that name. He can be sure that he does not know the other party and has not had any intersection. But he still said patiently, is senior brother Li looking for me? Oh, it's nothing, just now, my master received an order from the sect master, saying that a strange treasure was born in the Qian mountain range 50,000 miles in the southeast. The sect master ordered our Shuadian sect to send disciples to check, led by the Holy Sun, and my master asked me to come and repay the Holy Sun. Southeast, Lin Yan was stunned in his heart, Shuadian sect master actually sensed it. However, she did not sense what the exotic treasure was. Therefore, I am only ready to let the younger generation of Zantianzong go. If he knew that it was a different fire, it was estimated that the Shuadian sect master would personally go to fight for it. At this time, Li Junfeng suddenly took out a storage bag. Junior brother Lin Yan, you often cultivate alone, so you must have a great demand for spirit stones. Here are 10,000 spirit stones, junior brother Lin Yan don't dislike it, please accept it. Huh, Lin Yan was stunned, 10,000 spirit stones. What to do, this Li Junfeng, why did he suddenly send him spirit stones? Moreover, it came up to 10,000. 10,000 spirit stones is not a small number. Even though Lin Yan often killed people and robbed treasures, 10,000 spirit stones was not a small temptation for him. Lin Yan wanted to take it but asked, Senior brother Li, I don't know why you suddenly sent me spirit stones. There doesn't seem to be any intersection between us. Alas, Li Junfeng still thought that he was going to refuse and hurriedly said, Junior brother Lin Yan, although we didn't have much intersection before, we were familiar with each other once we were born and renewed. They are all Shuadian sect disciples, and senior brothers and disciples are compatible, this is not familiar. Quickly accept it, this is a little intention for my brother. This, okay, Lin Yan had long been hungry for this 10,000 spirit stones, and when he heard this, he directly accepted it. Seeing him accept it, Li Junfeng suddenly smiled. Junior brother Lin Yan, in fact, brother Wei's cultivation has reached the 9th level of foundation building, and according to reason, you can also compete for true disciples. However, our Shuadian sect has very high requirements for true disciples, and my brother is a little older. So, I want to ask junior brother Lin to help me a little bit. Hearing this, Lin Yan was suddenly stunned. I help you promote a true disciple. How can I help you? Lin Yan was a little puzzled. This person wanted him to help promote a true disciple. But he himself is just an ordinary inner disciple. How to help him? Haha, junior brother Lin Yan, don't be modest. Li Junfeng said with a smile. No one in the entire Shuadian sect knows, your mother is the wife of the Holy Sun Ming, and you're the stepson that the Holy Sun admits in public. The quota of a true disciple is not something that junior brother Lin moves your mouth. I'm tired of junior brother Lin Yan. What did you say? Hearing Li Junfeng's words, Lin Yan's face suddenly turned green. The forehead burst out. In the eyes, the killing intent is condensed. Junior brother Lin Yan, did I say something wrong? Oh, don't be modest. The Holy Sun is now in the realm of the Golden Pill Fivefold, and as the only personal disciple of the sect master, he will definitely rule our Xuantian sect in the future. As long as you say a word, the elder in charge of promoting the true disciple will definitely sell you this face. If junior brother Lin feels that 10,000 spirit stones is too little, brother Wei can make up for it again. You step on a horse looking for death. Lin Yan was immediately furious. The true qi on his body gushed out, and he directly slapped his palm towards Li Junfeng. Oh, junior brother Lin, what are you doing? Lin Junfeng was a cultivator of the Foundation 9 layers and easily took Yang Chen's blow. The eyes were full of puzzlement. Junior brother Lin Yan also accepted his own 10,000 spirit stones, and he just made a small request. Why did he suddenly make a move on himself? I want you to die. Lin Yan held the giant sword behind his back and directly slashed at Li Junfeng with a sword. The sword slashed away. Li Junfeng narrowly avoided. But in my heart, there is a secret way. It is worthy of being the stepson of the Holy Sun. This junior brother Lin, the strength of the 4 layers of the Foundation, can actually burst out such a powerful attack. That sword just now, even the Foundation sevenfold is difficult to swing. Junior brother Lin in slow hands, there's something to say. Li Junfeng hurriedly said. However, the anger in Lin Yan's heart at this time had been completely ignited by him. For more than half a year, he has been forcibly suppressing. Every time he thought that Yang Chen's bastard had actually married his mother, he was furious. In the past 6 months, countless angers have accumulated in his heart. Today, it was completely ignited by Li Junfeng, who did not know that you were the stepson admitted by the Holy Sun in public. He must vent well. The way to vent is to kill Li Junfeng. Lin Yan held the giant sword and kept swinging it with all his strength. He often practiced outside, and he did not do less to kill people and seize treasures. The shot is fierce. The Dao Dao sword Meng slashed across the air. Although Li Junfeng has the strength of building Foundation Realm ninefold. But he knew that the Holy Sun had once released words, and whoever dealt with Lin Yan would be an enemy of him. Therefore, he did not dare to hurt Lin Yan, so he could only keep dodging. Then, on the peak of the sun, many people felt the battle at the foot of the mountain. What a big boldness. The Holy Sun Peak is one of the 9 main peaks of the sect, and it is strictly forbidden to use force. What's more, today is the full moon banquet of the Holy Sun, the day of my Xuantian sect's great joy. Who is so bold? An elder spoke. At this time, Li Junfeng, who was chased and killed by Lin Yan crazy, began to fly towards the Holy Sun Peak. Lin Yan's eyes were blood red, and he vowed not to stop if he didn't kill Li Junfeng. Didn't care about anything, swung his sword and chased after him. The two flew to the Holy Sun Peak one after the other. What a dare, you even dared to come up to the Holy Sun Peak. Younger, go and take down these 2 people. An elder of the Yuan infant realm said to the disciple beside him. It's master. A young man in brocade clothes shot directly. 2 golden light chains appeared in the sky, entwining Li Junfeng and Lin Yan, who were chasing one after the other. Falling to the ground, everyone found out. One of them turned out to be Lin Yan. You two, you are so daring, you use force on the Holy Sun Peak, do you know what is the crime? The elder of the Yuan infant realm shouted in a deep voice. Suddenly, Lin Yan also calmed down. He actually only cared about chasing and killing Li Junfeng, forgetting that this was the Holy Sun Peak. Looking up, I just saw my mother, Lin Xilan. At this time, he was painting delicate makeup, standing next to Yang Chen's dog thief, looking at him nervously. There was a child in his arms, and a little boy who was staggering beside him. HMPH. Lin Yan directly turned his head and did not look at her. Li Junfeng on the side, seeing the elder angry at this time, also remembered that the use of force by the 9 main peaks of Xuantian sect was a serious crime, and immediately hurriedly said. Elder, it's not a disciple who took the initiative to use force at the Holy Sun Peak. The disciple was ordered by Master Venerable to tell the Holy Sun that the sect master had speculated that a strange treasure had been born in the Qian mountain range 50,000 miles southeast, and asked the Holy Sun to lead the team to check it. However, the disciple met junior brother Lin Yan at the foot of the mountain and wanted to say hello to him, but who knows, he said that he was the stepson of the Holy Sun, and after the Holy Sun inherited the position of Xuantian sect master, he was the new Holy Sun, let the disciple honor him in advance. The disciple thought the same, so he gave him 10,000 spirit stones. However, junior brother Lin Yan said that it was too little, let me take another 10,000 inches. A disciple is an ordinary inner disciple, where can he still get it? Junior brother Lin Yan got angry, and then he swung his sword to chase me. The disciple had no choice but to flee all the way to the Holy Sun Peak, and ask the Holy Sun and the elders to be my masters. Li Junfeng said with a handful of snot and tears. Suddenly, many people present looked at Lin Yan with an angry expression. Many of them attended the last wedding banquet. At that time, he did not have a good impression of Lin Yan. This guy was still insulting the Holy Sun at that time, but now he is better, and he actually pulled the tiger skin of the Holy Sun to force the disciples of the same sect to honor him. Shame, abominable. Immediately, someone stood up indignantly and said. Your Highness Holy Sun, although Lin Yan is your stepson, his style of acting is too despicable, and I think that you should punish him well to set an example. Yes, Holy Sun, Lin Yan did not say anything, and it was really excessive to openly blackmail the same sect disciple Lingxi. Yes, Holy Sun, this impact is too bad. If you don't deal with it, I'm afraid it will chill the hearts of the disciples of the sect. You are the Holy Sun, the leader of the younger generation of the sect. You can't favor Lin Yan just because he is your stepson. Yang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. To be honest, Lin Yan used his stepson's identity to extort property, which Yang Chen didn't quite believe. After all, Lin Yan was a child of destiny. It's proud of itself. The introduction of his character in the original book is also very clear. Even if he directly kills and robs, he should not take the initiative to admit that he is his stepson. But that's okay. Since the matter has come, then his stepfather will deal with it well. Strive to make the relationship between him and Lin Yan's stepfather and stepson a little more realistic. What Li Junfeng said is true. Yang Chen asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes once again looked at Yang Chen. In his eyes, killing intent gushed. How he wanted to rush up and slap Yang Chen to death. However, the master refused to take action for this. And he himself does not have this strength. Abominable. Damn bastard. Lin Yan gritted his teeth. Then he turned his head and glanced at Li Junfeng fiercely. This bastard can really turn black and white upside down. Obviously, he took the initiative to bribe me and wanted to give me 10,000 spirit stones so that I could help him obtain the identity of a true disciple. Now, it's a bite back. Bastard, this Zhang Tianzong is really rotten. Lao Su will destroy this shit sect sooner or later. Lin Yan wanted to explain. However, seeing Yang Chen, who was standing with his mother, he asked completely in the posture of an elder. He was suddenly on fire. He now doesn't want to say a word to Yang Chen except to greet the women of Yang Chen's family. And Lin Yan felt that this Li Junfeng was probably sent by Yang Chen, the bastard, to deliberately mess with him. It is to create such a scene. Let him obediently answer questions in the posture of a stepson. Maid, Yang Chen, you don't think about it. Lao Su is not fooled by you. Master, if I want to forcibly leave, your strength can do it. Lin Yan communicated with the master in his heart. A soft voice sounded. Chen'er, of course this master can do it. Although Zhang Tianzong has a digital god, he will not make a move for this little thing. Besides, even if the avatar cultivator makes a move to block it, and she wants to leave, he won't be able to stay. Good. The corners of Lin Yan's mouth curved. Since he could leave at any time, he had nothing to worry about. If Yang Chen wanted to deal with him with this matter. Huh, that's just right. At that time, the strength of the master venerable god realm will be revealed, and I will step on the horse to blind the dog eyes of your group. Lin Yan thought proudly in his heart, then turned around directly, took a pill, and began to recover. Just now angry shot, consuming a lot. Seeing that Lin Yan kept silent, he also took the pill very calmly. The people on the side were even more angry. This bastard didn't put these people in his eyes at all. Everyone said, Holy Son, Lin Yan is also too blind to ignoring my Xuantian sect rules. If Lin Yan doesn't speak, it is equivalent to acquiescence. Yes, I see he has nothing to say. Ask the Holy Son to order Lin Yan to be punished. Ask the Holy Son to order Lin Yan to be punished. A group of elder disciples all looked excited. They had long been unaccustomed to Lin Yan. A fourfold foundation building, if you drag it all day, forget it. Also pestering Shui and Fairy every day. It's really a horse that doesn't know the height of the sky. If it weren't for the fact that he was the stepson of the Holy Son, he would have died long ago. On the side, Lin Xilan listened to Li Junfeng's narration in the righteous indignation of everyone around him, coupled with Lin Yan's silent attitude equivalent to acquiescence. He suddenly felt that his face was hot and hot. Yun'er, he actually used his identity as the stepson of Shanggong to openly ask for benefits from others. If the other party does not give it, he will kill the other party. How could he be like this? How did he raise such a son? What a shame. Lost her and Shanggong's faces. Lin Xilan wanted to turn around and leave. However, Lin Yan is the son she has raised for 20 years after all. How can she, a mother, really not care? Xuantian sect's rules. During this time, as the Lady of the Holy Sun, she thought of becoming a virtuous assistant in the future, and she had already memorized the melon. Although the criminal responsibility for the use of force at the 9 main peaks is not small, it can be small or large, and the sentencing is relatively flexible. However, extorting property from a fellow is a felony. Seriousness corrupted the atmosphere of the sect. It needs to be dealt with seriously. 10 years in prison. Heavy is to abolish cultivation and expel the sect. Thinking of the consequences, Lin Xilan hurriedly touched Yang Chen's arm with her small hand. Yang Chen turned his head. Seeing Lin Xilan's worried gaze, she was immediately relieved. Don't worry, madam, I know it. Yang Chen gently patted her tender little hand. Signal her to relax. Everyone, Yun'er is my stepson, he made a mistake, this holy son will naturally not cover up. However, Yun'er has been stuck in the foundation building quadruple recently, so his heart is a little upset, and he is excited for a while, and he has done such a wrong thing. So be it, Li Junfeng. Yang Chen said and looked at Li Junfeng, who was wiping his tears. Holy son, the disciple is here. Li Junfeng hurriedly stepped forward and saluted very respectfully. Yang Chen looked at him, and the corners of his mouth curved. He could see at a glance that Li Junfeng was pretending, this guy's proper inner-door old fritters. Li Junfeng, it was his fault that Lin Yan asked you for 10,000 spirit stones and shot at you. As his stepfather, I apologize to you for Lin Yan. In this way, I will compensate you with 30,000 spirit stones. Just for my sake, don't pursue this matter, okay? What? Hearing Yang Chen's words, everyone's eyes widened. Holy son, this is a matter of spending money. Isn't this still shielding Lin Yan and shielding his stepson? Holy son, this is not appropriate. You can't give in on the matter of principle, and Lin Yan can't extort money from the disciples of the same sect for whatever reason. By doing this, you are clearly shielding him. An elder stood up and said. Yang Chen looked embarrassed. Elder Zhao, how about giving me a face in this matter? Only this once, not next. If he commits another offense in the future, I, the stepfather, will not spare him lightly. Forget it this time. After all, he's a kid who just turned 20. Lin Yan, who was recovering his true chi, heard Yang Chen's words. He was a child who had just turned 20. Suddenly, his throat was sweet, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. Bastard, Yang Chen, you really step on a horse and be damned. You're proud. Be proud. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill you. Even your 2 little mongrels will die. This, Elder Zhao really wanted to say what kind of child he was 20 years old. He built the foundation of the fourfold cultivation. But an elder on the side pulled him. Okay old Zhao, have you forgotten that the Holy Son is no longer the Holy Son of the 10 layers of foundation? His current realm is the Golden Pill sevenfold. Is it something that an elder of your Yuan infant realm can talk about? Aren't you afraid that he will wear small shoes for you after he succeeds to the throne? Elder Zhao was stunned when he heard this, then hurriedly stopped talking. Yang Chen saw that he was not opposing, and looked at Li Junfeng again. Li Junfeng, what do you think? Li Junfeng is indeed an old fritters in the inner door. His eyes rolled and he immediately said. What the son said is, in fact, there is something wrong with me. I am willing to forgive junior brother Lin Yan. Very good. Yang Chen glanced at him with satisfaction. This kid has a lot of insight. Seeing this, everyone around couldn't help but sigh. He was obviously very dissatisfied with Yang Chen's treatment of Lin Yan. However, there is nothing to do. No way, who let Lin Yan be the stepson of the Holy Sun? I didn't see that the parties were forgiven. Yang Chen looked at Lin Yan again and reprimanded in a deep voice. Yun'er, today's matter, let's not take an example. In the future, there are not enough spirit stones, you can find a father to ask for it. Don't use such means. If there is another time, the father will not be spared. Remember, Yang Chen, you step on the horse. When Lin Yan heard this, he was immediately dumbfounded. Yang Chen, this dog thief deceived people too much. Lin Yan was furious in his heart, and wanted to stand up and fight with Yang Chen. But because he was too angry and attacked his heart in a hurry, the majestic true chi contained in the elixir suddenly lost control and ran violently in his body. Wow, a mouthful of blood sprayed out directly. Then, the whole person actually passed out. Yun'er, Lin Xilan suddenly exclaimed. Yang Chen originally wanted to fulfill his stepfather's responsibilities and wanted to go over and check it out. However, I was worried that Lin Yan was playing tricks. So he signaled to the black elder on the side. Black veteran Lin Yan picked up and said. Holy son, he's alright, rushing into a coma. So it is, Elder He, you can calm Yun'er's injuries for me. It's the son, lady, Yun'er is okay. Yang Chen turned to Lin Xilan and comforted. Shandong, thank you. Yunur is causing you trouble. Lin Xilan had tears in her eyes. Shandong really paid too much for her. Yunur blackmailed the same door, and according to the rules of the sect, it must be closed for at least 10 years. But Shandong was just a warning. This approach made the majesty of the son of Shandong decline a lot. Alas, Yunur, you will cause less trouble in the future. Ding, the host is condescending, calling himself a stepfather many times, teaching Lin Yan. Lin Yan's state of mind is crazy. He is in a hurry to attack his heart. His mood is damaged. Lin Yan, the son of heaven's destiny, is worth 500 points of luck, and the reward for the host villain is worth 500 points. Huh, Yang Chen raised his eyebrows. Not bad. It hit Lin Yan's state of mind again. He also received 500 villain points. It's wonderful, it's wonderful. At this time, an elder said, Holy son, the sect master has ordered you to lead the team to the Qian mountain range 50,000 miles away. I don't know when to set out. Qian mountain range. Yang Chen groaned, then said, let's go in 3 days. In the original work, this plot is one of the climactic points. The exotic treasures that appeared in the Qian mountain range were not simple exotic treasures. It's a different fire, the most precious thing in the whole heaven and earth. In the original work, Lin Yan got that strange fire, and after refining, he was directly promoted to the Golden Pill realm. Moreover, Lin Yan's cultivation technique required fusing different fires to raise the grade. In other words, as long as he fused enough xenofire, his skill level could continue to improve. In the original work, after Lin Yan fused this strange fire, the cultivation technique of 10,000 fires burned the heavens, and the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was more than 10 times faster. This strange fire is also a watershed moment for Lin Yan to change from weak to strong in the original work. Therefore, Yang Chen definitely couldn't let him get it. Besides, xenofire, he wanted it too. What fathers want. Junior brother Lin Yan, you are a stepson, you better give up. Boom, the banquet is over. Lin Yan was lying on the swabbing platform in a palace at this time. Lin Xilan snuggled into Yang Chen's arms and said with a worried look. Shandong, Yunur won't have anything to do, right? Don't worry, ma'am, Yang Chen said softly. Yunur is just attacking his heart in a hurry, and the real chi in his body is violent, and he is temporarily unconscious. Elder He has already smoothed out his true chi for him, and he will wake up in a moment. Well, thank you for being fair. Lin Xilan snuggled into Yang Chen's arms, her voice full of gratitude. Yang Chen hit her at the very high end. Find a fight. Hexiangdong is still so polite. Oops, nasty. Lin Xilan suddenly looked shy. But the heart is infinitely satisfied. Since Lin Xilan could cultivate, even if it was only for half a month, the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had also made her much more beautiful than before. Now Lin Xilan's skin can be said to be tender, and it can be broken by blowing, which is better than that of an 18-year-old girl. A pair of eyes, also sparkling, full of autumn colors. Yang Chen looked at his wife and couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. In the past half month, Lin Xilan either practiced or fed Yang Kan's girl. In his spare time, he also coaxed Yang Kai to sleep. To be honest, both of them have not lived as a couple for 5 or 6 days. Madam, Yang Chen couldn't help but hug her into his arms with great strength. You've been taking care of the kids these days, how long have you not taken care of me? Ah, I hate you. Lin Xilan naturally knew what he was talking about, and her cheek suddenly burned. Hammered lightly in his chest, softly said, tonight, I'll put Blaze and Can to sleep, and I'll go find you. That's it, by the way, put on that dress I gave you. Nasty, got it, Lin Xilan said with disgust. Lady, I still have some things to deal with, so I won't accompany Yunur with you. Yang Chen said, well, okay, Shandong, go get down to business, said Lin Xilan softly. Yang Chen had just walked out of the palace. Once again, the sound of the system came. Ding, the host and Lin Xilan Wenkyun talk, husband and wife whisper, Lin Yan's mood is damaged, Lin Yan, the son of heaven's destiny, is worth 800 points of luck, and the reward host villain is worth 800 points. I wife, Yang Chen was suddenly stunned, hurriedly glanced back at the palace. Just now, junior brother Lin Yan woke up. Yang Chen was surprised in his heart. This is a horse, junior brother Lin Yan, don't say a word when you wake up. Really, how embarrassing, but, as a stepfather, I should not understand the words I said to your mother, you as a child. Gah, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth outlined a touch of playfulness. This is just a whisper with Lin Xilan, he can plunder Lin Yan's 800 chi luck points. This if, hiss, don't dare to think, don't dare to think. Yang Chen came to his cultivation palace. System, I want to redeem. Host, you now have a total of 4,300 villain points, what do you need to exchange? Closing square bracket. Is there any elixir that can help cultivators break through the realm and enter the divine transformation? Yang Chen asked. Host, yes, the elixir of breaking the realm into the god is called the Yuan God Pill, and after the peak cultivator of the Yuan infant takes it, it can increase the chance of breaking the realm god by more than 50%. It takes 8,000 villain values to exchange one. Closing square bracket dot. 1,000 villain values. Although it's not too expensive compared to Tianlingen, it's not cheap either. Yang Chen sighed and said. Redeem 2. Host, exchange successfully, consume 2,000 villain points, exchange for 2 Yuan Shen pills. 2 bottles appeared in Yang Chen's hand. Open it. Dao white light emerged. What a thick divine soul power. Yang Chen was a little surprised. It seems that the main function of the Yuan Shen pill is to enhance the divine soul power of the peak of the Yuan infant, and then help it break through the realm of the transformation god. After all, the most important thing in the realm of the avatar god is that the power of the divine soul is strong enough to condense into a powerful enough Yuan god to survive the heavenly tribulation. Yuan Ying cultivator, although he also began to cultivate divine soul power. However, the cultivation of divine soul power was even slower than the absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Therefore, many Yuan infant peak cultivators would find it difficult to successfully break through the realm and reach the transformation god in their entire lives. The reason why Yang Chen had to spend 2,000 villain values to exchange for 2 Yuan Shen pills is to let the black old man in the night rain break through the realm. After all, he, the villain, can't do everything himself, let alone fight alone. Subordinates is still necessary to cultivate. Moreover, Lin Yan's mysterious master was able to burst out the power of the transformation god realm. Fortunately in Tianzong, the other party did not dare to make a move. However, if you go to the Qian mountain range, I don't dare to guarantee that the other party will not take a desperate move and suddenly kill him. Only the Yuan infant peak protector, but not Lin Yan's opponent of that master. Therefore, Yang Chen must let Elder He and Yi Yushao also enter the transformation god realm. After summoning them both, Holy Sun, the black robe and Yi Yushao appeared in front of Yang Chen, both dressed in black robes. The reason why the two of them are described in this way in the novel is to highlight the feeling of villains. Elder He is an old man with a dry face, and the black robe is just a shawl. Yi Yushao is a big beauty. It was even described in this way. Really, Elder He, Sister Yushao, these are 2 Yuan Shen pills. It can help the Yuan infant peak cultivator and increase the chance of breaking the realm god by 50%. Both of you have been immersed in the peak of the Yuan infant for hundreds of years. I believe that after taking it, you can break the realm. What? Both were stunned. Genshin Dan, as Yuan infant peak cultivators, they had naturally heard of this elixir. After all, this was the elixir that the Yuan infant peak cultivators crave the most. After taking it, you can basically break through the realm and enter the gods. But, Yuanshan pill is an extremely precious elixir. Even Zhang Tianzong, there is no at present. Where did he get it from the sun? Elder He and Yu Yushao took the bottle with puzzled eyes in their eyes. Opened it. Suddenly, a white brilliance overflowed. Powerful divine soul power pervaded. Just by taking a sip, I feel that my soul has been slightly enhanced. The two were shocked. Such a powerful divine soul power. This is definitely a genuine Genshin pill. However, where did the Holy Sun get a golden pill monk? Holy Sun, where did you get this divine soul pill? Elder He asked. Yang Chen waved his hand. You don't care about that. You just need to refine and reach the realm of the transformation god as soon as possible. Elder He, you have injuries on your body, you can break through slowly. Sister Yushao, you have reached the limit of the Yuan infant realm very early, and you have sent the divine soul pill to enhance the divine soul power. It is best to break through as soon as possible and follow me to the Qian mountain range in 3 days. Yes, the two bowed and saluted. It's all exciting. Especially He Lao, he has been stuck at the peak of the Yuan infant for hundreds of years. Because I was injured before, I hurt my soul. Therefore, it has been delayed in condensing the Yuan god and breaking the realm to transform the god. Originally, I thought that I would have no chance with the transformation god realm in this life. Unexpectedly, the Holy Sun actually gave him a Yuan Shen pill. Let him once again have hope to step into the realm of Avatar God. In the future, we must die for the sun. Yu Yushao's whole body was shrouded in black robes, and his face could not be seen clearly. But the voice was extremely excited. Holy Sun, I will begin to break through. With this Yuan God pill, within 3 days, I will definitely be able to break through the realm and transform into a god. And at this time, in another palace, Lin Yan opened his eyes. His eyes were full of fierce anger. It seems to choose people. Yun'er, you're awake. Lin Xilan saw Lin Yan wake up, looked surprised, and hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to pick him up. However, Lin Yan's expression was very indifferent. One flicked her palm away. Don't touch me. Seeing him like this, Lin Xilan sighed and said helplessly. Yun'er, my mother and Shanggong really love each other. I hope you understand your mother. When I was tormented by cold poison, it was Shanggong who continuously dispelled my poison for a month, otherwise, you would not have seen my mother. Moreover, the two of us are originally the same age and age. Okay, don't say it. Lin Yan interrupted angrily, his expression extremely hideous. Sooner or later, I will kill Yang Chen's bastard. I must have killed him, crushed his corpse into 10,000 pieces, and crushed his bones. Yun'er you. Lin Xilan was startled by Lin Yan's fierce look, and then a wave of anger rose in her heart. Yun'er, you really don't know how to be evil. Shanggong, for you, he ignored the rules of the Xuanyan sect, and exonerated you in front of everyone's eyes. Why are you still so ignorant? What kind of hatred does he have with you, and you want to hate him like this? Lin Xilan reprimanded coldly. Lin Yan just snorted coldly, but the killing intent in his eyes did not decrease. Then, a small cute figure staggered in, shouting nobly. Mother. Lin Xilan suddenly turned around. His face softened and he showed a loving smile. Blaze, come, mother's hug. Lin Xilan hugged Yang Kai. Blaze, see who this is. Lin Xilan pointed at Lin Yan and said. I want to use Yang Kai, a cute younger brother, to reduce the hatred for Yang Chen in Lin Yan's heart and ease the relationship. Yang Qi's big black and white eyes looked around Lin Yan and then said in a milky voice. Mother, he's so ugly. Little beast, you step on the horse to find death. Lin Yan was immediately furious. A direct slap was about to slap Yang Kai in the face. Lin Xilan hurriedly hugged Yang Kai and took a few steps back. Lin Yan, are you crazy? Lin Xilan's eyes were full of disbelief. A 1-year-old child who has just learned to speak and is not yet mentally complete. Just casually said that he was ugly. It's about to be this kind of cruelty. Is this still his own Yun'er? When did it become so ferocious? No wonder, those elders and disciples didn't like him. Treat his own brother with such a heavy hand, let alone others. Wow, mother, he hit me. I'm going to tell my daddy and tell me daddy to kill you. Yang Kai said in a milky voice. Saying that, he was about to break free from Lin Xilan's arms. What are you doing? Lin Xilan's head suddenly grew big. These two sons really don't have any peace of mind. This little guy doesn't know who he learned with recently. Just tell my daddy to kill you. Okay, Blaze doesn't cry. Mother, will you take you to find daddy? Yang Kai cried, and Lin Xilan could only quickly coax him. Yang Qi's small head immediately nodded. Go find my daddy and let my daddy kill him. Lin Xilan's head grew for a while. The meeting between the two brothers was not pleasant. Lin Yan, you are good to yourself. You are so hot-tempered now, you are so fierce to your brother. HMPH, Lin Xilan said coldly to him and then walked out of the palace directly with Yang Kai. Lin Yan didn't stay here too much. He was afraid that he would kill the little beast if he couldn't help it. Maid, I didn't have teeth together and I dared to fight with me. It's not that he can't bear to do it. Rather, he was worried that if he started killing that hateful little beast now, Yang Chen's old beast would not let him go. After all, within the Xuanyan sect, he was not yet Yang Chen's opponent. Patience is also required. Wait for it. Wait into the Qian mountain range. It's Yang Chen, the death period of this dog thief. At night, after Lin Xilan coaxed Yang Kai and Yang Chen to sleep, she came to Yang Chen's room. His hair was wet, he had obviously bathed, and his body was fragrant. Wearing a white translucent gauze dress, snow-white skin looms. The gauze skirt is short, and the slender and rounded thighs are fully exposed. Yang Chen suddenly straightened his eyes. Shanggong, this gauze dress is also too thin, too shameful. Lin Xilan snorted, and then consciously threw herself into Yang Chen's arms. Just the two of us, old husband and wife, what's so shameful? Yang Chen hugged her tightly, feeling the tenderness and warmth on her body, and suddenly remembered Lin Yan, so he asked. I have some things to deal with today, and I didn't bother to have a good chat with Yun'er. How did you talk to him? Hearing this, Lin Xilan's brow suddenly frowned slightly. Yun'er, he has changed too much now, alas, from before. Since he can cultivate in the past few years, I haven't met him much in total. Now Yun'er, it feels like a changed person. I don't dare to recognize that fierce look. Lin Xilan's voice was sad and lonely. Yang Chen comforted. Well, Yun'er is only 20 years old after all, still a child, it's normal to be rebellious. He'll understand you later. I'm afraid he'll cause something. Lin Xilan said helplessly. Causing trouble, Yang Chen said confidently. He's my stepson, what if you cause trouble? Who dares to take him? Ah, Shandong, don't cover him up like this in the future. Lin Xilan suddenly said with disgust, but in his eyes, he was full of emotion. Shandong is so good to her, love the house of Wuxia, so tolerant of Yun'er. Yun'er, why don't you know how to be grateful? Yang Chen felt the whiteness and delicacy on Lin Xilan's body and said softly. I'm leaving Zhang Tianzong in 2 days, and we won't see each other for a long time. Madam, do you want to comfort me in advance? Lin Xilan buried her head in Yang Chen's chest and whispered. How do you want people to comfort you? The corners of Yang Chen's mouth suddenly curved. He patted her on the head, bringing the scattered cyan behind her ear. What do you say, nasty? Lin Xilan suddenly snorted. He rolled his eyes at Yang Chen, flattering, and then. Shish, Yang Chen gasped. A few days later, a flying spirit boat set off from Zhangtianzong. Drive above the vast sea of clouds. The flying spirit boat is very large, with hundreds of rooms which can accommodate hundreds of people. In one of the rooms, Lin Yan sat cross-kneeled. He did not set out alone, but chose to go with the disciples of Xuanyan sect. After all, with a distance of 50,000 miles, it is too time-consuming to rush alone. Knowing that Lin Yan was going together, Yang Chen specially took charge and arranged a separate room for him. At this time, Lin Yan's face was very excited. Master, I have prepared all the materials for refining and fusing different fires. Now, it's time to collect the fire. Master, if the 10,000 fire burning heaven determination absorbs the alien fire, what level can it be raised? Lin Yan's words fell, and in front of him, a phantom shadow appeared. Although the figure is illusory, it is enchanting, and the body is sexy and graceful, exuding a charming. Master, why did you come out? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Lin Yan wondered, because when he was in Zhangtianzong, Master Venerable only communicated with him, but never showed up, fearing that he would be discovered. But that said, his eyes were staring at the enchanting figure of the Master in front of him. The throat couldn't help but swallow. In his eyes, a flash of fiery heat flashed. The Master is so beautiful. If in the future, the teacher respects and forges the flesh. Then, between himself and the Master, maybe it can still be. Oblivious, Lin Yan couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. Leaving the Xuanyan sect, without those few avatar god cultivators, the others can't find out as a teacher. Phantom's voice was soft and full of confidence. She was named Yanho. When he dominated the heavens and the earth, the cultivator of the avatar god was an ant-like existence in front of him. Yanho continued, 10,000 fires burn the heavens, although the grade is not high, but the victory is that you can fuse different fires and continuously improve the grade. There are a total of 108 different fires on the Xenofire list, even if it is the lowest ranked Xenofire, after you fuse, you can greatly increase the 10,000 fires burning heaven determination grade. At that time, the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be increased by 7 or 8 times, or even more than 10 times. Such an exaggeration, Lin Yan was also stunned. The speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already very fast now. Otherwise, it would not have reached the quadruple of foundation building in just a few years. If he increased his absorption speed by more than 10 times, then his cultivation speed would be terrifying. At that time, Jindan and even Yuan Ying will be close at hand. Yun'er, it should not be the Xuanyan sect family who went to the Qian mountain range this time. 50,000 li apart, the Xuanyan sect master has sensed it, then the other sects should also be able to sense it, and it is estimated that they will also send their disciples to investigate. So, you have to be careful, Yanho instructed, but Lin Yan didn't care. No matter how many of those people there are, they are destined to run for nothing. I have a hunch that this strange fire is born for me. Lin Yan was extremely confident. Yanho couldn't help but frown. This disciple is now becoming more and more arrogant. Since telling him that he could burst out the power of the avatar god realm. He was a cultivator who had built a fourfold foundation, but he couldn't even look at Jindan Yuanying. Alas, master, when I go to the Qian mountain range, I want to take the opportunity to kill Yang Chen. Can you help me? Lin Yan said suddenly, with a touch of ruthlessness in his expression. Yanho Day's brows furrowed deeper. During this time, she had witnessed everything that Lin Yan encountered. Yanho felt that Lin Yan's obsession in his heart was too deep, and he had a deep prejudice against Yang Chen. From her perspective as a woman, it can be seen that Lin Yan's mother Lin Xilan likes that Yang Chen from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, his face is full of happiness and affection. This is not a disguise. Yun'er, if you kill Yang Chen and your mother hates you, what are you going to do? Yanho said. Lin Yan's face flashed with a grimness. HMPH, she was just confused by Yang Chen's dog thief. When I kill Yang Chen, she will naturally wake up. Alas, Yanho couldn't help but sigh. Master, you don't agree? Lin Yan immediately asked. Yanho frowned. Yun'er, Master Wei is also a woman, you can see that your mother really likes Yang Chen, she is very happy. As a son of man, you must also think about your mother. All right, master, Lin Yan interrupted in a deep voice. I don't want to hear that. Yang Chen, I have to kill, I don't share the sky with him. Alas, Yanho did not speak, but sighed in his heart. How easy is it to kill Yang Chen? Some words she did not directly say to Lin Yan, worried that she would hit him again. After all, he had already attacked his heart in a hurry before, vomiting blood and falling into a coma once. Yang Chen can reach the 7th level of Jindan in a short period of time, and the realm is extremely solid, there is no vein, and the opportunity obtained is definitely not simple. This kind of person is so easy to kill. 2 days later. The flying spirit boat arrived in Qian City next to the Qian mountain range. Qian City originally only had more than 10 golden pill cultivators. Every Jindan cultivator is a hegemon in the city. But in the past few days, these Jindan cultivators were trembling one by one. One by one, the flying spirit boats landed in Qian City. The Jindan monks who came out of it did not know how many there were. Moreover, all of them looked like young people. At first glance, they are the leaders of the big sect, and they can't afford to provoke. Zhangtianzong, as the top force of the northern spirit domain, had a great reputation, and when the flying spirit boat landed, the city lord of Qian City immediately rushed over. In lower Qian City lord, I have seen the Xuantian Holy Sun. I also asked all the Taoists of Zhangtianzong to move to the city lord's mansion, and a residence has been prepared for all Taoists to live in. Although the Qian City lord was a cultivator of the golden pill 7th realm, his posture was very low. Yang Chen glanced at him. In the original work, this Qian City lord is an insignificant character. However, his city lord's mansion had a chance that belonged to Lin Yan. In the original work, Lin Yan saw a little girl in the city lord's mansion. It is a newly bought female slave from the city lord's mansion, responsible for cleaning the city lord's mansion. However, this slave girl is not simple. He has a very strong physique. After being seen by Lin Yan's master, he saw it. So Lin Yan bought it, and later became a member of Lin Yan's harem, not to mention, it was still his powerful help. But now, this opportunity, his stepfather wanted. The main mansion of Qian City occupies a huge area, like a secular royal palace. Temples and pavilions, I don't know how many. It's no wonder, Qian City Lord, although the title is City Lord. However, the strength of the Jin in Sevenfold was stronger than that of many Zhangguo cultivators in the secular realm. Qian City, backed by the Qian mountain range. He is even richer. The Qian City Lord arranged a very luxurious hall for Yang Chen, which was 9 stories high and could enjoy the view of the City Lord's mansion. In addition, there are dozens of beautiful women with beautiful figures. Your Highness the Sun, these women are all unemployed virgins. They have long admired the prestige of His Royal Highness the Sun, and they all want to see your honor. The Qian City Lord's face was full of flattery. The holy son of Xuantian sect, for him, was a big man who did not dare to look it directly. If he can please His Royal Highness the Sun, it will not be a problem for him to sacrifice his wife. As long as His Highness the Sun is not too old. Yang Chen scanned those beauties. Although they are all beautiful, their posture is also very slim. However, it is too far from Lin's island. Moreover, in the 3 days before coming, Lin's island went to find him every night after coaxing the child to sleep, and now she is not very interested in this aspect. Qian City Lord, what are the forces that come to Qian City now? Yang Chen asked in a deep voice. The Qian City Lord immediately said. Your Highness the Holy Sun, there are probably more than 30 forces coming to Qian City now. They are the top forces such as the Wind Thunder sect, Yuha Valley, and the Blood Dao Gate. The rest are some weaker sects, respectively. Yang Chen listened to the Qian City Lord's report, and his brows furrowed slightly. In the original work, because the whole text is written around Lin Yan, the male protagonist of Heaven's Destiny, he does not explain the rest of the forces in detail. But now, as the holy son of Xuantian sect, he still had to know. The northern spirit domain is vast for millions of miles, and there are countless sect countries. But among them, only those who have multiple god-level cultivators can be called top forces. Xuantian sect, the avatar cultivator on the bright side, is the 7 great elders and sect masters with a total of 8. But the entire northern spirit domain knew that as an ancient sect that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, Xuantian sect was definitely more than these 8 god-level cultivators. The Wind Thunder sect, Yuha Valley, and Blood Dao Gate are also the top sects in the nearby area. However, they belong to the rising stars, and their fame cannot be compared with ancient forces such as Zhantianzong, which have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, in the past few thousand years, these top forces have often touched the porcelain Zhantianzong, wanting to use the Zhantianzong to show their strength. As the holy son of Xuantian sect, this time, he not only wanted to seize the alien fire, but also took the opportunity to suppress those major sects. Today, Xenofire has not yet been born. In the Qian mountain range, more than a dozen volcanoes erupted one after another. Dao Dao light gushed out. These are all signs before the birth of a strange treasure. But only when a dozen volcanoes stop erupting can you enter them. Yang Chen stood on the observation deck of the temple, overlooking the surrounding scenery. Then, a thin figure appeared in Yang Chen's sight. Dressed in a somewhat ill-fitting plain linen coat, his small face was dirty, and his small body was carrying a large bucket of water. When Yang Chen saw him, his eyes suddenly lit up. Because this little girl is very consistent with the description of the little slave girl in the book. Qian City Lord, go and call this little girl up. What? The Qian City Lord was stunned, a little confused. I don't understand why the holy son of the Xuantian sect is interested in such a dirty little girl. Your Highness the Sun, this little girl is just a maid, you call her. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Chen said coldly. Your questions are a bit too much. You do whatever I tell you to do. Yes. Your Highness the Sun, go right away. Being drunk by Yang Chen's coldness, the Qian City Lord only felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. The pleasant conversation just now made him ignore the identity gap between them. This Lord Holy Sun, he can't be provoked. Moreover, the aura emanating from the body of His Highness the Holy Sun just now. Stronger than him, this His Royal Highness the Sun seems to be only 40 years old. It actually has the strength of the late Jindan period. Zhantianzong, too, is too terrifying, he can actually cultivate such a demon. The Qian City Lord hurriedly went downstairs and brought the little girl up. Your Highness the Sun, I have brought you. The Lord of Qian City bowed. Yang Chen looked at the little girl standing in front of him, with a timid face and a kind smile on her face. What's your name, little girl? When the little girl heard Yang Chen's words, she was stunned and then said in a low voice. Slave, the slave's name is Qinger. Qinger, very good, very good. Yang Chen looked a little excited. That's her. The pure spirit holy body the junior brother Lin Yan found in the City Lord's mansion was called Qinger. Pure spirit holy body, no dirt in the body, no trace of impurities, and close to the heavenly Tao. Once he started cultivating, he was like the darling of heaven and earth, entering the realm at a divine speed, and there were almost no barriers. As long as there is enough aura, you can directly break through the realm. Qian City Lord, you go down first, I have something to say to her alone. Yes, quit next. The Qian City Lord did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly answered. But out of the palace, he couldn't help but glance back. The eyes were full of puzzlement. This Xuantian Holy Sun has a very special proclivity. So many tall beauties don't like it. I have sexual interest in such a dirty little girl. I don't understand. Lord, my lord, what are you doing calling the slave here? Qinger said weakly, a little afraid of Yang Chen. Because just now, the City Lord was very afraid of each other. Qinger, you don't need to call me an adult. In the future, how about calling me brother? Said Yang Chen with a smile. Qinger was suddenly shocked. The small face was raised, and the big eyes were full of surprise. She didn't understand why this big man who the City Lord was afraid of let her call her brother. Slaves don't dare. She was only surprised for a moment, and immediately fell to her knees. Yang Chen lifted her up. Qinger, don't be afraid. You look a lot like one of my sisters when I was a kid. So, I want to recognize you as my godsister, okay? In the future, when my brother takes you to Xuantian sect to practice, you won't have to do these hard jobs. Really? Qinger's big eyes flashed, and she couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. Hurry up, brother, listen. The little girl's small hands were entangled and whispered. Brother. Well, not bad. Yang Chen patted her dirty little head, and then ordered to the maid on the side. Go take my sister for a shower and change into clean clothes by the way. Yes, my lord. The maid walked down the temple with the little girl. Ding, the host is one step ahead, finds the female partner Qinger, recognizes her as a sister, plunders the son of heaven's destiny, Lin Yankee luck is worth 3,000 points, and the host gets a villain worth 3,000 points. Yang Chen's face was delighted. 3,000 points of luck. Worthy of being the female match in the book. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get. At this time, 2 familiar figures came into Yang Chen's eyes. It was Lin Yan and Shen Shuiyan. Senior sister Shuiyan, if you want to find the Cabernet grass in Qian City, or I'll go with you. You forgot, I've always had good luck. Lin Yan licked his face and followed Shen Shuiyan. But Shen Shuiyan's face was a little cold. Junior brother Lin Yan, don't follow me, I said I want to be quiet. Jingjing, who is Jingjing, senior sister Shuiyan. Lin Yan pretended to be stupid and still followed Shen Shuiyan. But my heart was full of doubts. Shen Shuiyan didn't know what was wrong during this time, and always wanted to keep her distance from him. It wasn't like this before. Yang Chen looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth hooked a curve. Junior brother Lin Yan, you are really like a licking dog now. Alas, you obediently licked the dog, for the father took the opportunity to find you an ant. I don't know if you are happy. Sir, Miss Chinger has finished washing. Yang Chen looked at the back of Lin Yan and Shen Shuiyan leaving, and the maid's voice came from behind him. Turn around. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. After washing, plus a change of clean clothes. Chinger is very different from before. Dirty little girl, much cleaner and prettier. However, it is a lack of nutrition, the figure is too thin, and the face is a little dull. But the beautiful facial features can be seen that this girl is definitely a beauty billet. Brother, Chinger whispered. His face was a little blushing, and he didn't seem embarrassed. Yang Chen smiled slightly, let the maid go down, and then took out a pill and handed it to her. Chinger, this is a Yuan spirit pill that can improve your physique, you should eat it quickly. Chinger stretched out her little hand, which was a little rough because she often worked, and took the elixir. Thank you, brother. Silly girl, and brother still say thank you. Hurry up and eat, Yang Chen said and touched her little head. Chinger nodded heavily, and there was some emotion in her eyes. She has been an orphan since she was a child, and it is the first time she feels cared for. Moreover, my brother's big hands are so warm. Chinger swallowed the pill. Suddenly, a white light emanated from the whole person. Brother, Chinger, what's wrong? Why did your body start to glow? Besides, the body is a little hot, Chinger hurriedly said. It's okay Chinger, you have been malnourished for a long time, your physique is a little weak, and the pill that your brother gave you can restore your physique. Now that my brother has passed on a cultivation exercise to you, you can start cultivating. Yang Chen said, pointing his finger at Chinger's eyebrows. Ashwantian sect superior exercises were imprinted in her mind. Chinger closed her eyes, sat cross-kneeled on the ground, and began to cultivate. The heaven and earth spiritual chi began to converge towards her body. Yang Chen looked at it for a while, and there was some shock in his eyes. It is worthy of being a pure spirit holy body, and the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is indeed amazingly fast. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that after Chinger absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, she can directly fuse. You don't have to spend effort to refine like everyone else. For 5 days in a row, the eruptions in the Qian mountains continued unabated. Brother, Chinger has reached the Qi training realm threefold. Behind him, Chinger said with a grin. Yang Chen turned around. Looking at Chinger, who has experienced the nourishment of aura, now has fair skin, smart eyes, slender eyelashes, and 2 small dimples looming at the corners of her mouth. It's like 5 days ago. Now Chinger is like a fairy little fairy. The pure spirit holy body is extremely affinity with the heavenly Tao and is the darling of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, as long as you step into cultivation, the whole person will gradually merge with the heavenly Tao, full of immortal energy. This is also an outward feature of the pure spirit Eucharist. Moreover, it may be the reason for nutritional supplementation. This little girl's chest actually bulged slightly. Not bad, Chinger's cultivation speed is fast. In the future, I will definitely become a great cultivator who stands tall in the sky. At that time, my brother will say that I don't want you to protect it. Yes, brother. Chinger's eyes flashed with joy. Yang Chen touched her little head. The green silk is smooth, and there is no rough feeling before. Of course, Chinger is very talented. Hee, then I will become a great cultivator in the future, and I will protect my brother. Whoever can't get by with his brother, I'll beat him until he obeys. Chinger smiled proudly and waved her small fist excitedly. After 5 days of getting along, she has regarded Yang Chen as a real brother, with a very strong dependence and no longer restrained before. Then, in the treasure pavilion of Qian City, Lin Yan, who had been accompanying Shen Shuiyan to find the Cabernet grass, finally found a Cabernet grass. Senior sister Shuiyan, let me just say, my luck is very good. With me coming out, I don't worry that Cabernet can't be found. Lin Yan touched his nose and said proudly, help senior sister Shuiyan find the Cabernet grass she has been looking for. Senior sister Shuiyan should thank me well. In the future, there should be no more coldness to me. Shen Shuiyan looked at the Cabernet grass in her hand, her expression full of joy. After 5 days of searching, I really found it. Cabernet grass is different from other spirit grasses. There is nothing special about it, and it is no different from ordinary red flame grass. Qian grass is a very low-grade spirit grass. Cabernet grass is mixed in the red flame grass. It is simply difficult for ordinary people to find. But at this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Boss, I want this Cabernet grass. That's 100 spirit stones. A spirit stone bag was thrown on the counter. Then, a big hand snatched the Cabernet grass from Shen Shuiyan's hand before she could react. You, Shen Shuiyan was immediately angry. Give me back the Cabernet. That's mine, yours. The one who snatched the Cabernet grass was a pale-skinned youth, and the young girl's eyes looked unscrupulously at Shen Shuiyan, playing with the taste. Did you pay your boss? If you don't pay, then it's still the boss's. I paid for it from the boss, what's the problem, little beauty? Bastard. Although Lin Yan on the side scolded in his mouth, his heart blossomed. Maid, finally a fool came looking for something. It's time for me Lin Yan to pretend to be forced. See how I take this breath for senior sister Shuiyan and take back the Cabernet grass by the way. At that time, senior sister Shuiyan's attitude towards me will definitely return to the past. If you can't say it's good, you can go one step further. You'd better return the Cabernet as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't let you out of this door, Lin Yan said in a deep voice, very imposing. Where are the wild dogs? Shikishi also wants to be in the limelight in front of beautiful women. The gloomy youth's face was full of disdain. Without looking at Lin Yan, a pair of eyes were all fixed on Shen Shuiyan. Lin Yan had long regarded Shen Shuiyan as his own forbidden. Don't allow others to look at you like that. Immediately angry. Find death. Slap directly at the youth. Bang. The youth took it casually, but I was a little surprised. Good boy, the strength that bursts out can reach the 6th layer of foundation building. As soon as the young man's words came out, in the treasure pavilion, many people showed different faces. Tsuki Fourfold can burst out the strength of Tsuki Sixfold. What kind of demon is this? Is it the holy son of some sect? Even if not, at least it's the best among the true disciples. Look at that nun is so beautiful, like a fairy under mortals, I have never seen such a beauty. These two people must have a lot to offer. I have a good show today. In the treasure pavilion, the gathering was basically all the disciples of the major sects who came to Qian City. At this time, they were all attracted to it. Among them, there are also disciples of Zhan Tianzong. Suddenly, someone recognized Lin Yan and Shen Shuiyan. What do you know? That fairy is the Shuiyan fairy of our Xuantian sect, the first beauty in the inner gate. It's normal that you disciples of the small sect have not seen such a stunning fairy. As for that person, it's called Lin Yan. Don't underestimate him to build the foundation quadruple. His identity has a lot to offer. Oh, suddenly everyone became curious. Could it be the holy son of your Xuantian sect? Presumptuous. The disciples of Xuantian sect suddenly shouted angrily. Our Xuantian sect saint son is already a sevenfold cultivator of the golden pill, which is enough to crush the young generation of the northern spirit domain. If it is here, who dares to be presumptuous? But you're half right. Lin Yan, although he is not our holy son, he is the stepson of his highness our holy son. HMPH, it's not a secret, our holy son highness is very spoiled by this stepson. This time, the guy who snatched the Cabernet grass kicked the iron plate. What? The stepson of the Xuantian holy son? In the treasure pavilion, everyone was shocked. Xuantian sect is a top-level sect that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and it is said that Xuantian saint son is the only personal disciple of Xuantian sect master. In the future, it is almost ironclad to inherit the position of suzerain. That is the stepson of the Xuantian holy son. This identity is indeed not simple. No wonder this kid's fourfold cultivation dares to make a move against the Jindan cultivator. It turns out that the background is amazing. Hearing the discussion of the surrounding crowd, Lin Yan's face instantly turned fierce. His fierce gaze stared directly at the several Xuantian sect disciples who were talking about him. His eyes were full of killing intent, like a mad beast. If any of you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you. A bunch of fucking bastards. Lin Yan originally pretended to be forced, but several Xuantian sect disciples suddenly appeared, and came up to tell Wei that his stepfather was Yang Chen. Maid, his mentality is going to explode. These bastards of the Xuantian sect are really damned for stepping on horses. Everyone should die immediately. What a horrible look. It is worthy of being the stepson of the Xuantian holy son. The white-faced young man on the other side seems to be a person from the Blood Dao Gate. It should be the true disciple of the Blood Dao Gate, Jindan cultivator. Although the realm is high, but he provoked the stepson of the Xuantian holy son, the Blood Dao Gate may not dare to protect him. Lin Yan's face darkened, directly grasped the giant sword, and it will be cut towards the group of long tongues. Then, a cold drink sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Yunur, be careful. Lin Yan turned his head, but it was too late. The white-faced young man took advantage of his lack of attention and directly slapped him on the chest. Bang! With this palm, the white-faced young man barely left his hand. Cultivator Jindan struck with all his strength, and you can imagine how terrifying it was. At the critical moment, a faint red light appeared on Lin Yan's body. Shielded his heart pulse and neutralized half of the attack. Otherwise, this bomb could directly seriously injure Lin Yan. But even so, Lin Yan was beaten and vomited blood and flew out. Fell heavily on the ground. This scene, everyone in the treasure pavilion was stunned. Shen Shuiyan's beautiful eyes were also wide, because no one thought of it. Obviously knowing that Lin Yan was the stepson of the Xuantian holy son, this Blood Dao sect disciple dared to make such a heavy hand. Is he dead? Do you think that Zhan Tianzong, an ancient sect that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, is too good to bully? What a dare. Shen Shuiyan drank angrily and shot directly. Fight with white-faced youth. More than 10 rounds of fighting in an instant. The white-faced young man took out a blood-red long knife. The body is full of evil energy. 3 swords swung out in succession, actually knocking Shen Shuiyan back. Haha, the people of Zhan Tianzong, it's just that. I thought that the stepson of the holy son would be different, but it turned out to be nullified with one palm. Gee, what a trash. Shen Shuiyan's face turned cold, and she was about to fight with the white-faced young man again. However, Lin Yan behind him stood up, wiping the blood stains at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were bloody and he looked at the young man in white. Today, you will definitely die. Lin Yan's voice was firm. Oh, the white-faced youth smiled. I don't know how thick the sky is. Do you think that your stepfather is the holy son of Xuantian, and I am afraid of you? HMPH, to tell you the truth, even if the Xuantian holy son is your own father, I am not afraid today. My Blood Dao sect, I'm not afraid of you Zhan Tianzong. You are really looking for death when you step on a horse. Lin Yan's face was hideous and terrifying, and his heart was full of hatred. If the white-faced young man sneaked up on him and interrupted his pretense, his killing intent was not very strong. But now, the white-faced youth is bouncing on his head. Must die. Master, I want to use some of your strength. Lin Yan said in a deep voice in his heart. Yunur, this person is a true disciple of the Blood Dao sect. There is no need to kill him, it will be a disaster. The priority now is to prepare to collect the alien fire. Master, leave it alone. I'll borrow the power of your golden pill realm, and I'll hone my strength. Alas, okay. Yanho helpless. Lin Yan's body flashed red, and the whole person's momentum increased greatly. In an instant, he had a momentum that was not weaker than the Jindan realm. So strong. This kid is also Jindan. Not likely. The discerning man saw it and said, it's not Jindan, this force should be the life-saving means given to him by the Xuantian holy son. This kid is the stepson of Xuantian saint son after all. Lin Yan glanced coldly at the man who spoke. Maid, that's the kid, keeps beeping. When I kill this white-faced youth, you will be next. Lin Yan directly swung his giant sword, and with one sword, he slashed at the white-faced young man. The sword is unstoppable, feeling the sudden surge in momentum on Lin Yan's body. The white-faced young man's face was solemn. The same slash. Bang, true chi gushed out. The white-faced young man took more than 10 steps back, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Good boy, wait for me. Seeing that Lin Yan was invincible, the white-faced young man wanted to flee. However, Lin Yan held the giant sword, but his speed was not slow at all. Like a ghost, he appeared directly in front of him. Another sword cut. Bang, the white-faced young man blocked the knife. However, he was directly cut out by this powerful sword, and blood spat out. Reluctantly standing up, a flash of panic flashed in the white-faced youth's eyes. Boy, I'm a true disciple of the Blood Dao Gate. To tell you the truth, my father is a cultivator of the transformation god and the great elder of the Blood Dao Gate. You dare to kill me, even the holy son of Xuantian sect can't keep you. Feeling the killing intent rushing from Lin Yan's body, the white-faced young man finally panicked. Even if your father is the son of the king of heaven, you will have to die today. Lin Yan's face was hideous. Junior brother Lin Yan, don't. Shen Shuiyan on the side hurriedly spoke up, wanting to stop Lin Yan. Because although the Blood Dao sect is not as good as Zhan Tianzong, it is also a top power. The descendants of an avatar monk are different from simple true disciples. If it is killed, it will inevitably cause a dispute between the two cases. However, Lin Yan didn't care about this at all. First hurt him, and then insult him. Only by killing this bastard can you vent the anger in your heart. During this time, he had already held the fire in his heart. Now, be sure to bend it well. Jung, Lin Yan slashed down with a sword. Blood gushes. The white-faced young man opened his eyes and covered his neck, his face full of disbelief. You, actually, how daring. Blood poured out of the white-faced young man's mouth, and there was no breath of life. Junior brother Lin Yan, you have broken into a big disaster. Shen Shuiyin stepped forward and scolded. The death and serious injury of the son of a monk of the Avatar is a very different thing. That great elder of the Blood Dao Gate was not the sect master of the Blood Dao Gate in the status of the Blood Dao Gate. If the heir is killed, how can he not take revenge? Senior sister Shuiyin, a junior disciple, kill if you kill. Give, your cabernet. Lin Yan carried the giant sword behind him and handed the cabernet grass to Shen Shuiyin in a gesture that was as handsome as possible. However, Shen Shuiyin did not have the slightest joy on her face. Because, more than 10 cultivators dressed like the white-faced young man walked into the treasure pavilion. These people are all people from the Blood Dao Gate. The first one has a strong breath on his body. Junior brother Zhang, who is it, who killed me junior brother Zhang? Holy Son, it's him. In the crowd, there were also people from the Blood Dao Gate, who immediately stood up and pointed to Lin Yan, and began to tell the Holy Son of the Blood Dao Gate. It's the Blood Dao Gate Holy Son. That Lin Yan is going to be unlucky now, the Holy Son of the Blood Dao Gate is actually here. Even if his stepfather is the Xuanyan Holy Son, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep him. The Blood Dao sect is a transformation god heir, and the true disciple was killed, this is not a trivial matter. Moreover, the Blood Sword Saint Son has been cultivating for more than 200 years, and it is said that he has reached the 7th level of the Golden Pill, so he should not be afraid of the Xuanyan Saint Son. The Blood Dao Gate Saint Son looked at Lin Yan and said with a gloomy face. You are so daring, my junior brother just heard you, but you directly ask for his life. Even if your stepfather is the Xuanyan Holy Son, today, I will let you fight with your life. The momentum on the Blood Knife Saint Son exploded. In the entire treasure pavilion, everyone had a chill in their backs. Shen Shuiyin hurriedly transmitted the message to the Xuanyan sect disciples who were watching just now. Hurry to the city lord's mansion and repay the Holy Son. Lin Yan stood in place, not at all vain, without a trace of panic on his face. On the contrary, the eyes are also full of killing intent. He is looking for his own death. If you want revenge, I don't mind sending you all away, and you have a companion on the way. Lin Yan said coldly. Anyway, he has a master, and he can burst out the power of the transformation god realm at any time. Don't say that the Holy Son of the Blood Dao Gate is coming. Even if the Blood Dao Gate master came, he couldn't keep him. I can also show my strength in front of senior sister Shuiyin. It's not good to say, after today, senior sister Shuiyin will be impressed by me. At that time, you can hold the beauty back. Rattle. Lin Yan thought in his heart. However, he did not find out. Among the group of people in the Blood Dao Gate, there was a middle-aged man with a dry and gloomy face. A pair of eagle falcons' gaze looked back and forth on him. Curious brat, there's another aura of spirit on his body. This breath should be a soul body. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing here. The taste of the soul is a delicious meal for my soul sect cultivator. In the space inside Lin Yan's ring, Yan Hodei's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. The breath of the soul sect. Damn, the forces of the soul sect have actually infiltrated the northern spirit domain. No, Hansa can't be discovered by the other party. Yan Ho hurriedly said to Lin Yan, who was pretending. Yunur, get out of here quickly. Master, why? Lin Yan was puzzled. Don't ask so much. I'm going to gather all my soul power. I can't help you for the time being. What? Lin Yan was shocked. Master Venerable wants to gather all his soul power, and he can't help him for the time being. How does this work? Without the power of the master, how could he deal with the Blood Dao Gate Saint Son? At this time, everyone was shocked when they heard Lin Yan's arrogant words. This kid is too arrogant. A fourfold foundation builder, thinking that his stepfather is the Holy Son of Xuanyan sect, it is enough to directly kill the true disciple of the Blood Dao Gate, and now he even threatens to send away the Holy Son of the Blood Dao Gate. Doesn't this kid know that the Blood Dao Gate Saint Son is the Golden Pill sevenfold realm? Shen Shuiyin on the side also looked at Lin Yan helplessly, and there was some anger in her eyes. Junior brother Lin Yan, I really don't know what to say. You can use special means to kill the true transmission disciples of the Blood Dao sect. However, that Blood Sword Saint Son was a sevenfold cultivation of Jinden. Where did you get the confidence? Boy, you are arrogant enough. The Blood Dao Gate Saint Son looked gloomy. He is a holy son of a top power. Unexpectedly insulted by a junior like this. Today, even if Xuanyan Saint Son was present, he would slash him. Bang, the Blood Knife Saint Son slapped out a palm. Lin Yan hurriedly swung his sword to resist. However, without the blessing of Yanhu's divine soul power, he was at most equivalent to a foundation building realm sevenfold cultivator. This palm, he can't block it at all. Poof, Lin Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the giant sword in his hand flew out and fell heavily on the ground. I wanted to struggle, but like a dead dog, I couldn't stand up. At this scene, everyone was in an uproar. Cut, I thought this kid had some hidden means to not be afraid of the Blood Knife Saint Son. It turns out that it's just a hard mouth. Junior brother Lin Yan. Shen Shuiyin hurriedly stepped forward. Although she was disappointed in Lin Yan, the cause of the matter was on her after all. Plus Lin Yan was also a disciple of Xuanyan sect, so she couldn't sit idly by. Blood Sword Holy Son, please show mercy to your subordinates. Shen Shuiyin wanted to ask for mercy. However, the Blood Dao Saint Son didn't look at her and directly slapped her palm. Shen Shuiyin was heavily beaten and vomited blood and retreated. HMPH, your Zhang Tianzong is too arrogant. Today I will teach you how Zhang Tianzong should behave. This northern spirit domain, now that the heroes are rising together, the era of your Xuanyan sect reigning as king and hegemony has long passed. The Blood Knife Saint Son said loudly. For a while, many sect disciples in the treasure pavilion responded one after another. Yes, although Zhang Tianzong has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, now the northern spirit domain is not only the top power of his Zhang Tianzong. My Wind Thunder sect supports the Blood Sword Saint Son. I, Yuhuagu, also support the Blood Dao Saint Son. Kill to pay for your life, owe debts to pay money. Even if your stepfather is the Xuanyan sect master, he will pay for his life today. In the crowd, several Xuanyan sect disciples suddenly fell silent. Originally, I wanted to help Lin Yan, but now, the crowd is agitated, and they are worried about being beaten. The Blood Dao Saint Son looked indifferent and walked towards Lin Yan with a knife in his hand. Boy, use your head to sacrifice my junior brother. One for one life, I believe that the Xuanyan Saint Son can't say anything. Lin Yan panicked at this time. He really panicked. Master, master, Lin Yan exclaimed in his heart. However, Yanho just said helplessly, Yunur, Master Wei really can't make a move. There is the breath of a soul sect cultivator nearby. If Master Wei makes a move, he will be targeted. Master, if you don't make a move, I'll die. Lin Yan's voice was flustered. Yanho sighed. I couldn't help but be a little disappointed with Lin Yan. Yunur, it would be nice if you just pretend less. At the moment of life and death, so flustered. How to achieve great things in the future. Yunur, you can try Yang Chen's name to delay time. There's a conflict here, he should be there soon. What? Lin Yan was shocked. Master is crazy, right? Let him use Yang Chen's name as that bastard to delay time. Don't you know that what he hates the most is Yang Chen? Lin Yan was still hesitating and suddenly felt a cold neck. The bright red blood knife had been placed on his neck. Only waiting for the other party to push a little, he separated the corpse. Since Lin Yan began cultivating, he had killed hundreds of cultivators. Although most of them were strong with weak strikes. However, he never really felt the feeling of death. Because he knew that when it was critical, Master Venerable would come to his rescue. But now, Master Zun can't make a move. The other party's blood knife had already been placed on his neck. Lin Yan clearly felt the feeling that death was coming. He was afraid of the feeling, fear of this feeling. He didn't want to die. If you kill me, you can't bear the consequences. Yang Chen, he won't let you go. Lin Yan gritted his teeth and said. He really didn't want to mention Yang Chen's bastard's name. Especially on occasions like this, because once mentioned, it is equivalent to admitting that Yang Chen is his stepfather. Bastard, Lin Yan was reluctant in his heart, but, to stay alive. There is no way for him. I can only temporarily recognize the thief as the father. HMPH, who is Yang Chen. The Blood Dao Saint Son has been in retreat for many years, and he has only heard of the Xuanyan Saint Son, but he does not know the specific name. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, his heart dripping blood. This bastard, on purpose. However, feeling a pain in his neck, he immediately said. Yang Chen, it's the holy son of Xuanyan sect. Oh. It turns out that Yang Chen is your stepfather. You threatened me with your stepfather. The Blood Knife Saint Son's face was playful, and at this time. In the City Lord's mansion, a golden glow broke through the sky. Yang Chen used another 3,000 villain points to increase his cultivation from Jindan 7-fold to Jindan 10-fold. After the Jindan realm reached a late stage, he wanted to improve the realm, which obviously exceeded the previous consumption. Ding, Lin Yan encountered a life and death crisis, reported the host's name to delay time, temporarily admitted the fact of his stepfather, was unwilling in his heart, his mood was damaged, and he indirectly plundered the Son of Heaven's destiny. Lin Yan's luck value was 500 points, and the host obtained a villain value of 500 points. Yang Chen was stunned. Junior brother Lin Yan reported his name to delay time. Temporary recognition of stepfather facts. Mood damaged again. It seems that junior brother Lin Yan is in trouble. Yang Chen walked out of the secret room. Outside, a Xuanyan sect disciple flew in. Falling in front of him, he said anxiously, Holy son, it's not good, Lin Yan is in big trouble. Yang Chen frowned, hurriedly said, say quickly, Yunur, what's wrong with him? Holy son, junior brother Lin Yan, he killed a true disciple of the Blood Dao Gate, or the son of the great elder of the Blood Dao Gate. The holy son of the Blood Dao Gate wants to let junior brother Lin Yan take his life. What? Yang Chen pretended to be surprised, but in my heart, joy blossomed. In the original work, Lin Yan did not have much dispute with the Blood Dao Gate before receiving the alien fire. However, this blood knife door is not simple. According to the introduction of the original work, the Blood Dao Gate has colluded with the behemoth of the Soul Sect. This time, there was a Soul Sect cultivator in the Blood Dao Gate. It should be Lin Yan's Master Venerable Yan who sensed the aura of the Soul Sect cultivator. Don't dare to make a move. When the plot progresses to this point, it's interesting. Next, my own plan will also begin to progress. Capturing the alien fire, with his current realm, cannot be done. In the original work, the reason why Lin Yan successfully captured the alien fire was entirely because of the help of her master, Empress Yan. The birth of a different fire is the hottest temperature in heaven and earth, and the Jindan cultivator, once it is close, it will be melted directly. Yanho possessed the cultivation of the transformation god realm, plus he possessed a kind of alien fire. So easily charged that strange fire. But Yang Chen wanted it. You also have to rely on Yanho. So, it's time to carry out his plan. The appearance of the Soul Sect monk was the introduction to his plan. Hurry up and lead the way. Yang Chen grabbed the disciple and directly turned into a golden light and rushed straight into the sky. Lin Yan can't die yet. After all, this is his stepson, and everyone knows that he is a qualified stepfather who cares about his stepson. Moreover, the luck value on Lin Yan's body has not yet been harvested, so wouldn't it be wasted if he died now? In the treasure pavilion, the Blood Dao Saint Son said coldly. Boy, even if you move out of your stepfather Xuanyan Saint Son, it's useless, no one can save you today. Die. When the words of the Blood Knife Saint Son fell, he was about to wave his knife and cut off Lin Yan's head. However, he suddenly felt a danger behind him. The Blood Dao Saint Son hurriedly turned around. A knife slashed out a blood-red sword that was more than 10 zhong. However, the knife was instantly shattered. A palm print slapped directly on him. The vomit blood he shot flew out. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Blood Dao Divine Son, the cultivator of the Golden Pill Sevenfold, was actually slapped with a palm and vomited blood and flew out. Did the Yuan infant friar make a move? Everyone looked towards the door of the treasure pavilion. A remarkable figure strolled by. Dressed in white, his face is handsome, like a fairy in the dust. The body exudes an extremely strong aura, but it looks personable. Jindan Peak, it's the Golden Pill Peak cultivator. Who is this? At this time, several Xuanyan sect disciples hurriedly stepped forward. I have seen the son. Several people looked excited. The son is worthy of being the son. With one move, he actually beat the Blood Knife Saint Son and vomited blood and flew out. With such strength, it can definitely dominate the younger generation. In the future, let's see who will dare to defend my Zhan Tianzong. What? It's the Xuanyan Holy Son. Isn't the Xuanyan Saint Son a sevenfold cultivator of the Golden Pill? When did he break through the realm to the 10th level of the Golden Pill? This realm-breaking speed is too terrifying. A palm slaps the Blood Dao Saint Son. Now the Xuanyan Saint Son, I'm afraid that he is already invincible among the cultivators of the same generation. But the Xuanyan Holy Son is so handsome, Fengshen is handsome, heroic, worthy of being a Saint Son. Love, Xuanyan Holy Son has a wife, do you still want a concubine or a housemate? Looking at Yang Chen's peerless figure, Lin Yan secretly hated in his heart. Maid, pretend to be struck by lightning. Lin Yan turned his head and wanted to take a look at the goddess Shen Shuiyan beside him. But as soon as he turned his head, he was stunned. Because Shen Shuiyan, like many female cultivators in the treasure pavilion at this time, looked at Yang Chen blankly. His face actually had a blush. With this expression, Lin Yan instantly understood what it meant. Senior sister Shuiyan, his goddess, turned out to Yang Chen. Bastard, Yang Chen, why don't you hurry up and die? Lin Yan's heart was dripping blood. Isn't her own goddess, Shuiyan Fairy, the one who hates Yang Chen the most? Why do you look at Yang Chen's dog thief with that look now? Ding, Shen Shuiyan has admiration for the host, was detected by Lin Yan, collapsed mentality, plundered the son of heaven's destiny, Lin Yan's luck is worth 1000 points, and the reward host villain is worth 1000 points. Yang Chen's expression was stunned. Shen Shuiyan admired him. This is how the first heroine in the original book began to fall. It seems that men still have to have great strength. But, junior brother Lin Yan must be very sad at this moment. In the treasure pavilion, everyone's eyes looked at Yang Chen, and their eyes were either admiration or fear. The holy son of Zhan Tianzong's cultivation was so powerful that he reached the 10th level of the golden pill at only 40 years old. This is simply a demon-like cultivation speed. Zhan Tianzong, worthy of being a giant of the northern spirit domain, an ancient sect that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, is not comparable to a new top power such as the Blood Dao Gate. This Xuantian Saint Son, in the future, will definitely become the overlord of the northern spirit domain. Today, they can be with the future hegemon, and in the future they can boast about it. Holy son, more than a dozen disciples of the Blood Dao Gate hurriedly lifted up the Blood Dao Saint Son who spat out blood. Yang Chen looked at him. In the original work, this Blood Dao Saint Son also appeared, but it was only to bring out the appearance of the soul sect cultivator, and there was not much description. Lin Yan is the stepson of this holy son, just like his own child, not anyone can kill him. If your Blood Dao sect retaliates against Lin Yan in the future, it will be impossible to get by with me Yang Chen. As for the true transmission disciple being killed, my Xuantian sect will make compensation. Yang Chen said lightly, his voice full of warning. Looking around, all the sect disciples bowed their heads, not daring to look at him. Today, through Lin Yan, it can be regarded as an indirect knock on the major forces of the Blood Dao Gate and the Wind Thunder sect. They had nothing to do, and they always wanted to challenge the status of Zhan Tianzong. Xuantian sect has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and the former overlord of the northern spirit domain is not something that a few of them can provoke. Let's go. The Blood Dao Saint Son knew that it was not Yang Chen's opponent, plus he was seriously injured, so he could only leave with his men. But that's not the end of today. The Xuantian Holy Son shielded his stepson. However, what he is best at is assassination. I don't believe that the Xuantian Holy Son can protect that kid for the rest of his life. Yang Chen looked at one of the cultivators in the Blood Dao Gate. The face is dry and the eyes are like eagle falcons. This should be a soul sect cultivator. Now Lin Yan's master, Empress Yan, should be frightened. City Lord's mansion. Yun'er, you are seriously injured, you need to recuperate well during this time. Take this pill. Yang Chen handed Lin Yan a healing pill. The eyes are full of fatherly care. Lin Yan gritted his teeth secretly. This bastard forced him to pretend, and the key thing is that senior sister Shuiyan still admires him. Damn it, I really want to slash him to death with a sword. Lin Yan was angry in his heart, but he did not refuse Yang Chen's elixir. Publicly admitting the fact of his stepfather, he suffered a big loss. It has to be made up. This pill is treated as interest. The general ledger will be calculated later. Yun'er, it's good that you're just injured, and it's okay to be a big deal. Otherwise, I really can't explain it to your mother. In the future, if this happens again, you must report my name as the father as soon as possible. Yang Chen noticed the anger in his eyes and added another sentence. Lin Yan's face suddenly turned blue. Ding, the host kills, Lin Yan's mentality collapses, Lin Yan, the son of heaven's destiny, has a luck value of 100 points, and the host gets a villain worth 100 points. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curved. Not bad. 100 points though a little less, but it's also meat. After everyone left, Lin Yan began to communicate with Yanho. Master, what happened just now? Why don't you let me use your power? Do you know how humiliated I was? Senior sister Shuiyan has begun to despise me. In the ring space, Lin Yan's voice was filled with obvious anger. On Yanhu's enchanting and charming face, there was a look of helplessness. Yun'er, Master Wei just sensed the breath of a soul sect cultivator. Soul sect, what is that? Asked Lin Yan. The soul sect is an organization that specializes in hunting soul bodies, which is very evil. If the existence of Wei Shi is discovered by them, it will definitely be difficult to escape death. So there was no shot for the division. That's right. The anger in Lin Yan's heart subsided a little, but the face is still not good looking. Because he has lost so much today. Shame in front of so many sect disciples. The most important thing is senior sister Shuiyan, who must be very disappointed in him now. Then, there was a sound of footsteps. A little girl walked into the courtyard. Fair skin, bright eyes, like a little fairy. When Lin Yan saw her, he was immediately stunned. What a beautiful little girl. This Qian City Lord's mansion actually has such a beauty billet. Lin Yan's heart was fiery. This little girl should be a maid or miss of the City Lord's mansion. Although the Qian City Lord mansion is also an immortal cultivation force, it is definitely not comparable to Zhan Tianzong. If he offered to take her to Zhan Tianzong to practice. Gee, I believe she will definitely be grateful. Lin Yan was about to act, when Yanhu's voice suddenly remembered. Yun'er, that little girl is not simple. Oh, Lin Yan was stunned. Master, why is it not simple? If Master Wei is not mistaken, this little girl is likely to be a pure spirit holy body. Pure spirit Eucharist. Yes, the pure spirit saint body is innately in harmony with the heavenly Tao, and once you start cultivating, there will be no realm barrier. The future is limitless, so powerful. Lin Yan was shocked. Joy began to appear on his face. God still treats him well. Although he lost someone just now, he now encountered the pure spirit holy body. And this little girl is so beautiful. Be sure to pocket yourself. Yun'er, you bring her over and take a closer look for the master to determine if it is a pure spirit holy body. Good. Lin Yan nodded excitedly. Then he barely stood up and walked towards Qinger. Little sister, Lin Yan shouted, a self-considered handsome smile on his face. However, Qinger's delicate little face is positive. Lin Yan, you can't call me sister. Huh, Lin Yan was stunned. What to do? How did this little girl know his name? Is my Lin Yan so famous now? Also, what does it mean that you can't call your sister? Little sister, what do you mean by what you just said? Qinger said with a serious face. Lin Yan, my brother told me that you're his stepson. So, according to the generation, you have to call me aunt. You can't call me sister, that's not right. What? Lin Yan's expression froze. Brother. Stepson, aunt, bastard. Lin Yan was instantly angry. Qinger was frightened by him and took several steps back. What is your relationship with Yang Chen? Lin Yan said with a fierce face. Qinger said weakly, Yang Chen is my brother. Also, you are junior, you can't directly call your elder's name. Ah, you shut up for me. Lin Yan was furious. Hate in the heart. Yang Chen, that bastard, when did he have a sister? When did you and Yang Chen meet? Lin Yan forced his anger and asked. Qinger also does not hide it. 5 days ago. 5 days ago, Lin Yan's face froze. Wasn't that when I first came to Qian City? It's okay, it's okay. The time of acquaintance has not been long, and the relationship between the two people is definitely not deep. I still have a chance. Pure spirit Eucharist, you must get it yourself. Be sure to include under your command, or into the harem. Moreover, he can also dig Yang Chen's corner. It's exciting to think about. Lin Yan hurriedly said, little sister, you were deceived by Yang Chen, he is not a good person. To tell you the truth, he's a big bad guy who specializes in coaxing little girls to sleep with him. It's not. Chinger's little face suddenly puffed up. I was originally a maid in the city lord's mansion, and I couldn't eat enough, but my brother recognized me as a god sister and taught me to practice. Brother is a good guy, you're a bad guy. Say bad things about your stepfather behind your back. You, Lin Yan wanted to rush directly and slap a palm on her face. However, I still forcibly endured. The maid of the city lord's mansion. 5 days ago, I recognized as my god sister. Lin Yan's heart was full of regret at this time. At that time, he had been pestering senior sister Shui in to find Cabernet grass. Yang Chen, on the other hand, recognized a pure spirit holy body as his sister in the city lord's mansion. Damn it, why wasn't it met by me in advance? Why did such a beauty blank fall into the hands of Yang Chen's bastard? Then, Yang Chen walked into the small courtyard. When Chinger saw him, she immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. Brother, I'm not going to take care of him. He's a bad guy and he just said bad things about you. Oh, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth curved. Let Chinger take care of Lin Yan. This was naturally calculated by him in advance. Chinger's pure spirit holy body, as long as it appeared in front of Lin Yan, his master Yanho would definitely be able to detect it. Therefore, Yang Chen asked Chinger to take care of her eldest nephew. By the way, get a look at Lin Yan's mentality. And it seems that things are going well. Yunur, we will all be a family in the future, so I just introduced you and Chinger to get to know each other. But you remember, when you see Chinger in the future, you will call your aunt. Lin Yan's expression was gloomy. Clench your fists. Bastard, wait, after collecting the alien fire, it is your time to die. At that time, this pure spirit holy body Chinger will be mine. Maid, I'm going to call her brother then. Shout hard at night. Ding, the female partner Chinger has a disgust for Lin Yan, completely cut off the connection, plundering the son of heaven's destiny. Lin Yan's luck value is 500 points, and the host gets 500 villain points. Ding, Lin Yan is remorseful in his heart, his mood is damaged. Lin Yan, the son of heaven's destiny, is worth 200 points of luck, and the host gets 200 points worth of villains. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curve. Not bad. This wave of villains can be brushed. Very earned, very earned. Leave with Chinger. The little girl held his arm, shaking back and forth. In the past few days of getting along, the little girl's personality has gradually become lively. Yang Chen felt the touch of his arm, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little moved. This little girl looks like a small lotus who has only shown her sharp horns, but the touch is quite amazing. At night, Yang Chen called up the system. System, is there an elixir that stabilizes the soul? Some hosts, the elixir that stabilizes the soul, recommend the solid soul pull for the host. It has a wonderful use for the soul body. It can stabilize the soul stability of the soul body, but it cannot improve the strength of the soul body, and it takes 1000 villain points to exchange for a solid soul pill. Oh, stabilize the soul, but not improve the strength. Good, good, that's exactly what I need. Exchange. The host redeems the solid soul pill, consumes 1000 villain points, and the exchange is successful. Yang Chen looked at a white pill in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curved. Plan, get started today. Yang Chen crushed a jade talisman. This was his method of contacting Chu Yuxiao. Having just reached the realm of the transformation god, Yang Chen did not let Chu Yuxiao always protect her, but let her cultivate alone nearby to consolidate the realm. When you need to contact her, crush a teleportation talisman. Less than a moment, a black glow flooded into the room. The light instantly converged into a black shadow. The white black robe wrapped all the graceful posture, and it looked a little violent. Holy Sun, the night reign is over. He did not disrespect Yang Chen because he had broken through to the realm of the transformation god. After all, she was able to break through the transformation god by relying on Yang Chen's Yuan God pill. Sister Yuxiao, the strength has reached the divine transformation realm, so you should have a deeper understanding of the power of the divine soul, right? Said Yang Chen. Good, Nag Yuxiao nodded. When I was at the peak of the Yuan infant before, I still felt that I was not far from the transformation god realm. But only by reaching the avatar god can we know that the gap between the Yuan infant realm and the avatar god realm is like a heavenly barrier. The cultivators of the transformation god realm who have formed the Yuan god have far exceeded the peak of the Yuan infant in their perception and use of the divine soul. Yang Chen had read the original book and clearly knew the gap between the cultivator of the transformation god and the cultivator of the Yuan infant. The transformation god one heavy heaven can easily kill the peak cultivator of the Yuan infant so that the other party cannot escape. Sister Yuxiao, there is a mysterious soul in Yunur. The other party can exist alone in a soul state, and in the past, he must have been a cultivator above the gods. So I want to ask Sister Yuxiao to invite that mysterious soul to come. Mysterious souls. The night rain was stunned, then said. Okay, I'll be right over. The night rain turned into black light and disappeared into the room. At this time, Lin Yan was in the room. Black light directly enveloped the entire room. Lin Yan directly passed out. What people? Yanho in the ring space looked startled, and a flash of panic flashed on her charming face. This dark breath, could it be that the cultivators of the soul sect noticed her? My holy son invites a Taoist friend to tell me. In the darkness, the faint sound of the night rain sounded. Holy son, could it be, is it Yang Chen? Yanho raised her eyebrows. She calmed down at this time and could already tell that this dark aura was not a soul sect cultivator. In addition to darkness, the soul sect cultivators also have restraint on the soul body in devouring the power of the divine soul. The other side, on the other hand, did not. It should just be a simple dark monk. And the holy sun in his mouth should be Yang Chen. However, this Zan Tianzong is really a big deal. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen was arranged to be a protector of the transformation god realm. Fortunately, Yunur did not start in advance. Otherwise, things are in trouble. Yanho secretly said in his heart, although she can burst out the cultivation of the incarnation realm, she is only a soul body after all, and her state is still very weak. Therefore, the power to burst out of the avatar god realm is not lasting. If he wanted to forcibly kill Yang Chen, it would inevitably attract this avatar cultivator to desperately. At that time, it is difficult to say whether Yang Chen can be killed. Even if he kills, this avatar cultivator will pursue him relentlessly. At that time, even if she can get out, it is estimated that she will exhaust her divine soul power and fall into a deep sleep again. Wake up again, and there is no end in sight. The other party came to the door now, and he must have detected her presence. There is no way to refuse after Yan. Step out of the ring space. The enchanting figure emitted a faint red light, diluting the darkness. It seems that your excellency's cultivation was extraordinary before his death, but now he is just a soul phantom, and he also has the strength of the transformation god realm. Yi Yuxiao said lightly, but his heart was very shocked. Such a strong soul has always been in Lin Yan's body. The key thing was that every time Lin Yan went to Zantianzong, he would bring her in. Those cultivators of the transformation god sect did not even notice it at all. It can be seen that the other party's means are clever. But Holy Sun, how did he find out? Yi Yuxiao couldn't figure it out. The Holy Sun became more and more mysterious during this time. Please, the darkness fades and the red light disappears. Yang Chen's room, Night Rain Xiao appeared in front of him. Holy Sun, she is here. As soon as the words fell, an enchanting figure appeared in front of Yang Chen's eyes. The figure is graceful and the face is charming. It is exactly the same as described in the original book. Yang Chen was also a little envious of Lin Yan. The mother is gentle and beautiful. The master is enchanting. Alas, junior brother Lin Yan. Why is your life so good? I was a little jealous for my father. Senior, under Yang Chen, be polite. Yang Chen got up and saluted with his fists. Then knowingly asked, I don't know what seniors call them. Yanho, after Yan, seniors dare to be honorifics in the future, presumably they must be powerful cultivators who cultivate the world before they die. I don't know what is the relationship between seniors and Yunur. Master and apprentice, Yanho said lightly. Oh, master and apprentice. Under is Yunur's stepfather, and Yunur's senior is Yunur's master. If you say this, you are the same generation as the seniors. Yang Chen said with a smile. The corner of Yanhu's mouth twitched. This guy, it seems that he likes to emphasize the stepfather and stepson relationship between him and Yunur. Yunur can often burst out with power that does not belong to him, presumably Yanhu senior is helping him. Yang Chen said again. Yanho nodded. Good. Well, sure enough, I'll just say how can Yunur kill a Jindan monk with a foundation building quadruple. However, seniors often help Yunur to make moves, which is actually not conducive to his growth. If you use more power that does not belong to you, you will take it for granted and become dependent. It's not very good for his state of mind. I hope my seniors won't help him like this in the future. Yanho Dai raised her eyebrows slightly. He glanced at Yang Chen with some surprise. Unexpectedly, he still has such insight. Through today's events, in fact, she also found out. Yunur is now too dependent on her strength. At every turn, she has to borrow her power against people. A fourfold foundation builder does not put the Jindan monk in his eyes all day long. Alas, you can't indulge him like this in the future. After a few polite words, Yang Chen looked at Yi Yuxiao at this time. Sister Yuxiao, you go out first. I have something I want to say to Senior Yanho alone. Holy Sun, Yi Yuxiao hesitated. A soul body with the power of the transformation god realm, staying alone in a room with the Holy Sun, she was a little uneasy. However, Yang Chen said confidently. It's okay. If Senior Yanho is unfavorable to me, Sister Yuxiao, just follow what I said, go to the cultivators of the Blood Dao Gate and tell them what happened here. Yang Chen's understatement made Yi Yuxiao a little puzzled. However, when Yanho heard it, her beautiful eyes froze, and her delicate body trembled violently. The red light on the body was intertwined with light and dark. Yi Yuxiao exited the room, leaving only Yang Chen and Yanho. Senior Yanho, as Yunur's stepfather, I am grateful for your protection of him all the time. In this way, I and his mother can also worry less. Yanho Dai frowned. She didn't have the heart to listen to the objective facts that Yang Chen had been deliberately emphasizing with Lin Yan's stepfather and stepson at this time. Her focus was all on Yang Chen's words. Go to the Blood Knife Gate and tell them what happened here. Why do you say that, kid? Could it be that he knew that there were Soul Sect cultivators lurking among the Blood Dao Gate cultivators? However, the Soul Sect was a very secret organization. Even if the Soul Sect has now infiltrated the Northern Spirit Domain. But it's not something he can know. Yanhu's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Chen. I want to see some clues. Senior Yanho, what have you been watching me for? Could it be that you think the junior is very handsome? You like the look of your junior. Want. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curved. You, presumptuous. What nonsense. Yanho was stunned. There was a moment of panic and anger in my heart. Because whether she was alive or only left in the soul state. No one dared to say such things to her in such a tone. Yang Chen, the seat asked you, what do you mean by that sentence just now? Yanho thought about it and asked, what do you mean? The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. The seniors after Yan should know better than the juniors. You, Yanho Dai frowned. This kid is not as simple as it seems. It's quite difficult. Yang Chen walked to Yanhu's side at this time, next to her, and looked sideways. Although Yanho is just a soul phantom, it is very three-dimensional, and the enchanting figure is undoubtedly displayed. Under this horizontal view, it is unusually towering. What do you see? Stay away from the main seat. Yanho noticed Yang Chen's actions, immediately scolded angrily, and hurriedly took a few steps back. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Chen with anger. After Shi Yan, she was a giant of heaven and earth, and fire cultivation was powerful. This kid dared to be so light on her. What a death seeker. Yanho wanted to slap Yang Chen to death, but I held back. Because, what Yang Chen said just now, let her throw a rat. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curved. Senior Yanho, in fact, the junior came to you mainly to ask you to do the junior a favor. HMPH, please help Hansa. You are Shuadian Saint Son and the protector of the transformation god realm, how can this seat help you? Yanhu's tone was a little cold. She now feels very badly about Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled, then looked at the Qian mountain range outside Qian city and said. This favor, only seniors can help. In order to show the sincerity of the juniors, I can tell the senior Yanho that the exotic treasures in the Qian mountain range are not simple exotic treasures but alien fires bred by heaven and earth. What? Hearing this, Yanho was shocked. This kid actually knew that the exotic treasure in the Qian mountain range was a strange fire. Yang Chen looked at her shocked expression, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, and continued. The junior can also tell the senior that strange fire is called Qinglian Tianyan. Ranked 58th on the Xenofire list, Qinglian Tianyan. Yanho was completely shocked. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen with surprise. How did this kid know? The reason why she could feel the breath of alien fire was because she possessed alien fire herself, and she was a fire cultivator who had practiced for thousands of years and was extremely sensitive to flame fluctuations. And she is confident that only she can feel the entire Northern Spirit Domain. Even a Northern Spirit Domain giant like the Shuadian Sect Master could only detect that a strange treasure was born. But this kid, I also knew that it was a different fire. Moreover, it also said what kind of strange fire it was. Even she could only feel that it was a strange fire, but she wasn't sure which one. Yang Chen continued to talk nonsense. Senior Yanho must be very curious. Actually, the juniors have gained a legacy. This strange fire was cultivated by the Lord of Inheritance with the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, the inheritance I obtained also needs this strange fire to be fully activated. Yang Chen made up a fool and found a reason for himself. So it is, but Yanho believed it. After all, there was only one statement that could convince her. Senior, Junior wants your help, that is, please take out the alien fire and give it to me. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yanho was stunned. Take out the alien fire and give it to him. What about Yunur? Yunur also wants this strange fire. Besides, thinking of the offense to himself by his lily eyes just now, Yanho felt a pang of anger in his heart. Impossible. Yanho directly and decisively refused. However, Yang Chen had long guessed that she would refuse. After all, that alien fire Lin Yan Jr. brother also wants it. Yanho Sr., the inheritance obtained by the younger generation is somewhat special, and you can't leave that strange fire. So, this strange fire, I'm bound to get. HMPH. Yanho snorted coldly. A flash of disdain flashed on the enchanting face. The birth of a strange fire is the hottest temperature between heaven and earth. Don't say it's you, even the Yuan infant and the avatar cultivator are difficult to approach. What Yanho Sr. said is awe. Yang Chen nodded in approval. That's why the juniors asked the seniors of Yanho to help. I think that the senior Yanho also doesn't want the soul sect cultivators to know about your existence. What? Yang Chen's words made Yanho instantly stunned. The coquettish eyes were full of panic and shock. This bastard, he really knows about the soul sect. Yanho's chest heaved. Yang Chen's eyes widened suddenly. The description in the original book is indeed true. The waves are magnificent, and the tolerance is great. Look horizontally into a ridge, look straight at a mountain. Bastard, are you looking for death? Mind your dog's eyes. Yanho quickly calmed down and found Yang Chen's straight gaze. Immediately angry, a pair of jade fists pinched and pinched. Forcibly did not shoot Yang Chen to death. Yang Chen touched his nose. Senior Yanho, don't blame the junior, after all, a beauty like you, even if it is just a soul body, is very attractive. The juniors can't help it, hee. Yang Chen said with a smile. Yanho Day's eyebrows furrowed deeply. This bastard, what a hate. She was posthumous, self-proclaimed queen. In the past, who dared to talk to her like that? Today, is so frivolous by Jin and Junior. Hateful. Yang Chen was worried that Yanho couldn't help but make a move, so he continued. Senior Yanho, soul sect cultivator, specialize in hunting soul bodies like you. The reason why Senior didn't help Yunur make a move today is because he noticed the soul sect cultivator. Actually, the juniors also noticed it. That cultivator with eyes like an eagle falcon is a soul sect cultivator. And he also hit his cultivation, and the real cultivation should be in the late Yuan infant period. In the original, this first soul sect cultivator to appear was indeed a cultivator in the late Yuan infant period. However, the strength of the late Yuan infant is not as good as that of Yanho. However, the soul sect cultivators have a strong focus on the soul body. That soul sect cultivator in the late Yuan infant period almost took Yanho away in the original work. Not afraid of Yanho, not afraid. Yanho's eyes flashed, and he looked at Yang Chen and said coldly. You threaten Hansa so much, aren't you afraid that Hansa will kill you now? Yang Chen smiled slightly, pointed outside. Can you kill me, Sister Yushao? She's a true avatar monk. Just tell that blood Dao sect soul sect cultivator, HMPH, Senior Yanho, you should know very well what the consequences are. Damn boy, Yanho cursed angrily. He finally understood now why Lin Yan always hated this guy. He really is abominable. The appearance is kind and elegant, but the heart is bad and the oil is flowing. Not only thin on her, he even blackmailed her with the soul sect. As a strong man who was strong in the past, he crossed the heavens and the earth. When did Yanho receive such threats? Those who dared to threaten her in the past have been slapped to death by her palm. Yanho also wanted to slap Yang Chen who was standing in front of her with a palm. However, her sanity told her not to do so. Once done, it is absolutely a dead end that awaits her. She would rather stay in the ring space for thousands of years than die. It is so that one day we can reunite in the flesh and then go to take revenge on the enemy. So now, she absolutely cannot die. Moreover, if it was captured by a soul sect cultivator. That end, but it is more miserable than death. However, if you promise Yang Chen this bastard, then what will Yunur do? But he has been waiting to fuse the alien fire. Yang Chen, Yunur, he is also waiting for this strange fire. Hansa has already told him, you're his stepfather. Do you still want to rob him? Yanho said coldly. Yang Chen frowned, so he said, in this case, it is really embarrassing. But I urgently need it, I can only be aggrieved Yunur. In the future, I will compensate him accordingly. Also, if Senior Yanho helps me obtain the alien fire, I have a soul-fixing pill here that I can give to Senior Yanho. Yang Chen said and took out a bottle. Open it, white light emerges. Yanho just glanced at it and was sure, it is indeed a soul-fixing pill. Her face instantly became excited. The soul-fixing pill was the elixir she was most in need now. Although it cannot improve her strength, it can stabilize her soul body. Now her soul body must use ring space to survive. You cannot leave the ring space for more than half an hour. However, if she took a solid soul pill, she would be free. Truly exists in the form of a soul body in heaven and earth. Senior Yanho, you can think clearly. The effect of the soul-fixing pill on you, I don't think I need to explain too much. Yang Chen said lightly, big stick with turnip. I didn't believe in Yan and didn't obediently agree. Moment, Yanho seemed to have made up her mind. Shen said. Yang Chen, this seed can promise you. However, the soul solid pill Hanzo wants it now. Yang Chen shook his head. This can't work Yanho Sr. What if I give it to you and your words don't count? If you don't give the Hansa, it will be difficult for the power of the Hansa to bring out the alien fire. Yanho gritted his teeth. Yang Chen smiled. Senior Yanho is humble. The junior believes in your strength. Solid soul pill, when you hand over the alien fire to me, it will naturally be offered. You, Yanho's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Chen viciously. I really want to snatch the soul-fixing pill over. But, in the end, there's no action. This nasty brat. Wait for it. When the soul power of the seed is restored, the first thing will be to kill you. Yan left from Yang Chen's room, returned to Lin Yan courtyard. At this time, Lin Yan had not yet woken up. Yanho Yu waved his hand, and a little red energy fell on Lin Yan's eyebrows. Lin Yan's eyelashes trembled and he opened his eyes. Master, what just happened? Lin Yan's eyes were full of puzzlement. He was cultivating just now, but suddenly he lost consciousness and passed out. Nothing. Yanhu's tone was a little tired and did not explain. Fighting with Yang Chen's bastard made her tired. Especially now, agreeing to the bastard's conditions. However, how to face Yunur? Master, I see that the eruption of the volcano in the Qian mountain range is almost over. In a few days, Xenofire should be born, Lin Yan said excitedly. Yanho nodded, without words, and looked away. She really wanted to tell Lin Yan. Yang Chen's bastard threatened Master Wei with the Soul Sect cultivator, and asked Master Wei to hand over the alien fire to him, and he won't get it. However, she couldn't open her mouth, because the reason why she agreed, Yang Chen's threat was only half. The other half was because of the soul-fixing pill that Yang Chen took out. She urgently needed that soul-fixing pill to stabilize her soul. Alas, Yunur, can you understand as a teacher? 3 days later, the volcanic eruptions in the Qian Mountains gradually stopped. Suddenly, golden rays rushed straight into the sky from all areas of Qian City. A treasure is born, who wouldn't want to get? Even some foundation building monks, one by one, flew with imperial swords, braving the magma fire rain that was still falling in the sky, and went one after another. Yang Chen stood in the hall, and next to him stood Qinger. Brother, the alien treasure is born, aren't you going? Qinger hugged his arm, rubbing her sleepy big eyes a little puzzled. Yang Chen rubbed her head. No, brother wants to play with you. Really? Qinger's eyes lit up. Of course really. Hee, brother, you're so nice. Hearing this, two small dimples suddenly appeared at the corners of Qinger's mouth, obviously very happy. The little girl hugged Yang Chen's arm tightly, very attached. Last night, the little girl had to ask Yang Chen to hold her to sleep. But Yang Chen refused. He was worried that he couldn't help it and would do something like a beast. After all, now this little girl is no longer the little pitiful of before, but a little fairy with a certain scale and outstanding temperament. This hugging sleeps, hisses, the consequences dare not think. Yang Chen's big hand touched the little girl's head, but his eyes looked at the Qian mountain range in the distance, but he was thinking in his heart. If it was the strange fire that junior brother Lin Yan had been looking forward to, it was sent to his stepfather by his master. So how desperate junior brother Lin Yan should be. Alas, at that time, there must be another wave of villains attacking. Rattle, the things in the Qian mountain range, Yang Chen didn't need to worry about. He only needs to control the chess piece of Yanho. Next, he has more important things to do, that is to make Yanho dare not resist. Exclamation mark. I can only obediently follow his orders. After coaxing Qinger to play for a while and telling her about Zhan Tianzong, the little girl went to cultivate with joy. Beside Yang Chen, a black shadow appeared. This little girl, the physique is not simple. Yi Yuxiao also noticed the peculiarity of Qinger's physique. Because once the pure spirit holy body is cultivated, there will be a spiritual energy lingering on the body, and the temperament will be out of the ordinary. This little girl is so beautiful, if she is 2 years older, she will definitely become a big beauty who will fall in love with the country. Holy Sun, really bear to think of it only as a sister. Night Rain quipped. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. The great beauty of the country, isn't there one standing in front of me? Sister Yuxiao, I've been wearing a black robe, isn't it hot? The Night Rain was stunned, and then snorted. You think I want to? I'm wearing a black robe, and it was your master who gave me. I'm worried that you little satyr can't concentrate on cultivation when you see my sister's beautiful appearance. Oh, Yang Chen was happy. This was the first time he knew this reason. This is not explained in the original work. Then Sister Yuxiao take off the black robe. Yang Chen said, I want to see Sister Yuxiao's peerless immortal face and devil figure. No, Yi Yuxiao directly refused. You don't know what the consequences of disobeying your master's orders are. Yang Chen was stunned. It can be seen that Sister Yuxiao is very afraid of master. In the original work, his master was very good to him. However, the means against others are quite cruel. Sister Yuxiao, as the maid of the master, has followed her since she was a child, and she is naturally the most clear. Moreover, although Master Venerable's cultivation is also in the divine realm, but he had already reached the peak of the transformation god realm, and he was only one step away from refining the void realm. The perennial retreat is to break through the refining void. With this kind of strength, even if Yi Yuxiao reached the transformation god realm, he couldn't raise the idea of resisting. Then forget it. What a shame. Yang Chen sighed, and then said positively. Sister Yuxiao, I called you to do another thing. Take a trip to the Bloody Knife Gate for me and imprison a person. His true strength is in the late Yuan infant period, but the means are more vicious, you have to be careful. Don't worry, it's not a problem in the late stage of the baby. After the Night Rain is gone, Yang Chen said to the system. System, is there an elixir that can control others? The host, the elixir that controls others recommends the soul parasite mother worm pill for the host, and the cultivator who takes the mother worm pill will unconditionally obey the cultivator who controls the mother worm pill, and can control the cultivation and life and death of the other party, and it takes 800 villain points to exchange one. Soul sending Mother Dan, 800 villain value. Alas, this villain is really not worth spending enough. Yang Chen was helpless, but it was still exchanged for 800 villain values. The villain value spent on Yanhu's body alone reached 1,800 points. I hope that in the future, this enchanting Lord Yanhu can make up for the loss by providing him with villain values. At this time, among the Qian Mountains, the central area of numerous volcanic eruptions, cyan light gradually emerged. Master, cyan alien fire, which one is this on the alien fire list? Sure enough, it's Qinglian Tianyan. Yanhu blurted out. Shocked in his heart, Yang Chen's bastard was actually right. Really, did master already know? Lin Yan asked. Ah, no, Yanhu hurriedly said. Before the division, it was also a guess. Yunur, Qinglian Tianyan flame fire list ranks 58th, extremely terrifying, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to refine and fuse. Master, I have no choice. Lin Yan's face was a little crazy. No matter how difficult it is, I'm going to try it. Otherwise, when will I be able to surpass Yang Chen? When will I be able to blade the head of that dog thief? I have suffered so much humiliation, only this strange fire can help me wash away. Yanhu sighed in his heart. Yunur's obsession with foreign fire is so deep. She was really worried, in case of handing over the alien fire to Yang Chen. Yunur will not be able to withstand this blow, but she couldn't help it. Yang Chen's bastard threatened her with the soul sect again, and took out another soul-fixing pill. There was no way to refuse. The cyan glow became more and more intense. What followed was a scorching heat. This kind of temperature is a bit unreasonable. The spiritual fire in my body is actually trembling. Could it be that the exotic treasure in the Qian mountain range is a foreign fire? The fire attribute cultivator made an inference. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd was shocked. Xenofire is the most precious treasure in heaven and earth. 108 different fires on the list of different fires, it can be said that all cultivators have heard of it. If here it's a different fire, then, the fire attribute cultivators of the entire northern spirit domain are probably going to be excited. Quickly send a message to the sect, saying that it may be born with a different fire, so that the sect can quickly send the Yuan infant cultivator. Quickly send a message to the sect master, just say that there's a different fire born. The sect master is a transformation god realm fire cultivator. This different fire, my flame sect is going to decide. The disciples of each sect began to secretly summon information. Because alien fire is so precious, once determined, it will inevitably lead to a bloody battle. Zhan Tianzong also came with dozens of cultivators and had already summoned the sect. The cyan glow faded, the crater below was exposed. Many sect disciples hurriedly wanted to go down and investigate. However, it stopped his figure, because although the crater does not erupt, it is full of magma. These magma connect the Earth's veins, and God knows how thick it will be. There is so much magma in the crater, it's just a magma lake, who can go down? I'm afraid that without the cultivation of the Yuan infant realm, I can't break into this magma lake at all. At this time, several old figures walked out one after another and entered the magma lake. They were all elders who came with each sect, and they were all fire attribute Yuan infant cultivators. Master, let's start too. Don't be preempted by these old men. Lin Yan whispered in his heart. Good, Yunur, you don't have to go, you can go for the master alone. The temperature of this magma lake is too high, your body can't withstand it at all. Yanho said, okay, then master be careful. The reddish soul phantom left Lin Yan's body and rushed directly into the magma lake. Boom, Xenofire, I'm finally going to get you. Yongchen, you dog thief, wait, when I refine the alien fire, it will be your time of death. Thinking that he was about to have a different fire, the confidence in Lin Yan's heart returned. Walked to Shen Shuiyan's side, licked her face and asked. Senior sister Shuiyan, have you refined the Cabernet grass? Shen Shuiyan glanced at him, and Day's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. When she saw Lin Yan now, she didn't know why, she always felt a little uncomfortable. It was always thought that in order to survive in the treasure pavilion, he would say in public that Yongchen was his stepfather. Although this is an objective fact. However, this guy usually doesn't admit it at all, who said that he is anxious and wants to fight with people. However, when life was at stake, it was pulled out again. This makes people a little despised. Refined, Shen Shuiyan said lightly. After all, he helped find the Cabernet grass. I said, senior sister Shuiyan's cultivation has increased a lot. Shen Shuiyan snorted lightly and stopped speaking. His expression was cold. Lin Yan secretly hated in his heart, and his fists clenched. Senior sister Shuiyan must have despised him because of what happened last time. It's all because of Yongchen's damn bastard. Hateful, hateful. The former senior sister Shuiyan was always very enthusiastic about herself. Now, it's like that. No, I must reach the Jindan realm as soon as possible and surpass senior sister Shuiyan. It's all up to the fire. Master, don't let me down. At this time, Yanho came to the magma lake, hundreds of meters directly deep. Those few elders of the Yuan infant realm, although they could endure the high temperature of the magma lake. However, only 100 meters or so deep, the return began. Because magma lakes, the more they sink, the higher the temperature. At the bottom of the magma lake, there's a space supported by cyan light. In the center of the space, a cyan lotus plant took root in the magma. Above the green lotus, a cyan flame swirled. Qingli and Tianyan. Yanho looked excited. As a fire cultivator, she was instinctively close to flames. Moreover, she also has a different fire. I deeply know that the birth of a strange fire is itself a miracle of heaven and earth. Yanho approached Qinglian, then stretched out his jade hand, and a red flame wrapped Qinglian. Boom, the cyan flame suddenly erupted. Flames filled the space. If other cultivators, even the avatar gods, endured such a strange fire eruption, they would definitely be hit hard. The red flame on Yanhu's body bloomed, wrapping it up, and it was able to withstand the cyan flame. Phew, it's risky. It is worthy of being a newly ripe alien fire, under the gods, close to the will die. Fortunately, Hanzo was prepared. After Yan, he plucked the green lotus and sealed it temporarily. Then he hurried out of the space. And at this time, in the city lord's mansion, Yi Yuxiao carried a spiritual energy chain in his hand and pulled a middle-aged man with a dry face to walk in. Holy son, the man you want has been brought. This guy is indeed vicious, and he doesn't look like a cultivator from our northern spirit domain. Yi Yuxiao said, you'd better release the Hanzo right away. Otherwise, you will only bring destruction to Zhan Tianzong. The dry middle-aged voice was hoarse and extremely ugly. You shut up for me, don't talk, it's hard to hear. Yi Yuxiao couldn't stand it a little and drank coldly. Yes, Yongchen smiled. Your soul church came to destroy my Xuantian sect for the sake of you as a Yuan infant cultivator. What, you? The dry middle-aged was suddenly shocked. How could this Jindan kid in front of him know about the soul sect? He quietly came to this northern spirit domain, except for the sect master of the Blood Dao Gate, but he never revealed his identity. Who told you that? Who told me you don't care? I'll treat you to a good thing first. Yongchen said, and took out the soul-sending sun mother worm pill that was exchanged for 800 villain values. He wanted to control this soul sect cultivator. He can't disrupt his plans because of the other party. Moreover, controlling this soul sect cultivator could also deter Yanhu. Let her obediently submit and obey. Otherwise, what if the woman had a heart and ran away with Lin Yan directly with the strange fire? On the cultivators of the soul sect, there is a method of tracking souls. Even if Yanho runs, as long as he doesn't run thousands of miles away, he can trace the trail. At this time, Yanho came out of the magma lake and entered the ring. Master, did you succeed? Lin Yan hurriedly said. Yunur, let's go back quickly, Master Wei has something to say to you. Good, Lin Yan didn't care to say hello to Shen Shuiyan, so he hurriedly left here. Lin Yan did not go back to Qian City, but flew hundreds of miles towards the eastern part of the Qian mountain range. Come to a cave and stop. Master, I'll start refining right away. Yanhu's faint figure appeared, and there was a touch of exhaustion on her enchanting face. Just resisting the outbreak of alien fire and sealing Qinglian Tianyan consumed a large amount of her soul power. Yunur, there's something for the teacher, I want to discuss it with you. What's the matter? Lin Yan said excitedly. This. Yanho was a little hesitant. She originally wanted to take out the alien fire and go directly to Yongchen to exchange it for the solid soul pill. But, in the end, it didn't do that. After all, there's a master and apprentice. She wanted to make it clear with Lin Yan, hoped to obtain Lin Yan's consent. Yunur, actually, Master Wei met with Yongchen yesterday. What? Lin Yan was startled. Yongchen told Master Wei that the reason why he cultivated into the realm was fast because he had obtained inheritance. And Qinglian Tianyan belongs to that inheritance. He wants to give him the alien fire for the division. Impossible, Lin Yan said directly. Master, don't listen to his nonsense. He just wants a different fire. But Yunur, Yongchen also knows the existence of the soul sect cultivator, and he uses this threat as a teacher. Moreover, he also took out a soul-fixing pill, hoping to exchange it for alien fire. Threat, this bastard really shows his true face. Lin Yan's face suddenly turned hideous. Master, don't promise him. Yang Chen is a scumbag I have known for a long time. Besides, where's the solid soul pill precious? Quote. But Yanur, the solid soul pill is the elixir that the master lacks the most now. Yanho spoke his thoughts. Master Wei wants to exchange the solid soul pill, but don't worry, after refining the solid soul pill for Master to stabilize the soul, Master Wei can hand over his own Earth Center Red Fire to you. Earth Center Red Fire ranks 62nd on the Xenofire list, not much different from Qinglian Tianyan. This, Lin Yan hesitated a little. Master Venerable's Earth Center is red, he has long been determined. Because he knew that the Master would give it to him sooner or later. After all, the cultivation of the Master, the help of the different fire is not very obvious. But now, Master Venerable wanted to exchange the red fire of the Earth Center for Qinglian Tianyan. In this way, wouldn't he only have one kind of alien fire? Lin Yan thought about it and shook his head. Master, how can a disciple ask for your Earth Center red fire? Don't fall for Yang Chen's tricks, he's a bastard. Alas, hearing this, Yanho couldn't help but sigh. In fact, Lin Yan's answer, she thought of it before she came. This kid has been coveting her Earth Center for a long time. I asked him several times before whether to give it or not. Now, they say no. Two different fires, he wants both. However, can't you think about her as a master? With the solid soul pill, she didn't have to stay in the dark ring all the time. She has been there for thousands of years and doesn't want to stay any longer. Yanho was disappointed in his heart. Then, a black figure flew towards the two of them. The black figure was very fast, and in an instant, it came to the near front. Soul Sect Cultivator. Yanho was stunned, his face changed drastically. Master, have you seen it? Yang Chen is a villain who does not believe in words. You must not give Qinglian Tianyan to him, Lin Yan took the opportunity to say on the side. However, the dry middle-aged man snorted coldly. Yanho, huh? Don't worry, Hansa is not here to arrest you. In the name of my master, the seat has come for you to return the alien fire. Who is your master? Yanho Dai frowned, ready for a mortal battle at any time. The master of my family is naturally Yang Chen, the Xuantian Saint's son. What? Yanho was stunned. Yang Chen is the master of the Soul Sect Cultivator. How is this possible? The dry middle-aged man continued. Solid soul pill, my master has already asked me to bring it here, give it to you. The dry middle-aged man directly threw the solid soul pill to Yanho. Yan took it, and Lin Yan hurriedly said. Master, the soul-fixing pill is in hand, let's quickly withdraw. Yang Chen, that fool is too arrogant. Yanho sighed and looked at Lin Yan's eyes, full of love. Yanur, do you think everyone else is a fool? Yang Chen sent the Soul Sect cultivators to come here to prevent the master from escaping. Huh, go. The dry middle-aged sneered. Although this seed is only a Yuan infant ninefold cultivation, but my Soul Sect secret technique, it is not difficult to leave you as a god soul body. Better think clearly. The master said, if you go, your soul body, I can devour it. Defiant, alien fire for you. Yanho directly threw out a cyan brilliance. The dry middle-aged took it, with some regret on his face. Then it directly turned into a black light and disappeared into the sky. Master, why did you give him? Lin Yan's face suddenly darkened, and he roared fiercely. Without Qinglian Tianyan, how can my exercises still advance? How else can I go to Yang Chen for revenge? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this fire? Yanhu's expression was gloomy, and he said weakly. Yanur, when I refine the solid soul pill, I will give you the Earth Center red fire. Or, I can give you all the exercises I practice. After Yanho finished speaking, he directly turned into a red light and entered the ring. Inside the ring space, in Yanhu's coquettish eyes, disappointment and sadness could no longer be concealed. Talking to himself, when refining the solid soul pill, you can completely leave the ring space and hand over the Earth Center red fire to Yanur, I will leave him. I've helped him enough over the years, but he doesn't think about me as a master. I just want to kill Yang Chen, but at Yang Chen, there are so many means that even I can't see through it, even if you refine the alien fire, you're not his opponent. This guy can control the soul sect cultivator, he can take out the soul fixing pill, I don't know if there is a body shaping pill, it seems that the seed will go to him in the future. The other side, the dry middle-aged man knelt down on one knee in front of Yang Chen and handed over Qinglian Tianyan. Master, it's here, the dry middle-aged name is Yanju. The realm is in the Yuan infant ninefold, in the soul sect, it is the 9 protectors of the Yin Hall. Although he was dissatisfied with Yang Chen in every way, he even wanted to kill him immediately. But now, he can only kneel respectfully on the ground. Because, the subworm has parasitized in his soul palace. As long as Yang Chen is willing, with one thought, he can directly kill him. And if Yang Chen died, he would die with him, therefore, he must now unconditionally obey Yang Chen's orders. Yang Chen took Qinglian Tianyan, and only felt a scorching heat coming from him. It has the seal of Yanho on it, however, it should not last long. Once the strange fire broke out, it would be difficult to resist with his cultivation at the peak of Jinden. Yang Chen was ready to call Yi Yuxiao out, help him seal it again, and insist on reaching Zhan Tianzong. But the sound of the system came. Ding! After the host coerced and lured Lin Yan's master Zun Yan, forcing him to hand over the alien fire green lotus Tianyan, Lin Yan's mentality collapsed, plundering the son of heavenly destiny. Lin Yan's luck value was 4,000 points, and the reward host villain was worth 4,000 points. Ding! There's a rift in the relationship between Lin Yan and Shi Zun Yan, and Lin Yan, the son of heavenly destiny, is worth 3,000 points of luck, and the reward host villain is worth 3,000 points. Huh, Yang Chen was stunned. This reward is so fierce. It adds up to 7,000 villains worth it. Moreover, the relationship between Lin Yan and Yanho produced a rift. That's good. Unexpectedly, his own single-handed operation successfully separated their relationship. In the original work, Lin Yan has a huge harem, but the people who are most important to him, those with whom he is closest. It is undoubtedly the master of Yanho. Now there is a rift in the relationship between the two. Oblivious. Next, Lin Yan was much easier to deal with. However, just creating a rift in the relationship can plunder 2,000 points of luck. If he let Yanho completely surrender himself, then how much luck would he rob junior brother Lin Yan? If you were giving Lin Yan a junior brother, hiss. Don't dare to think, don't dare to think. Host, detected that you captured Lin Yan's main opportunity. Qinglian Tianyan, friendly reminder, you can spend 300 villain points, and the system will help you refine and fuse, and the security level is 100%. Oh, Yang Chen was happy. This system is really good. Refining different fires, with the help of Yanho in the original work, Lin Yan only has a 3% chance of success. But the system can guarantee 100%. Not bad. Yang Chen spent 300 villain points. Suddenly, the Qinglian Tianyan in his hand directly entered his body. A terrifying high temperature swept through the whole body in an instant. However, although the high temperature was terrifying, it did not cause any harm to Yang Chen. Qinglian Tianyan's origin was slowly fusing into his body. Yinju on the side, seeing this scene, was even more terrified. Although the master's realm is Jinden, but he dared to directly absorb the alien fire. Moreover, it was unscathed. That's a different fire. Directly absorbed, even the transformation god, even the cultivators of the refining void realm did not dare. The only remaining spirit of resistance in Yinju's heart completely disappeared after seeing this scene. A few days later, Xuantian sect and all major sects had cultivators from the transformation god realm or Yuan infant realm coming. However, after going deep into the magma lake, nothing was found. The alien fire has long been taken away. Qian City. Have you heard? The alien fire at the bottom of the magma lake is Qinglian Tianyan, ranked 58th on the Xuantian list, and it seems that it was taken away by the Xuantian Holy Sun. Really fake. Backing is true, because the one who said this is said to be Lin Yan, the stepson of the Xuantian Holy Sun. Lin Yan, is that Lin Yan who said in public in the treasure pavilion that he was the stepson of the Xuantian Saint Sun and let the blood Dao Saint Sun let him go? Yes, that's him. This kid is really a pit daddy. This kind of thing is said outside. If I were the Xuantian Saint Sun, I would definitely slap this villain to death. Bastard. On the side, Lin Yan, who was listening to the people around him, had a hideous face. He did spread the news. Yang Chen's bastard snatched the alien fire that belonged to him, and he wanted to discuss Yang Chen fiercely and make him unstable. But why do these bastards always make a fuss on him? Do you think Lin Yan is a bully? Maid, I really want to go over and kill them all. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with cold light. At this time, a few more people came over and said, have you heard, that Blood Dao Gate Great Elder has already released his words, whoever kills Lin Yan will be rewarded with 1 million spirit stones, plus a 5-rank spirit weapon blood knife. Note, spirit weapons and elixirs are divided into 9 products, and 9 products are the most. What, 1 million spirit stones, a 5-rank spirit weapon blood knife? These things are enough to buy a secular kingdom. This is nothing, there are already fire cultivators of the Yuan infant realm and the transformation god realm who have released words to capture Lin Yan and use it to force the Xuantian Saint Sun to hand over the alien fire. This Lin Yan is a treasure now. Listening to the discussions of everyone around him, Lin Yan's face was extremely hideous. Maid, are these people crazy? The Blood Dao Gate took out 1 million spirit stones and offered a reward to kill me. Are those fire repair cerebral palsy? Capture me and force Yang Chen to hand over the alien fire. That bastard wants me to die more than anyone. Bastard. Lin Yan was afraid in his heart. Master Venerable is now refining the solid soul pill, and it will take half a month. During this time, he can only keep a low profile. The lesson given to him by the Blood Dao Saint Sun last time was still vividly remembered. Forget it, let's go back to Zhan Tianzong first. As soon as Lin Yan came to the flying boat, Shen Shuiyan walked directly towards him. Senior Sister Shuiyan. Seeing Shen Shuiyan, Lin Yan's mood rarely improved. The only one who can comfort him now is Senior Sister Shuiyan. Senior Sister Shuiyan, is there something wrong with me? Lin Yan showed a dog-licking smile on his face, and his eyes scanned Shen Shuiyan's graceful figure without a trace. Shen Shuiyan said coldly, Lin Yan, my grandfather is looking for you. Lin Yan was stunned. The 7 elders are looking for me. In the Xuantian sect, the elders who could be known for their numerical ranking were the 7 core elders. They are all cultivators of the transformation god realm, and they are the pillars of the Xuantian sect. This time, the core elder sent out by the Xuantian sect to compete for the alien fire was the 7th elder, Shen Shuiyan's grandfather. Lin Yan had a bad premonition in his heart, want to leave directly. However, Shen Shuiyan drew her long sword and directly stopped him. Lin Yan, don't make it difficult for me, Shen Shuiyan said coldly. Senior Sister Shuiyan, you. Lin Yan couldn't believe that his goddess actually raised her sword against her. Damn it, the point is, he can't beat it yet. Lin Yan followed Shen Shuiyan to the hall on the flying boat. Lin Yan, you are so daring. The Holy Sun obtained the news of Qinglian Tianyan, but you passed it out. On the left side of the hall sat an old man with grey hair. He asked composingly. The coercion of the transformation god realm covered Lin Yan. Lin Yan couldn't bear it and knelt directly on the ground. Raising his head, he just saw Yang Chen sitting in the middle position, looking at him with a caring expression. Bastards, Lin Yan roared in his heart, and his fists were clenched. HMPH, Lin Yan, you have evil intentions, and you should be punished for your crimes. The 7th elder said angrily. He had been practicing in retreat some time ago. This time has just been cleared. As soon as I got out, I heard that my granddaughter had been dismissed by the Holy Sun. The reason was also heard from some of the population. It was a kid named Lin Yan next to his granddaughter who had been harassing. Disheartened, the son chose to withdraw from the marriage. Now that the realm of the Holy Sun has advanced by leaps and bounds, he has reached the peak of the golden pill, and he has fused with different fires, and he will definitely inherit the position of sect master in the future. It was supposed to be his grandson-in-law, but now. It's a pang of anger to think about. The 7 elders threw all the fire on Lin Yan. Directly want to cut him to vent his anger, but this Yang Chen was unwilling. He's still here, going to kill his stepson. How does this work? Yang Chen's face suddenly darkened. 7 elders, it depends on the owner to beat the dog, not to mention that Lin Yan is my stepson. Didn't you slap me in the face when you did this? Holy Sun, the old man does not mean this. The 7th elder immediately reacted and hurriedly said. Just now, I was angry and forgot that Lin Yan was now the stepson of the Holy Sun. But Holy Sun, what Lin Yan did, he must also be punished. At this time, the Yuan Ying elder on the side said. Yes, Lin Yan first killed the son of the great elder of the Blood Dao Gate, and then spread the news that the Holy Sun had obtained a strange fire, which caused a lot of chaos to our Xuantian sect. Holy Sun, even if he is your stepson, you can't shield him like this. Lin Yan must be punished, you are too coddling him. Several elders spoke righteously and strongly demanded. This, Yang Chen was embarrassed. Looking at Lin Yan, who was kneeling, he said helplessly. Yunur, what the elders said also makes sense, but you have caused a lot of trouble during this time. In this way, for the sake of the father, I will punish you for a year of confinement in the cold cliff. Holy Sun, wouldn't such a punishment be too light? Some elders questioned. Yang Chen frowned. Yunur is young and ignorant, and it is inevitable that some troubles will happen. Don't say any more. The son knows it. Yang Chen did have a number in his heart. The reason why Lin Yan was locked up in the cold cliff was because there was a big gift waiting for Lin Yan. Yang Chen looked at Lin Yan again. Yunur, this year, you think about it, reflect, and strive to change the evil and return to the right. Take time, I'll go see you with your mother. Bastard. Lin Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, clenched his fist at this time, and his nails were deeply embedded in the flesh and blood. Yang Chen, you bastard. Grab my alien fire, and humiliate me like this. I'm going to cut you by 1,000 cuts. Lin Yan couldn't help but glance up at Shen Shuiyan. I saw that although she was facing herself, her eyes were always on Yang Chen. Suddenly, I only felt a fire in my heart. The alien fire was snatched away. Could it be that senior sister Shuiyan's heart will also be snatched away? Ah, bastard, Yang Chen, you really step on a horse and be damned. Wow, Lin Yan was angry. A mouthful of blood directly spurted out. Then the whole person passed out, just fell at Shen Shuiyan's feet. Yay, blood splashed on the hem of Shen Shuiyan's skirt. Shen Shuiyan's face was a little ugly. This Lin Yan, really? The holy sun is covering him, and he is still so angry. Yun'er, Yang Chen immediately walked over, looking worried. Yun'er, don't be angry. It's not time for you to die yet. Touched the tip of Lin Yan's nose. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. Yun'er still has chi. Ding, the host once again punished Lin Yan in public as a stepfather. Lin Yan felt that the female partner Shen Shuiyan's gaze always stayed on the host, and she fainted in a hurry, plundering the son of heaven's destiny. Lin Yan's luck was worth 600 points, and the reward host villain was worth 600 points. Huh, not bad. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. Another wave of villain values. A few days later. Feizhou returned to Zantianzong. Yang Chen came to the foot of the Holy Sun Peak. A tall figure is holding a baby, followed by a small heelworm waiting for him. Shanggong. When Lin Xilan saw Yang Chen, the tip of her nose was sour, and her eyes were slightly red. During this time, she dreamed of Shanggong coming back every night. Although it is only a separation of more than 10 days, for her, it is like 3 atoms apart. Yang Chen also walked to Lin Xilan's side quickly and hugged her into his arms. Madam, I'm back. Shanggong, people miss you so much. Yang Chen hugged Lin Xilan's waist and smelled the faint fragrance emanating from her body. I only felt the blood stirring. In the past 10 days, he has been suffocated. Daddy, I want to hold it too. On the side, Yang Kai said in a milky voice, interrupting the warmth of the two people. Okay, Daddy hugs you. Yang Chen squatted down and picked him up. Distance. Lin Yan happened to see the happy appearance of this family. Suddenly, his fists clenched angrily, and his pale face was bruised. Lin Yan, what are you looking at? Hurry up and follow us to Cold Cliff. The Jindan monk on the side shouted coldly, and pushed Lin Yan hard, almost pushing him to eat. Maid, bastard. Lin Yan turned around and glared at him fiercely. Oh, you still dare to stare at me? Believe it or not, Lao Su arranged the coldest place in the Cold Cliff for you. Cultivator Jindan was immediately furious. You dare. Lin Yan was not afraid at all, turned around and scolded. You really look down on people with a dog's eye on a horse. Do you know who Lao Su is? Who do I care about you? If you build a foundation, can you still turn against the sky? Friar Jindan disdained. At this time, a deacon of Zantianzong in the late Jindan period walked over quickly. It was a slap to the head of the Jindan monk. If you step on a horse, Yanshao is also something you can fight. Yan, less Yan. Brother Jindan was stunned. Yanshao is the stepson of our holy son. You don't want to live when you step on the horse. Dare to be rude to Yanshao. Quickly apologized to Yanshao. The deacon reprimanded sharply. The son's stepson. Brother Jindan was stunned. Then remembered something and hurriedly said, Yanshao, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's my fault, it's my fault. I didn't know you were the stepson of His Highness the Sun. During this time, I have been staying in the Cold Cliff. I lack understanding of the outside world, and I don't recognize your old man. Cultivator Jindan immediately bent down and said. Lin Yan looked at his slave appearance, and there was an inexplicable cheerfulness in his heart. Suddenly discovered, it's so cool to have power. In the 4 words of the Holy Sun stepson, he didn't seem to be as disgusted and resistant as before. If he had been mentioned as the stepson of the Holy Sun before, he would definitely have fought with these two. But after the incident of the Blood Dao Saint Sun, he suddenly felt that the resistance in his heart had decreased a lot. Maid, why am I so cheap now? Lin Yan secretly cursed himself in his heart. But did not deny it, but said coldly, if only you knew about it. If you dare to be disrespectful to Lao Su, believe it or not, a word I will kill you. Yes, yes, it's my fault. I will definitely change my past mistakes in the future. Cultivator Jindan nodded for a while, and then took out a storage bag. Yanshao, this is filial piety, there are 5,000 spirit stones in it. 5,000. Lin Yan's brows furrowed. The one who stepped on the horse, the last time that Li Junfeng made a move, a foundation building ninefold cultivator, the shot was 10,000 spirit stones. You will give 5,000 for 1 golden pill when you step on the horse. Yanshao, those 5,000 are filial piety to you, and these 5,000 are to make reparation to you. Cultivator Jindan felt a pain in his flesh, but he still obediently took out another 5,000 spirit stones. HMPH. Lin Yan snorted coldly and took all the spirit stones. This feeling of bullying is really cool to step on a horse. I will use Yang Chen's name to make money now. When I have the strength, I will cut that bastard by 1,000 cuts. At night, Lin Xilan lay in Yang Chen's arms and continued to draw circles on his chest. On his fair forehead, he was full of sweat, cheeks flushed. Shanggong, Yun'er broke into such a big calamity, you just locked him up for a year, do those elders agree? Yang Chen said domineeringly, they don't agree and they have to agree. Who let Yun'er be our son? Nasty. Lin Xilan was disgusted. Then I want to see him after a while, and by the way, persuade him to change his past mistakes. Okay, Yang Chen naturally agreed. Shanggong, why are you so hot? Lin Xilan felt that the temperature on Yang Chen's body was a little higher than before, and said in doubt. Because during this time, I have a lot of fire. Yang Chen said playfully. Reach out and tuck the hair on his cheek behind his ear. Then he patted her head holding her bun again. Nasty. Lin Xilan snorted. Then, Yang Chen gasped. Chilly Cliff. It is a very peculiar place in Zantianzong. Extremely cold, extremely cold. Reiki is very rare. The disciples in the sect who violated the sect rules would be sent to the Cold Cliff for retreat. In charge of the affairs of the Cold Cliff was an intergate deacon and several Golden Pill Realm cultivators. At this time, Yanshao, how do you see this place? This is the place where the aura of the Cold Cliff is the strongest. We also arranged a spirit gathering array to facilitate your cultivation. The Jindan monk's name was Wang Yang, and he said with a fawning face. Lin Yan looked around and nodded. Good, Yanshao is satisfied. Wang Yang hurriedly said, I only hope that in the future, Yanshao can say a few kind words for our brother in front of His Royal Highness. Don't worry, Lin Yan patted him on the shoulder and then said. But don't bother me in the future, I like quiet. Yes, yes, Wang Yang hurriedly nodded. Lin Yan walked towards the inside of the Cold Cliff. Although the name of the cliff is a cliff, it is actually a huge cave located on the edge of the cliff. Ordinary disciples are at the outermost periphery and never go deep. Because it's so cold inside. However, Lin Yan always felt that something was calling him. He couldn't help but walk inside. Strange, why do you always feel this way? Could it be that there is some chance in this cold cliff? Lin Yan suddenly came to his senses, because he'd felt that way before. Later it was a lot of gains. I walked about 400 or 500 meters inside, and went around several winding stone wall passages. Lin Yan stopped, because he saw a dark stone wall. Above, there is notched text. A flame appeared in Lin Yan's palm and began to distinguish it carefully. I am a Wuyun Taoist of the Xuanyan sect, and I reached the refining void realm at the age of 860, but I was hated by the sect master of the Xuanyan sect at that time, and he joined forces with the cultivators of other sects to trap and kill me here. The exercises I practice are hidden on the stone wall, and when someone is destined to take it, you only need to smear blood on the stone wall. Look at a few lines of text on the stone wall. Lin Yan froze. 860 years old to reach refining void. This dark cloud Dao man, a genius. You know, the cultivators of the transformation god realm have a lifespan of 3,000 years. Most of the incarnation cultivators who wanted to cultivate to the refining void realm were basically over 2,000 years old. Even after his master Venerable Yan, it took 1,500 years to cultivate to the refining void realm. But this dark cloud Taoist only took 860 years. This is definitely a genius. The exercises he practiced were definitely worldly methods. Lin Yan's heart was excited. Oh my god, HMPH, what if you don't get Qinglian Tianyan? I have been blessed by heaven and obtained this anti-heaven exercise. Lin Yan directly cut a hole in his palm and pressed it on the stone wall. Rows of black light flew out from the stone wall and entered Lin Yan's mind. Half an hour later, Lin Yan's closed eyes opened. In his eyes, a black light flashed. Capture the spirit. Directly absorb the cultivation of others and improve your own strength. Although it is a little vicious, as long as it can become stronger, is a good exercise. Moreover, as long as I kill every cultivator I absorb, who can know that I have practiced such exercises? Boom, a crazy and cruel smile appeared on Lin Yan's face. And then, his eyes looked outside the cold cliff. There, however, there were many foundation building realm cultivators. A month passed. On the peak of the sun, Lin's island snuggled into Yang Chen's arms. Shandong, what should I do again? Yang Chen touched her stomach and said with a smile. What can I do, Ra? Why, don't you want to give me a baby? Nasty, what's there? Lin's island pouted, revealing something cute. Then he buried his head in Yang Chen's arms. You scoundrel, torment people every day for a month. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten pregnant so soon. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth hooked. Do you blame me? I just refined the alien fire, and the fire chi in my body is relatively strong, so I can't help it. Speaking of this, Lin's island suddenly looked at Chinger, who was playing with Yang Kai in the distance. That little girl, you have to grow up quickly. Yang Chen knew what Lin's island meant. Reaching out and hitting her hard. No nonsense. Chinger is my sister. Gut. Lin's island rolled her eyes. It's good to have anything to do with your own family. There is a point, false seriousness. He is a humble gentleman during the day, and at night he turns into a big evil wolf. Yang Chen looked at Chinger, who was playing with Yang Kai. This little girl, coming to the Holy Sun Peak, also has benefits. Can help them with children. He has more time to accompany his wife to talk about life. And because of that, alas, junior brother Lin Yan, you have a younger brother or sister again. Shandong, the last time I went to see you near at the cold cliff, I always felt that he was strange, and there seemed to be an evil aura in his eyes. Lin's island said suddenly. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. Of course, Lin Yan was weird. This is exactly his masterpiece. Before, the reason why Yang Chen decided to lock Lin Yan in the cold cliff. It is because, in the original work, there is a detailed description of the cold cliff. In the original work, Lin Yan was also locked up in the cold cliff. However, when he saw the heaven-conquering determination, he did not cultivate. Because of Lin Yan at that time, he obtained Qinglian Tianyan. The grade of 10,000 flames has been greatly improved. Moreover, there is no rush for revenge as it is now. Naturally, he would not practice the heaven-conquering skill, an evil skill that harms others in self-interest. But now, a technique that can quickly improve his strength, how could he refuse it? At night, Yang Kai had to noisily sleep with Aunt Chinger. Yang Chen naturally agreed. Without this little light bulb, he and his wife could communicate well. Shandong, you don't want to marry another one. An hour later. Lin's island said weakly. Yang Chen touched her fair face. Marry another one? Aren't you jealous? What kind of vinegar? I also thank her for sharing the pressure on me. Lin's island rolled her eyes. Yang Chen smiled playfully and patted her head. All right, come on, it's almost time to rest. Dot. At this time, in the middle of a cold cliff, Lin Yan's eyes glowed with a dazzling glow, and he appeared in front of Wang Yang, a cultivator of the Golden Pill realm. Yan Xiao, seeing Lin Yan, Wang Yang hurriedly said. Wang Yang, I found a stone cave inside the cold cliff, which seems to have been left by the former sage monk. My cultivation can't be opened, you can help me open it. Lin Yan's voice was a little hoarse. Wang Yang hurriedly nodded. No problem, Les Yan. Yan Xiao is worthy of being the stepson of the Holy Sun, and he can also find the inheritance of the former sage cultivator in the cold cliff, and he is admired. Wang Yang followed Lin Yan into the cold cliff very dog-leggedly. However, after entering 400 or 500 meters, Wang Yang stopped. Because he saw several shriveled bodies lying on the ground. Wang Yang was shocked. These are the disciples who were punished and confined in the cold cliff. How did it all look like this? No, I want to report to Deacon Li quickly. Wang Yang was frightened, although it is only a few foundation building disciples. However, dying in the cold cliff, that is his responsibility. This is a big problem. However, he just turned around. The face is stunned. Looking down, a black giant sword penetrated his body from the chest position. Lin Yan, you. Wang Yang immediately understood. These foundation building disciples were all killed by Lin Yan. Wang Yang is a monk of Jindan. Even though he was attacked by Lin Yan and the giant sword penetrated his body, the golden mangs on his body erupted, which still shocked Lin Yan back. Jindan, it's really not so easy to deal with. But, you're going to die today. Lin Yan shot directly, and the black light on his body was prosperous. The breath has reached the 9th layer of foundation building. Lin Yan, you have practiced magic skills. Wang Yang was horrified. Because the true chi in his body was rapidly draining along the wound. Moreover, the whereabouts of the lost turned out to be Lin Yan. Lin Yan just took a deep breath, and the whole person's momentum increased. What kind of magic is this? It's so terrible. Wang Yang was afraid in his heart and wanted to escape. But how he can run away? A moment later, there was no sound in the cave. Lin Yan walked out from the cold cliff. The moonlight shone on him. At this time, Lin Yan's cheeks were thin, his cheekbones were high and bulging, and the whole person was gloomy. Having absorbed a golden pill realm cultivator, he directly reached the 10 layers of foundation building. And it's not far from the Jindan realm. Things can't be hidden here for long. My strength is still too weak now, as long as there is a mid-Jin cultivator, I will only have one way to die. No, I have to leave Zantianzong. We must not repeat the mistakes of our predecessors in the dark clouds. Lin Yan turned into a ghost light and disappeared into the cold cliff. However, he did not leave Zantianzong directly. Instead, he came to the Holy Child Peak, on the peak of the sun. Lin Yan used the secret method in the spirit capture skill to move forward quietly. However, he didn't know that on the Holy Sun Peak, the two cultivators of Elder He and Yu Xiao had already discovered him. It's just that because he is Yang Chen's stepson. As long as he doesn't do anything harmful, no one cares about him. And Yang Chen, although he was at a critical juncture at this time, he also sensed Lin Yan. His junior brother Lin Yan, you're coming, it's really time. Lin Yan sneaked to a palace, walked over to the bright light. Suddenly, a strange sound came into his ears. The pearls fell on the jade plate, like weeping. Lin Yan's face suddenly turned green. Clench your fists. The face is hideous. Bastard. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I'm going to kill you. Cut you by 1,000 cuts. Let you not die well. Ding. Lin Yan eavesdropped on the host's affairs. His mentality was seriously broken. Lin Yan, the son of destiny of heaven, was worth 1,000 points, and the host got a villain worth 1,000 points. Ding. The host calculated Lin Yan, made him practice evil skills to seize the spirit, went astray, plundered Lin Yan, the son of heavenly destiny. Chi luck value was 1,000 points, and the host obtained 1,000 villain points. Not bad, not bad. Another 2,000 villains are worth it. This wave arrangement was perfect. An evil smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. Then, Lin Xilan said in a trembling voice, Shandong, you joke at people. Yang Chen was stunned, came back to his senses, and hurriedly said, No maiden, don't stop, go ahead. Shish. A year later. Lin Xilan gave birth to a son again. Yang Chen named him, Yang Zhou. But this son only plundered Lin Yan's 2,000 chi luck points. It seems that Lin Yan's luck value is not very sufficient. It's no wonder. During this time, Lin Yan was robbed back and forth by him for tens of thousands of chi luck points. Even the child of destiny can't help it. In the middle of the year, Yang Chen used 1,000 villain points to exchange for cultivation. Coupled with the previous refining and fusion Qinli and Tianyan, he had accumulated a lot of energy. In one fell swoop, he broke through to the realm of the Yuan baby. A month after his son was born, Yang Chen held a full moon banquet for his son. However, at the beginning of the banquet, a stream of light quickly flew and landed in the banquet center. The light dissipated. It was a white-robed middle-aged servant. Elder Han, what are you doing in a hurry? Today is the full moon banquet held by the Holy Sun for the little prince. There were elders who shouted, Now Yang Chen, the strength of this Holy Sun, has reached the Yuan infant realm. His status in Zantianzong had improved again. Not to mention the ordinary Yuan infant elders, even the 7 great elders of the transformation god realm, they are also respectful. Elder Han didn't care to explain, and hurriedly said, Holy Sun, something is wrong. Yang Chen stepped forward and said, Elder Han, don't panic, say slowly. Holy Sun, your stepson Lin Yan has slaughtered thousands of cultivators in the secular realm. Not long ago, I even killed all the cultivator mortals in several cities. Now, many immortal cultivation forces have come to our Xuantian sect one after another, asking to meet the Holy Sun and ask for an explanation. What? Yang Chen looked surprised, but in my heart, joy blossomed. Junior brother Lin Yan, you really impressed the father. It turned out to be so ruthless. Killed thousands of cultivators in a year. He also killed all the cultivators and mortals of several cities. Elder Han, you didn't talk nonsense. He kills thousands of cultivators a year. How many cities have you killed? How is this possible? Yang Chen looked incredulous. Elder Han suddenly burst into tears. Holy Sun, as an elder of the sect's criminal law hall, the old man has acted fairly in his life, how could he have wronged a person? According to our investigation, a year ago, Lin Yan learned an evil skill from the stone wall deep in the cold cliff to absorb the cultivation of others and improve his own strength. Those few foundation building realm disciples and golden pill cultivators of the cold cliff died in Lin Yan's hands. Now, he is even killing innocents outside under the guise of your stepson. Thousands of cultivators and those mortals in the city all died tragically at his hands. Now the cultivators outside are all talking about it, saying that the reason why Lin Yan can lose his conscience for so long is all because of the connivance of the Holy Sun, otherwise he would have been killed by the town a long time ago. This, Yang Chen was stunned. In fact, Lin Yan was refining and killing cultivators outside, and he had known for a long time. Yinju has always been in control of Lin Yan's movements. And the cultivators of the soul sect have mastered the secret method of concealing the soul. Even Yanho didn't know that Yinju had been spying on them. Hearing Elder Han's words, a group of elders suddenly said, Holy Sun, although Lin Yan is your stepson, but my Xuantian sect's 10,000-year reputation can't be ruined just like that. Yes, my Xuantian sect has been a leader of the Northern Spirit Domain for hundreds of thousands of years. I definitely can't ruin my reputation as Xuantian sect because of Lin Yan. Holy Sun, please do not shield him. This evil thief must be eliminated as soon as possible. Holy Sun, that soul-grabbing skill, as long as it is practiced, it will be eaten back by the exercises. It is not the cultivators who are practicing, but the exercises that drive the cultivators. Lin Yan, it's no longer Lin Yan before, he has been controlled by evil skills. Hear this group of emotional words. Yang Chen looked embarrassed, full of vulnerability. And Lin Xilan had tears slipping down the corners of her eyes, obviously very sad. But in the end, he said to Yang Chen, Shandong, Yun'er committed such crimes, practicing demonic skills, and his sins are unforgivable. You better listen to the elders in this matter. This, alas, well. Yang Chen sighed and said in a deep voice. Then I'll go there personally to see if Yun'er really fell into the demon Dao. At this time, it is more than 20,000 li away from Zantianzong. In a mountain range within the territory of Yang country. Lin Yan was dressed in black and sucked 2 cultivators of Jindan into dry corpses. Phew, Lin Yan exhaled deeply. Capturing the spirit is worthy of the ancient skill. In just 1 year, I have been promoted from the foundation building quadruple to the Jindan quadruple. This kind of breakthrough speed is beyond his Yang Chen's reach. Yang Chen, you dog thief, wait, don't worry, I won't kill you directly, I will cultivate you all over and absorb it together for my use. Haha, let everything you do for me as a wedding dress. Lin Yan walked into the cave. In the cave, there stood an enchanting figure. Now that Yanho has refined the solid soul pill, his faint figure has solidified a lot. Yun'er, don't be wrong again. How many people have you killed in this year? Soul grabbing skill, this is an evil skill. After Yanho fused the soul fixing pill, it took a relatively long time, and it took more than half a year. When you wake up, get out of the ring, but found that Lin Yan became what he is now. I couldn't help but feel heartbroken, although I wanted to leave Lin Yan before. But the master-apprentice relationship is still there after all. She had been trying to persuade Lin Yan to turn back to the shore during this time. HMPH, Lin Yan snorted coldly. Master, let me ask you again, the center of the earth is red, will you give it to me? Yanho shook his head. If you practice spirit grabbing gong and go astray, the master will not give it to you. Unless you abolish the spirit harvesting skill and painfully correct your past mistakes, I will give it to you. HMPH, if you can't give it, just say it, what are you doing with so much? The corner of Lin Yan's mouth hooked a sneer. Yanur, you, how did you say such a thing? It's so heartbreaking. Yanhu's coquettish eyes were full of disappointment and sadness. How much effort he wasted for this disciple. Now, he says this about himself. Master, actually, it's the same if you don't give it to me. I can take it myself. Lin Yan suddenly smiled strangely. Then, he took out a bottle and dropped it on the ground. In an instant, black gas filled the entire cave. What is it? Yanho waved his hand, and a layer of red light pervaded. However, with her cultivation of the divine realm, she could not disperse these black chi. Master, in the spirit capture skill, there are methods for dealing with the soul body. Do you know why the disciples slaughtered those cities? It is to refine their grievances and refine them into this soul devourer. Master, do you feel that your body is weak now, and your soul power cannot be exerted? Lin Yan said hoarsely, his expression gradually becoming fierce. The red light on Yanhu's body quickly dissipated. She really couldn't mobilize her soul power anymore. Lin Yan, what do you want to do? Yanhu Dai frowned and drank in a deep voice. Lin Yan smiled. The smile was full of hideousness. Master, you said, if the disciple refines you, so what realm can a disciple ascend to? All of your soul bodies possess the power of the transformation god realm, and if a disciple refines, he can at least reach the uninfinite realm. Master, become a disciple. You beast. Yanhu scolded angrily. She was really furious. It's also really dead-hearted. As a disciple himself, selfishness is enough. Cultivate evil skills. Now, she is even ready to refine her as a master. How did he become like this? Lin Yan, I won't let you succeed if I die. After Yanho finished speaking, his body suddenly became imposing, and he actually resumed his cultivation again. Directly rushed to Lin Yan. A palm is about to slap on the door of his head. Master, don't kill me. Lin Yan retreated in fear. HMPH, from now on, our master and apprentice will cut off righteousness. In the end, Yanho still did not kill him. Fly straight out of the cave. However, the originally solid figure is gradually becoming illusory. At this time, Yang Chen took Zhan Tianzong's group and came to the territory of Lianyang country. Liang Kingdom is an ancient country that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Every national master in the country is from Zhan Tianzong and belongs to the subordinate forces of Zhan Tianzong. Therefore, Lin Yan acted arbitrarily in the realm of the leaving Yang country, but he had not been pursued and killed by the high level of the leaving Yang country. It was precisely because they still didn't know the attitude of Yang Chen, the Xuanyan Saint Son. A small city on the border of Yang, originally with a population of tens of thousands, is dead at this time. Abominable. Lin Yan is really a beast, he actually killed all the mortals in a city. If I meet him, I must kill him. Next to Yang Chen, Shen Shuiyan said angrily. Meian's face was full of anger. This trip, Yang Chen brought her with him. As for why, naturally, it was because she was the goddess in Lin Yan's heart. The first heroine in the original work has a different meaning for Lin Yan. If you want to harvest a wave of Lin Yan again, you can't do without her. Junior sister Shuiyan, you have a good relationship with Yanur, can you really get your hands on it? Yang Chen looked at her and said. Shen Shuiyan was stunned. Beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen. There is a touch of panic and unconcealable surprise. Because this is the first time Yang Chen has taken the initiative to talk to her since he withdrew from marriage. The son, at last, will speak to me. Are you ready to forgive me? Shen Shuiyan was excited in her heart and hurriedly said. Holy son, in fact, my relationship with Lin Yan is not so good, I was just a better ordinary friend before, but then he acted more and more extremely and we gradually became estranged. Shen Shuiyan's flustered explanation made the corners of Yang Chen's mouth skim. This is the goddess that the predecessor was striving for. Now, her own words can make her excited and inexplicable, sincerely afraid. Alas, then, a red light rushed in from a distance. Yang Chen's eyes were stunned, glancing at Yinju beside him. Yinju Shin comprehended and directly soared into the air, blocking the red light. It's you. The red light dissipated, revealing the enchanting figure of Yanho. However, at this time, the state is not very good. The figure was extremely faint, as if it was about to disappear between heaven and earth. A flash of greed flashed across Yinju's face. Yanhu's powerful soul body was a delicacy for him as a soul sect cultivator. But, he also knew it in his heart. The owner is very sexual to this queen of Yan. It's not something you can touch yourself. Yanhu saw that he did not move, snorted coldly, lowered his head, and saw Yang Chen in the dead silent city below. The beautiful eyes flashed, and then flew directly towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you might help Hansa. Yanhu landed in front of Yang Chen and asked in a deep voice. She had just used the secret method and burned her soul. Only then was he able to get out of the soul-devouring dispersal. However, the burning of the soul means that the soul is completely annihilated. She has not taken a vengeance, and she does not want to die now. Yang Chen asked the surrounding Xuanyan sect cultivators to retreat, and then looked at Yanhu's faint figure, puzzled. Senior Yanhu took the soul-fixing pill. The soul should be stable. How did it become like this? A flash of helplessness and anger flashed on Yanhu's coquettish face. Lin Yan, he is completely incorrigible. With the death chi and resentment of tens of thousands of cultivators and mortals, they have refined into a soul-devouring dispersion, and they want to refine the main seed. Hansa burned his soul to escape. So it is. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows. This was beyond his expectations. Junior brother Lin Yan, so ruthless that even the master was refining. It's a character. It is worthy of being my Yang Chen's stepson. Yang Chen, you might be able to get the body-shaping pill. Yanhu suddenly asked, beautiful eyes full of hope. Now the only thing that can save her is the body-shaping Dan. As long as the body can be reshaped, the soul burning can be stopped. Otherwise, she could only open her eyes and watch her soul scatter and completely disappear between heaven and earth. Body-shaping Dan. Yang Chen groaned, but said to the system in his heart. System, can I redeem the body-shaping pill? Ding, host, the body-shaping pill needs 1500 villain value exchange, which can recondense the physical body for the soul body, but the condensed physical body is the initial stage and needs to be recultivated. Well, that's good. Receiving confirmation from the system, Yang Chen looked at Yanhu again. Nodded. Body-shaping pill, juniors have. You have. Yanhu's beautiful eyes were full of excitement. This kid is really unfathomable. Solid soul pill has. Even the body-shaping pill can be obtained. You know, these two pills can only be practiced by those alchemists above the refining void realm. Yanho didn't care to think about this and hurriedly said. Yang Chen, can the body-shaping pill be given to the seat? Yang Chen looked at Yanho's enchanting figure and played with taste. Senior Yanho, I can give you the body-shaping pill, but the body-shaping pill is extremely precious. If the junior gives it to you, what do you exchange it for? Me, Yanho was stunned, Day's brows furrowed. This seat can pass on to you all that I have learned in my life. Among them, there are countless top-level exercises and magical secret techniques. Yang Chen shook his head. Senior Yanho, my Xuandian sect has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and there's no shortage of profound martial arts books. So what do you want? That's all I have in this seat now. Yanho was a little anxious. She is now just a soul body. Except for those exercises and cultivation experiences in my mind, there was nothing. Yang Chen, this kid, really picks the time. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked, and his gaze swept around Yanho's enchanting peerless figure. Senior Yanho, I want you. Want me. Yanho was stunned. Although Yang Chen's gaze made her feel cold in her heart, she didn't have time to break this with him now and nodded hurriedly. No problem. This seat can stay with you for 100 years and teach you to practice. No. Yang Chen shook his head. Senior Yanho, you misunderstood the junior. The junior does not mean to let you teach me to practice. Rather, the junior hopes that after the senior Yan reshapes the flesh, he can let the junior kiss fangs. What? A kiss fangs? Yanho suddenly became angry. Phoenix eyes frosty. This bastard, what a dare. After she died, even if there was only one soul left, she still had the strength to transform the god realm. This bastard dares to say such words. The coercion of the transformation god realm rushed straight towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen, can't you find death? Free head 5 times lightly thin Hansa, really do Hansa dare not kill you? Yanhu's soul is now in a burning state, and the whole person's strength is actually much stronger than before. However, Yang Chen was not afraid at all. It's a look of play. Senior Yanho, you want to kill the junior, but think clearly. If the junior dies, you won't get the body-shaping pill. Don't you want to take revenge? The feud of parents, don't share the heavens. You, how do you know? Yang Chen's words made Yanho stunned. The feud of her parents, this is the biggest secret in her heart, and it is also the motivation for her to keep living. She hadn't spoken to anyone. Even Lin Yan didn't know. How did this bastard know? How do the juniors know? The seniors don't need to care about it. Yanho seniors only need to measure gains and losses to see if it's worth it. You bastard. Yanho Feng's eyes were frosty, staring at Yang Chen deadly. Although I really want to slap this little bastard to death. However, she held back. Reason triumphs over impulse. Although this guy has a filthy mouth, there's also some truth. She struggled for 1,000 years in the ring space. Is it possible that for the sake of face and dignity, it is necessary to give up this body-shaping pill that is within reach? Question mark. Moment. Yanhu's beautiful eyes closed slightly, sighed, and made a decision in her heart. That's it. Hanzo promised you the conditions. Only once, though. Don't worry, the junior can be counted when he speaks. However, the location needs to be picked by juniors. Place. Yanho was stunned. A kiss is a simple matter, and where else to go? She didn't think much about it either, because her soul state could not be delayed any longer. Well, Hanzo promised you it was. Take the body-shaping Dan. Yang Chen's mental communication system. Spent 1,500 villain value to buy a body-shaping pill. Some flesh hurts. However, think of the next plan. It's worth it too. Give the body-shaping pill to Yanho. Sure enough, it's a body-shaping pill. What the hell is this bastard from? Yanho was amazed in his heart, but I didn't think much about it but hurriedly took it. Soon, blood vessels began to appear on Yanhu's body. The burning soul also stopped. The faint figure continued to become solidified. This is the reinvention of the flesh. I have to say that this elixir is indeed miraculous. In fact, with the strength of the Yanho transformation god realm, he could also regain his body before. However, if she takes away, then it will be difficult for her to surpass her previous self in this life. The potential is limited, and to take the sacrifice, the requirements for the flesh are also very high, and it is difficult to find the right one. And the body-shaping Dan is to shape her original physical body. Although it needs to be recultivated, it is much stronger than taking the sacrifice. Yanho directly turned into a red light and entered a house in the city. Begin to reshape the flesh with all his might. Holy Sun. We found Lin Yan's traces. At this time, a golden pill realm cultivator came to report Yang Chen. Oh, found Yanner's traces. Oh, that's a coincidence. Bring the sun with you. In the mountains of Yangguo. Dozens of Jindan cultivators surrounded a young man dressed in black from a distance. Lin Yan, you have slaughtered thousands of cultivators and refined several cities, and your crimes are punishable, and you will not be captured. Lin Yan, the Holy Sun has personally left the Yang Kingdom, and you are in trouble. Quote, Lin Yan was holding a giant sword, and his body was full of black light. The gaze, on the other hand, is staring straight ahead. Yang Chen carried his hands on his back, walked in the void, and walked slowly. The figure is ethereal, like a fairy in the dust. Yunur, I didn't expect that in just 1 year, you would come to such a point. Alas, I blame my father and your mother, who only took care of your younger brothers and sisters during this time and neglected you. You made such a big mistake. Yang Chen looked painful. Yang Chen, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Lin Yan's voice roared like a wild beast. He couldn't help but think of that night. Yang Chen, this bastard, actually treated his mother. Ah, abominable. Lin Yan was mad in his heart. Directly swung the giant sword and slashed towards Yang Chen. Stubborn, even for the father dares to do it. It seems that you are really enchanted and controlled by evil skills. Yang Chen sighed and slapped it directly. In the sky, a large handprint of tens of Zhang fell straight down. Directly slapped Lin Yan on the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yang Chen was seriously injured with just one blow. Damn it, Lin Yan barely stood up and wanted to pick up the giant sword. However, a cold and shining long sword rested on his neck. Rise, but he saw the stunning face that made him murderous but still floating in his heart. Senior Sister Shuiyan, you. Bah, Lin Yan, he wants to call me Senior Sister Shuiyan. You devil, I can't wait to kill you with a sword. Shen Shuiyan's face was full of frost. The strange look in his eyes made Lin Yan feel distressed and crazy. Senior Sister Shuiyan was so ruthless to him, like an enemy. My heart hurts. Ah, ding. Lin Yan felt hopeless and sad about the goddess Shen Shuiyan in his heart. His mood collapsed. Lin Yan, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 1,000 points, and the host got 1,000 villain points. Ding, the heroine Shen Shuiyan completely broke with Lin Yan, plundering the son of heaven's destiny. Lin Yan's luck value was 1,000 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 1,000 points. Huh, not bad. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This trip brought Shen Shuiyan and was a correct choice. Ding, Lin Yan's luck value is as low as 3,000 points, and he no longer bears the luck of heaven's destiny. Huh, Yang Chen was stunned. Lin Yan's luck value was as low as 3,000 points, and he no longer had the luck of the heavenly destiny. So fast, alas, all blame yourself. The chi luck value of plundering junior brother Lin Yan was plundering too quickly. But this is also good, just send junior brother Lin Yan on the road. Yunur, if you kill thousands of cultivators, refine several cities, and do the wrong things that are the common anger of such people and gods, your father will not be able to protect you. Alas, Yang Chen sighed very sadly. Full of heart, I can't bear it. Then said in a deep voice to Shen Shuiyan and the others. On behalf of this holy son, you go to visit those immortal cultivation forces that caused the death of cultivators because of Lin Yan. Let's just say that Lin Yan will be executed by the stepfather of this holy son. Everyone present could hear the sadness in Yang Chen's voice. Only Lin Yan stared at him fiercely. It seems to devour him alive. It's the sun. A group of Jindan monks left. In the field, only Yang Chen and Lin Yan remain. Yang Chen, you bastard. I won't let you go. You wait for me. Lin Yan scolded angrily. Yang Chen turned to look at him. Yunur, I'm afraid, you don't have a chance to be a ghost. After all, you are only Jindan, and you haven't reached the Yuan baby yet. Ah, you bastard. Lin Yan was almost crazy. Blood and tears flowed from both eyes. Then, Yang Chen felt a fluctuation of aura in the distance. This breath belongs to Yanho. It should be that she has completely reshaped her physical body. Yang Chen looked at the sky and then at Lin Yan, who was lying on the ground like a wild dog. The corners of the mouth curved. Yunur, let you watch for your father. No, listen to a good show. It's also our father and son. Yang Chen took Lin Yan to the cave and threw him behind a stone wall. And sealed his body and mouth. Let him only listen, not move, and make no sound. A moment later, a red light fell in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen, why are you here? What about Lin Yan? Yanho felt Yang Chen's deliberately emitted breath and asked with a frown. Yang Chen did not answer her question, but looked directly at her. After Yan at this time, the flesh is completely reshaped, and the skin is white and red, like crystal white jade. 3,000 cyan, soft and shiny, draped over the shoulders. The neck is slender and the collarbone is delicate. A long red skirt, wrapped around an enchanting body, with attractive curves. Under the hem of the skirt, a snow white and delicate calf is exposed. Yang Chen, what are you looking at? Take care of your eyes. Feeling Yang Chen's presumptuous eyes, Yanho suddenly drank coldly. Yang Chen returned to his senses and said with a smile. Senior Yanho, you can have a physical body, you haven't thanked me yet, I can't look at it twice. But Senior Yanho, you made a correct choice and didn't walk away directly. Or else, HMPH, Yanho snorted coldly, she also wanted to walk away just now. However, this little bastard was really hateful, and she actually let the Yinju soul sect cultivator keep an eye on her nearby. Helplessly, she could only come over. Yanho asked again. What about Lin Yan? Lin Yan, Yang Chen glanced inside the cave without a trace. It has already been taken away by the disciples of Xuanyan sect. Prepare to execute him. Yanho was stunned, the face is a little unnatural. Senior Yanho was distressed. No, no, Yanho shook his head. But the sadness in his eyes could not be hidden. After all, she and Lin Yan are also masters and apprentices. Yanho sighed heavily and said in a deep voice. Lin Yan, he has come to this step, and he deserves it. However, all this is inseparable from you. Yang Chen nodded. Yes, it is indeed inseparable from me. I didn't do my duty as a father. God, Yanho pouted. This guy has come to this point, and he is still taking advantage of Lin Yan. Lin Yan was carried away by this bastard's father's stepson. Otherwise, if you cultivate well, you will step into the evil path. At this time, Yanho suddenly felt that there was an extra thief's hand around his waist. Suddenly Day's eyebrows furrowed, her face turned cold, and she said coquettishly. Yang Chen, what are you doing? Take away your dirty hands. Quote. Senior Yanho, have you forgotten what you promised your junior before? Me. Yanho was stunned. Senior Yanho should not be able to speak, it doesn't count. Yang Chen's voice sounded in her ears, with a hint of heat. It made her shudder. Hurriedly said, you stay away from the main seat. When this seat speaks, it naturally counts. Since the seniors of Yanho count when they speak, then why should they let the juniors stay away? Yang Chen not only did not stay away, on the contrary, his arms were also on Yanho's slender waist. Soft and slender, amazing elasticity. Bastard, Yanho cursed in a low voice. A killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yang Chen cut it. Senior Yanho, want to kill me? HMPH, if I die, you won't be able to live after Yan. Now you, although your physical body has been reshaped, you have not cultivated in the slightest. It's still only soul power. Moreover, once you fight, you still have to worry about your physical body, and your combat strength is not as good as before. One soul sect Yinju can kill you. You said that the junior is right. What a shameless bastard you are. Yanho cursed angrily, but the killing intent in his eyes retreated. Because Yang Chen was right. If she kills this bastard now, he will definitely die. Moreover, it was difficult to reshape the flesh. She didn't want to die even more, but promised the bastard's terms. Let him kiss fangs. He is a fire cultivator who has lived for tens of thousands of years. It also has its own dignity. Promised before, forced to helpless. But now, Yang Chen, can you change the conditions? After all, Hansa is so much older than you, Yanho said helplessly. But Yang Chen shook his head very firmly. Don't. The junior, like the senior, abide by the agreement, and say that if you kiss the senior fangs, you will kiss the senior fangs. Besides, although the seniors are old, they are very charming in the eyes of the younger generations. You, what a pervert. Yanho gritted his teeth, but there was nothing they could do. I could only close my beautiful eyes. All this is like being bitten by a dog. You hurry. Good senior. Comma dot. Half an hour passed. Yang Chen looked at Yan, who flew out of the cave directly after tidying up his loose hair, and the corners of his mouth curved. Ding, the host forced Lin Yan to hear the voice he least wanted to hear. His mood completely collapsed, plundering Lin Yan's luck value of 1,000 points, and the host obtained 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Ding, the host is a pro-Yanho Fangs, the Qinglian Tianyan in the earth-centered red fire of Yanho in the body entangled the double cultivation, indirectly cutting off all the relationship between Yanho and Lin Yan, plundering Lin Yan's luck value of 2,000 points, and the host obtained a villain value of 2,000 points. Closing square bracket. The sound of the system came. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, 3,000 points of luck. At this moment, junior brother Lin Yan's wool was completely finished by himself. Yang Chen sat cross-kneeled on the ground. Cyan flames burst out of his body. However, in the cyan, there is a faint red color. This is also one of Yang Chen's purposes. It was introduced in the original work. Qinglian Tianyan is bred by the fire of the center of the earth. And the red fire of the center of the earth itself is the fire of the center of the earth that is rich to the extreme. Therefore, strictly speaking, the earth-centered red fire and Qinglian Tianyan belong to the same origin. The two flames are inexplicably linked, intertwined, they can evolve with each other. For the monks who possess them, this is equivalent to double cultivation. Gee, not bad, the flames are entangled, and the strength has also been improved. Senior Yanho should also feel it, I don't know if he will continue to come to me in the future. After all, although her old man has reshaped his physical body now, he needs to cultivate from scratch. Not to mention the transformation of gods, it will take hundreds of years to cultivate the Yuan infant alone. If Senior Yanho can't wait, he may really come to me when the time comes. Gee, after all, the feeling given by the Senior Yanho is extraordinary. Yang Chen got up and walked behind the stone wall, looking at Lin Yan, who was lying on the ground with a hideous face. Yang Chen smiled. Junior brother Lin Yan, do you like the gift that your father gave you? Yang Chen lifted the ban on him. Ah, Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I must kill you and cut you by 1,000 cuts. Let you not die well. Lin Yan directly cursed. Alas, Yang Chen shook his head. Junior brother Lin Yan, it's not good to scold people. Look, did he scold you for your father? You have received the gift, and it is time for the father to send you on your way. By the way, let you rest assured, your mother, I will take good care of it. By the way, you have another younger brother, his name is Yang Zhou, and he looks like you. Bastard, I'm Sao Nima, I'm going to kill you. Lin Yan had difficulty getting up, so he could only curse. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth, and he pressed his hands. Suddenly, Lin Yan's eyes widened, and he died of anger. There were no more scolding. Alas, killing my stepson with my own hands, I feel, it's really a little sad. Yang Chen sighed. Out of the cave. Ding, the host kills Lin Yan and gets a villain gift pack. Closing square bracket. Well, big package. Yang Chen was stunned, and immediately said. Open. Ding, the gift package is successfully opened, and the host obtains the Heavenly Demon Stone Carving 36 styles. Closing square bracket. Heavenly Demon Stone Carving 36 styles. Yang Chen's expression condensed slightly. The name of this exercise is quite domineering. The grade should not be low. Yang Chen began to comprehend. A few days later. His eyes opened suddenly, and a ghost light flashed in his eyes. Yang Chen's expression was full of excitement. Heavenly Demon Stone Carving 36 styles. Every formula is a masterpiece. The exercises he practiced before were Zhan Tianzong's Zhenzong method, Xuantian true technique. According to legend, it was created by the founding ancestor of Zhan Tianzong. It is already the top practice in the northern spirit domain. But compared with the 36 forms of this heavenly magic stone carving, it is still a lot worse. Yang Chen took a deep breath. Although the heavenly demon stone carving is powerful, it is extremely obscure. But fortunately, he has villain values that can be directly exchanged for enlightenment. If it is practiced, its combat power will inevitably increase rapidly. Yang Chen was just about to select a few stone carvings to comprehend, his eyes froze and he looked into the distance. Because there were true chi fluctuations coming there. Soon, two figures, one white and one black, fell in front of him back and forth. The light dissipated. Yang Chen saw a beautiful woman with a bun and a Taoist robe, holding a long sword, looked coldly at the black figure in the distance. Wei Hu, you are so daring. Killing the same door is a capital crime. The black figure held a large knife in his hand, and his momentum was several times stronger than that of a beautiful woman in a Taoist robe. Cold brain smoke, the seat now gives you two choices. Either hand over the three-color moonshine flower. Or, die. Yang Chen watched this scene in the cave. He didn't want to be nosy. After all, the immortal cultivation realm, that's it. Behind the heavenly treasure is a bloody robbery. But the sound of the system made him stunned. Ding, the heroine of luck detected, cold brain smoke, closing square bracket. Well, luck heroine, is a new child of destiny about to appear. The beautiful woman in the Taoist robe was named Lang Yuyan, holding a long sword, and said coldly. Wei Hu, you are delusional. The three-color moonlight flower is something that this seed urgently needs. If you retreat now, today's events can be regarded as if this seed has not happened. HMPH. Wei Hu was a strong middle-aged man, and when he heard this, his face was full of disdain. Your nephew is a waste. Wouldn't the three-color moonlight flower be wasted when used on him? What did you say? The cold brain smoke suddenly frosted the apricot eyes. Looks like you're not ready to hand it over. Wei Hu's long knife was in front of him, imposing on the knife chi gushing out. It just so happens that Lang Yuyan is the first beauty of the Qingling sect. The seed will abolish you today. Take away your three-color moonlight flower, and then enjoy the taste of enjoying your first beauty. Haha, Wei Hu slashed out. A slash of dozens of sword chi slashed towards the cold brain smoke with murderous aura. The cold brain smoke barely took it. However, his body retreated several feet away, and a wisp of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. With just one move, she was injured. I see you can take a few tricks from the Hansa. Wei Hu's sword was in the air. The cold brain smoke could only barely parry. After more than a dozen moves, the sword slashed into the cold brain smoke, and although it was resisted by her horizontal sword, it was still chopped out. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his breath instantly withered. Haha, the first beauty, a base, vulnerable, see that this seed has ruined you, and then enjoy the taste of your first beauty. A trace of cruelty appeared on Wei Hu's face, and the blade stabbed into Lang Yuyan's abdomen. To smash her Dantian Jinden and abolish her cultivation. Lang Yuyan closed his eyes in despair. She now has no ability to dodge. But right now, a large handprint fell from the sky and shot directly at Wei Hu. Ah, what man? Wei Hu roared angrily and raised his knife upwards. However, he was only a complete cultivation of Jinden. Yang Chen, on the other hand, is the Yuan baby. Bang. The true chi handprint fell heavily. Wei Hu was directly slapped on one knee and knelt on the ground. Who is the master? Dare to take care of my Qingling sect's affairs. Wei Hu stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But he was not afraid, but drank deeply, and his eyes looked around fiercely. Yang Chen slowly walked out of the cave. Qingling sect. He's heard about it. It is an immortal cultivation force near the Yang Kingdom. It seems that the strongest in the sect is the early Yuan infant cultivator, which can also be regarded as a large immortal cultivation force. Seeing Yang Chen coming from the void, Wei Hu looked startled. Yuan Ying cultivator. Your Excellency, this seed is Wei Hu, the fifth elder of the Green Spirit sect, who is handling matters within my Green Spirit sect. Please don't be nosy. Huh, Jin Dan, dare to call yourself this seed. Yang Chen smiled. His strength has reached the Yuan infant, and he has not yet claimed to be a throne. This guy is a golden pill, and he dares to call Hansa in front of him. The tone is still so horizontal. It's really a horse who doesn't know whether to live or die. Yang Chen pointed to the sword, and a sword radiance swung out. Poof, the speed of the sword was extremely fast, and Wei Hu was slashed in the shoulder before he had time to resist. One arm flew directly into the air, blood spraying. Ah, my arm, Wei Hu suddenly exhaled in pain. You, what are you? Do you know, this seat, my father, is the Taishang elder of the Qingling sect, the Yuan infant triple cultivator. Wei Hu moved out of the backstage. However, this did not have a trace of deterrent power for Yang Chen. Not to mention that his identity is the holy son of Xuanyan sect. With his current strength alone, he is sure to defeat him. He didn't look at Wei Hu and walked directly to the beautiful woman in the Taoist robe. The reason why she was saved was naturally because she was the heroine of luck. Dao Yu, are you okay? Yang Chen said gently. It was completely different from the appearance of cutting off one of Wei Hu's arms with a sword just now. I'm okay. Lang Yuyan's eyes were a little abrupt. Himself this is saved, it's okay. The Yuan infant cultivator in front of him, although he was ruthless and decisive, directly cut off Wei Hu's arm. However, he doesn't look like a bad person. On the contrary, he has a humble gentlemanly temperament. Lang Yuyan came back to his senses and hurriedly said. In the lower Qingling sect cold rain smoke, thank you seniors for saving us. Although Yang Chen looked younger than her, Lang Yuyan was a senior. Such is the rule of the cultivation world. Cultivators in the same realm, even if they are Jindan 1 heavy to Jindan tenfold, they can also call a Taoist friend. But cultivators in different realms, even if it is a Jindan tenfold versus a Yuan baby, it is best to call the senior. You're welcome. Yang Chen waved his hand. When the road is uneven, draw the sword to help. My senior cultivator is within the responsibility. By the way, Lang Daoyu doesn't have to call me senior, under Yang Chen. It turned out to be Yang Daoyu. The cold rain smoke immediately surrendered. Then, Wei Hu, who stopped the blood, picked up the severed arm. Flying high in the air, "Hey, you guys wait for me." Wei Hu let go of a cruel word, did not dare to stay, and directly urged the secret method to escape. Yang Chen didn't chase after either. Lang Yuyan is the heroine, this Wei Hu is her enemy, he must be a villain. Therefore, even if he could kill Wei Hu, he didn't kill him. Let it be used later. Whether it's a dogleg or a slap in the face, it will always be useful. Yang Daoyu, that Wei Hu's father is the Taishang elder of my green spirit sect, and the strongest of my green spirit sect, the Yuan infant triple cultivator. Yang Daoyu, thank you for your help today, you better leave quickly. Lang Yuyan said worriedly. Yang Chen shook his head. It's okay, I'm also a Yuan infant cultivator, even if I can't beat him, can I still run? Lang Daoyu, I see that you are seriously injured, let's heal your injuries first. This, Lang Yuyan hesitated slightly, and quickly nodded. Then trouble Yang Daoyu. Lang Yuyan received a solid stab from Wei Hushi, and the entire lower abdomen was soaked red with blood. Lang Daoyu, I have a good elixir for trauma here, as long as you apply it to the wound, you can heal quickly. There is a difference between men and women, it's not convenient for me, it's better for you to come by yourself. In a cave, Yang Chen handed a bottle of medicinal powder to Lang Yuyan. Then, he walked out of the cave, a gentleman's image. Lang Yuyan looked at Yang Chen's back standing outside the cave, and his heart was also warm, but then he was a little embarrassed. She had wanted to go to the cave to find a bunker to change clothes. At this moment, if she went again, wouldn't she show her distrust of Yang Daoyu? Alas, never mind, Yang Daoyu is a humble gentleman, how could he take advantage of this? Lang Yuyan did not go to find cover, but turned his back to him, lifted his robe, and smeared the medicinal powder into the wound. Then, take off the robe. Suddenly, infinite spring color was revealed in the cave. However, the cold rain smoke was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he changed into a new robe. During this process, Yang Chen did not look back and peek. It wasn't until the cold rain smoke came towards him and there were footsteps that he turned around. Lang Daoyu, have you changed? Yang Daoyu, thank you for the elixir, the effect is very good, I feel that the knife wound is much better now. Lang Yuyan whispered, but Yang Chen saw a blush on her neck. This woman, shy. Lang Daoyu, I had an old relationship with the sect master of the Qingling sect, I want to visit it, I don't know if I can introduce it. Yang Chen said at this time. Cold rain smoke startled. Because Yang Chen had just cut off one of Wei Hu's arms. Now go to the Qingling sect, isn't this throwing yourself into the net? However, he said that he had an old relationship with the suzerain. If the sect master came forward, I believe that Elder Taishang would not dare to take Yang Daoyu. After all, Yang Daoyu is also a Yuan infant cultivator. Even if he did it, it would be difficult for Elder Taishang alone to keep him. Moreover, she also felt that it was a fate to meet Yang Daoyu like this. It would be a pity if it were so hastily separated. So I agreed. Okay, Yang Daoyu, then let's go back together. It just so happens that Yuyan can also take the opportunity to ask Yang Daoyu some cultivation questions. Haha, good. Yang Chen smiled heartily. Lang Yuyan's beautiful eyes secretly glanced at him, and her cheeks were slightly red. This Yang Daoyu also has such a hearty side. It's pretty handsome. Ding, the host threw a series of performances, so that the cold rain smoke has a good impression of the host. Praying on the Son of Destiny, Yunchi luck value is 200 points, and the host gets 200 villain value. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was stunned. Cold rain smoke produces good feelings. Plunder the Child of Destiny 200 Chi luck points. Is this the beginning? Oblivious, although the strength of the Qingling sect is far inferior to the Zantianzong. However, the good villain is also an immortal cultivation force with several Yuan infant cultivators. The sect was also built quite magnificently. From a distance, dozens of peaks are covered with temples and pavilions. The aura wrapped around the mountainside like a cloud. It's like a fairy-blessed land. The cold rain smoke took Yang Chen to a mountain peak. Yang Daoyu, this is the bright moon peak where my cultivation resides. Just now, the disciple came to report that the sect master was out, and it will take a few days to return. If you don't dislike it, stay with me for a few days first. Okay, Yang Chen readily agreed. Lang Daoyu, on this bright moon peak, the scenery is good, I can just enjoy and admire, how can I dislike it? Yang Chen looked at the surrounding scenery. Lang Yuyan began to introduce him. The two talked a lot along the way, now we are talking very happily. Yang Chen could see that Lang Yuyan should be a nice beauty, usually not smiling. But now, when talking to him, I always hide my mouth and chuckle. Beauty is not a thing. Ding, the host and the heroine Lang Yuyan talked very happily. Lang Yuyan deepened his good feelings for the host. Yi Yunchi, the son of heavenly destiny, was worth 200 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 200 points. Closing square bracket. Well, 200 points again. This villain is really easy to get. However, how can I only see the plundering of luck, and do not see the son of destiny come out? Yang Chen was thinking. A young man in Zanyi carried a medicine loo on his back and walked slowly from the mountainside. Yuner, seeing the youth, Lang Yuyan shouted and beckoned to him. Yang Chen also looked over. This should be Yi Yun, the son of destiny. It's just a threefold cultivation of the Qi realm. However, the temperament is extremely extraordinary. Even if he looked at him, the Yuan infant cultivator, he was not weak in the slightest. Good fellow, worthy of being a child of destiny. Yang Chen could see that Yi Yun was also looking at him all the time. Moreover, there seems to be some hostility in his eyes. Well, it's normal to think about it. After all, the cold rain smoke next to her is the heroine's character. And Yi Yun is the male protagonist of Heavenly Destiny. It must have forbidden the big beauty of Lang Yuyun. How can other men approach? Yi Yun approached. Lang Yuyun introduced. Yang Daoyu, this is Yi Yun, my nephew. Your nephew. Yang Chen was surprised. Lang Yuyun then explained. Yun'er's mother is my sister, who died when Yun'er was a child. He grew up with my aunt since he was a child. I went to pick 3-color moonshine flowers this time just to improve his physique. So it is. Yang Chen nodded. Looking at Yi Yun, he said with a smile on his face. Hello Yun'er, under Yang Chen, it's your sister-in-law's friend. Just call me Uncle Yang. Yi Yun's brows frowned slightly, but he did not speak. His eyes glanced at Yang Chen a few times, and then he shifted to Lang Yuyun. Auntie, I went to Haoshan today to pick some medicinal herbs and prepare to refine some medicinal herbs, so I will go back first. Okay, you go back first. After Yi Yun left, Lang Yuyun apologized to Yang Chen. Yang Daoyu don't care, Yun'er, he doesn't like to talk much. And the personality is also a little stubborn. No problem. Yang Chen waved his hand, looking like he didn't pay attention to it. Chatted with Lang Yuyun again. Moreover, Yang Chen also told a few jokes. Lang Yuyun, the iceberg beauty who does not smile, is trembling with laughter. The white Taoist robe, with the tremor caused by the smile, could not cover the beautiful figure. A wave of magnificence. Yang Chen glanced at it a few times. I can only sigh secretly, and the twigs bear fruit. In order to maintain the image of a gentleman, he did not look much. Instead, he turned his head to look at the house Yi Yun had just entered. It happened that he and Yi Yun looked at each other. Yang Chen was suddenly stunned, because, in Yi Yun's gaze, he felt at least 3 tastes. Hostility, warning, contempt. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curved. This Yi Yun, although it is only a triple chi training. However, its soul strength is quite not simple. During this time, he learned a lot of soul sect exercises from Yinju. Most of the exercises practiced by the cultivators of the soul sect were aimed at the soul body. For the soul body, the senses are very acute. Although he only glanced at each other, Yang Chen detected a trace of a powerful soul in Yi Yun. Ding, a new son of destiny has been detected, Yi Yun. Closing square bracket. Features, the cultivator of refining the void failed to cross the heavenly calamity, the Yuan god was reborn, and the original owner's soul was integrated, and he had the original owner's emotional memory. Closing square bracket. Current gas luck value, 12,600 points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that this Yi Yun is the protagonist of the strong rebirth flow. In his previous life, he had also read a lot of such novels. The soul of the strong is reborn into the body of waste firewood, but it fuses with the soul of waste firewood and has the emotions before waste firewood. There is an almost paranoid possessiveness of the woman he liked before the waste of firewood. The nephew fell in love with his sister-in-law. Interesting, but to block your unacceptable marriages. Let me be your uncle. Yang Daoyu, you should also be a cultivator of our northern spirit domain, right? At this time, Lang Yuyun asked. Yang Chen knew what she meant. This was to ask him which sect he came from. However, he didn't want to reveal the identity of his Xuanyan sect Saint Sun yet. After all, once it is said, the relationship is bound to sour. Not bad, below is the cultivator of the northern spirit domain. It's just a casual cultivation, scattered cultivation. The cold rain smoked. She also thought that Yang Chen was from a famous family. After all, such a young Yuan infant cultivator. Generally, only those top immortal cultivation sects that possessed avatar god cultivators could cultivate. However, such noble monks are often proud in their hearts. But if it's a casual practice, that's good. Lang Yuyun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. If Yang Chen came from a famous sect and was a Yuan Yin cultivator, she and the other party called each other Taoist friends and talked about heaven and earth, which was somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, the identity gap is too large, and it will always give people a sense of distance. But if it's a casual practice, it's a lot easier. She and Yang Daoyu talked freely with each other, and they would not have any scruples. This fate can also be maintained. A few more smiles were added to the beautiful face of the cold rain smoke. Let people look at the heart and be intoxicated. And at this time, Yi Yun in the room was standing at the window, looking at them deeply. Abominable. Where did this Yuan infant cultivator come from? My sister-in-law usually doesn't smile. Even if she cares for me, she still doesn't often smile, but why is she smiling in front of him? Yi Yun's face was full of anger and jealousy. His current soul fused with the soul emotions and memories of the previous, Yi Yun. More like a fusion of two souls. For his sister-in-law, he has a possessiveness that comes from the depths of his soul, almost paranoid. Moreover, although he had cultivated to the realm of refining void in his previous life, he was alone, experienced deceit, and never felt cared for. Although it has only been 2 months since he was reborn in this life, he felt a kind of care and love from the heart in the beautiful aunt of Lang Yuyun. Therefore, the sister-in-law can only be his. He definitely didn't allow his sister-in-law to talk to another man like this. In the Qingling sect, any man who dares to have thoughts about his sister-in-law, they are all targets that he must kill in the future. Yi Yun clenched his fists. If it weren't for the fact that the seed cultivation has not yet recovered, I would have beheaded you now. HMPH, the baby of the district, also dared to intrude on the woman of the seed. No, I must resume my cultivation as soon as possible. Auntie looks like this, obviously I have a good impression of that guy, I definitely can't lose any. Yi Yun's eyes were deep and cold at this time, and he was the same as before. Take out all the medicinal herbs and start refining. This body's talent is too poor, and after more than 10 years of cultivation, he only has 3 times of chi training. No wonder those called him waste. But wait, nothing can stump Hansa. With these medicinal materials, coupled with the alchemy technique of the seed, cultivation can reach the foundation building realm. After reaching the foundation, the Hansa can use a part of the soul power. At that time, this Yang Chen, man, he must be trained into a humanoid grade Dan. Otherwise, it will be difficult to vent the hatred in the heart of the seed. Fast forward to the past. Yang Chen had been living in Ningyu Peak for 3 days. In the past 3 days of getting along, the relationship between him and Lang Yuyun has become more familiar. Night. At the top of Wangyu Peak, you can clearly see that around a bright full moon is like a golden disc hanging in the air. The falling golden rays poured down, covering the top of the mountain with a layer of gold. Under the light of this bright moon, the beautiful cheeks of the cold rain and smoke were even more bright and moving. Standing at the top of the peak, the breeze blows the Taoist robe on his body. The loose Taoist robe suddenly clings to the delicate body. The curves are unmistakable, with 3,000 green silk and peerless immortal beauty. At this time, the cold rain and smoke were like fearless immortals. Yang Chen couldn't help but look stunned. Yang Daoyu. Lang Yuyan noticed Yang Chen's gaze and couldn't help but whisper. Yang Chen immediately returned to his senses and said with a sneer. I'm sorry. It's not a secret, Lang Daoyu is the most amazing woman I have ever seen, so I made a momentary gaffe and I asked Lang Daoyu for forgiveness. Lang Yuyan was stunned when he heard this, and his cheeks were a little hot. Yang Daoyu, he actually praised me for being beautiful. The most amazing woman he had ever seen. This, Lang Yuyan inexplicably felt that his heartbeat was a little faster. If it is someone else, praise her for being beautiful and stunning. She will definitely greet with a sword, because in her opinion, it was frivolous to her. However, the words coming out of Yang Chen's mouth made her a little shy. The heart, which had been sealed for hundreds of years, began to fluctuate violently. Yang Daoyu, do you really think I am very beautiful? Ding, the host praised the cold rain smoke as stunning and beautiful. The cold rain smoke increased its favorability towards the host. Yi Yunqi, the son of predatory destiny, was worth 200 points, and the host obtained a villain value of 200 points. Closing square bracket. The sound of the system sounds. Yang Chen couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. It seems that her frivolous behavior just now couldn't help but not make Lang Yuyan angry, but increase her favorability. Hee, this woman seemed to be really moved. Yi Yun. I'm one step closer to your uncle's position. Yang Chen looked at the full moon in the sky and said softly. Lang Daoyu, the moon is so round today, it should be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mid-Autumn Festival. Lang Yuyan was startled and came back to his senses. Stretched out his jade finger and speculated, and then said. It is indeed the Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th. In the cultivation world, the Mid-Autumn Festival is mainly valued by mortals and some cultivators who practice qi and build foundations. The life expectancy of the Jindan monk has been greatly increased, more than 500 years. For the festival, it has long been downplayed. What I want is to cultivate to reach the Yuan infant. Since Lang Yuyan stepped into the Jindan realm, he has not spent the Mid-Autumn Festival for decades. However, the sect does distribute some mooncakes every year. These mooncakes are also made of elixir. They were all the tributes to the Qingling sect by some of the weaker immortal cultivation sects and families nearby. Thinking of this, Lang Yuyan said, Yang Daoyu, I happen to have some mooncakes here, why don't we eat and enjoy the moon? Okay, that's exactly what I mean. Yang Chen readily agreed. At this time, Yi Yun in the room had just finished cultivating. Phew, qi training sevenfold. In 3 days, I have improved my fourfold cultivation. Let's get here today, otherwise the speed of improvement is too fast, and it is easy to arouse the suspicion of others. Go see if my sister-in-law is sleeping. In that hateful Yang Chen, I don't know if it's rolled. Yi Yun walked out of the room, walked towards the top of the mountain. But then, his eyes froze. Looking at the scene at the top of the mountain, Yi Yun's face instantly turned green. Bastard, damn it, my sister-in-law was actually eating mooncakes with that Yang Chen to enjoy the moon. Moreover, the ant turned out to be so happy. I haven't seen such a smile. Yi Yun clenched his fists. I really want to rush directly and kill Yang Chen. However, although he was reborn as a cultivator of the refining void realm, he now only had the strength of the Qi refining realm. He can't kill the Yuan Yin cultivator. Damn it. I've only known each other for a few days, why did you show him that smile? How can you be so frivolous? You are my favorite and most admired sister-in-law. Yi Yun's eyes were full of jealousy, and killing intent flashed. No, I want to improve my strength as soon as possible. I must hurry up to reach the foundation building realm, so that I can use special means to kill this Yang Chen. Matt, wait for me, I should also make up your mind about the woman of my dust venerable. Yi Yun returned directly to the room and began to use the elixir he had refined to improve his strength. He also didn't care about improving his strength too quickly, he would be suspected. Now he is going to quickly become stronger and kill that kid. Otherwise, Andy will take his shape. Damn it. Ding, the host and the heroine Lang Yuyan admired the moon together. Yi Yun was jealous in his heart, his mood was frustrated. Yi Yunqi, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 500 points, and the host obtained 500 villain points. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was stunned, looked down the mountain. I just saw Yi Yun's back leaving. I couldn't help but smile playfully. This kind of raider in front of the child of destiny, the woman who originally belonged to him, or his sister-in-law. There is really an inexplicable pleasure in my heart. Oblivious. Yang Daoyu, why are you laughing? Is it that mooncakes are not delicious? On the side, noticing the weird smile on Yang Chen's face, Lang Yuyan asked. Yang Chen suddenly came back to his senses and explained. No, I suddenly thought that I could enjoy the moon with a stunning beauty like Lang Daoyu here, and looking back in the future, it will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Ah, cold rain smoke snorted. Her beautiful cheeks instantly turned red. He bowed his head and just said coquettishly, Yang Daoyu, don't say that. Where am I, a stunning beauty? The next day, wake up slowly in the cold rain and smoke. In his eyes, he showed a hint of shyness and panic. Last night, I was just eating mooncakes to enjoy the moon, but I didn't know how to drink the wine later, and I also said a lot of more private things to Yang Daoyu. Moreover, she dreamed of Yang Daoyu last night. What's going on with me? I actually dreamed of Yang Daoyu. Alas, Yang Daoyu and I have only known each other for 3 days. Cold rain smoke, you are still an iceberg beauty, you are actually in a dream, like Yang Daoyu. As soon as Lang Yuyan thought of the scene in his dream, a cloud of fire rose on his face. Is this the feeling of heartbeat? Before my sister was desperate to marry her brother-in-law, and then she even died with her brother-in-law. Over the years, I have always adhered to the love between men and women like poison through the intestines, and my disciples are not allowed to talk about love. Now that I think about it, it seems that I was wrong. The feeling of heartbeat is so wonderful. Cold rain smoke, cheeks with a hint of intoxication and shyness. We had a good conversation last night, and I don't know if Yang Daoyu is up now. Just met for a few days, I'm like that, Yang Daoyu won't think I'm too frivolous, right? After the cold rain and smoke were excited, they began to suffer again. I got up a moment later and put on a loose robe. Usually, she puts on a Taoist robe and goes out directly. But now, I can't help but take a look in front of the mirror. Then Day's eyebrows furrowed. This kind of dress is also too loose. He was dressed in a loose Taoist robe, no different from those male monks. Yesterday, Yang Daoyu praised me, the most amazing person he has ever seen. I might as well today. Lang Yuyan had a bold idea in his heart. Then, he took out a palace dress. Outside, Yang Chen got up early. Just happened to run into Yi Yun, who came back with the medicine Lu on his back. Yuner, you're back. Yang Chen stepped forward and greeted with a smile. A killing intent flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. Matt, Yuner is also your name. Fine dead stuff. HMPH. Yi Yun just snorted coldly, not ready to deal with him. He has now reached the sevenfold realm of qi training. It won't be long before you reach the foundation. At that time, it will be the time of death of this bastard. Now I suddenly feel that he can't go yet. If you go, Yuan baby Rendon, where to find it yourself. Yi Yun was about to leave, but right now, cold rain smoke came out of the room. A palace dress shows off her graceful figure. The long skirt is tied at the waist, showing the slender waist and slender jade legs. The face that has always been plain is painted with delicate makeup. 3,000 green silks were pulled into a bun, revealing a slender and fair neck. The cold rain smoke at this time has added a lot of femininity compared to before. It's even more beautiful. Auntie, Yi Yun was also stunned. His eyes looked straight at his sister-in-law, although in his previous life, as a cultivator over fighting voids, he had seen many beautiful women. However, the beauty of my sister-in-law is far better than theirs. Moreover, it was also the first time he had seen his aunt dressed up like this. It's simply beautiful, like everyone else. Yi Yun was about to praise his sister-in-law. But the cold rain smoke directly ignored him. Li Nbu moved gently, walked to Yang Chen with long legs, and said a little shyly. Yang Daoyu, let's go to visit the sect master together. I will dress like this, it won't be inappropriate, right? Lang Yuyan looked shy. There was a faint blush on his fair cheeks. This look is even more delicate and moving. Yang Chen couldn't help but move his throat. This woman is indeed excessively beautiful. She is worthy of being remembered by the child of destiny. How come? Lang Daoyu's dress is very suitable, it's just like a fairy. Standing next to you, I am a little ashamed of myself. Yang Chen praised. Ah, Yang Daoyu, you're kidding me again. Cold rain smoke snorted, but there was an unconcealable joy in his eyes. Obviously, Yang Chen's praise was very useful. Yang Daoyu felt very beautiful. I really wore it right. Looking at the two people who wore eyebrows in front of him, Yi Yun on the side suddenly exploded in anger. His eyes were full of killing intent. Bastards. The first time I saw my sister-in-law wearing a skirt, it was so beautiful and moving. However, it was not worn for him. Rather, wear it to that bastard. Auntie, Yi Yun couldn't help it anymore and drank heavily. Huh, Yuner, you went to collect medicine again. Auntie didn't tell you, don't go to collect medicine, what medicinal materials are needed and tell Auntie. Lang Yuyan looked like he had just seen Yi Yun's expression. Yi Yun's heart was even more angry. Auntie, she didn't notice me just now. Damn it, Auntie, I have something to say to you. Yi Yun said in a deep voice. Lang Yuyan said, what's going on? Say it quickly, Yuner. Quote. Auntie, there are outsiders present, let's go to my room and talk. Yi Yun looked at Yang Chen with an unkind expression. Alas, you kid, Yang Daoyu is a friend of my sister-in-law, how can he be an outsider? Lang Yuyandai's brows frowned slightly. In his heart, he secretly said that this child really can't speak. But he still showed an apologetic look at Yang Chen and followed him into the room. In the room, Yi Yun said with a heavy face, Auntie, you stay away from that Yang Chen. Huh, Lang Yuyan frowned. Yuner, why did you say that? Aunt, that Yang Chen is not a good person, Yi Yun said in a deep voice. I knew at a glance that he was a hypocrite, a scum who specializes in deceiving women's feelings. Auntie, although you have been practicing for hundreds of years, you have not yet come into contact with the relationship between men and women, don't be deceived by him. Otherwise, it's too late to regret it. Okay, Yuner. The cold rain smoke directly interrupted Yi Yun and said seriously. I don't allow you to say that about Yang Daoyu. Yang Daoyu is a humble gentleman, he still has a life-saving grace for me, how can you slander him like this? Besides, we're just good friends we can talk about now, where is it like you said? Auntie, Yi Yun was stunned, the aunt actually reprimanded him coldly for the sake of that bastard. Damn it, what kind of soul soup did Yang Chen's bastard pour into his aunt? My sister-in-law actually believed him like that. Yuner, you can concentrate on cultivation during this time, you don't have to worry about adult affairs. I still have business, go first. After speaking, Lang Yuyan walked out of the room directly. Abominable. Looking at the slender and tall back under his aunt's palace dress, Yi Yunqi's punch smashed on the door. I, the Kangchen Venerable, have been practicing void cultivators for thousands of years. Now you want to lose to a small baby. No way. The soul of the predecessor merged with me, and it affected me too much. If I don't get my sister-in-law, it will inevitably affect my Dao heart, and even the feud soul will be unstable. Auntie must be mine. Ding! Cold rain smoke reprimanded Yi Yun. Yi Yun Dao's heart was unstable. Yi Yun, the son of heavenly destiny, was worth 500 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 500 points. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was stunned. Cold rain smoke reprimanded Yi Yun. Yi Yun Dao's heart is unstable. It seems that Yi Yun's kid was saying bad things about me just now. But he should have lifted a rock and shot himself in the foot. Then, Lang Yuyan walked out of Yi Yun's small courtyard and saw Yang Chen with a kind smile. Suddenly, the haze on his face dissipated, and a shy smile appeared again. Yang Daoyu, let's go to the sect master. Good. The two left with their swords. On Bright Moon Peak, in addition to Yi Yun, Lang Yuyan had dozens of disciples. At this time, looking at the master and senior Yang, who were leaving with their swords like immortals, they were all envious. It seems that Master Venerable has moved mortal hearts. Senior Yuan Ying cultivator, he looks so handsome, and he has a life-saving grace for Master Venerable, it's no wonder that Master Venerable is not moved. Master Venerable has the love of men and women, then he should not be strict with us in the future. Yes, senior brother Li of Qian Peak has confessed to me several times, but I am worried about Master Venerable's punishment, and I have not agreed, and now I can finally agree. Congratulations, senior sister. At this time, Yi Yun walked over with a gloomy face. Seeing him, some disciples showed playfulness. Junior brother Yi Yun, if senior Yang becomes a master Taoist, you will have an uncle of Yuan infant cultivator in the future. At that time, surely no one will dare to laugh at you anymore. Although Yi Yun is Lang Yuyan's nephew, the name of waste has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people for more than 10 years. As long as Lang Yuyan was not there, this group of disciples dared to mock him for a while. What did you say? Can't you find death? Yi Yun suddenly glared angrily. Did we say something wrong? Senior Yuan is a Yuan infant cultivator. If he marries Master Venerable, we will also have a Yuan infant cultivator in Mingyu Peak, and in the future, who will dare to despise us on the other peaks. That is, Senior Yang and our master are simply immortal couples, and they are a perfect match. Tang Yuan Ying cultivator becomes your uncle. Yi Yun, you can steal the fun. Find death. Quote. Yi Yun couldn't listen anymore, and directly punched the person who spoke. The other party also thought that Yi Yun was practicing Qi threefold, and directly waved it casually. However, at this time, Yi Yun was already practicing Qi eightfold. Moreover, he was reborn as a powerhouse in the refining void realm. Although there is only 8 layers of Qi training, this blow, no one can take it under the foundation. Bang! That male disciple who practiced Qi 9 heavy was directly punched by Yi Yun and vomited blood and flew out. Yi Yun, everyone around was shocked. Yi Yun, isn't he a waste to have stayed in the Qi training realm for 5 or 6 years? How did you vomit blood from the peak of the Chi training realm ninefold with one punch? Among the crowd, there were many foundation building monks. However, he couldn't see through Yi Yun's specific cultivation at all. HMPH, Yi Yun snorted coldly and left directly. A group of ants also dared to talk about his sister-in-law. What a death seeker. By refining all the elixirs tonight, I will be able to break through the foundation building, and then it will be the death period of Yang Chen's bastard. But Yi Yun didn't find out. At this time, above a temple of Mingyu Peak, an illusory figure had been observing him. Practicing Chi eightfold, the strength has improved quite quickly. But the master has ordered not to let Hansa attack you now, otherwise, you will be a wonderful meal. Boom. Yang Chen followed the cold rain smoke to the main peak of the Qingling sect, Qingshan Peak. But just entered the Qingshan Hall. Yang Chen felt a killing intent rushing towards him. Looking up, an old man with gray hair was looking at him fiercely. Yang Daoyu, it's not good. I didn't expect Elder Taisheng to get out of the customs and also come to the sect master. Don't talk for a while, I'll deal with it. Lang Yuyan hurriedly transmitted. Yang Chen nodded. Sect master, Lang Yuyan colluded with outsiders to kill my son. Fortunately, my son was lucky enough to escape, but he was cut off an arm and asked the sect master to severely punish Lang Yuyan to set an example. Elder Taisheng said fiercely when he saw Lang Yuyan and Yang Chen. The Qingling sect master is a calm middle-aged man. The cultivation of the Yuan infant duo. At this time, Shen Shen said. Elder Lang, is this the case? Lang Yuyan hurriedly said. Sect master, this is not the case. On that day, after I obtained the three-color moonlight flower, Wei Hu wanted to snatch it, and later he even became murderous, wanting to kill people and seize treasures. I am not Wei Hu's opponent. When my life was in danger, it was Yang Daoyu who came to the rescue. As for Wei Hu's arm being cut off, it was because he spoke wildly to Yang Daoyu, and Yang Daoyu only beheaded him for the sake of being an elder of the Qingling sect. Sect master, Wei Hu is arrogant and domineering. Even the Yuan infant cultivator does not put it in his eyes. Sooner or later it will cause great trouble for our Qingling sect. Presumptuous, you're talking. Elder Taisheng directly shouted angrily. It is clear that you deceived the three-color moonlight flower from my son with beauty, and after agreeing to marry him, my son will give you the three-color moonlight flower that I have worked hard to find. But you, a slut, hooked up with this kid and wanted to murder me. You, the cold rain smoke trembled with anger. She didn't expect Elder Taisheng to be so shameless. HMPH, it's useless to talk more. Today, both of you will die here for this seed. After Elder Taisheng finished speaking, he got up directly and slapped his palm towards the cold rain smoke. The Yuan infant triple cultivator struck with all his might. It is not at all cold rain smoke, and a Jin and 9 heavy cultivator can resist. What's more, the incident happened suddenly, and she simply did not have time to resist it with all her strength. However, when the true Chi palm print was about to slap on her, Lang Yuyan only felt that his shoulders were being hugged. Then, a tall figure blocked in front of him. Bang! True Chi gushes. The several Yuan infant elders in the hall were all shocked to retreat. Old Pifu, you were looking for death. My people, you dare to move. Yang Chen drank coldly, his voice full of killing intent. But my heart blossomed. What a competent villain. Come up and give me the opportunity to pretend. Cyan flames burst out of Yang Chen's body. The blazing heat instantly swept through the entire hall. Boom! The cyan flames directly converged into a troll phantom, holding a stone axe, as if to open the heavens and the earth. A domineering aura filled the entire hall. This was one of the 36 forms of the heavenly demon stone carving obtained by Yang Chen. Axe split chaos. The troll is armed with a stone axe with cyan flames on it. Directly chopped down with an axe. Boom! Ah! Elder Taisheng was directly shattered by an axe's splitting body. Blood rains down. A large number of killing light patterns are intertwined. Even Yuan Ying did not escape. One blow kills the Yuan infant triple cultivator. Yang Chen was very satisfied with this. Use 1,000 villain values to comprehend the killing power of axe-splitting chaos. Works well. However, this is only a small achievement. If it is Dacheng, the power will be even more unfathomable. Several Yuan infant cultivators in the hall looked terrified in their eyes at this time. The strongest Elder Taisheng of their sect couldn't even take a move from the other party and was directly killed. Is this person really just a Yuan baby? How can Yuan Ying be so strong? On the side, the cold rain and smoke eyes were also full of shock. Yang Daoyu actually has such strength, usually gentle and humble. When he shot, he was fierce and decisive. The key thing is that just now he said, my people, you dare to move. Thinking of this, the white cheeks of the cold rain smoke couldn't help but blush. Does Yang Daoyu feel that way about him? At this time, the Qingling sect master watched his own Taisheng elder die, and although his heart trembled, he still said in a deep voice. Your Excellency, who are you? You can know that my Qingling sect is a subordinate force of Xuantian sect. Elder Taisheng's sworn eldest brother, but the inner-gate elder of Xuantian sect. Hearing the sect master's heavy drink, the cold rain smoke suddenly froze, and his heart was a little worried about Yang Chen. Kill Elder Taisheng, even if it is for her. However, the sect master would inevitably also be able to enlighten the Zhang Tianzong. At that time, Zhang Tianzong would blame him. Things are troublesome. Sect master, Yang Daoyu is here to save me. This matter started because of me, and I will bear it alone. Lang Yuyan stood up and said, but, Yang Chen stopped her. Then he took out a token and threw it to the Qingling sect master. You should know each other. This, you are the Xuantian holy son. The Qingling sect master looked at the symbol representing the Xuantian sect and a simple holy word on the token. Suddenly said in a trembling voice, the holy son of the Xuantian sect actually came to their Qingling sect. This, thinking of the cyan flame just now, the blue spirit sect master was immediately determined. That cyan flame was abnormally hot, and it must be the strange fire Qinglian Tianyin that had been making a lot of noise recently. This one in front of him is indeed the Xuantian holy son. In the main hall, the remaining Yuan infant elders were also shocked. Xuantian holy son, this person in front of him is the Xuantian holy son. If it was the Xuantian saint son, then Elder Taisheng really died in vain. Moreover, he died in vain. His domineering son will not live. His Royal Highness the Holy Son comes to our sect. I will wait for a long way to welcome you. Also ask His Highness the Son to atone for his sins. The Qingling sect master hurriedly bowed. The other three elders also saluted. Meet His Highness the Son. The cold rain and smoke on the side, the beautiful eyes are a little lost. Yang Daoyu, is it the Xuantian holy son? But when I asked him at the time, he said that he was a casual practitioner. Why lie to yourself? Yang Chen noticed Lang Yuyan's expression. But he didn't immediately go to explain to Lang Yuyan. Let this lust ferment for a while. After fermentation, explain it yourself, and the feelings can be sublimated. That's the way to go. Oblivious, Yang Chen looked at several people and said in a deep voice. This holy son came to your green spirit sect to track down an evil soul. The last place where he disappeared was near the Yang Kingdom. This evil soul, from outside the domain, is very strong, and it is likely to have been reborn. If you find an abnormality, you must report it to me immediately. Also, my identity, don't leak it for the time being. So as not to scare the grass and snakes. Yes, a few people hurriedly answered. But in my heart, I turned the river and the sea. Evil souls. Most likely, it has already been taken, near the country of Lyon. Xuantian Saint Sun personally traced. This is an opportunity. If he could help this Xuantian Saint Sun find this evil soul, then their green spirit sect is a great achievement. In the future, you can catch the line of Xuantian Holy Sun. In the future, which of the nearby sects would dare to underestimate his Qingling sect? Moreover, looking at this Holy Sun Highness and Elder Lang, the relationship is extraordinary. If Elder Lang could become the woman of the Xuantian Holy Sun, then their Qingling sect could completely embrace this thought. Yang Chen and Lang Yuyan walked out of the hall, came to a small mountain. Lang Yuyan followed quietly and did not speak. Her mind was in turmoil at the moment. Yang Chen suddenly turned around. Ah, Lang Yuyan was startled. Then hurriedly said, His Royal Highness the Sun. Lang Daoyu, I still like you to call me Yang Daoyu. Yang Daoyu, I wouldn't dare. Quote, Lang Yuyan's face was a little lonely. She also wanted to continue to call Yang Chen Yang Daoyu. However, the other party was a Yuanying cultivator, and he was also the Xuantian Holy Sun. The gap between them is too big. She was nothing more than a Jindan elder of an ordinary sect. How to match Xuantian Holy Sun to call each other Taoist friends? But suddenly, the cold rain smoke felt hot in the palm of his hand. Because Yang Chen held her jade hand. Yang Daoyu, you. Look, you still like to call me Yang Daoyu in essence. Yang Chen had a playful look on his face. Whatever, me. Lang Yuyan's face turned blushing, and he wanted to explain, but he couldn't say anything. Yang Chen said softly at this time, I didn't tell you before, I was just worried that you would treat me like this and deliberately keep your distance from me. Don't be like this, okay, I'll be sad. Lang Yuyan did not break free of his hand. Just lowering his head and listening to what he said, his cheeks blushed more and more. Even the neck was covered with a layer of redness. Yang Chen knew, at this time, the last step is missing. With gentle force, he took her into his arms. Yang Daoyu, you, woo. After a short struggle, a pair of jade arms covered Yang Chen's neck. Ding, the host kisses Cold Rain Smoke. Cold Rain Smoke responds enthusiastically. Yi Yunqi, the son of heavenly destiny, is worth 1,000 points, and the host gets 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Well, 1,000 villains worth. Not bad. This kiss, very sweet. Long, Lang Yuyan leaned on Yang Chen's arms, lowered his head, and his beautiful cheeks were full of redness. I feel numb in my mouth. My heart was full of panic and shyness. Just now, I wanted to push Yang Daoyu away. However, I don't know why. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative, and this scene is the same as the scene in last night's dream. It's a shame to think about. Yang Daoyu won't think I'm too frivolous, right? Rain Smoke, it's dark, you want to lie in my arms all the time. Yang Chen felt the warmth on her body and said with a playful smile. The cold rain smoked. How did Yang Daoyu's name for himself change? Yuyan, except for his sister, no one has called himself this for a long time. Lang Yuyan raised his head and met Yang Chen's gaze. Suddenly his eyes dodged. Yang Daoyu, me, don't call me Yang Daoyu. Ah, then, what do you call that? Cold Rain Smoke puzzled. Call me Brother Chen in the future. This is more kind. Chen, Brother Chen, Cold Rain Smoke whispered, but in the beautiful eyes, there's a touch of joy. Rain Smoke, Brother Chen. Later, the relationship between them changed from a Taoist friend to a couple. Bright Moon Peak. In the room, Lang Yuyan sat next to Yang Chen, snuggled on his shoulder, smelled the masculine aura emanating from his body, and asked softly. Brother Chen, you said before that you were hunting an evil spirit. Yang Chen nodded, touched her tender shoulder with his palm, and said slowly. That evil soul is very strong, and it is likely to be in existence beyond the cultivator of the transformation god before his death. Transcendent avatar cultivator. Lang Yuyan was taken aback. Isn't that the realm of refining the void? That's right. Yang Chen nodded. However, the other party currently only has one soul body left, and the strength that can be exerted is limited. This soul body, the origin is unknown, and there is an evil aura on its body, so I must track it down. This kind of evil path powerhouse soul, in order to restore strength, will often take the rebirth, and then take some extreme measures so that their own strength can be rapidly improved. For our northern spirit domain, is not a small threat. If you have a suspicious object, you must tell me immediately. Well, don't worry, Brother Chen. Cold Rain Smoke lightly nodded. I was thinking about whether there were any suspicious people in the Qingling sect during this time. Suddenly, I felt an itch in my waist. Yang Chen hugged her slender waist again with a pair of thief hands and hugged her into his arms. Moreover, the thief's hand was still walking near her waist. The Cold Rain Smoke suddenly blushed shyly. Brother Chen. Whoops, but he didn't break free from Yang Chen. It was late at night. Lang Yuyan naturally knew what Yang Chen wanted to do. Although I think it's a little too early to be like this now. However, Brother Chen thought she would not refuse. Anyway, her heart was already completely on Brother Chen. In this life, he has been Brother Chen's person, but right now. An untimely voice sounded outside. Andy, did you sleep? Huh, Cold Rain Smoke snorted. Brother Chen, it's Yuner here. The Cold Rain Smoke pushed Yang Chen away, hurriedly sorted out his long loose hair and a palace dress with some folds. Yuner, are you in trouble? Yi Yun, who was outside the courtyard, suddenly frowned when he heard this. He could hear something wrong in his sister-in-law's voice. What is my sister-in-law doing? Why is the voice flustered? Andy, can I come in? Yi Yun walked to the door and said. Ah, don't come in. The Cold Rain Smoke voice was flustered. Andy is already asleep. Yuner, let's talk about something tomorrow. Yi Yun's brows furrowed deeper. His face was full of doubts. What is the sister-in-law doing? Why so flustered? Andy, I have some problems in my cultivation. I need you to help me solve them. Yi Yun refused to give up and found a reason. He vaguely felt that if he left today, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. The Cold Rain Smoke in the room, Day's eyebrows furrowed, and a hint of anger appeared on his cheeks. Yuner, this kid is really. If there is a question in cultivation, I usually don't ask, but I ask it at this time. Lang Yuyan looked at Yang Chen at this time, worried that he would not be pleased. However, Yang Chen patted her on the waist. Go and open the door. Yuner's cultivation is important. We are all Jin and Yuan babies, hundreds of thousands of years of life. In the future there is time to keep each other. There is no need to rush. Brother Chen, you are so good. Lang Yuyan hugged Yang Chen's arm. Then said, then I'll go and solve Yuner's cultivation problems first. Then, again, come with you again. Well, go for it. Yang Chen nodded. Cold rain smoke opened the door. Yuner, what's wrong with your cultivation? Lang Yuyan asked with a frown. Yiyun felt the dissatisfaction in his sister-in-law's voice. A fawning smile appeared on his face. Auntie, I just haven't seen you for a day, I miss you, I want to come and talk to you. By the way, Auntie, is that Yang Chen gone? Before Yiyun came, he specially went to the small courtyard where Yang Chen lived to take a look. Found nobody. I was very happy in my heart. That bastard, finally gone. It's a pity that I can't refine him into a human pill. But it doesn't matter, as long as the aunt is still her own. Yiyun was rejoicing. Suddenly, a sound instantly made his blood gush and rush straight to his brain. Yuner, if there is a problem with cultivation, Uncle Yang can also point you out. Yiyun looked behind his sister-in-law. Yang Chen walked over with a faint smile on his face. Brother Chen, I'll teach him. This kid is only practicing Qi-Rel, don't bother you. You're tired today, so let's rest quickly. When Lang Yuyan saw Yang Chen, a soft smile suddenly appeared on his face. Brother Chen offered to instruct Yuner to cultivate. This shows that Yuner is not hated. I can get along well in the future. Listen to the ants called to Yang Chen. Brother Chen. Also, this bastard spends a night alone with his sister-in-law. Just now, my sister-in-law's voice was so flustered. He also lived thousands of years in his previous life. That kind of scene can be associated. Yes, Yiyun roared in his heart. The body trembled with anger. His face instantly turned green. In his eyes, a ghost light flashed. He wanted to kill Yang Chen directly now. Kill this bastard directly. However, he held back. Although his strength has reached the foundation building, he can mobilize a part of his soul power. However, he wanted to kill such a solid Yuan infant cultivator as Yang Chen. There is no 100% guarantee of success. Therefore, he wants to outwit and take him by surprise. One-hit kills. If he is not 100% sure of things, he Kangchen Venerable has never done. Therefore, although Yiyun was angry in his heart, he could only clench his fist and forcibly suppress the urge to strike. Yang Chen, why are you in my aunt's room? Although Yiyun suppressed the urge to strike, the anger in his heart could not be suppressed, with obvious anger and killing intent. Yuner, don't be rude. How can you call your elders by name? Lang Yuyan immediately reprimanded. Auntie, Yiyun felt that his mentality was about to collapse and roared in a low voice. This guy is obviously ill-intentioned. He's not a good guy. Auntie, don't be deceived by him. It's too late to regret it then. Snap, a crisp voice sounded. Lang Yuyan directly waved and slapped Yiyun. Yuner, you are too presumptuous. How can you talk to your elders like that? Lang Yuyan was a little angry. She had never hit Yiyun, a nephew. However, what this kid said today is really too unspeakable. He must be taught a lesson. Brother Chen, Yuner doesn't understand things, don't think about him in general. Lang Yuyan turned around and said apologetically to Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked at all this, and a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. Decided to add fire to Yiyun, the son of destiny. Raised his arm and hugged Lang Yuyan's shoulder. It's okay, rain smoke. Yuner is still young, there may be some misunderstandings about me. However, we will all be a family in the future, and I believe that he will change his opinion of me after spending a long time with me. Also, you are not allowed to hit Yuner like this in the future. Watching Yang Chen hug his aunt into his arms, the anger in Yiyun's heart could no longer be suppressed. Damn bastards, Yang Chen, let go of your dog's paws. Yiyun drank. There was a terrifying soul power in his voice. Let Yang Chen and Lang Yuyan be stunned. Yang Chen is fine. All this was expected of him. After all, Yiyun was a void-refining cultivator reborn. Once angry, it is very normal to burst out of soul power. But the cold rain smoke on the side was frowning, and there was some puzzlement and surprise in her beautiful eyes. Yuner Yu, the powerful soul fluctuation just now, although it was only for a moment. However, with her Jin and Ninefold cultivation, but it was clearly felt. However, Yuner had only practiced the Qi-Realm Threefold, how could there be such a strong soul fluctuation on her body? Could it be that I feel wrong? Yang Chen sensed Lang Yuyan's stunnedness. He did not deliberately guide her to associate Yiyun with the evil spirit. Because now is not the time to pick Yiyun to be taken away and reborn. After all, he had only plundered 2,000 Qi love points. That's not enough. Yiyun, this kid, still has more than 10,000 love points on him. Yang Chen said at this time. Yuner, are you worried that I will treat your aunt badly in the future? Don't worry, I will be good to your aunt for the rest of my life. I can swear to heaven. Yang Chen looked serious and raised 3 fingers towards the sky. But he does this, it made the hatred in Yiyun's heart deepen. Bastards, in front of yourself, hold your own sister-in-law. He also swore to love his sister-in-law. Yang Chen, you are really stepping on a horse to find death. Auntie, it can only be my Yiyun's. Anyone else who dares to get involved is only a dead end. Lang Yuyan felt the affection and sincerity in Yang Chen's words, and his cheeks were slightly red. The doubts just now were temporarily put down by her. At this time, her heart was full of emotion. Brother Chen. I believe in you. Lang Yuyan looked at Yang Chen's eyes, affectionate and tender as water. Ah, Yiyun roared in his heart. He felt blood dripping from his heart. Damn it, Auntie, why is she? Why is this? She and this damn Yang Chen have only known each other for a few days. That's how it has developed. Suddenly, Lang Yuyan's cheeks turned red, and his delicate body trembled. Because, Yang Chen's palm holding her shoulder moved to her waist. In front of his nephew, he was held by his lover like this. Although shyness in the heart, but Lang Yuyan still obediently snuggled into Yang Chen's arms. Yuner is not small either. You should understand yourself as a sister-in-law. After raising him for more than 10 years, he also has to pursue his own happiness. And his own happiness is Brother Chen. Yuner, I see you have no intention of cultivating tonight. You better hurry back, if you have anything to say tomorrow. Lang Yuyan said at this time, but how could Yiyun leave? Yang Chen's thief hand hugged his sister-in-law's slender waist. The point is that the sister-in-law did not have the slightest resistance. Instead, she snuggled into his arms with full cooperation. Damn it, if you leave tonight, Auntie, she must completely change into the shape of Yang Chen's bastard. Leave, absolutely not. Yiyun stared at the two hugging, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Yang Chen, Yuner, I've told you several times, don't call your elders by name. Lang Yuyan reprimanded. Yes, Yiyun roared in his heart, clenching his fists. But he still held back his anger and said, Yang, Uncle Yang, you and my aunt, just met for a long time, it's better to keep some distance as much as possible. It's late today, why don't we go back together? Exactly, I also have something I want to say to you. Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded. Yuyan, what Yuner said makes sense. I'd better go back tonight, just have a chat with Yuner. Yang Chen said softly to the cold rain smoke. He has his own plans. Although the probability of taking the cold rain smoke tonight is very high. However, Yi Yun, this kid will definitely not watch it. Or go back first, just look at what means Yi Yun, a reborn cultivator over fighting cultivators, can play. Yang Chen and Yi Yun left the small courtyard of cold rain smoke together. Yang Chen, I warn you, you'd better stay away from my sister-in-law. Leave Bright Moon Peak immediately, otherwise, be careful that you have no chance to regret it. After walking out for a distance, Yi Yun warned coldly, his voice full of killing intent. Yuner, why did you say that? Your aunt and I are true lovers. As a nephew, you should bless your aunt with happiness. Also, Yuner, your aunt has already said that you several times, you can't call Uncle Yang by name, I'm your elder after all. You're really looking for death when you step on a horse. Yi Yun's eyes gushed with murderous intent, stared at Yang Chen fiercely, and then directly turned and left. Ding, the host and cold rain smoke determined the relationship, tender and sweet, bumped by Yi Yun. Yi Yun's state of mind is damaged. Yi Yunqi, the son of heavenly destiny, is worth 1,000 points, and the host gets 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth played. Another 1,000 villains are worth it. This villain is worth it, and it's really good to earn. While attacking the sister-in-law of the son of luck, while harvesting the value of luck. Oblivious, at this time, Yi Yun returned to his room. Damn bastard, Hansa is going to kill you tonight. Yi Yun could no longer suppress it, and directly roared out. The sister-in-law and the bastard have come this far. If he hadn't gone to his aunt today, then his aunt would definitely be able to escape tonight. To become the shape of that bastard, things must not be put off any longer. This bastard must die tonight, otherwise, maybe one day my sister-in-law will be succeeded by him. At that time, there will be no place to cry yourself. I have now recovered to the cultivation of the foundation building realm, and I can mobilize some of my soul power. This bastard must be very proud now, unguarded, I am surprised, I will definitely be able to kill with one hit. Yi Yun muttered, wait until late at night and sit cross-kneeled on the ground. A phantom shadow of light emerged from Yi Yun's body. The phantom is the soul power that Yi Yun mobilized. He had just arrived at Zuji now, and he could mobilize soul power equivalent to that of a Yuan infant realm cultivator. Yi Yun chanted a mantra in his mouth. His hands constantly outlined esoteric runes in the air. The faint soul phantom gradually became solidified. Finally, he turned into a hellish asura holding a steel fork in his mouth full of fangs. The body exudes a strong aura and dead chi. This is a kind of soul power that he cultivates. You can turn a part of your soul power into Hell Shira. Hell Asura has great lethality over the soul of a cultivator. It can be said that this is a killing power for the soul. Go, Hell Shira, obliterate Yang Chen's soul. Yi Yun's words fell, and the Asura phantom disappeared directly into the room. Yang Chen's room. Yinju knelt on one knee. Master, I have detected a soul fluctuation. There should be a Yuan infant initial level. Early Yuan baby. A hint of playfulness flashed across Yang Chen's face. He came back tonight just to give Yi Yun a chance to make a move. After all, Lang Yuyuan's aunt is the favorite forbidden in his heart. Today I and Lang Yuyuan have almost come to that step. Therefore, Yi Yun will definitely make a move on himself tonight. Yang Chen also wanted to see how strong the cultivators of the refining void realm could exert after they were reborn. Therefore, just in case, he called Yinju over in advance. But I didn't expect that. Only the initial level of the meta infant. This is Yi Yun's current strength, but it's a little weak. Master, do you want me to solve him directly? If I devour this soul meal, I can reach the 10th level of the Yuan infant, and even break through the realm and enter the gods. At that time, I can also become the help of the master and do things for the master better. Yinju's dry face was full of flattery. However, Yang Chen shook his head. Don't move him for now, I'll keep him for other purposes. However, you can have a snack today. Refreshments. Yinju is puzzled. Then, in the room, a murderous aura poured in. A green-faced fang-looking Shira, holding a steel fork, suddenly appeared and stabbed directly at Yang Chen. Die. The voice was sharp and hoarse, like the Grim Reaper of Hell. This is a divine attack method. Avoid the monk's body and go straight to the soul. Although the Yuan infant cultivator can begin to use the power of the soul, he is not perfect. Generally, the real cultivation of soul divine powers is in the late stage of the Yuan infant. Therefore, if Yang Chen is really just an ordinary Yuan infant one heavy cultivator. This trick, he may really not be able to dodge. However, he is not. HMPH, a soul phantom also dares to offend my master. Yinju on the side directly blocked in front, slapped out a palm and slapped Hellasura out. A greedy smile appeared on Yinju's face. He understood what the host meant by dim sum. This blue-faced Asura must have been condensed by that kid's soul power. Although it is far from the main body, it is indeed a delicious side dish. Master, Yinju looked at Yang Chen. Go, clean and clean. Yes, Yinju walked towards Helshira, and his dry face showed a mouthful of big white teeth. Boom, die. Hellasura directly stabbed at Yinju. However, the steel fork passed through the Yin-9 body. And Yinju turned into a black fog. The black mist instantly wrapped Helshira. Crunch, crunch, a chewing sound came from the black mist. Yang Chen's scalp tingled. Although the soul sect is defined as a villain, their soul secret art is indeed mastered. Treat the soul body directly as a delicacy. After devouring, it can directly absorb the soul power of the soul body and directly improve its own strength. If it weren't for the devouring method being too perverted. He wanted to learn. However, this blue-faced Asura should be the most powerful attack method that Yi Yun can now display. It's only the initial level of the Yuan infant, and it's so vulnerable. It seems that he was overestimated before. Yi Yun in the room. Poof, Yi Yun, who was sitting cross-kneeled on the ground, directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. The breath on his body instantly withered. How is it possible? Helshira disappeared. Yang Chen is just a Yuan infant cultivator. Even if the assassination is not successful, the soul power of the seed should return. But, how did the soul power disappear directly? Moreover, there's also a feeling of fear. What's going on? Yi Yun couldn't figure it out. That part of the soul power, which he turned into Helshira, could directly hit the cultivator's soul. Yuan infant early-stage cultivators, if they don't have soul cultivation means, it is difficult to resist. Even if the kill is unsuccessful, Hellasura will return. He can turn it into his soul power again, but now. This part of the soul power disappeared directly. Killing Yang Chen failed, and his soul was still traumatized. Abominable. Yang Chen, I didn't expect that a Yuan infant cultivator in such a remote place as the Northern Spirit Domain would be able to master such soul means. Hansa underestimated you. No, the seed must be restored to the late stage of foundation building as soon as possible, and he must be beheaded. During this time, you must keep an eye on your ant, and you must not let your ant become his shape. Ding! Yi Yun used the soul secret technique, killed the host, failed, and was eaten back. The soul was injured, the host plundered the son of heavenly destiny. Yi Yunchi luck value 500 points, and obtained the villain value 500 points. Closing square bracket. Another 500 villains are worth it. However, being bumped by Yi Yun and making out with his sister-in-law Lang Yuyun, he directly plundered this kid's 1000 points of luck. Now, he has only plundered 500 points after a failed assassination and wounded soul. It can be seen that Lang Yuyun's ant is very important to him. I still have to work hard. The next day, before Yang Chen woke up, there was a knock on the door. Brother Chen, are you awake? The cold rain smoke came the elegant voice. Yang Chen got up and walked out. In the small courtyard, Lang Yuyun placed a lunchbox on a stone table. Brother Chen, I got up early today, and when I saw that the osmanthus was blooming just right, I made a little osmanthus cake. You taste it. Lang Yuyun said, opening the lunchbox. 2 plates of osmanthus cake came out of the middle. A sweet smell came to my face. Yang Chen picked up a piece and tasted it. Well, it tastes great. Yes. Hearing Yang Chen's praise, Lang Yuyun's beautiful eyes were full of joy. Brother Chen, if you like it, I'll do it for you every day in the future. Do it for me every day. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curved. Then he sat down next to her and took her into his arms. Brother Chen, cold rain smoke snorted, but there was no resistance. Yuner talked like that last night, you must not see him in general. Yuner's child, maybe he has lived with my aunt for a long time, and he doesn't want to leave me a little. But I'll convince him, Lang Yuyun whispered in Yang Chen's arms. Yang Chen said with a smile. Don't worry, Yuner is your nephew, that is, my nephew. I won't meet him in general. Well, Brother Chen, you are so good. Cold rain smoke whispered. Yang Chen looked at her absolutely beautiful cheeks, her red lips crystalline. Today the makeup is clearly carefully painted. It can be said that women are pleasing to themselves. Swallow the osmanthus cake in your mouth, then bow your head. Woohoo, woohoo. Lang Yuyun struggled twice and once again hugged Yang Chen's neck. The body softened in his arms. It seems to turn into a pool of spring water. And at this time, Yi Yun carried Yaolu on his back and came from the mountainside. Although he was traumatized last night, it was more soulful. Physically, it's okay. There are a large number of medicinal fields and undeveloped ancient forests on Mingyu Peak. And because there were few disciples of Mingyu Peak, some precious elixirs could often be found in those ancient forests of the medicinal field. Yi Yun went down the mountain today, and he was lucky and picked several plants. With these few elixirs, my cultivation can be upgraded to the 4th level of foundation building. However, you still can't do anything to Yang Chen. That bastard, who can quietly get rid of the Hellasura I sacrificed, there must be a special means. Maid, it's hateful. If this seed retains Yi Cheng's strength, it can also directly shoot Yang Chen's bastard. Yi Yun thought hatefully. I came to the courtyard where the cold rain smoked. During this time, he decided to take a good look at his sister-in-law. Absolutely do not give Yang Chen an opportunity. Wait until your cultivation is restored to the late stage of foundation building and then find a way to kill that bastard. Auntie, Auntie, Yi Yun shouted a few times. But no one responded. Abominable. Auntie is not there. Could it be that you went to find Yang Chen again? Not good. A flash of panic flashed across Yi Yun's face. Hurriedly walked towards Yang Chen's residence. Came to the gate of Yang Chen's small courtyard. Yi Yun pushed the door directly and entered. Suddenly, his face turned green all of a sudden. Bastard. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yi Yun's teeth were almost crushed. Although, the sister-in-law got up in a hurry. But just now, they were there, kissing. Damn it. Moreover, Yang Chen's bastard's dog paw was actually placed under his sister-in-law's collarbone. Damn it. Damn it. Damn bastards. Yi Yun's eyes were full of killing intent. Hate in the heart. I really want to rush up and cut Yang Chen by 1,000 cuts. However, he couldn't help Yang Chen now. I can only be furious in my heart. Yuner, why didn't you knock when you came in? Lang Yuyun reprimanded. Then he quickly turned around and straightened up his long wrinkled skirt, his cheeks flushed. I couldn't help but sneer at Yang Chen in front of him. Brother Chen, it's all the blame on you, I have to be in the yard. It's all seen by Yuner. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. It's really careless. It was seen by Yuner again. Now, Yuner must be angry. After all, just now, he was. Thinking of this, Yang Chen raised his hand and touched his nose. An scent. I don't know if it's the scent of osmanthus or the scent of cold rain smoke. Seeing his action, Yi Yun suddenly had murderous intent in his eyes. Trembling with anger, Ding, Yi Yun bumped into the host and the heroine Lang Yuyun kissing. His mood was seriously damaged. Yi Yunchi, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 1,000 points, and the host obtained 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Another 1,000 villains are worth it. Yang Chen secretly said that this wave was not a loss. This way of brushing the villain value is really cool. The pastry was sweet. People are also sweet. Yuner, did you go to collect medicine again? Yang Chen walked up to him, with a loving smile on his face. What medicinal materials do you need? Just tell Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang is a Yuan infant cultivator, and there are general elixirs. Get out. Yi Yun popped out a word from between his teeth. Yuner, how did you speak? No manners. Lang Yuyun came over and reprimanded. Yi Yun looked at his aunt's attitude towards him, and his heart was lost. Moreover, my sister-in-law's hair was still a little scattered, and there were even some pastry crumbs on her face. These are all Yang Chen's masterpieces. Hateful. Hateful. Can I just watch like this? I really want to kill Yang Chen, this bastard. Yi Yun's heart was full of anger. Right at this moment, a purple light suddenly appeared in the sky. The originally clear sky was directly rendered as lilac. Purple chi coming east. Yang Chen's eyes were full of surprise. In the cultivation world, when a strange treasure is born, it will be accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. Just like the last time Qingli and Tianyin was born, tens of thousands of miles apart, they were all sensed. Purple chi coming east is one of these visions. Yang Chen looked at the sky. The purple color is lighter and the range is not large. However, it can be clearly seen in the Qingling sect. Then the location of the alien treasure should be near the Qingling sect. Yang Chen looked at Yi Yun. This guy was also looking up at the sky, his expression full of excitement. I can't help but feel a playful taste at the corners of my mouth. This strange treasure should be the chance of Yi Yun, the son of destiny. If it is a snatch, it should brush a lot of villain values. Then, the peaks of the green spirit sect burst into the sky one after another. This is the vision of this purple chi coming east in the birth of a strange treasure. Want to snatch? Brother Chen, a foreign treasure is born. The elder disciples of all the peaks have begun to pass. Shall we go over? Lang Yuyun came over, looking excited. It's obviously eager to try. Cultivator, rich man. The birth of a strange treasure triggered the vision of Purple Chi coming east. It's not easy. She is also an enterprising monk who also wants to compete. If you get this treasure, you will definitely be able to greatly improve the strength. The gap between him and Brother Chen can also be narrowed. Since you are interested, then let's take a trip. Yang Chen said slowly. Then Brother Chen, let's go now, otherwise the exotic treasure will be snatched away in a while. Lang Yuyan was very interested, and took Yang Chen's arm and went directly to the sword. Abominable. Seeing his sister-in-law take the initiative to hold Yang Chen's arm, Yuyan felt uncomfortable and angry in his heart. But, look at the purple clouds in the sky. Yuyan gradually calmed down. This exotic treasure, he must get. He had a feeling that as long as he got this exotic treasure, his strength could be further restored. Maid, Yang Chen, wait for you, after I regain my strength. I will definitely cut you by 1,000 cuts. Let you not die well. Yuyan did not go with the cold rain smoke, but went along with the imperial sword. In the sky, Yang Chen transmitted a voice to Yinju. Yinju, go and follow Yuyan. Yes, behind Yang Chen, faint black shadows stopped above Bright Moon Peak. This opportunity belonged to Yuyan, the son of destiny. Then Yuyan must be able to find it the fastest. Hee. Let Yinju follow him. Let Yuyan, the son of destiny, be a treasure hunting rat for his uncle. More than 500 miles outside the Qingling sect. It is a vast pristine mountain range. The purple chi in the sky emanated from here. However, the specific location of the exotic treasure needs to be carefully explored. Lang Yuyan showed great interest, took out a compass, and kept injecting true chi into it, searching for the direction of the exotic treasure. But Yang Chen was feeling the moving direction of Yinju. There are parasites, as long as they are not more than 10,000 miles apart, he can feel the specific location of Yinju. Yinju has been following Yuyan. The location is always moving. After a few hours, Yinju's position stopped. Looks like Yuner found it. Boom, what a good boy. Yang Chen smiled secretly in his heart. Yuyan, follow me, I feel a little abnormal. Yang Chen took the jade hand of the cold rain smoke and directly shot up into the sky. At this time, under a mountain peak, Yuyan was confronting several young cultivators. Yuyan, you are a chi cultivation realm, and you dare to come here, I really admire your guts. Primordial ancient forest, a random demon beast can kill you. Several young cultivators were cultivators of the foundation building realm. Don't put Yuyan in his eyes at all, they came here by mistake. Unexpectedly, in a cave here, there was a shimmering treasure light. The exotic treasure must be in this cave. As foundation building disciples, they naturally did not dare to covet exotic treasures. A message has been sent to the master. However, Yuyan is also here. It's quite an eyesore. Senior brother, Yuyan's aunt is a Jin and Ninefold cultivator. If Yuyan sends a message to his aunt, don't be preempted by his aunt again. Let's kill this kid so that the news doesn't leak. Anyway, it's a waste, and it's normal to die in this primeval ancient forest. One of the three was a disciple who had built a tenfold foundation, but shook his head when he heard this. No, I heard Master Venerable say that Yuyan's sister-in-law, Elder Lang, is a woman of great people. That big man, our master can't afford to offend. It is rumored that Elder Taisheng's death is related to that big man. If you kill Yuyan, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Oh, as soon as these words came out, the other two disciples were interested. However, what they were interested in was not the death of Elder Taisheng. It was Yuyan's sister-in-law Lang Yuyan. Elder Lang is the first beauty of our Qingling sect, she actually has a Taoist couple. Alas, it's a pity, Elder Lang has always been my dream lover. I didn't expect it, alas. Several foundation building disciples felt sorry for a while. Lang Yuyan was the first beauty of their green spirit sect. Which male monk does not adore in his heart? At this time, a disciple of the late foundation building stage waved his hand at Yuyan and said, Yuyan, get out of here quickly. For the sake of your uncle's face, we won't kill you. Get out of here. Yuyan looked at the few people in front of him, his eyes were full of killing intent, and he gritted his teeth and said, Bastard, a few of you, all of you are going to die. Oh, how many of us are going to die? Haha, several Tasuki disciples laughed. Yuyan, you really don't know if you are dead or alive. A waste of the chi cultivation realm threefold. If it weren't for your aunt being a sect elder, you would have been driven down the mountain a long time ago. Who gave you the confidence to say this? Could it be that you think that if you have a big man as an uncle, you won't put a senior brothers who build the foundation realm in your eyes? Ah, several people opened their mouths to uncles and closed their mouths to uncles. Every sentence was sprinkled with salt on Yuyan's wound. Yuyan couldn't bear it anymore. On his body, true chi gushed out. He is a venerable dust venerable, refining the power of the void. In existence standing at the pinnacle of heaven and earth. But he was so humiliated by a few foundation building ants. Hateful, hateful. Today, a big kill is a must. This breath. Yuyan, when did you reach the foundation building? Feeling the aura of the foundation building realm emanating from Yuyan's body, several foundation building disciples were shocked. A few months ago, the young disciple of the Qingling sect was compared to Yuyan, who was still a well-known chi training realm triple waist, and he had lost his aunt's face. Now, it has reached Tasuki. This cultivation speed is also too terrifying. It's good to have a good uncle. This must be the cultivation that his uncle helped him improve. Alas, if only Elder Lang were my aunt, so beautiful, so good to his nephew, and he could find a big man to help his nephew. Damn bastard, death to Hansa, Yuyan shouted angrily. The true chi on his body gushed out, directly converging into a black sword radiance. The knife slashed out 270. Poof, a disciple in the late stage of the foundation building realm at the front was directly cut in two by a sword. Blood sprayed out, splashed the faces of the two. What, this scene shocked the other two foundation building disciples. One slash beheaded a late foundation builder. Yuyan's strength turned out to be so terrifying. Instinctively, the two wanted to escape. However, Yuyan did not give them time at all. Another knife slash. Another late foundation building disciple exhaled in pain. This knife directly cut off his right arm. Run away. Yuyan is not normal. The two foundation building disciples didn't care about the others and soared into the sky. However, since Yuyan had become a killer, he definitely couldn't let them leave. Give me death. Another knife cut. The late stage of foundation building disciples who had been cut off one of their arms were directly beheaded off, and blood rushed up 3 feet high. You can't leave either. Die here. Yuyan chased another disciple. Kill him in sight, but at this time, a golden light struck. Bang. Yuyan swung his sword to block it, but he was still slapped to the ground by Jin Mang. Yuyan, you are so daring. Dare to kill the disciples under the seat. The golden light dissipates. The person who came was a middle-aged man in a white robe. Master, Yuyan was vicious. Junior brother Li was cut in two by him, and junior brother Wang was even separated from the corpse. Fortunately, Master Venerable came in time, and the disciple picked up life. The disciple of the 10 layers of foundation cried. I was afraid for a while. Yi Yun just now, the terrifying momentum, made him unable to even raise the mind to resist. The white-robed middle-aged man in midair looked at Yi Yun and the mutilated corpses of the 2 disciples on the ground with his eyes stunned. Although anger in the heart, but more than that, there's doubt. Those 2 disciples were both in the late stage of foundation building. Yi Yun, a few months ago, he was still practicing Qi threefold cultivation. Now it can kill the late stage of foundation building. It's also bizarre. Yi Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. 10 layers of Jindan, HMPH, if it weren't for the damage to the soul power of the seed yesterday, I would have beheaded you now. Hateful Yang Chen, maid, I can't kill this guy now, it's a little troublesome. This guy is also coming for the exotic treasure. Yi Yun was thinking about how to get the exotic treasure in the cave. Then, 2 more rays of light flew in, fell in front of him. It was Yang Chen and Lang Yuyun, looking at the 2 mutilated bodies on the ground. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. It seems that Yi Yun made a move just now. It's pretty ruthless. Neither of the 2 bodies is intact. Elder Lang. The white-robed friar in the sky fell to the ground. Your nephew Yi Yun slaughtered 2 late foundation building disciples under my disciples. How do you say to deal with it? The cultivation of the white-robed cultivator Jindan Tenfold was not afraid of cold rain and smoke at all. If it were usual, he would have slapped Yi Yun to death. But now, the handsome young man beside Lang Yuyun was a big man. The sect master had specially explained to him, don't offend the other person. The death of the great elder seemed to be related to the other party. Therefore, even if the disciple died tragically, he did not impulsively shoot Yi Yun directly. Instead, he gave Lang Yuyun a face and asked her how to deal with it. Elder Zhao, this is, Yun'er killed. The cold rain smoke was full of surprise. After all, Yi Yun had always been in the triple realm of Qi training. Some time ago, she also went to look for the 3-color moonlight flower, ready to upgrade Yi Yun's qualifications. Now, Elder Zhao said that Yun'er had killed 2 of his late foundation building disciples. How is this possible? Elder Lang, if I hadn't come in time, my disciple Meng Feng would have been killed by your nephew Yi Yun. Meng Feng, you tell Elder Lang how Yi Yun killed the 2 of them. Elder Zhao said in a deep voice. Meng Feng hurriedly stepped forward and began to speak. Lang Yuyun listened to Day's brows furrowed. Killing a sect disciple is a capital offense. Yun'er, Eddie asked you, did you do this? Lang Yuyun asked Yi Yun. But in my heart, I have already determined that 8 has been completed. Because, the breath emanating from Yi Yun's body at this time. Although it is gradually weakening, but it is also not the triple Qi training she has always thought. It's about building foundations. A few days ago, Yun'er was still practicing Qi threefold. Now it has reached the foundation. As Yun'er's sister-in-law, she knew very well that Yi Yun's qualification was the lower grade spirit root. Therefore, he had to go to great lengths to find the 3-color moonlight flower to improve his qualifications. But now, Yi Yun, who was under the spirit root, had reached the foundation building realm in less than 10 days. Jerked. A bold idea came to her mind. Brother Chen is tracking down the evil spirit. Is it difficult? No way, no way. Lang Yuyun hurriedly cut off this thought. Don't dare to think in this direction. Andy, me. The aura on Yi Yun's body could not be concealed instantly. Since he was discovered by his sister-in-law, he simply did not hide it. Anyway, my aunt has to know sooner. Andy, it's these 2 people who want to kill me, and I fight back passively. The 3 of them work together to strike at me, I can only use my full strength. Lose your hands and kill 2 of them. Yes, Lang Yuyun's gaze froze. If so, things would be easier. Passively fight back to kill. And take the initiative to kill the same disciples. Culpability is not the same, the disciple named Meng Feng immediately retorted. Yi Yun, you talk nonsense. Junior brother Li did say whether to kill you or not, but I immediately refuted it. None of the 3 of us did anything to you, but Yi Yun, you suddenly killed us. You said we did it, do you have injuries? Elder Zhao also said in a deep voice at this time. Elder Lang, the seed also saw that it was Yi Yun who was chasing and killing my disciple. At that time, the breath on his body was very wrong, it was not the breath of my Qingling sex exercises at all, it was full of vicious and murderous evil Qi. These words made the cold rain smoke stunned again. The evil spirit of fierce killing. This, it made her think of the evil soul that Brother Chen said. But at this time, Yang Chen, who had not spoken, spoke. I believe Yun'er. This matter ends here. Elder Zhao, you take your disciples and leave immediately. When Elder Zhao heard this, his shoulders sank. Yang Chen showed the coercion of the Yuan infant cultivator towards him. I want him to retreat. Sure enough, it's the Yuan infant cultivator. Elder Zhao secretly said in his heart. However, 2 disciples died tragically. That's it. These 2 disciples are his own disciples. Elder Zhao withstood the coercion and said in a deep voice. Senior, my 2 disciples died in front of Yi Yun, and you can also tell that they were killed by Yi Yun. It's not appropriate to favor him so much, huh? Yang Chen was stunned. I didn't expect this guy to be quite backbone. These 2 foundation building cultivators were killed by Yi Yun. He could naturally see it, but now, this is not the time to kill Yi Yun. Qi luck hasn't plundered enough. Yang Chen directly swung out a sword radiance. The sword broke through the air and was unstoppable. Directly knocked out the 10-fold Elder Zhao of the golden pill. As soon as he barely stood firm, a wisp of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Yun'er is my nephew. What to do with him, I know in my heart. Yang Chen drank deeply. Elder Zhao was horrified in his heart. The opponent just casually struck him and injured him. Such strength. I'm afraid it's not a simple early stage of the baby. Never mind. The sect master can't afford to provoke. How can he afford to provoke? Let's go. Elder Zhao also couldn't care about the exotic treasure, and left directly with the corpse of his disciple. Brother Chen, you handled it like that just now. You were too partial to Yun'er. Lang Yuyun was a little helpless. It's okay. Yang Chen patted her on the shoulder and put his arm around her slender waist. Then he looked at Yi Yun with a kind smile on his face. Yun'er is your nephew. That's my nephew. We're a family. Even if the person is really killed by Yun'er, we can't kill our relatives righteously, don't you say? Although Yi Yun was curious why Yang Chen, the bastard, helped himself. However, I saw his thief holding his sister-in-law's slender waist. His heart was on fire. Moreover, this bastard also called his nephew with his mouth closed, and he looked like an elder. Yi Yun's eyes were even more murderous. This bastard. What a damn it. Don't hurry up and take your paws away from my aunt. My aunt's slender waist, I haven't even touched it. Brother Chen, you are so good. At this time, feeling the affection in Yang Chen's words, coupled with his love for Wuxia and his love for his nephew Yi Yun, cold rain smoke snuggled into his arms. In the beautiful eyes, the affection is gentle like water. Temporarily let go of the doubts about Yi Yun in his heart. Damn it, watching the sister-in-law take the initiative to throw herself into Yang Chen's arms. Yi Yun's eyes turned green. Andy, you are an iceberg beauty. Why did this bastard, so active, you haven't hugged me? At this time, a blinding light came from the cave. Yang Chen suddenly said, rain smoke, the exotic treasure must be in it. Let's go inside. Good. The cold rain smoke suppressed the affection in his heart and followed Yang Chen into the cave. Not good. Yi Yun was anxious in his heart. If there were only disciples of the foundation building realm, he could still deal with it. But now, Yang Chen, the bastard, has also groped over. Things are in trouble. Yi Yun also hurriedly flew into the cave. With his powerful perception of refining the void soul, so close together, he could probably feel it. The exotic treasure in it is likely to be a heaven and earth elixir that can enhance the strength of the cultivator's realm. So, he must get. Walking towards the inside of the cave, the light became more and more blazing. Up to 100 meters deep, the cave opens up, and a pool also appeared. The whole pool is clearly distinguished, half frozen. Half is full of magma. In the middle of the pool, a bizarre flower with two colors, red and blue, blooms. Yin-yang combined Dao flower. Yi Yun's eyes were full of excitement. He didn't expect that it would be this kind of heaven and earth treasure. Yin and yang combined Dao flowers, flowers bloom yin and yang. Extremely cold on one side and extremely hot on the other. The five elements of yin and yang, almost every cultivator could not escape it. Therefore, the power of yin and yang in the yin and yang harmony Dao flower is extremely pure, very suitable for the cultivator's origin true qi, and can be directly absorbed. Moreover, this elixir, because it is close to the origin of the Dao, can also improve the physique of the cultivator, so that the mortal body can be transformed into a spiritual body, which is extraordinary. God help me too, God help me too. Yi Yun's heart was extremely excited. The body he had reborn was just the most ordinary mortal body, and it was still a lower grade spirit root. The talent is extremely crotch-pulling. If you get this yin-yang harmony flower, not only can it restore some of its strength, but it can also improve its physical fitness and make up for congenital deficiencies. Yi Yun couldn't help it anymore, and jumped up directly and grabbed the yin and yang combined Dao flower in the pool. However, how could Yang Chen let him succeed? A large handprint of true qi directly grabbed Yi Yun, who was about to touch the yin and yang Dao flower, and reprimanded. Yuner, you don't want to live. This is a yin and yang combined Dao flower, extremely cold and hot. With your strength, as long as you touch it, you will either be burned to ashes or frozen into ice sculptures. Don't be reckless, bastard. Yi Yun cursed angrily in his heart. Although the yin and yang combined Dao flower is extremely cold and hot, Lao Su is reborn as a cultivator, and he has his own method of collecting it. This bastard made it clear that it was intentional. Deliberately not let me take it. Damn it, I discovered this cave first. This yin and yang harmony flower should belong to me. Yi Yun said in a deep voice. If he had the strength, he would definitely not talk nonsense and slap Yang Chen directly to death. However, yesterday he lost that part of his soul power, and now he doesn't say Yuan Ying, even Jin Dan is difficult to defeat. I can only reason with Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled secretly in his heart, but still said with a serious face. Yuner, it seems that you are confused by this yin and yang combined Dao flower. Yin and yang combined Dao flowers and other heaven and earth treasures, with the power to confuse the mind of cultivators, it is normal to make you greedy, Uncle Yang can understand. But you now, after all, it is only in the early stage of foundation building, and the cultivators below the Yuan infant simply cannot withstand the extreme cold and heat of the yin and yang combined Dao flower. Uncle Yang didn't let you touch it, it's for your own good, and I don't want you to lose your life because of greed. Yang Chen, you step on the horse bastard. Yi Yun couldn't bear it anymore and cursed directly. The cold rain smoke on the side immediately reprimanded. Yuner must not be rude, your Uncle Yang is for your own good. Alas, Yang Chen sighed and said helplessly, this kid. Yu Yan, look at Yuner, don't let him come nonsense. The yin-yang combined Dao flower has the power to confuse the mind of a cultivator, and Yuner's realm is low, so he must be confused. I'll pick this yin and yang harmony Dao flower. Brother Chen, be careful. Lang Yuyan nodded lightly and then blocked in front of Yi Yun. Obviously, he also agrees with Yang Chen's statement. Andy, Yi Yunjian's forehead was bruised. Yang Chen, this bastard, is really despicable and shameless. It is obviously to rob themselves of chance, but he still looks good for me. Maid, shame, this trick is also used. Let your favorite sister-in-law stop you. Yi Yun wanted to rush over. However, cold rain and smoke were also the cultivation of Jin and Juju. Directly stopped him. Yuner, your Uncle Yang is right, the yin-yang combined Dao flower is not something that you can touch as a foundation building cultivator. Don't be stupid yourself. Andy, Yi Yunqi's fists were clenched, and his forehead was bruised. The yin-yang combined Dao flower was too important to him. With it, you can fully recover your strength. At that time, the entire northern spirit domain, who can stop it? But was stopped by my sister-in-law. Yi Yun was mad in his heart. The opportunity for recovery is just around the corner. But he could only watch as Yang Chen pick the yin and yang Dao flowers. Damn it, Andy, why didn't you help that bastard and didn't help me? What kind of ecstasy did he pour into you? Ding, the host let the cold rain smoke block Yi Yun. Yi Yun's state of mind is close to collapse. Yi Yunqi, the son of heavenly destiny, is worth 500 points, and the host gets 500 villain points. Closing square bracket. Ding, the host robbed Yi Yun of chance. Yin and yang combined Dao flower, plundered the son of heavenly destiny. Yi Yunqi luck value 2000 points, the host obtained the villain value of 2000 points. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was stunned. There was a smile on his face. This trip is really profitable. Directly brushed 2500 villain values. However, there are more exciting plans waiting for Yuner later. Yuner, you must hold on. Rain smoke, yin and yang combined with Dao flowers, one yin and one yang. You are an ice attribute cultivator, and I am a fire attribute cultivator. Let's refine this yin and yang combined Dao flower together. Yang Chen walked slowly and spoke, refining together. Lang Yuyan was stunned when he heard this, but soon his eyes were full of emotion. The power of yin and yang in the yin and yang combined Dao flower is close to the origin, and the cultivator can completely absorb it. But Brother Chen is willing to share it with himself. Brother Chen, it's so good to yourself. Then, there was movement outside the cave. Soon, several middle-aged cultivators walked in. This is yin-yang combined Dao flower. It turned out to be such a treasure of heaven and earth. Several Jin Dan cultivators recognized it, and their eyes were immediately fiery. Want to snatch, however, they have not yet made a move. A few sword chi directly penetrated their bodies. Poof. Poof. Several people directly spurted out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground on one knee. If you don't want to die, hurry up. Yang Chen unleashed the coercion of the Yuan infant cultivator. Several people were terrified. Calm restored. Leave in a hurry. Yang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Yuyan, refining yin and yang combined Dao flowers in this pool has the best effect. But, in this way, we need to take off our clothes. But in this way, if another cultivator breaks in, it will be trouble. Hearsay. A flush rose on the cheeks of the cold rain smoke. Brother Chen, do you need to take off your clothes? Yang Chen nodded and said with a serious face, yes. This pool is the place where yin and yang combined Dao flowers are born, with cold ice on one side and magma on the other, and the refining effect is best here. Yin and yang qi, if it is absorbed by one person, it doesn't matter. However, the two of us absorb, if there is clothing to block, it will very affect the separation of yin and yang qi. At that time, the imbalance of yin and yang is likely to affect Dao ji. So it is. Cold rain smoke lightly nodded, agreed with Yang Chen's statement. She now trusts Yang Chen unconditionally. I just feel a little shy in my heart. After all, Yuner is still here. Yi Yan on the side, hearing Yang Chen's words, suddenly turned fierce. This bastard wants to refine the yin and yang Dao flower with his sister-in-law. Still shedding your clothes. Bah me, shameless obscenity. Yi Yan hurriedly stopped. Auntie, don't believe what he says. He just wants to take advantage of you. This man is a hungry ghost, a well-dressed beast. However, Lang Yuyan frowned and reprimanded. Yuner, shut up. How can you say that about you, Uncle Yang? Besides, we are originally Taoists, and you are too lenient for a young man. Lang Yuyan was worried that Yi Yan would continue to talk nonsense. Directly used true qi to seal his mouth. Brother Chen, you arrange a formation to block outsiders from entering here. I'll take Yuner out. Good. Yang Chen nodded. Looking at Yi Yan, whose face turned blue and wanted to say something but couldn't say anything, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but evoke a hint of playfulness. Yuner must be desperate now. Oblivious, a formation was arranged at the mouth of the cave. It can temporarily resist the cultivators below the Yuan infant. Then, together with the cold rain smoke, he walked into the cave. Outside, Yi Yan broke free from the shackles that the cold rain smoke had imprisoned him. His forehead was full of green tendons, and his face was even greener. Ah, bastard, Yi Yan roared, want to break through the formation arranged by Yang Chen. However, the formation was extremely strong. View from the cave. Yi Yan couldn't see it. However, it can be guessed. Damn it, Yi Yunsen was dripping blood. If the yin-yang combined Dao flower is not obtained, forget it. Auntie, also absorb with that bastard. The key is that when absorbing, the clothing is also removed. He, on the other hand, could only stand guard for them at the mouth of the cave. Became a green cave layman. In a cave, Yang Chen and Lang Yuyan stood opposite each other. Brother Chen, do you really want that? Cold rain smoke, cheeks blushing. Head down your chest. 10 jade fingers are intertwined. Yang Chen said in a deep voice. If you're really embarrassed, forget it. The power of yin and yang can be absorbed even through clothes. It's just that it is absorbed, slightly troublesome, and damaged. Lang Yuyan was stunned when he heard this, hearing the loss and heaviness in Yang Chen's voice. Immediately hurriedly said, also, no, Brother Chen, I didn't mean that. The cold rain smoke was a little nervous. Brother Chen paid so much for himself. Yin and yang harmony Dao flowers and other supreme treasures are willing to share with themselves. But he still looked so reluctant. Brother Chen won't be sad, right? Lang Yuyan hurriedly said, Brother Chen, the intentions of others, you know. How could I not be willing? Whatever you want to do to me, I'm willing. I'm just a little embarrassed. Looking at her panicked look, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. Lang Yuyan, this woman, can be regarded as completely taken down. Yuner, 777, you are desperate outside at this time. Oblivious, if you see your aunt's fawning gesture to me, I wonder if it will be angry. Yang Chen hugged the cold rain smoke into his arms. Gently stroking her white and delicate cheeks, she said softly. Yuyan, of course I know your intentions. Since you are willing, then let's start as soon as possible. The power of yin and yang in this pool is also rapidly draining. If you don't absorb it in time, it's too wasteful. If you absorb the extremely cold qi of the yin-yang combined Dao flower, it will not be a problem to step into the Yuan infant within 3 years. In the future, it is even expected to become a god. You can also be my benefactor. Listen to the cake that Yang Chen drew for her. Lang Yuyan's face was full of yearning and intoxication. I listened to your brother Chen. Lang Yuyan nodded gently. Abnormal flushing of cheeks. Then, the bare hand gently tugs at the belt around the waist. The palace dress slipped off. Suddenly, inside the cave. Shine brightly, white as day, outside the cave. Yi Yan slumped on the ground with a hideous face. When I think of the scene in the cave at this time. The face is green and oozing. Thief god, why are you so unfair to me? Why did I be reborn, but I couldn't use my past life strength? I can't even protect my favorite sister-in-law, and suffered such a great humiliation. I'm not willing. Yang Chen, you bastard. Dog thief. If you dare to move, the woman of my venerable dust. I must make you live better than die. Extract your soul and suppress it under the 9 ghosts. Then, several more monks flew over. The bright light that flashed in the cave just now was noticed by many cultivators nearby. This is it. The exotic treasure must be in it. Someone set up a seal. Quote, several golden pill cultivators were all cultivators of the green spirit sect, and they were immediately ready to break the seal. At this time, several cultivators who were injured by Yang Chen on the side were healing their injuries and had not left. Hurriedly stopped. Senior brother Song, don't be reckless. The exotic treasure has been collected. The person who collected it is a Yuan infant senior. It's Elder Lang's Taoist. Elder Lang's Taoist. Several people calmed down. As the sect master had ordered before, Elder Lang's Taoist was a big man. Don't offend. Moreover, these people were seriously injured and vomited blood one by one, and they must have been taught a lesson by that big man just now. Junior brother Zhang, I don't know what this exotic treasure is. The monk surnamed Zhang thought for a while and said. Don't hide senior brother Song, it's a yin and yang combined Dao flower. What? Yin-yang combined Dao flower. It's such a treasure. Several Jindan cultivators were shocked. I understood why junior brother Zhang dared to snatch it from that big man. The yin and yang combined Dao flower contains extremely pure yin and yang power. Cultivators who practice any exercise can absorb and fuse perfectly. Jindan cultivator, although it is difficult to collect, but it is not without a way. And once refined, for them, that is equivalent to stepping directly on the Yuan Baby Avenue. In the future, it is even possible to become a god. This is enough to change their destiny. It is enough to make people take risks regardless of their identity. But it's a pity that senior is a Yuan infant cultivator, and these golden pills are not opponents at all. This is Elder Lang's nephew Yi Yun. At this time, someone looked at Yi Yun, whose face was green and stiff in place at the mouth of the cave, and said. Yes, Elder Lang's Taoist has obtained the yin and yang combined Tao flower, and should be ready to refine it with Elder Lang. The power of yin and yang, male and female practitioners. It should be to drive this obstructing brat out. Several people suddenly looked playful. Elder Lang has made a lot of money at this moment. Refining a part of the yin and yang combined Tao flower is not a problem to enter the Yuan infant in the future. It's good to be beautiful. That big man is willing to refine the yin and yang Tao flower with her. If I get it, I must have secretly refined it alone. But Yi Yun, this kid is not bad, and he knows to show his aunt and uncle the entrance of the cave, so as not to be disturbed. Gee, what a filial child. I heard the discussions of several jinn and monks around. Yi Yun's face suddenly turned hideous. Are you looking for death when you step on a horse? Oh drink, this kid has quite a big temper. Do you think that if you find a Yuan Yin cultivator as an uncle, you won't put us jinn and cultivators in your eyes? Haha, several people were full of playful gazes, which made Yi Yun's anger rise in his heart. But there's no way to vent it. A group of ants, it's really a horse looking for death. Wait, when my strength is restored, I must turn the entire Qingling sect into an Asura purgatory. You're all going to die. Killing intent surged in Yi Yun's eyes. After staying at the mouth of the cave for a day, Yi Yun left. He wants to quickly regain his strength. If you return to the late stage of foundation building today, you can mobilize some of your soul power again. Will he still let Yang Chen's bastard do whatever he wants? Yin and Yang combined Tao flower has great efficacy and is difficult to refine in a short time. As long as he kills Yang Chen himself, he will be refined into a humanoid Great Dan. You can also refine the Yin Yang combined Tao flower. At that time, the Yin and Yang harmony Dao will still be mine. Moreover, when the time comes, Yang Chen will die. Andy, it belongs to me again. I happen to have a double cultivation exercise in my hand. When the time comes, hand it over to my sister-in-law. Use double cultivation exercises combined with the power of Yin and Yang. Oblivious, Yi Yun took a deep look towards the cave. Throughout the day, he listened attentively. There was no sound coming from inside the cave. Yang Chen's bastard should just simply absorb the medicinal power with his sister-in-law. Wouldn't do anything else. Moreover, my aunt is a nice beauty. Although he has some good feelings for Yang Chen's bastard. But definitely not so casually. Andy, you are in the cave, you must stay calm. Don't be fooled by Yang Chen's lustful thief, don't turn into his shape. Yi Yun held this luck in his heart, left the cave, and walked towards the primeval ancient forest. A cruel smile gradually appeared on his face. In the ancient forest, there were still many disciples of the Qingling sect. Many of them are foundation building. These people are some good prey. Kill them and train them directly to Dan Pill. Anyway, the Qingling sect doesn't have a good person. In the future, he will also turn this place into an Asura purgatory. Early death and early detachment. A foundation building realm disciple was preparing to pick up elixir. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Yi Yun. HMPH, the waste of the 3 layers of chi training also dares to come to the primeval ancient forest. Are you tired of being crooked? The disciple of Zuji was full of disdain. However, he just turned around and prepared to go to pick the elixir. Poof, a blade directly cut off his head, and blood gushed out. It's really a horse looking for death. An ant in the early stage of foundation building also dares to say that I am waste. On Yi Yun's hand, a dark blue flame appeared, directly burned the corpses on the ground. After a moment, it turned into a blood-red pill. After Yi Yun took it, the momentum on his body instantly climbed, directly from the first layer of foundation to the second layer of foundation. Good, it tastes good. This is much faster than refining elixirs to improve cultivation. 5.8 inches. It's nice to be back in Shira. Boom, Yang Chen, you wait, once this seed resumes its cultivation, the first thing will be to kill you. Yi Yun's gloomy laughter sounded, and then disappeared into the ancient forest. However, he did not know that behind him, on an ancient tree, stood a black-robed figure. The black-robed figure was none other than Yinju. Yinju held a photo stone in his hand. The scene where Yi Yun had just killed the foundation cultivator and refined it into a blood pill was recorded. I don't know what the master thinks, isn't it okay for this guy to kill directly? It takes this effort to record the scene of his evil. Alas, my dignified soul sect protector does such trivial work every day. Yinju's face was full of reluctance, but Yang Chen's order, he couldn't resist at all, and he couldn't raise the mind to resist. I can only complain in my heart. Looking at Yi Yun's back as he left, Yinju couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. The soul of a cultivator of the refining void realm has been reborn. It's a delicious meal for me. When will I be able to eat you, my little darling? At this time, in a cave, originally a pool of clear divisions, half ice and half magma. There is no cold and hot breath at all. Yang Chen and Lang Yuyan sat cross-kneeled opposite each other. One is as red as the sun, and the other is cold and cold. The effect of yin-yang combined Dao flower is indeed very powerful. It can not only improve cultivation, but also improve physical fitness. Yang Chen possessed a strange fire, quickly absorbing half of the masculine hot aura into his body. Qingli and Tianyan seemed to be nourished, and the cyan color became more pure. The flames were also raging. Moreover, his realm was directly elevated to the Yuan infant triple. Moreover, there was still a large amount of hot yang qi scattered all over the body, without refining. And the main thing is that the physique has been strengthened. Although the predecessor possessed the fire attribute heavenly spirit root. But the physique is average. For monks, the most important thing is naturally the spiritual root. It determines the monk's affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, some special physiques sometimes have a stronger effect than spiritual roots. Some of these special physiques can enhance the physical strength of the cultivator. Some can enhance the monk's perception of the Tao. Even some extremely perverted ones can increase the probability of success for the cultivators crossing the calamity. Yang Chen's current physique had transformed into a fire attribute spirit body. To just to the sun, physical strength has been significantly improved. The masculinity that was scattered throughout his body was gradually strengthening his physical body. He even felt that there was no need to mobilize the true chi in his body. With only his physical body, he can burst the golden Dan cultivator with one punch. Yang Chen opened his eyes and looked at the cold rain smoke on the opposite side. 28 her gains were equally great. The body seems to be undergoing a metamorphosis. The realm is also rising rapidly. It has reached the 10 layers of Jinden. It is moving towards the meta baby. But, the state of the cold rain smoke at this time is very unstable. The delicate skin is full of frost, as if it is about to freeze into an ice sculpture. Not good. This is unbearable to withstand the extreme cold. People are going to freeze. Yang Chen's eyes were stunned. Brother Chen, I'm so cold. Save me. Cold rain smoke opened his eyes. The eyes are full of misty cold air. The ultimate cold and ice chi froze her soul consciousness. Yang Chen's brows furrowed. The fiery chi and icy chi in the yin and yang combined Dao flower were still too strong. He cultivated as a Yuan infant and possessed a different fire which could directly absorb the fiery qi. And Lang Yuyan was originally just the cultivation of Jin and Juju. Now the absorption of ice qi has reached its limit. If this situation is allowed to develop, the cold ice qi would completely freeze her life breath. Brother Chen, I'm so cold. Lang Yuyan felt the blazing temperature on Yang Chen's body and couldn't help but hug him. Shish, Yang Chen gasped. This time, it was really cold. Alas, forget it. Things fall into place, why should I refuse? Yuner, you shouldn't blame me. After all, I become your uncle, and I should also fulfill the responsibilities of an uncle. And the responsibility of your uncle is to take care of your sister-in-law. Oh, my good nephew, are you still outside the cave now? And at this time, Yi Yun, who had just refined a mid-foundation building disciple into a blood pill, sneezed several times in a row. Damn, what's wrong with me? Is any bastard cursing me? Maid, if there is, it must be Yang Chen's bastard. It's been another 2 days, did that bastard and my aunt come out of the cave? No, I'm going to take a look. Yi Yun suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart. It was as if something extremely precious to him was being lost. Over the cave, the qi of yin and yang meets. The blue ice qi and the crimson blazing qi were intertwined. The shadow of the yin and yang combined Dao flower bloomed above the cave, extremely gorgeous. Inside the cave, it's spring. The only pity was that Yi Yun did not guard the entrance of the cave. A few hours passed. A strong aura emanated from Yang Chen. Yuan baby quadruple. Another breakthrough. Stepping into the middle of the Yuan baby. The extremely cold qi on Lang Yuyan's body was transformed through the convergence of yin and yang, and he absorbed a lot. Broke through the realm again, and cold rain smoke. A touch of purple qi surrounds his body. This is a sign of reaching the realm of the Yuan baby. Boom! A thunderclap rang out. The thunder of cold rain and smoke came. Brother Chen, Lang Yuyan opened his eyes, and there was some panic in his eyes. Jin Dan breaks through the Yuan infant and needs to cross the thunder calamity. However, she was only a Jin in Zhejiang before, and she was still far from the Yuan infant realm, and she had not prepared for the thunder tribulation at all. Rain smoke, it doesn't matter. You have now absorbed the yin and yang combined Dao flower. Your physique is extraordinary, and it is not a problem to deal with the thunder calamity. Moreover, there's only one thunder tribulation of the Jin and broken Yuan baby. Just face it calmly. Yang Chen comforted. Lang Yuyan nodded and relaxed. Then, sit cross-kneel. Boom! The thunder tribulation directly penetrated the cave and descended on the cold rain and smoke. The cold rain smoke was surrounded by thunder and light, but there was nothing wrong. This thunder calamity did not cause substantial harm to her at all. Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seems that Lang Yuyan's current physique is quite good. In the future, not to mention entering the Avatar God, even refining the Void Realm will not be a problem. Although Lang Yuyan had a good talent before, it is difficult to say whether he can enter the Yuan infant in the future. However, the Yin-Yang Hop Dao flower is absorbed. But it has changed dramatically. Yang Chen couldn't help but change her positioning in his heart. If it was before, cold rain smoke was more like a tool person to plunder Yi Yunqi's love value to him. But now, with the potential to reach the refining Void Realm. Well, the position in his heart is different. In the future, you can cultivate cold rain smoke. Let her be your right hand, both competent and capable. Ding! The host thoroughly attacked the harrowing cold rain smoke, plundered the son of heaven's destiny. Yi Yunqi luck is worth 3,000 points, and the host gets 3,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen's eyes froze. 3,000 points were plundered at once. She is worthy of being Yuner's favorite aunt. Now Yi Yun's remaining qi luck value should be less than 4,000. Then next, it's time to expose the fact that Yi Yun is a soul snatch. When Yi Yun's favorite aunt drew her sword against him, Yuner must be desperate. Oblivious. At that time, it will definitely be another wave of villain values. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Why are you laughing so evilly? The soft voice of cold rain smoke suddenly came to mind in my ears. Yang Chen suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the beautiful cheeks that were close at hand, a flash of amazement flashed in his eyes. Absorbed the yin and yang combined Dao flower, and the strength reached the Yuan baby. The temperament on Lang Yuyan's body has changed a lot. A little more fairy, it's even more beautiful. It's not the thought of meeting your yin and yang with the rain smoke, and you are happy in your heart. Yang Chen played with taste. Lang Yuyan's face suddenly turned blushing. I hate you, Brother Chen. After all, people still haven't escaped the clutches of your big bad wolf. Lang Yuyan said and buried it in Yang Chen's arms. Thinking that she had finally become Brother Chen's woman, there was a burst of happiness in my heart. In the future, you will also be a Yuan Yin cultivator. Following Brother Chen will not be a burden anymore. Holding the beautiful person in your arms, Yang Chen felt that the yang qi in his body was a little up. Just about to do something. Then, there was a sudden rumble outside the cave. Someone is forcibly colliding with the formation I arranged. Maid, really pick the time. Yang Chen scolded secretly. Cave entrance. Yang Chen looked at the figure outside who was frantically crashing into the formation. Surprised, it's Yuner. Yuner really impresses my uncle. It's only been a few days, and I can actually start to gradually crack the formation I arranged. I didn't expect Yuner to have such a strong formation talent. These words, Yang Chen naturally deliberately said to the cold rain 167 smoke on the side. In the cold rain and smoked eyes, a trace of doubt and entanglement flashed. However, there are no words. Yang Chen removed the formation. Yuner, has something happened? Why destroy the formation arranged by Uncle Yang? Yang Chen still had a kind smile on his face, and his eyes were full of love. Andy, Yi Yun didn't look at Yang Chen. His eyes were all on the cold rain smoke. There was a look at her for a while, relieved in my heart. My sister-in-law has broken through to the Yuan infant realm. Before my aunt was Jin in ninefold, she couldn't break through the tenfold. Now he has directly crossed the 10 weights and reached the Yuan baby. Then, he must have been cultivating these days. Auntie, you and Yang Chen's bastard have been cultivating these days. Yi Yun stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. When the cold rain smoke heard this, his cheeks were slightly hot. I couldn't help but think of the scene in the cave in my mind. Naturally, they have not been cultivating. However, she naturally wouldn't say this kind of thing. Especially for Yi Yun. Of course, you Uncle Yang and I must have been cultivating all the time. Auntie has just survived the thunder tribulation and reached the Yuan baby. That's right, that's good, that's good. Yi Yun was relieved again in his heart. Thinking of the thunder just now, that is, a moment ago. Okay, Auntie guarded the bottom line. Didn't let Yang Chen, the bastard, succeed. Didn't turn into the shape of this bastard, although I got an affirmative answer from my aunt. However, Yi Yun was still very uncomfortable in his heart. After all, his sister-in-law is with this bastard. Be honest, as soon as he thought of this, Yi Yun was angry in his heart. In the future, when the strength is restored, this memory of my aunt must be erased. His beloved sister-in-law, there can only be one of him in my heart. How can there be other men? Qingling sect, on the peak of the bright moon. Upon learning the news of the cold rain smoke breaking through the Yuan infant, the Qingling sect master and many elders came to congratulate one after another. Their Qingling sect has added another Yuan baby. Moreover, half of the yin and yang combined Dao flowers were also refined. In the future, stepping into the gods will not be a problem. The most important thing is to become a woman who has become the holy son of Xuantian. Their Qingling sect will have this relationship with Xuantian sect in the future. In the northern spirit domain, there were few forces that dared to deal with them. On the bright moon peak, a Yuan baby banquet was held. In a sect like the Qingling sect, there are only a few Yuan infant cultivators in itself. Therefore, as long as a Yuan infant cultivator is born, it is naturally quite grand. Sect elders and outstanding disciples would almost always come. Especially the sect master specially explained that Elder Lang's Taoist was a big man. These elder disciples of the Green Spirit sect even went one after another, wanting to get acquainted. After all, that big man was willing to share the yin-yang combined Dao flower with Elder Lang. It can be seen that he is a generous person. Especially some female monks with good appearance. Knowing that Lang Yuyan relied on the Taoist couple to obtain opportunities, he stepped into the Yuan baby. A bold idea came up in my heart. One by one, they came wearing delicate makeup and dresses that were most appropriate. That big man, I don't know if there is a lack of partners. Even a maid or a housemaid can do it. If you are seen, the opportunity to change your fate will come. Elder Lang, congratulations, our Green Spirit sect has added another Yuan infant cultivator. Elder Lang, congratulations, you will be the Yuan infant senior in the future. Sister Yuyan, congratulations, you have successfully stepped into the Yuan baby, in the future can be expected to become a god. Congratulations sounded beside him. Lang Yuyan held Yang Chen's arm, and her beautiful face was full of smiles. Brother Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have reached the Yuan infant realm for the rest of my life. Lang Yuyan whispered in Yang Chen's ear. Yang Chen smiled playfully. Then you have to thank me very much. Nasty, cold rain and smoke. I knew in my heart what Yang Chen said thanks. Brother Chen, a humble gentleman on the outside, is actually very bad behind his back. Looking at the banquet center, his sister-in-law held Yang Chen's arm, looking like a concubine, Yun Mai. The roots of Yi Yunqi's teeth itched. Damn it, Auntie, why are you so ignorant? Yang Chen, that bastard, didn't he just share the yin and yang combined Dao flower with you? He's there to see your body, to take advantage of you. Besides, the yin-yang harmony Dao flower was found by me first, it was mine. Yang Chen, you really damn when you step on a horse. Yi Yun's heart was furious. His face turned blue. At this time, several female disciples of Bright Moon Peak walked past him. Our master and Senior Yang are really a perfect match, a natural pair. I see that Master Venerable will follow Senior Yang in the future, and will not continue to stay at our Bright Moon Peak. I really want to follow Senior Yang, how handsome he looks. Jay, do you have the appearance of a master? Our master is the first beauty of the Qingling sect. Quote. Although I am not as beautiful as the master, but I have a good figure, I am still tender. Senior Yang said that he likes my model if he is not good. Besides, I can still serve Senior Yang with Master Venerable. The feeling of both master and apprentice, men can't refuse. Several female disciples talked in low voices. Yi Yun on the side just heard it. Suddenly, his face turned black. A thick killing intent flashed on his face. Maid, a couple of little bitches. Forget about your own debauchery. Think my sister-in-law and I are just like you. My sister-in-law, it can only be mine. Yang Chen, this bastard, must die tonight. Through these 2 days of hunting, Yi Yun has recovered to the 6th layer of foundation building. Although it did not reach the late stage of foundation building. However, it is possible to mobilize some soul power. In this time, stronger than the last one. Yang Chen, this bastard, must die. He can't wait for a moment. Wait any longer, and Andy will really turn into the shape of this bastard. Late at night, Yang Chen's room, Yinju knelt on the ground on one knee and handed Yang Chen a few photo stones. Master, this kid is following the evil path, it should be the way of Shira. As long as you devour blood qi, you can directly transform it into cultivation. In the past few days, this kid has brutally killed dozens of Qingling sect cultivators, and they have all been recorded by his subordinates. And this kid has already reached the 6th level of foundation building in just 2 days. The master wants to kill him, as soon as possible, you can't wait any longer. The way of Shira, devouring blood qi to cultivation. Reach the 6th layer of foundation building in 2 days. Yang Chen groaned, it is worthy of being the child of destiny. The speed of this breakthrough realm was a mess, but... As Yinju said, you can't keep him anymore, otherwise, if this guy breaks through the golden pill. It's not so easy to deal with. After all, he was a soul body in the refining void realm. The stronger the strength, the stronger the soul power that can be mobilized. Yang Chen is not one of those brainless villains. No brainless arrogance. Inject a breath of true qi into the lingering stone. Suddenly, one image after another emerged. The picture is very clear. The angle is also just right. Yinju, you are quite good at secretly taking pictures. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth played. Thank you for the compliment. Yinju was a little proud. He was a soul sect monk. Stalking others every day, what he is best at is the various control angles. Go and quietly give these few shadow stones to the elders of the Green Spirit sect. It's the master. Yinju took the shadow stone, turned into a black mist and disappeared into the room. Then, outside Yang Chen's courtyard, there was a subtle sound of footsteps. Huh, Yang Chen raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. Brother Chen, did you sleep? Outside the room, the sound of cold rain smoke sounded. Yang Chen walked over and opened the door. Outside the house. Lang Yuyan wore a tight palace dress. The graceful and graceful figure is fully revealed. On the beautiful cheeks, delicate makeup is also painted. The eyebrows are light, and vermilion lips are crystalline. The long skirt is corset, the waist is slender, and it is difficult to hold, but it highlights the magnificence under the neck. Brother Chen, noticing Yang Chen's fiery eyes, Lang Yuyan's cheeks were dizzy. Yuyan, it's so late, what are you looking for me for? Yang Chen asked with a smile. No, nothing, I just can't sleep, I want to see if Brother Chen have you slept. I made you some osmanthus cake, and I brought it to you by the way. Lang Yuyan was carrying a basket in his hand. However, osmanthus cakes are given on the big evening. This is clearly an excuse. What's more, I also dressed up carefully. The beauty took the initiative to come. The intention is so obvious. Of course, Yang Chen would not refuse. Directly held the cold rain smoke in his arms. Brother Chen, woo, woo. The basket fell to the ground. Cold rain smoke Jade hugged Yang Chen's neck, and at this time, Yi Yun in the room, a dark light surrounded Yi Yun's body. Then, it gradually merged into Yi Yun's body. Phew. Yi Yun exhaled a long breath. A bloody aura of killing filled the room. At this time, Yi Yun's face was hideous, and his eyes were blood red. Above the face, there are several thin cyan lines that extend to the bottom of the neck. At this time, Yi Yun was like a hellish Shira, and he was terrifying. This is also the special feature of his cultivation exercises. In his previous life, he practiced the Asura way. He was besieged and killed by what he considered to be the righteous path hypocrite. In this life, I originally wanted not to practice the way of Asura before attaining the Daoan. However, he met Yang Chen, the bastard, so, he couldn't wait. If you don't go crazy to improve your strength, Auntie is afraid that it won't be long before she completely changes into the shape of that Yang Chen bastard. Although his appearance was terrifying, the aura on Yi Yun's body was extremely strong. It has reached the level of the late Yuan infant period. The soul power he mobilized was directly fused into this body. Compared to sacrificing out of Hell Shira, it can exert stronger power. Tonight, he wants to kill Yang Chen with one blow. Yi Yun turned into a shadow and disappeared directly into the room. Reappeared, it was already above Yang Chen's small courtyard. Yi Yun stood in the void, his eyes silently looking at the illuminated courtyard below. He held several blood-red bone flags in his hand. Hit all around. Suddenly, ripples of space emanated. In Yang Chen's small courtyard, Yinju, who had just returned from sending the Shadow Stone, looked up at the sky with a surprised look. Unexpectedly, a large array was arranged to block the space and isolate the outside breath. No, how? This kid still has quite a means. Do you want to catch turtles in the urn? I'm afraid you don't know, the soul sect protector of this hall is here. My soul sect cultivator, specifically teach you soul bodies to be human. All the people who have already died and dare to be rampant. However, the master has no order, I still don't act rashly, let's see the situation first. After Yi Yun quietly arranged the formation in the air, it landed in Yang Chen's small courtyard. Yang Chen, today is your time to die. I'm going to tell you to run away. After refining you into a blood pill and devouring it, I can at least recover to the late stage of the golden pill. At that time, the entire northern spirit domain will be reduced to my blood-eating land. Yi Yun slowly walked to the door of Yang Chen's room. Was about to destroy the house with one palm. Suddenly, a strange sound came into his ears through the window. The voice is sometimes sharp, sometimes mournful, sometimes like crying. Yi Yun was suddenly stunned. Then, the face gradually turned green. Green hideous, green terrible. Ah, bastard, chop, Yang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Cut you by 1,000 cuts. Listen to the sound of crying coming from the room. Yi Yun's face instantly turned green. In his previous life, he was also a cultivator of the void realm, traversing the heavens and the earth for thousands of years. This kind of sound can naturally be distinguished. Bastard, Andy, why are you lying to me? Yi Yun stood in front of the window, his fists clenched. Nails are deeply embedded in the flesh. Blood is low. Yi Yun couldn't figure it out. Why did the sister-in-law do this to herself? Why lie to yourself? Didn't she say that she and Yang Chen's dog were simply cultivating in the cave? But why? Will it be the current scenario? Andy, why are you willing to fall for yourself? Damn it, dog men and women, give me death. Yi Yun couldn't bear it anymore. The bloodthirsty and hideous aura on his body is fully displayed. The aura of the late Yuan infant burst out. Yang Chen, give me death. Yi Yun's body soared into the air, and his voice rushed straight into the sky. But it did not directly destroy the house. He didn't want to and didn't dare to see a scene in the room. Moment, Yang Chen walked out of the room, behind him, followed by cold rain smoke with a red face. Yuner, are you Yuner? Looking at Yi Yun, who was extremely imposing in the air, Yang Chen looked puzzled. But in my heart, joy blossomed. What a bonus. Unexpectedly, he was bumped into by Yi Yun. Alas, Yuner must be very sad now. Ding, the host in cold rain smoke love, was listened to by Yi Yun. Yi Yun's state of mind collapsed. Yi Yunchi, the son of heavenly destiny, was worth 2,000 points, and the host obtained 2,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. The sound of the system made Yang Chen a little surprised. Directly plunder 2,000 gas luck points. It seems that the damage caused by this knife's scene to Yi Yun, the son of destiny, is of a critical nature. Yuner, the blush on Lang Yuyun's face gradually faded and turned into shock. Because, at this time, Yi Yun looked terrifying. Several thin cyan lines on the face extended to the neck. Blood-red eyes, hair flutters without wind, like the god of death from hell, Shira. Although Lang Yuyun had doubts about Yi Yun before. But, she was 330 reluctant to think about these things. After all, Yi Yun is her nephew who has been raised for more than 10 years. He is also the biological son of his sister. In terms of blood connection alone, she is her only relative in the world. Therefore, she has not dared to think about this. But now, Yi Yun's appearance, is it still his gentle and polite Yuner? And also, Yuner's previous short time to reach the foundation cultivation was sensational enough. And now, the cultivation exuding from Yuner's body was even stronger than her. Even, compared to Brother Chen, it is even stronger. Andy, Yi Yun drank. Come here. Lang Yuyun shook his head. Yuner, why did you become like this? Are you still my Yuner? Yi Yun was stunned. I realized that I was too excited just now. Now, my sister-in-law must doubt herself. After all, his current appearance still has cultivation. It is true that too much has changed. The hideous killing intent on Yi Yun's face decreased a little. Andy, of course I'm Yuner. It's just that the opportunity I got is somewhat special. You may not quite understand, but don't worry, you will always be my sister-in-law. I will always be your Yuner, Yi Yun said slowly. Although she was very angry in her heart, my sister-in-law actually did that kind of thing with Yang Chen's dog. However, his soul fused the soul memories and emotions of his predecessor Yi Yun. Facing his sister-in-law, he has an almost paranoid possessiveness. Therefore, even if the sister-in-law briefly changed into Yang Chen's shape, he can also endure. Just kill Yang Chen, the culprit. Andy, you come back to me. Tonight, Yang Chen will die. I don't want to hurt you by mistake, Yi Yun said in a deep voice. However, Lang Yuyun shook his head. If you are still my Yuner, then listen to my sister-in-law. Brother Chen is a good person, and my aunt and he really love each other. Yuner, calculate it, Brother Chen is now your uncle. For you, it is also a care, why do you want to kill him? Ah, slut, you shut up for me. Yi Yun was instantly furious. A pair of eyes turned scarlet again. The hideousness on his face was even worse than just now. When he heard the title of uncle now, he had an urge to kill. Yuner, you are too presumptuous. You scold me, even scold the aunt who raised you. Yang Chen suddenly reprimanded in a deep voice, with a serious face and full of elder majesty. Yi Yun's scarlet eyes stared at him. Yang Chen, you don't step on the horse nonsense, tonight I will kill you. Look, can you escape? Yi Yun waved his hand. Around the small courtyard, several blood-red pillars of light lit up. The breath of the outside world is instantly imperceptible. Even the stars in the sky are no longer visible. This space is isolated from the outside world. You have laid out the formation and sealed this space. This kind of formation technique, let alone the Yuan baby, even the transformation god cultivator, may not be able to control it. Yang Chen was a little amazed. In the end, it is a cultivator who refining voids, there are many means, and he also masters this formation that blocks space. Yi Yun said coldly, so, don't think about escaping. Tonight, you will die a terrible death. I will refine you into a blood pill and extract your soul to vent the hatred in my heart. Yes, Yang Chen smiled, somewhat playful. When did he say he was going to escape? Although Yi Yun now exudes the aura of the late Yuan infant. But he doesn't need to run away either. Let's not mention that there's Yanju, a soul sect cultivator. Even his own strength can easily kill Yi Yun. After all, Yi Yun was supported by soul body. And he is a solid mid-Yuan baby. And there are also killing powers such as Xenofire and Heavenly Demon Stone carving 36 styles. It's just that Yi Yun still has 2000 chi luck points on his body. It's a pity to kill it directly. Yuner, you are too murderous now, you look terrifying, and you even dare to insult your sister-in-law. As an elder, I can only suppress you first, Yang Chen said with a straight face. HMPH, suppress me. The corner of Yi Yun's mouth hooked with disdain. This bastard dared to speak wildly when he died. A meta baby. Dared to underestimate his Kangchen Venerable, cultivator of the void. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Don't talk nonsense, go die. The ghost light on Yi Yun's body shone brightly, and he directly pressed it with a palm. A large black handprint shot towards Yang Chen. Brother Chen, be careful. The cold brain behind him snorted. I want to help Yang Chen. But, before the big black handprint fell, it was burned into nothingness by a layer of cyan flame. This is, Xenofire. Yi Yun's voice was filled with horror. He didn't expect that Yang Chen, the bastard, actually had a different fire. But see evil. He is a soul body and a major in the Asura way. Xenofire is simply his nemesis. No, even if you have a different fire, you will die today. A fierce color appeared on Yi Yun's hideous face, and he was about to strike again. But a demon god phantom suddenly appeared. The huge demon god phantom, above his head, was more than 100 feet high, holding a black magic mountain in his hand. A suppressive force instantly enveloped Yi Yun. Let him rise from the bottom of his heart, a wave of fear. This is, what kind of magical power is this? Ancient heavenly demon clan. How is that possible? Yi Yun was terrified in his heart. That fear comes from the depths of the soul. Magic Mountain Town Shatu. Yang Chen drank low. Heavenly demon stone carving 36 styles. That's 36 engravings. He had previously comprehended the axe-splitting chaos diagram. Not long ago, I saw the Magic Mountain Town Shatu. Moreover, the Magic Mountain Town Shatu was specially prepared for Yi Yun. Suppress him first. Down. Yang Chen spit out a word. The majestic demon mountain was suppressed down. Bastard. Yi Yun roared. The cyan glow blooms on the body. The sky is rendered blue. I want to resist the magic mountain that is pressed overhead. But, everything is in vain. That magic mountain phantom is not just a mountain at all. It is a mountain phantom formed by the convergence of the power of banning and suppression. Yi Yun felt that his soul power was rapidly weakening under this kind of sealing and suppression. He wanted to run, however, it is impossible to run away at all. I could only watch as the magic mountain suppressed itself. Boom, the magic mountain crashed down. Yi Yun was suppressed to the ground by the demon mountain. The mountain is rapidly getting smaller. The phantom became solidified. Finally, it gathered into a one-man tall stone tablet with a large town character on it. Yi Yun was suppressed under the stone steel, pale. The corners of his mouth were covered with blood. The breath on his body was extremely weak. Damn, what the hell are you? Why did you go to the supreme power of the ancient heavenly demon clan? Yi Yun roared hoarsely. Yang Chen was slightly startled. The ancient heavenly devil clan, he hadn't heard of it. This refining soul who took Yi Yun should know this information. But that's okay. When Yanju devours him, he can integrate these memories. Yang Chen increased the power of repression. Directly let Yi Yun have no way to continue to make sounds. It ended his hoarse and ugly roar. Brother Chen. The cold rain smoke came over, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. Just now, Yi Yun's body had already displayed the cultivation of the late Yuan infant period. However, he was still suppressed by Brother Chen's move. That demon god phantom, it's also too powerful. Originally, I felt that I was also a Yuan baby, and the gap with Brother Chen narrowed. However, although Brother Chen is a Yuan baby quadruple. However, the strength can easily suppress the late Yuan infant period. Brother Chen's back, he can still only look up. Rain smoke. Yang Chen put his arm around Lang Yuyuan's shoulders, held her in his arms, and said softly. Yunner's state is very wrong. I will suppress him first, and use the power of suppression to wear out the killing chi in his body. Wait for him to calm down tomorrow, let's ask him properly. I listened to your brother Chen. Lang Yuyuan nodded. Looking at Yi Yun, he was suppressed under the stone steel. In the beautiful eyes, there is not much vulnerability. Because, Yi Yun's various performances, one thing has already been said. Her Yunner may really be taken away. In Lang Yuyuan's eyes, there was only sadness at this time. Only Brother Chen's embrace can give her a little comfort. Yang Chen broke the formation in the sky, revealing a brilliant starry sky. Then said to the cold rain smoke, okay, Yuyuan, let's go back to the room and rest. It's still some time before dawn. I've been practicing for the past few days, and I haven't slept well. Lang Yuyuan snuggled into Yang Chen's arms and entered the room with him. Soon, in the room, a suppressed voice came out again. Ah, bastard, Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. What a damn thing you were stepping on a horse. Yi Yun was suppressed under the stone steel. Yang Chen had just aggravated the pressure on the town, and he couldn't say anything at all now. I can only curse and greet Yang Chen angrily in my heart. But to no avail. Damn bastard, I'm not willing. Yang Chen, I must kill you. Yi Yun couldn't make a sound, but his ear power was excellent. Even though his voice was subtle, he could hear it clearly. The heart is full of anger, but there are words of suffering. In the end, anger attacked the heart, and his throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood directly spurted out. The whole person was unconscious with anger. Ding, the host deeply humiliates Yi Yun, plunders the son of heavenly destiny. Yi Yunchi luck is worth 800 points, and the host gets the villain value of 800 points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. I couldn't help but look out the window. 800 villain values. It seems that Yi Yun is really going to dry off. After all, the same operation just now plundered 2,000 points. The next day, Yang Chen just got up. Many people came from Bright Moon Peak. It was the Qingling sect master and several Yuan infant elders. Seeing Yang Chen, he immediately saluted. I have seen His Highness the Sun. Yang Chen waved his hand and asked, what are you looking for me for? The Qingling sect master held several lingering stones in his hand. Your Highness the Sun, look. The Qingling sect master injected true qi into the shadow stone. Suddenly, one image after another appeared. Yi Yun slaughtered dozens of disciples of the same sect. Every person killed is a blood pill. After swallowing, the strength increased rapidly. Moreover, when he speaks to himself, he also calls himself the Venerable Kangchen. Yang Chen praised Yinju's secret photography technique yesterday night. That's pretty good. A few photographic stones with very clear images. Yi Yun's words to himself were also clear. Your Highness Holy Son, the mysterious soul you have been looking for is Yi Yun. This Kangchen Venerable has already taken Yi Yun. The Qingling sect master said in a deep voice. Looking at the clear picture in front of him, he called himself Kangchen Venerable in Yi Yun's mouth. Lang Yuyuan's face suddenly turned pale. In the end, it was still as she guessed. Yuner, it was really taken away. Rain smoke. Yang Chen comforted softly. Don't be too sad. Brother Chen, I'm fine. The cold rain smoke voice was bitter. Looking at Yi Yun, who was suppressed under the stone tablet, the killing intent gradually surged in his eyes. Soul sacrifice, although it confused the memories of the deprived. Even, integrate the emotions of the deprived. However, in the end, it was taken away. For Yuner is no longer there. Moreover, he was still killed by this Kangchen Venerable. Sister, I'm sorry for you. Didn't take good care of Yuner. Lang Yuyuan's heart was full of self-blame. Yuner is the only bloodline left by her sister. He is also his only blood relative in the world. However, it was taken away. There are no more clouds in the world. Cold rain smoke, moist eyes, tears slipped down his face. Brother Chen, what are you going to do with him? Lang Yuyuan asked. Yang Chen thought about it and looked embarrassed. Since Yuner has been taken away. So, I understand, Brother Chen. Lang Yuyuan calmly said. Yuner was taken away, then Yi Yun is not Yuner now. You don't have to think about my feelings. Yuyuan, if you can figure it out. Yang Chen hugged her into his arms. This Kangchen Venerable, you also saw Yuner's appearance yesterday night. Full of bloodthirsty and hideous aura, like the Asura god of death from hell. Moreover, his cultivation path even needs to kill other cultivators and cultivate people into blood pills to swallow. He has only recovered to the 6th level of foundation building now, and he can mobilize the power of the late Yuan infant stage. Its soul essence must be in existence above the gods. If he is allowed to develop, in order to restore his strength, I am afraid that the entire Qingling sect will be reduced to his blood food. Yang Chen's words came out. The Qingling sect master and several elders on the side suddenly trembled in shock. Yi Yun exerted the power of the late Yuan infant yesterday night. In the late Yuan infant period, their Qingling sect can't resist it. This guy refined the cultivator into a blood pill to devour. If only he was let go. In the future, the Qingling sect will definitely be completely refined and killed by him. The Qingling sect master hurriedly said. What His Highness the Sun said makes sense. Although the physical body is still Yi Yun, the soul essence is already the Kangchen Venerable. If I don't get rid of it now, I'm afraid it will be a great disaster for my green spirit sect and even the northern spirit domain in the future. Then, Yi Yun, who was suppressed, woke up and just heard the words of the Qingling sect master. The power of suppression was weaker at this time, and he could open his mouth to speak. Andy, Yi Yun hurriedly shouted. Everyone's eyes suddenly looked over. Andy, I'm really Yuner. I wasn't taken away. You don't listen to their nonsense. When I was 5 years old, my mother entrusted me to you. When I was 8 years old, you took me to the Yang Kingdom to worship my parents. When I was 12 years old, you were seriously injured in order to improve my physique, competing with others for elixirs. Andy, I'm really Yuner. These people are all Yang Chen's lackeys. All this is Yang Chen's calculation. He deliberately designed to get rid of my aunt in order to monopolize you. Yi Yun shouted anxiously. At this time, even a cultivator of the refining void realm was a little panicked. He didn't expect Yang Chen's bastard to be so strong. He was a venerable dust venerable, and a cultivator of void refinement was reborn. And it can mobilize the soul power of the late Yuan infant period. However, in the face of Yang Chen, but there is no resistance. One move and suppressed. This bastard, with alien fire and terrifying heavenly demon powers. It is really possible to get rid of his soul. No way. I can't die. I definitely can't die. Yi Yun looked at the cold rain smoke, his eyes full of innocence and pity. I hope to move her with this. However, he operated this wave. But it successfully evoked Lang Yuyuan's memories of the past in Yi Yun. His only blood relative. In this way, he took it away and was killed by him. You shut up for me. You are not my Yuner. You killed my Yuner. Lang Yuyuan drank angrily, and his voice was full of killing intent. Yi Yun was stunned. Andy, you don't believe me. Why don't you believe me? Why would you rather believe Yang Chen, that bastard, than me? I'm the one who loves you the most. Yi Yun's face turned blue. Horse whispered. His favorite sister-in-law not only did not believe him, but also had killing intent on him. Damn it, the anger in Yi Yun's heart could not be suppressed instantly. But this is what I love you the most. Except that Yang Chen's expression did not change. The Qingling sect master and several elders present were all shocked. Especially cold rain smoke. I felt a chill. What kind of shit is this feather venerable who gave up his own Yuner? Also, I want to take her sister-in-law for myself. Damn it, hateful, what a pervert. Cold rain and smoke covered with frost. Directly took out his spirit sword. The body is full of killing intent. I'm going to kill you and avenge my Yuner. Lang Yuyuan swung his sword to kill Yi Yun. But it still stopped. Brother Chen, I can't get off the ground. You kill him for me. Rain smoke. Yang Chen hugged the cold rain smoke that filled the corners of his eyes with tears into his arms. Gently stroke her back to ease her sadness. The Qingling sect master and several elders on the side withdrew from the small courtyard with great insight when they saw this. Damn it, Andy, why are you doing this to me? Yang Chen, don't touch my sister-in-law. Yi Yun looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes were split with anger. Constant scolding in the mouth. Lang Yuyuan just glanced at him coldly and then walked out of the courtyard. Ding, the cold rain smoke has killing intent on Yi Yun. Yi Yun's state of mind completely collapses. Yi Yunqi, the son of heavenly destiny, is worth 1,000 points, and the host gets 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. 1,000 villains are worth it. At this moment, Yuner is completely dry. It's also time to send Yuner on the road. In the courtyard, only Yang Chen and Yi Yun remained. Yang Chen, who are you? What do you want to do? After Yi Yun scolded, he became a little flustered. Yang Chen, this bastard, although there was always a smile on the corner of his mouth. However, he only felt a murderous and dead aura rushing towards him. This guy, although only in the Yuan infant realm. However, at this moment, it made him rise a wave of fear. He was finally reborn. In the future, he will return to the realm of refining the void, and even go to a higher level, killing all those enemies. Don't want to plant here. Yang Chen, if you are willing to let me go, I can give you one step to refine the exercises and magical powers of the void realm. There are also many formations, as well as the Asura Dao that I cultivate. In the future, you can also step into the realm of refining voids. Yi Yun began to say the conditions. However, Yang Chen said with a smile. Are you admitting that you're a snatcher? HMPH, admitted and how? There were only the two of them, and Yi Yun didn't pretend anymore. This seat used to be a cultivator of void refining, and it is not so easy for you to kill me. If you let me go, I can tell you everything I know. The knowledge of a cultivator is extremely valuable. Yes, Yang Chen smiled when he heard this, crouched down and touched his head. Yuner, my uncle asked you, were you happy to hear it last night? Ah, bastard, Yi Yun suddenly became furious again. Yang Chen's words instantly made him break his defense. This damn bastard, what a beast. Yesterday night, he really did it on purpose. Gee, Yuner, my uncle still likes your hideous and fierce look. Okay, don't tease you. Uncle introduced you to a good friend. Yang Chen said, beckoning to the void. Then, a black-robed and dry Yinju appeared beside him. Master, Yinju's face was full of excitement at the moment. The owner finally decided to kill the guy. He couldn't wait for a long time. Good friend, Yi Yun calmed down and looked at Yinju with a puzzled face. Yuner, in your previous life, you were also a cultivator of void refining. Wouldn't you have heard of the Soul Sect? Yang Chen was surprised. Soul Sect. Yi Yun was suddenly stunned. Then, looking at Yinju, who showed a mouthful of big white teeth towards him, his face was full of fear. You are actually from the Soul Sect. Yang Chen, I was wrong, spare my life. I am willing to surrender to you and recognize you as Lord. Please let me go. Auntie, I'm willing to let you. Yi Yun hurriedly begged for mercy, his voice full of panic. What the Soul Sect represented, he naturally knew. That is the natural enemy of these soul bodies. Not only can it kill him. Moreover, he would devour his soul body alive and eat it one bite at a time. That feeling of death is simply terrible, painful. No wonder the last time the soul doppelganger transmitted back the feeling of fear. It turned out that it was because he met a Soul Sect cultivator. However, Yinju laughed strangely, for fear that Yang Chen would agree to his conditions, and directly turned into a black mist that wrapped him. Don't, Yang Chen, I'm really willing to recognize you as the Lord. Let me live. Jiao, what identity do you have, and you can recognize the master as much as me? Make my meal. Ga. A terrifying sound came from the black mist. Yang Chen did not stop it. Yi Yun is definitely going to die. If you want to recognize him as the Lord, you have to see whether it is worth it. What use can Yi Yun or Kangchen Venerable have for him? The sound of Yinju eating was not only full of horror, but also worse than the sound of grinding glass in the previous life. Yang Chen couldn't help but arrange a soundproof array for him. Half an hour passed. The black mist gradually turned into the appearance of Yinju. 520. So slow. Yang Chen frowned. Master, last time it was just a soul doppelganger. This time, it was a whole soul body of the refining void realm. I still need months of refining to completely devour his soul power. After devouring this soul, I should be able to reach the peak of the Yuan infant, and there's a possibility of impacting the gods. Yinju's face was full of joy, but he still hurriedly flattered. In the future, subordinates can better share worries for the master. Yang Chen nodded, thinking of the ancient heavenly demon that Yi Yun said before, so he said. When you refine his memory, pay attention to the information about the ancient heavenly demon. Sort it out and tell me. Yes, Yinju surrendered. Then it turned into a black fog and disappeared, although this guy has the possibility of impacting God. However, Yang Chen was not worried at all, because, even if Yinju reaches refining void, it can't refine the soul worms in the soul palace. You can only obediently obey his orders and let him drive. Yang Chen looked at Yi Yun's cold corpse on the ground. What Yinju devoured was that soul, however, because the Kangchen Venerable had already fused Yi Yun's original soul. Therefore, Yi Yun's soul also disappeared, but the flesh was preserved. Soul Sect cultivators are only interested in soul bodies. Not interested in flesh and blood, otherwise, it wouldn't be skinny skins and bones. Ding, the host kills Yi Yun, the son of heavenly destiny, and obtains a villain gift package. Closing square bracket. Yang Chen was stunned. It's time to accept the villain package again. Open. Ding, the villain gift package is successfully opened, and the host obtains a primeval dragon backbone. Closing square bracket. Well, Taiku Divine Dragon Spine. Yang Chen was a little surprised. Divine dragon, but a legendary existence. In the cultivation world, there are also dragons. Moreover, the dragon clan is also very strong. The northern spirit domain is a realm of the Tianqian realm. In the 10,000 demon domain in Zhongzhou in the Tianqian realm, there is the existence of the dragon clan. And even for the entire Tianqian realm, the dragon race is the top race. However, Yang Chen saw in the ancient books that the dragon clan in the Tianqian realm belonged to the red dragon clan and the white dragon clan. A distant relative of the Shenlong clan, not even close relatives. There's only an extremely thin bloodline of the divine dragon clan in the body. But even so, these two dragon races are also the top races in the Tianqian realm. He is the overlord of countless demon races. In the backbone of the ancient divine dragon, you can imagine how precious it will be. After all, the spine is not the same as other bones. That is the part that carries the essence of the Shenlong family. Yang Chen looked at the divine dragon spine in his hand that exuded a rich golden light, and it seemed that he could hear the dragon groan. However, he was not in a hurry to refine. Instead, put it away first. Now he still has the energy of the yin and yang convergence Tao flower in his body, and he has not completely refined and fused. If you are refining the divine dragon spine, the two energies are likely to clash. When the time comes, the gains outweigh the losses. After all, these two things are the existence of the supreme yang. Then, cold rain smoke walked in. Seeing Yi Yun's corpse on the ground, he was surprised. Brother Chen, Yuner he, I dealt with that mysterious soul called Kangchen Venerable. However, Yuner's soul was fused by him after all. So, there is no resurrection. I can only save Chener's body. Hearing this, the cold rain and smoke eyes were full of emotion. Brother Chen, thank you. Fool, say thank you to me. Yang Chen walked to her side and hugged her into his arms. Feel the delicate grace in your arms. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. Although Yi Yun, the son of destiny, was squeezed dry and killed. However, Yang Chen did not feel that the cold rain smoke had no use value, so he threw her directly. After all, his moral level has always been high, not a person who has always abandoned himself. Besides, Leng Yuan not only looked beautiful, but after refining the yin and yang combined Dao flower, her talent had already improved essentially. Stay around, the future is also a helper. Can help him do a lot of things. After hugging each other for a moment, Leng Yuan remembered Yi Yun. Then, he walked to Yi Yun's side, squatted down, and gently stroked Yi Yun's cheek. I couldn't help but look a little sad, and a few tears slipped down my cheeks. Brother Chen, I want to bury Yun'er's body in the Lianyang kingdom. Let him be with my sister. Can you accompany me? Of course you can. Yang Chen naturally would not refuse. Leaving Yangguo, he was also ready to go. As an ancient country that has followed Zhang for tens of thousands of years, he, the Holy Sun, can't say that he doesn't go on a touring win over the Lianyang royal family. Yang Chen walked to Leng Yuyan's side and helped her up. Yuyan, don't be sad. Although Yun'er is gone, we can give birth to one ourselves. Leng Yuyan snuggled into Yang Chen's arms, and his voice murmured. Give birth to one yourself. The fair cheeks gradually appeared a touch of blush. If you can give birth to Brother Hecken's child, it will naturally be excellent. A woman, the greatest expression of love for a man, is to bear a child for him. Thinking of this, Leng Yuyan couldn't help but hug Yang Chen tightly. Yun'er is gone, though, but fortunately, I met Brother Chen. In the future, Brother Chen will be his own. Yang Chen and Leng Yuyan stayed in the Qingling sect for another 7 days. Wait for Yi Yun's first 7 to pass, only then set off and headed for the country of Lianyang. According to the cold rain smoke, Yi Yun's parents are buried in the capital city. Leading the capital is the imperial city of the Yang Kingdom, and it is also the cultivation holy place of the Yang country. Although the Lianyang Kingdom is attached to Zhang, its own strength is also extremely strong. It has a number of Yuan infant cultivators and controls tens of thousands of miles of territory nearby. Even sects such as the Qingling sect that possessed Yuan infant cultivators did not dare to easily offend the Yang Kingdom. Away from the capital, there are tens of millions of people and countless cultivators. The worldly pyrotechnics and fairy monks are perfectly blended here. Form a unique picture. This is a scenery that cannot be seen in an immortal cultivation sect such as Zhang. After burying Yi Yun, Yang Chen and Leng Yuyan prepared to take a stroll around this Wei capital. Feel the prosperity of the secular capital. Perhaps it was the last time Yang Chen inadvertently said to have a child. The cold rain smoke took it seriously. For the past 7 days, this matter was mentioned to him every night. Yang Chen could only do his best. 7 days of moisturizing. The cold rain smoke was more and more charming. A palace dress was worn on her body, like a peerless immortal G falling into mortal dust. Walking away from the capital, it has attracted the eyes of countless men. After several waves of harassment by male monks, Leng Yuyan put on a veil. Covered the peerless immortal face. Otherwise, the harassment continues. Leave the Yangguo master's mansion. Brother Chen, what are we doing here? Leng Yuyan was a little puzzled. Master Lianyang is an inner gate elder of the Xuantian sect. Since I succeeded to the Holy Sun, I have been staying in the sect to practice, and I have not toured the 4 directions. The Yang Kingdom has been dependent on our Zhang for tens of thousands of years, and every national master is from Zhang. I happened to come to leave the capital, so I stopped by. So it is. Cold rain smoke lightly nodded. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out of the national master's mansion, trotted all the way to Yang Chen, and bowed. Inner gate elder Shu Wei meets His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. The middle-aged man said that he was going to kneel on one knee. Yang Chen stopped him with a wave of his hand. Elder Shu, no need to be polite. Shu Wei is the national teacher of the Yang Kingdom. He is also the inner gate elder of the Xuantian sect. However, Shu Wei was only a threefold cultivator of the Yuan infant, and his status among the elders of the inner gate was not very high. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the Yang Kingdom as a national teacher, far away from the cultivation holy place of Zhang. Shu Wei looked a little flustered at this time. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Sun suddenly came. He wasn't prepared either. Moreover, the house is also a mess. What's wrong with Elder Shu? Not welcome to this Holy Sun. Yang Chen looked at his face and asked. Shu Wei hurriedly said. Subordinates don't dare. It's just that there are some private matters to deal with in the mansion now, for fear of disturbing His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. No problem. Yang Chen waved his hand. The disciples of the National Master's Mansion are also disciples of the Xuantian sect. This Holy Sun came to visit. If you don't see it, won't you regret it? You lead the way. Yes, the Holy Sun has a life, and Shu Wei can only agree. National Master Mansion. It's quite lively at this time. On the martial arts arena, a young man in black stood with his hands in his hands. On the black brocade robe, there is dragon pattern brocade, highlighting the royal identity. Doesn't your National Master's Mansion claim to be the place where Tianzhao comes from? Why can't anyone take His Highness's 10 moves? HMPH, what a bunch of trash. Zhang, that's just it. On the battle platform, the young man in black said coldly. His eyes silently scanned below. Under the battle platform, there were several young cultivators with blood stains on the corners of their mouths. One by one, the eyes were indignant. Li Hao, don't deceive people too much. My Zhang, it's not something you can insult as a little Lianyang prince. A beautiful cultivator with a beautiful appearance of 5.3 dust and a tall figure spoke coldly. HMPH, what about Zhang? The cultivated disciples are not vulnerable. Li Hao snorted coldly, full of disdain. However, when she looked at Qingli nuns, her eyes flashed with fire. Qingshan, according to our agreement, as long as I can defeat you and your Xuantian sect disciples, you must abide by the marriage contract and become a slave. You, bastard, this can't be. Shu Qingshan's silver teeth clenched. Beautiful eyes full of frost. Even if she dies, she will not agree to marry this bastard. Not to mention being a slave and a servant. At this time, Yang Chen just walked to the martial arts arena. Ding, a new child of destiny has been detected, leaving Hao. Closing square bracket. Features, awakened the bloodline of the ancestors of the leaving clan, and obtained the bloodline inheritance, has a strong possessiveness for his fiancée Shu Qingshan in her eyes Phoenix bloodline, and has a strong desire to protect his mother concubine Zhao Shuru. Closing square bracket. There are 2 heroines who belong to Li Hao, the son of heavenly destiny, their fiancé Shu Qingshan and their mother concubine Zhao Shuru. Closing square bracket. Current gas luck value, 25,000 points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen was suddenly a little surprised. A new child of destiny has appeared. It's really fast. Awaken the bloodline of the ancestors and obtain the bloodline inheritance. This is also an old routine. However, this time, there was an additional concubine. It's a little new trick. Son under sin. This Li Hao is the ninth prince of the lord of the Lianyang country. I made a marriage contract with the little girl before, but this Li Hao later detected that she couldn't cultivate, and the little girl always wanted to withdraw from the marriage contract. During this time, for some reason, this Li Hao can not only cultivate, but his cultivation speed has also advanced by leaps and bounds. Today, he is completing the agreement with the little girl. If he wins the younger generation of the National Master Mansion, the little girl will fulfill the marriage contract. The young generation of the National Master's Mansion is not his opponent. The little girl committed herself to his small affairs, lost the face of our Xuanyan sect, and asked His Royal Highness the Holy Sun to forgive him. Shu Wei on the side quickly explained, so it is. Yang Chen nodded. It seems that this is also a male protagonist who counterattacks with waste firewood. Interesting and interesting. Then, a disciple of the National Master Mansion, who was injured, rushed to the battle platform again and attacked towards Li Hao. Li Hao, he wants to speak wildly. I'll fight you again. HMPH, look for death. Li Hao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He awakened the bloodline of his ancestors who had left home. According to the bloodline inheritance memory, it was a very powerful imperial bloodline. The ancestor who left home was also the head of an imperial dynasty. However, that imperial dynasty ruled the territory of tens of thousands of miles, and there were countless cultivators who transformed the gods and refined the void. Far better than the country of the Yang, even far better than Zantianzong. Therefore, after awakening such bloodlines and bloodline inheritance, he didn't even put Zantianzong in his eyes 28. In the future, he must sweep away the northern spirit domain. Even swept the entire Tianqian realm, build a realm that is 100 times stronger than Zantianzong. At that time, if Zantianzong is obedient, then it can continue to exist. If he does not return, he will directly erase it from the northern spirit domain. Those who follow the other prosper, and those who oppose the other perish. He wants to be the emperor of all ages. Great departure emperor. With this goal and vision, Li Hao's personality has become extremely domineering and wild. Even if this is the National Master's Mansion is a person from Zantianzong. He will also kill 100 people, establish the prestige of leaving the emperor. Die. Li Hao drank angrily, a palm slapped towards the head of the cultivator of the National Master's Mansion. This palm is murderous, enough to kill the other party. The cultivator of the National Master's Mansion's pupils widened sharply at this time. He didn't expect that Li Hao would dare to kill him. He is a disciple of the National Master's Mansion. It's someone from Zantianzong. Li Hao, you dare. Shu Qingqian drank and wanted to make a move. However, with her six-fold cultivation, there was simply no time to stop Li Hao. Right at this moment, a cyan light curtain suddenly stood in front of the cultivator of the National Master's Mansion. Bang! Li Hao's murderous palm slammed on the light curtain. Directly exited by the light curtain to take a few steps. What people? The cultivators of your National Master's Mansion and Xuanyan sect are all rats. In the battle between the two of us, dare to interfere at will. Li Hao shouted in a deep voice. In his opinion, this is the domineering display of the king. For the king, even if the cultivation is weak, he should not be weak to anyone in the world. This is a sentence engraved in his mind when he awakened the bloodline inheritance. In his opinion, this is a wise saying. Li Hao, you are bold. Shu Wei drank deeply at this time, with a scowl on his face. Just now, he saw that it was the Holy Sun who rescued the disciple. Li Hao dared to insult the Holy Sun. Even if he is the Prince of Lianyang, he can't bear this charge. Shu Wei raised his hand and prepared to suppress Li Hao. However, he was stopped by Yang Chen. He is ready to have fun with this wild and domineering child of destiny. The person who shot just now is down. Yang Chen walked slowly towards the battle platform. Dressed in white, floating out of the dust, the handsome face exudes a sense of modesty and heroic spirit. It's like a fairy in the dust. Seeing Yang Chen, many disciples of the National Master Mansion did not know him. After all, with their status, they were not qualified to see the portrait of Yang Chen, the Holy Sun. Shu Qingqian's beautiful eyes were also full of surprise. This man is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. Come with my father. Who is it? Which family's cultivator left the capital? How has it never been seen? Yang Chen walked to the battle platform. Looked at Li Hao lightly. In the eyes, there is a touch of plainness and a bit of playfulness. In some teasing, Li Hao was tired of others looking at him like this. He is king. How can it be despised? Find death. Li Hao was fierce in his heart and struck again. Today, in the National Master's Mansion, he must defeat all the younger generation. It is necessary to establish his prestige as the first day away from the sun. Shu Qingqian is his fiancé. It was his dream all along. As an emperor, how can you have regrets? Moreover, Shu Qingqian also has the blood of the Ice Phoenix. The bloodline inheritance he obtained was mainly to cultivate the Qiluk Golden Dragon. Qiluk Golden Dragon, to just to the sun. If you practice together with the cultivators of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Dragon and Phoenix want to meet. That's going to be a lot of benefits. Therefore, Shu Qingqian is the future empress he recognizes. He must let Shu Qingqian fulfill the marriage contract today. Facing Yang Chen, although Li Hao was wild on the surface, he did not underestimate it in his heart. After all, the other party made a move just now, but it shocked him. Li Hao directly used his full strength. 2 golden dragons wrapped around the body. A dragon groan resounded through the National Master's Mansion. Leave the Emperor's palm. Drink low from Hao. This is not a school away from the young royal family. It is the divine power in his awakened bloodline inheritance. Double Dragon Companion, simply invincible, is his strongest whole card. However, the palm wrapped around the 2 dragon patterns had not yet touched Yang Chen. It was blocked by a light curtain. Then, I saw Yang Chen raise a palm and gently flip his hand. A true Qi handprint fell directly from the sky. Bang! The true Qi handprint seems to weigh more than 10,000 caddies. Directly shot Li Hao to the ground, kneeling on one knee in front of Yang Chen. In his mouth, a mouthful of blood spurted out. So strong. One move, Li Hao will lose. HMPH, just dare to mock our Zantianzong. It's just that the cultivation of the foundation building 7-fold is higher than ours. When you meet the senior brother from Xuanyan sect, whatever prince you are, you must kneel. A group of disciples of the National Master Mansion suddenly regained their confidence, and they all looked excited. Shu Qingqian's beautiful eyes flashed. This senior brother is so strong. Unexpectedly, he defeated Li Hao with one move. Is it a true disciple of Zantianzong? You, how is it possible? Bastard, Li Hao couldn't believe it. The other party actually knocked himself down with one move. Damn it, he has the blood of an emperor. In the future, to be an emperor of one side. Thousands of ancient prestige names. Now, how can you kneel in front of others? Li Hao tried his best to get up. However, he couldn't even move. The other party did not make a move, just coercion, and he could be pressed and couldn't stand upright. You can only kneel on the ground. Damn it, you, who the hell are you? You'd better let go of Prince Ben. Leaving the Young Kingdom, after all, it is my world away from the Young Royal family. Li Hao roared, the world of the Young Royal family. HMPH, Yang Chen's tone was much colder. I don't know if this is the idea of Li Hao, the son of destiny, or the thoughts of the entire Lian Young Royal family. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Leaving the Yang Royal family, as long as my Zhan Tianzong is willing, I can change you at any time. Don't say it's you, it's your father. Here, kneel too. As soon as these words came out, the group of disciples of the National Master mentioned below all looked excited. It is worthy of being a senior brother from Xuantian sect. To talk is to be domineering. Even the Lord of the Young Kingdom didn't put it in his eyes. Shu Hui's forehead furrowed. He had a good relationship with the Lord of the Young Kingdom. Otherwise, there would be no marriage contract. However, he could see that the Holy Sun was really angry at this time. This Li Hao really doesn't know the height of the sky. Think that as a prince, you can be fearless of everything. If it is the next word of the Holy Sun Highness, you will not be able to live a single one of the hundreds of thousands of royal family members from the Young Royal family. All of them are going to die. Shu Hui wanted to say Yang Chen's identity and warn Li Hao. However, the Sun did not speak, and he did not dare to speak. If it angers the Sun, it is not pleasant. I am afraid that he will stay here in the Young Kingdom for the rest of his life. Ding, the host forces Li Hao to kneel. Li Hao's state of mind is damaged. The son of plundering destiny is worth 500 points from Hao Qi, and the host gets 500 points worth villain. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. This plunders 500 G love points. It seems that this guy wants face. In that case, let's have fun with you. Li Hao, leave aside your insult to my Xuantian sect for the time being. You just wanted to kill my Xuantian sect disciple. Let's calculate this matter first. Yang Chen said, beckoning to the disciple of the National Master mentioned. The other party immediately came and handed over. Senior brother, junior brother doesn't have to be polite. The expression on Yang Chen's face was kind, which made people feel like a spring breeze. Although fake, however, in the eyes of everyone, they all felt that Zhan Tianzong had not forgotten the National Master's mention. It was to recognize the disciples of the National Master's mention as disciples of the Xuantian sect. I didn't see that the senior brother not only wanted to stand out for the disciple of the National Master mention, but also called him a senior brother. Yang Chen is just an expression, a simple title. It attracted a wave of people's hearts. Yang Chen pulled the disciple of the National Master's mention in front of Li Hao and said condescendingly to Li Hao. Li Hao, you wanted to kill my junior brother just now, and the crime is unforgivable. But, for the sake of you being the Prince of Lianyang, you just kowtowed to my junior brother 3 times, count it as an apology. What? Li Hao was shocked. Let him kowtow 3 times. Counts as an apology. Is this bastard crazy? Forcibly forcing him to kneel has already caused him great humiliation. Now, let him kowtow to the waist of that National Master's mention 3 times. Delusion. Impossible. Li Hao roared directly. This prince is the 9th prince of Lianyang, and the entire Lianyang kingdom, except for my father and concubine, no one can let me kneel. Yuzhan Tianzong, don't deceive people too much. Forcing the prince to kneel and kowtow, is this how Yuzhan Tianzong don't put me in the eyes of the young royal family? Li Hao's face turned blue, and his forehead was blue. I want to use all my strength to break free. However, to no avail at all. Yang Chen just released his majesty, which could make him unable to stand up. Too much deception. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of mockery. You just insulted my Zhan Tianzong, and you want to kill my junior brother. Why don't you feel too deceitful? What about the 9th prince of the Young Kingdom? In the cultivation world, it's about strength, imperial power, and it's not worth anything. If you don't kowtow and apologize today, then you will only die. After Yang Chen finished speaking, a killing intent pervaded. Li Hao only felt a chill in his spine. An instinctive intuition arises in my heart. This person in front of him really dared to kill him. But, let him kowtow and apologize. He simply can't do it. He was born to be king. In the future, honor one side. Being forced to kneel is already humiliating. If you kowtow and apologize, it will definitely affect your Dao heart. What's more, there is also his own fiancé. Shu Qingchen is also watching him here. Li Hao's eyes couldn't help but look under the battle platform. Just in front of Shu Qingchen's somewhat pitying and contemptuous eyes mixed with 3 points of schadenfreude. Suddenly, my heart was filled with grief and indignation. Damn it, in Qingchen's eyes, I must be a domineering and invincible conqueror. Now Qingchen saw the humiliating scene of kneeling. Li Hao's heart was extremely angry. I swore in my heart that if I had achieved success in cultivation in the future, I would definitely kill the bastard in front of me. Unloaded him in 8 pieces, and the car was torn apart. Looks like you don't want to apologize to my junior brother. Yang Chen's voice was indifferent, and he raised his palm. However, he naturally will not kill Li Hao. After all, this guy has more than 20,000 love points on him. Then, a white figure appeared in front of Yang Chen. Lift Li Hao up and protect him behind him. Facing Yang Chen, he said. Taoist, please stop in moderation. The prince of my family has a lot of offense in his words, and I also ask Taoist friends to spare him once for the sake of the royal family of Lianyang. I will definitely tell his majesty about this matter and let him punish the 9th prince. For the appearance of the white-robed old man, Yang Chen was not surprised. After leaving Hausen's open-air capital, he reached the cultivation of the Sevenfold Foundation in 3 years. The Lianyang royal family is not a fool either. He will definitely send masters to protect him and prevent premature death. However, this old man's words, Yang Chen didn't like to listen to them very much. Let him stop in moderation. You mean, I don't have the power to dispose of him? He should be handed over to the lord of the leaving Yang realm for disposal, right? Yang Chen said lightly. The white-robed old man was stunned and said in a deep voice. It's not bad that Taoist friends understand it this way. After all, the 9th prince is the son of the lord of the Young Kingdom. Yuzhan Tianzong, if you rashly kill a prince, it is not appropriate. Here, after all, I am leaving the territory of the Young Kingdom. Yes, Yang Chen looked at him lightly. Away from the Young Kingdom, it is getting stronger and stronger now. When he was in Xuantian sect, he heard the elder say it. The current lord of the Young Country is a very ambitious person. Although he still submitted to Zhan Tianzong. However, secretly, he had a close relationship with the Wind Thunder sect. Moreover, she also married the female cultivator of the Wind Thunder sect as a concubine. Is this trying to use the hand of the Wind and Thunder sect to resist the Xuantian sect? If that's the case, so, it's worth your trip. Just give the Lianyang royal family a warning. Let them know. Zhan Tianzong can make leaving home become royalty, and can also make leaving home disappear from the northern spirit domain. Moreover, Li Hao, the protector of the son of destiny, is still a bad old man. Yang Chen really couldn't think of any reason for him to continue living. Since you feel inappropriate, then you will die for him. Yang Chen's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. What? The white-robed old man was stunned. Suddenly, a scowl surged up. How presumptuous. Ignorant junior, I'm really afraid that you won't make it. If it weren't for Zhang Tianzong, the seed would have beheaded you right now. Hansa, but before he could speak, Yang Chen pointed like a sword and directly swung out a sword radiance. The old man is a Yuan infant 1 heavy cultivator. Perhaps in this young country, he belonged to a top cultivator. However, in the face of Yang Chen, there was no trace of resistance. Poof, the sword directly struck him in the head. Then, the extremely powerful sword chi combined with Qinglian Tianyin directly cut the old man's body into flying ash. Yuan Ying did not escape, and was burned into nothingness by the alien fire. One move, killed a Yuan infant 1 heavy cultivator. Yang Chen also had a clear understanding of his current strength. The cultivation of the Yuan infant 5-fold, but the real combat power is at least 7-fold in the late Yuan infant period. If you use the heavenly demon stone to carve 36 styles, then it is supremely killing. The combat power can be taken to another level. In this young country, there should be no one who is his opponent. Many disciples of the National Master's Mansion in the martial arts arena were stunned when they saw Yang Chen directly strike to kill the Dao Protector who left Hao. However, most of the disciples of the National Master's Mansion were shocked by Yang Chen's domineering. After all, it was the guardian of the royal family. The senior brother killed directly. Visible domineering. Xu Qingchen's beautiful eyes flashed. Looking at the cyan flame that had not yet dissipated, a thought flashed on his face. Then, I was stunned. In my heart, I had a conjecture. And her father, Xu Wei, looked shocked, because Xu Wei, as a national teacher, knew that old man was a Yuan infant cultivator. However, he couldn't stop the sword of the Holy Sun. It was directly chopped into fly ash. Can kill the Yuan baby at will, and the Yuan infant will definitely not be able to do it in the middle of the Yuan baby. This is at least the cultivation of the late Yuan infant. The Holy Sun was already so terrifying. No wonder, a friend of the sect sent a message saying that the Holy Sun had become a great trend. Within 100 years, he can take over the position of sect master. Let him seize the opportunity to catch this express train if he encounters it. Come to think of it, Xu Wei looked at his daughter on the side. I saw that my daughter's eyes had been staring at the Holy Sun, and her face was full of excitement. Xu Wei suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. This Li Hao offended the Holy Sun, and he would never agree to his daughter's marriage with him. But if a daughter is fortunate enough to serve the sun, then in the future is limitless. He can also be transferred back to the second Li of the Young Kingdom. For his daughter, Xu Wei has confidence. After all, Qingchen, this girl, is the first beauty of the young generation from Young Country. Moreover, she also inherited her mother's Ice Phoenix bloodline. Stay by the sun's side, and in the future, the achievements will definitely be much higher than those of his father. Elder Wei, Li Hao saw that his protector was directly killed by a sword, and he was immediately dumbfounded. Elder Wei was the guardian of the Yuan infant realm arranged for him by his father. But he couldn't even catch the other party's sword. Who the hell is this guy? Is it an elder of the Xuanyan sect? Ding, the host kills the guardian of Hao, the son of heavenly destiny is worth 1000 points from Haochi, and the host obtains 1000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Well, not bad. Plundering 1000 points of luck, Yang Chen was very satisfied. It seems that this protector is quite heavy in Li Hao's heart. However, today's harvest will not end so soon. Li Hao, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize for kowtowing to my junior brother. Otherwise, go and be with your guardian. Yang Chen said coldly, looking down at him condescendingly, as if looking at an ant. At this time, Li Hao, compared to Yang Chen, is indeed just an ant. If you don't want to harvest gas luck value, Yang Chen directly trampled him to death. Li Hao secretly hated in his heart. This bastard, who killed his own protector, still refused to let himself go. Damn it, Li Hao was reluctant in his heart. However, Wei Lao's death was imminent. A royal Yuan infant cultivator was directly wiped out by the other party. He, the prince, the other party definitely doesn't care. If you don't, we'll die now. At that time, the awakened Emperor's bloodline and awakened bloodline inheritance will be directly lost. Damn it, why didn't God let me awaken decades earlier? If that's the case, I'll be successful in cultivation now, and I can kill this bastard with one sword. Leaving Hao's heart is dripping blood. However, in order to survive, for the great cause of the Emperor in the future, he can only bear the burden of humiliation now, head on the ground, in front of everyone. Facing the disciple of the National Master's Mansion, he counted out 3 times. Bang bang, every time he slammed, his heart was like a knife. Humiliation welled up. Swear that you will be humiliated in the future. We must wipe out Zhang Tianzong, all the doors. Let the Xuanyan sect turn into a place of dead silence. Let these sects know what it means to be angry and blood flow. I thought with hatred in my heart. Li Hao couldn't help but turn his head and look under the battle platform. I just saw Xu Qingchen's gaze full of admiration and adoration. This kind of gaze naturally will not be directed at him who has just finished kowtowing. Suddenly, Li Hao only felt a sense of resentment welling up in his heart. Bastards, his fiancée actually showed this adoring gaze to the bastard in front of him who forced him to kneel and kowtow. Yes, this kind of gaze should belong only to me. Damn it, poof, Li Hao couldn't hold on any longer. Anger strikes the heart, a sweet sting in the throat. Directly vomited blood and passed out. Ding, the host forced Li Hao to kowtow to apologize. Li Hao's state of mind was damaged. The son of predatory destiny was worth 1000 points from Hao's luck, and the host obtained 1000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Ding, the heroine Xu Qingchen showed adoration to the host, was seen by Li Hao. Li Hao attacked his heart with anger, fainted in the past, plundered the son of destiny from Hao Chi luck value of 1000 points. The host obtained the villain value of 1000 points. Closing square bracket. Fainted, looking at Li Hao, who directly vomited blood and fell into a coma. Yang Chen was a little surprised. Oh children of destiny, one by one, it's really big. At every turn, he was unconscious by his own angry vomiting of blood. But think about it too, every child of destiny is extremely conceited in the novels about them. The inheritance of chance is all theirs, all kinds of beauties, also all theirs. This Li Hao awakened the imperial bloodline of the ancestor who left home. The pride in your heart can be imagined. Now, he is forced to kneel and kowtow in public. And in front of his fiancée. Gee, this blow is definitely big enough. The villain value of 2000 points already illustrates Li Hao's humiliation at this time. But that's just the beginning. Junior brother, are you satisfied with the way he apologized? Yang Chen looked at the disciples of the National Master Mansion on the side. The other party immediately handed over, satisfied. Thank you senior brother for being angry with me. Raise my Xuandian sect's prestige. Just be angry, our people from Xuandian sect can't be bullied by others. Yang Chen's smile was kind, completely different from the ruthlessness just now. Then, he kicked Hao's body like a dead dog in front of Shu Wei. Elder Shu, as an inner gate elder, you are responsible for guarding the Leaving Yang kingdom for the sect gate, but the Leaving Yang royal family dares to underestimate my Zhang Tianzong so much, you are seriously derelict in your duties. As soon as these words came out, Shu Wei suddenly sank. Son, is it necessary to ask sin? Holy son, if you are ineffective in your affairs, conduct you have sinned, please punish the son. Shu Wei hurriedly knelt on one knee. Send Li Hao back to the Lianyang palace. During this time, I will stay in the Yang kingdom. Yang Chen did not blame Shu Wei too much. The lord of the Yang kingdom is said to have reached the mid-Yuan infant cultivation. And Shu Wei, the elder of the Xuantian sect, only had the Yuan infant threefold. Naturally, it is difficult to calm the Lianyang royal family. This is also Zhang Tianzong's improper selection of people. Walking down from the battle platform, Yang Chen came to Lang Yuyan. Yuyan, let's live here temporarily during this time. I'm just dealing with something. Well, listen to your brother Chen. The cold rain smoke voice is gentle. Brother Chen was extremely domineering just now. Perhaps this is the true 143 appearance of brother Chen, the Xuantian holy son. The reason why I am so good to myself is only because I like myself. Shu Wei pulled his daughter Shu Qingxin over at this time. Qingxin, the holy son has just arrived, and he is not familiar with the national master's mansion. Go and pick an environmentally superior courtyard for the holy son. Holy son, if you have any requirements, you can order the little girl. Well, there's junior sister Lao Shu. Yang Chen nodded lightly, although the cold rain smoke was beside him, he did not refuse. After all, the Shu Qingxin belongs to Li Hao's heroine and is Li Hao's fiancé. Presumably a lot of villain values can be harvested from her. Shu Qingxin's cheeks were a little red, but her beautiful eyes kept stopping on Yang Chen. The heart is excited. Her guess just now was correct. This person in front of him is indeed the holy son. During this time, she listened to a lot of legends of the holy son. Defeat the blood knife saint son in one move. Definitely the younger. Get the alien fire green lotus heavenly flame. Such a character is right in front of his eyes at this time. Holy son, you, please follow me. Shu Qingxin's voice was a little panicked, leading the way in front. Yang Chen and Lang Yuyan followed her to the national master's mansion. After several people left, the disciples of the national master mansion suddenly exploded. It turned out to be His Royal Highness the Sun. His Highness the Holy Sun actually came to our national master's mansion. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun just now, but call me junior brother. It's a pity, I originally thought that senior sister Shu didn't like Li Hao. I still have a chance, now that the Holy Sun is here, senior sister Shu is only afraid to ask for it. Away from the Yang Imperial Palace, Skyyoung Temple. Shu Wei carried the unconscious Li Hao and walked in. Brother Shu, the lord of the Yang kingdom was a calm middle-aged man, and at this time, looking at the unconscious son in Shu Hui's hand, his face suddenly sank. Your national master's mansion, isn't it too domineering? How are went to fulfill the agreement with Qingxin's girl, winning or losing is a matter for young people. Isn't it too much for you to treat Zan's son like this? The young country lord's voice was heavy, with a clear anger. When Shu Wei heard this, his eyes condensed slightly. Li Hao CIDB went to the national master's mansion to provoke, and sure enough, it was the acquiescence of the lord of the Yang country. The elder who guarded the Yang kingdom was really as the holy son said, he was derelict in his duty. The Lianyang royal family no longer puts the other master's mansion in their eyes. Shu Wei handed Li Hao to the eunuch on the side and said in an indifferent voice. Li Hao provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. It's not easy to save your life. Moreover, the Yuan infant Dao protector arranged for him by your royal family has been killed. What? The lord of the Yang kingdom was suddenly shocked. Who is it? Leading Wei is Zan's clan uncle. Killing the Yuan infant cultivator of my royal family, no matter who it is, will have to pay the price. Brother Shu, it won't be you, right? The voice of the Yang country lord grew cold, and his eyes were like torches, as if a flame was rising. His cultivation was in the Yuan infant quadruple, although it was only one weight higher than Shu Wei, but it was the difference between the early and middle stages. So, the tone is quite strong. Leading brother, Leading Wei's death, you'd better endure. Otherwise, if you leave the Yang royal family, you will be in danger of annihilation at every turn. Shu Hui's voice was also a little colder. The danger of extinction. The face of the Yang country lord changed. Brother Shu, could it be that the one who killed my baby from home was the one from your Zhan Tianzong? Good, Shu Wei said coldly. Away from Hao is bold, and away from Wei I don't know whether to live or die. Leaving Hao with his life is already an extrajudicial grace of the holy son. Brother, what you have to do now is not how to take revenge. It's about how to calm the anger of my Xuantian sect holy son. Xuantian holy son, the lord of the Yang kingdom had a deep face. Although he is in charge of a country, he has held a high position for hundreds of years. A kingly aura has been cultivated in his body. However, he is not stupid either. Although the holy son of Xuantian sect was a younger generation, his status was much higher than those inner gate elders. This is the heir of the future Zhan Tianzong. It is equivalent to the prince of Zhan Tianzong. Some of the inner gate elders were dissatisfied with the Yang kingdom, and at most wore small shoes to find some trouble. But if it is the son, it can directly destroy them and leave home. Brother, over the years, you have become more and more arrogant from the Yang royal family. Now that the holy son is here, I hope you can restrain the royal children. Otherwise, the catastrophe of extermination is imminent. Leave. After speaking, Shu Wei left directly. Leaving the Yang country lord, his expression was gloomy. Xuantian holy son is here. It's a bit troublesome. In the main hall, Li Hao woke up. Father Emperor, Zhan Tianzong deceived people too much. Not only forced the children to kneel, but also killed Wei Lao. You shut up for Zhan. The lord of Lianyang country directly slapped Li Hao's face. Do you know who you provoked? That's the Xuantian holy son. The royal family that harmed in vain lost a Yuan infant cultivator. Zhan, Xuantian holy son. Li Hao's eyes were stunned. Before he could react, the young country lord said to the guards on the side. Put the ninth prince in the heavenly prison first. Without Zan's order, don't let him out. Father, why? Li Hao was suddenly stunned. The other party killed Wei Lao and forced himself to kneel. Even if it is the Xuantian holy son, it is enough if the father and emperor do not take revenge. Why put yourself in a heavenly prison? However, the guards on the side directly took him out. Then, a beautiful woman in palace costume slowly came from the back of the main hall. On the graceful figure, she is wearing a pale yellow palace dress with a phoenix pattern embroidered on it, showing her grace and luxury. The palace beauty has a slender jade neck and a pair of danfeng eyes, revealing a trace of charm. Hao is injured. Is it appropriate to put him in the heavenly prison? Hearing the gentle voice of the beautiful woman behind him, he turned around away from the young country lord. Hao provoked the Xuantian holy son. If you don't do some punishment, you can't say it. Now that the ancestors' breakthrough is imminent, there can be no accidents. Concubine Ru, you won't be distressed, will you? The young country lord's gaze stayed on the palace beauty. In his eyes, there was some heat. Leave Zan, you'd better take care of your eyes. Beautiful women drink cold. Calling the lord of the young country by name, his tone was also extremely unceremonious. The young country lord withdrew his gaze, and his face was a little gloomy. You are Howard's concubine, as Howard's father, can't you take a look at you? The beautiful woman's charming eyes showed a touch of contempt. Master made this seat Howard's adoptive mother to protect him and prevent the bloodline of the ancestors who left home and his body from being stolen. But don't really think of Hansa as your concubine. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death. The beautiful woman's voice was cold. A dangerous aura permeated the Tianyang hall. Li Zan's brows furrowed suddenly. You have reached the Yuan infant sevenfold. HMPH, just so you know. No matter how presumptuous you are, even if you are the nephew of Master Venerable, the seat will kill you. The beautiful woman snorted coldly and walked directly out of the Tianyang hall. In the heavenly prison, Li Hao was put in a cell. Damn it, what about the Xuantian holy son? I have the blood of the emperor. In the future, I must kill him, snow this great humiliation. Li Hao was like a wounded beast, and his mouth let out an unwilling low roar. Thinking of Qingshan's adoring eyes before he fell into a coma. His heart was even more uncomfortable. His fiancée actually showed that adoring look to others. It's hateful to think about. No, I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Qingshan can only be mine. You must never change into someone else's shape. Especially that shit Xuantian saint son. At this time, the guards outside knelt on the ground in unison. I've seen concubine Ru. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Li Hao's face full of resentment. Get up in a hurry. Looking at the palace-dressed beautiful woman who slowly walked towards her cell, a kind smile flashed in Li Hao's eyes, and she couldn't help shouting. Mother concubine. The voice was sincere, even a hint of choking. Only when he sees his mother and concubine, Li Hao will remove all disguises. Like a simple child, Howard, Zhao Shiru's beautiful eyes were also full of tenderness. Walked to the door of the heavenly prison, stretched out his jade hand and gently stroked it on Li Hao's head and said with some distress. Does your injury matter? The mother concubine brought you healing pills. Saying that, he handed him a jade bottle. Thank you, concubine. Li Hao opened the jade bottle and swallowed the pill directly. For his concubine, he trusts 100%. Howard, you stay here for a few days first, and when the time comes, the mother concubine will rescue you out. Li Hao nodded, and then said, Mother concubine, don't worry too much. I'm nothing here. You have a bad relationship with your father, so don't beg him. Wait a few days, he will naturally release me. Li Hao knew since he was a child that his mother concubine lived alone in a palace, and his father had not been there once in several years. He thought that his mother and concubine had a very bad relationship with his father. Therefore, I couldn't bear the mother and concubine to plead with my father. For Li Hao, Xu Qingshan's fiancée is the pursuit in his heart. And the mother concubine who has been raising him is the only softness in his heart. How are so good? Zhao Shiru's hand gently touched Li Hao's face, and her beautiful eyes were full of love. After a few more words, Zhao Shiru walked out of the heavenly prison. Over the years, she has been playing the role of Li Hao's mother. Although fake, however, after decades of getting along, she really treats Li Hao as her own child. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to see him. Xuantian holy son is here to leave the young kingdom. He also injured Howard like this, since you are so strong. HMPH, then let the Hansa come and explore the depth of your Xuantian sect. Although the National Master's mansion is a mansion. But it covers an extremely large area, thousands of acres. Hundreds of small courtyards with various scenery are scattered among them. Young Chen chose a small courtyard with beautiful scenery and quiet environment to live in. Holy son, if you have any needs, you can command me at any time. Father said, let me be at your disposal at any time. Xu Qingshan stood beside Young Chen with a respectful tone. But there is no intention of leaving. Being able to get close to the Holy Son is a rare opportunity of 10 points. She must have grasped it. My father had been in the Young Kingdom for 100 years, and he had never been able to transfer back to Zantianzong. She herself is naturally not willing to stay for the rest of her life in this Young Kingdom. I also want to go to Xuantian sect and other holy places to cultivate. Only the sun in front of them can give their father and daughter a chance. Moreover, she believed in her own posture. After all, she is the first beauty in the sun. And the talent is not bad, and there's also a nice phoenix bloodline in the body. Li Hao that waste, but dreamed of her fulfilling the marriage contract. Xu Qingshan glanced at the cold rain smoke beside Yang Chen. This woman with a good figure is called Brother Saint Chen. Is it the woman of the sun? Then, the cold rain smoke suddenly took off the veil. Suddenly revealed a peerless immortal face, standing beside Yang Chen, like a fairy G under the fan, beautiful and moving. Ah, Xu Qingshan exclaimed, what's wrong? Yang Chen looked at her. No, nothing, I just didn't expect that the senior is so beautiful. Xu Qingshan was a little ashamed of himself. In terms of posture alone, she does not take advantage of anything. Even, the other party has more feminine taste than her. She was so tender. The corner of Lang Yu's cigarette mouth hooked a smug arc. Removing the veil, she naturally did it on purpose. This little girl also ignored her too much. In front of her, he offered his courtesy to Brother Chen. Junior sister Xu, this is my wife, Lang Yuyan. You go and arrange a cultivation room for her. Oh, good. Xu Qingshan hurriedly walked out of the room. Brother Chen, it's really worthy of being Lord Saint's son. Look at the admiring eyes of your junior sister. Lang Yuyan couldn't help but quip. It was the first time Yang Chen had heard her speak in this tone. I can't help but find it interesting. Immediately embraced her in his arms and swam away. Why, are you jealous? How dare I? Cold rain smoke snorted. The cheeks are slightly red and flattering. The tone is full of taste. Yang Chen leaned into her ear and said, that girl is too tender, I don't like it. I like your type. Ah, scoundrel. Lang Yuyan knew what he meant. I couldn't help but give him a gentle punch in the chest. I can't be ashamed in my heart. Feeling the softness and warmth in his arms, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little moved. But right now, Yin Ju's voice sounded in his ears. Master, I have something to report. Yang Chen frowned. Secretly cursed Yin Ju in his heart. The real horse will pick the time. Yuyan, I have some things to deal with. Do you want to go and rest first? You still have a large amount of yin and yang combined Dao Flower's icy cold qi in your body, so hurry up and refine it during this time. Lang Yuyan nodded gently. She was indeed ready to practice and retreat. There's at least 50% of the icy cold qi of the yin and yang combined Dao Flower in the body. Every now and then, it makes the body feel cold. Brother Chen had been on Xing's head several times before, but he was frozen. This situation cannot be repeated in the future. Otherwise, Brother Chen should be dissatisfied with himself. Especially now, there is such a beautiful junior sister around. Then I'll go cultivate first. Brother Chen, you have something to call me at any time. Well, go for it. Cold rain smoke walked out of the room. Yinju's withered and emaciated figure appeared in front of Yang Chen. Kneel on one knee, suddenly transmitted to me, what's the matter? Yang Chen frowned. Master, I just felt a fluctuation of the power of the Yuan God. It should be someone who wants to condense the Yuan God and break through the transformation God realm. But it didn't work out all at once. This breath comes from the Lianyang Imperial Palace. Yinju's words surprised Yang Chen. Someone in the Lianyang royal family wants to break through the transformation God. This news made Yang Chen's brows furrow instantly. A lot of things, also immediately thought out. No wonder the Lianyang royal family has become more and more arrogant over the years. It turned out that he was about to possess the Avatar Cultivator. In the Northern Spirit domain, the Avatar Cultivator is definitely a hegemon. Only with the cultivators of the Transformation God can they be regarded as entering the ranks of the first-class forces in the Northern Spirit domain. Like the Blood Dao Gate, the Wind Thunder sect, known as the top power. It is because there are 3 to 5 Avatar God cultivators who can dominate one side. In the Lianyang royal family, if they have a Transformation God cultivator, even if they are not a top-level power, they can gradually get out of the control of Zhang Tianzong. This was by no means good news for Zhang Tianzong. It seems that the protagonist template this time is quite interesting. He had a hunch. This person who is about to break through to the gods must have a deep connection with Li Hao. Killing him would allow Zhang Tianzong to continue to control the Leaving Yang Kingdom. Second, it is possible to harvest a wave of gas luck. What man? Suddenly, Yinju drank coldly. The body directly turned into a black mist and disappeared. Yang Chen's expression was slightly startled, and his brows furrowed. Someone dared to peek at him, and he didn't find out. It can be seen that the other party's means are clever. This is far from the Yang country, the water is really deep. However, Yinju's current cultivation has reached the 10th level of the Yuan infant. As a soul sect cultivator, his perception of soul power was extremely keen. And after devouring the soul of the Ancient Venerable, he mastered many peculiar means. It is normal to find the other party. Yang Chen also followed directly. Although Yinju's strength has reached the 10th weight of the Yuan baby. But the other party's realm must not be low. Yinju alone does not necessarily catch it. Yang Chen followed the breath of Yinju and came to a mountain range outside the capital. Opposite Yinju stood a figure dressed in black. However, the figure is thin, and it can be seen that it is a woman. Ding, friendly reminder, detected the heroine's personality, away from Hao's mother concubine Zhao Shuru, with a Xuanyan body, cultivated the method of the furnace of the 3-yin intersection. Closing square bracket. The voice of the system suddenly sounded in my head. Yang Chen couldn't help but be stunned, leaving Hao's mother concubine Zhao Shuru. Xuanyan body, the 3-yin convergence of the law of the furnace. He had heard of all this. In Zhongzhou, there is a sect called Huanzong. It is a double cultivation religion. The Xuanyan body is the favorite physique of this Heihuan sect. Zero asks for flowers. Once it appears, it is often directly accepted as a disciple by the sect master or elder, focusing on cultivation. Of course, the purpose of cultivation is not for the next generation of the sect. Instead, the Xuanyan body is used as a furnace. As long as these cultivators encounter a bottleneck that is difficult to overcome in cultivation, they can replenish the Xuanyan body. It is used to break through the realm, in the 3-yin convergence gong. It is a kind of exercise specifically aimed at the cultivation of the Xuanyan body. Of course, it is to better preserve the Xuanyan qi in the body of Xuanyan so that it can be replenished in the future. Looks like, this Zhao Shuru is in the whirlpool without knowing it. But that's just right, you can use her as a breakthrough. What are you? Dare to spy on my master? Yinju snorted coldly, and the killing intent was pervasive. There is a heart to show loyalty in front of Yang Chen. Directly sacrificed a black scythe, ready to strike. However, Yang Chen stopped him. Yinju, don't be presumptuous. Master, Yinju turned his head and looked puzzled. Yang Chen walked to Zhao Shuru and said with a smile. Concubine Ru, it seems to be very different from the rumors. Before, Yang Chen asked Xu Qingchen about Li Hao. Concubine Hao's mother, for Concubine Ru. However, it was not liked by the Lord of the Yang Kingdom. Since Li Hao was born, the Lord of Lianyang country has not been to Concubine Ru's palace once. Hearing this, I thought that Concubine Ru was just an ordinary woman. But, the concubine in front of you, but it is the cultivation of the late Yuan infant. This cultivation is probably much higher than that of the Lord of the Yang Kingdom. The mother concubine of the Son of Destiny is really not simple. Can you even recognize Hanza? Zhao Shuru was very surprised in her heart. The entire Lianyang country, except for Shizun and Li Zhan. No one knows her true identity. It's Li Hao. They all just thought that his mother and concubine were just a weak woman who was not favored. But this Xuanyan saint son in front of him, but it was a word that revealed her true identity. How she was not shocked. Concubine Ru, come late at night, I don't know what happened. Is it because during the day, I taught Li Hao a lesson and made him kowtow a few times? Yang Chen's voice was a little playful. HMPH, Zhao Shuru snorted coldly. She just saw that Li Hao was injured, and she couldn't get angry in her heart, and wanted to come over and inquire about the situation of Zhang Tianzong. But I didn't expect that the other party's alertness was so high. You know, she's very good at concealment. Even the master could not detect it. She was confident that even the Avatar cultivator would find it difficult to detect her existence. However, that dry middle-aged man turned out to be so insightful. It is worthy of being the holy son of Xuanyan sect. The masters around you were like clouds. Recognized by the other party, Zhao Shuru did not pretend. The real qi on the body surged, and the night clothes were directly shattered. The pale yellow phoenix robe inside was revealed. The phoenix robe is tight, wrapped in an enchanting and graceful figure. Snow white skin and a feminine complexion. The blue silk is coiled in a bun at the back of the head. The whole person exudes a beautiful woman's breath. Yang Chen couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. She is worthy of being the concubine of the Son of Destiny. Its beauty, Zhao Shuru looks like she is in her 30s. The face is exquisite and beautiful, with a hint of charm, exuding a beautiful woman's atmosphere. A light yellow phoenix robe was draped on his body, and he looked very noble. People can't help but feel a little conquest. No wonder Li Hao has a strong desire to protect him, the concubine. Gee, even I want to protect her. Moreover, the Lord of the Yang Kingdom must know Zhao Shuru's true identity and strength. Otherwise, such a stunning stunner, is he blind? Will it be spoiled? Your Highness the Holy Son, I just admired your prestige for a long time, so I went to peek at it, and I had no other intentions. Why don't you let your men get out of the way and let me go? Zhao Shuru's voice is a little soft and coquettish, and Chu Chu is pitiful. Yinju knew his master's preferences, and hurriedly said. Master, you can't let her go easily. This woman, the person who came, is not good. Yang Chen waved his hand, signaling him not to speak. Concubine Ru, I will naturally let you go. However, there are some words that I want to remind you. Your Highness the Sun, please speak. Concubine Ru should be the body of Xuanyan. Yang Chen looked at her graceful body and said slowly. Zhao Shuru was stunned when she heard this. I was extremely surprised in my heart. 913. Zhan Tianzong, is it so good? Even she knew that she had a Xuanyan body. Could it be that their every move was already known by Zhan Tianzong? If so, Master's plan is dangerous. Zhao Shuru did not deny it and nodded. Good. Xuanyan body, although the cultivation speed is fast, is also an excellent physique of the Ding called. Concubine Ru should know this. The excellent physique of the furnace. Zhao Shuru was stunned when she heard this. Apparently, she didn't know. After all, the Huanzong was far away in Zhongzhou. What do you mean? Zhao Shuru's voice grew cold. In Zhongzhou, there is a sect called Heihun sect, specializing in cultivating the evil skill of picking yin to replenish yang, or picking yang to replenish yin. Moreover, if my expectations are correct, you should have practiced an exercise called the 3 yin convergence exercise. What? At this moment, Zhao Shuru was completely shocked. Because, the other party knows too much. This information, except for her and she venerable, no one knows. But this Xuanyan Saint Sun was able to say them one by one. Yuzhan Tianzong, are you specialized in intelligence? Where did you get all this information? Zhao Shuru said coldly. Yang Chen suddenly smiled. Looks like I'm right. Concubine Ru, I have to say, you were lucky enough to meet me. You know what? The 3 yin convergence exercises you are cultivating are the cultivation techniques of the Heihun sect. Quote. Xuanyan body, innate Xuanyan qi in the body, cultivate the 3 yin intersection skills, you can store this Xuanyan qi. When the person who cultivates you encounters a barrier in cultivation, it is time to replenish you. That cultivator who is about to break through to the transformation god must be waiting for you at this time. What? Impossible. Zhao Shuru shook her head repeatedly. There was a wave in his chest. Yang Chen's words obviously had a great impact on her. Because that set of 3 yin convergence exercises was taught to her by her master. If according to what Yang Chen said, Master, didn't you always cultivate her as a furnace? You talk nonsense. Provoke my relationship with Master. Despicable. Zhao Shuru's voice was suddenly full of killing intent. The master taught her the exercises and taught her to practice. It was the elders she respected. Yang Chen should not be so insulted. Zhao Shuru shot directly at Yang Chen. A palm slapped over. Be bold. Yinju on the side blocked in front of Yang Chen and repelled her. The two quickly fought together, although Zhao Shuru is in the late Yuan infant period. However, Yinju is the Yuan infant perfection. The gap is considerable. Moreover, Yinju is still a soul sect cultivator, and there are many vicious moves. Zhao Shuru quickly fell into the downwind. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yang Chen said to the system, System, is there any poison that makes a cultivator of the half-step transformation god realm temporarily fall into the realm? Ding, the poison that allows the half-step transformation god cultivator to temporarily fall into the realm. Recommend the fall god scatter for the host. Can make the half-step transformation god and the cultivators below the late stage of the transformation god instantly fall to the Jindan realm. The duration can reach 10 hours, and the exchange requires 500 villain value. Is it exchanged? Closing square bracket. Redeem. Successfully exchanged. Consume 500 villain value. Exchange for a bottle of fallen spirit. Closing square bracket. Then, Zhao Shuru was beaten by Yinju and vomited blood repeatedly. Not an opponent at all, Yang Chen hurriedly said. Yinju, stop. Don't hurt Concubine Ru. Yinju retreated helplessly. Master Venerable has reached the half-step transformation god. If he senses that the seed is in danger, he will definitely save him. If your Xuanyan sect doesn't come with the transformation god cultivator, you'd better let the main seed leave, otherwise. Zhao Shuru said coldly. Yang Chen stepped forward, his face full of a kind smile. Don't worry, Concubine Ru, we won't embarrass you. It's just that in Shajian, Concubine Ru has a peerless demeanor. She is a stunning beauty. If it is really as said below, it will inevitably be regrettable. So, please accept this bottle of maize baby sand. This is refined by a Dan Dao master of my Xuanyan sect, which can confuse the Yuan infant cultivator and make him temporarily lose his mind. Even if it is a half-step transformation god, it can be charmed for a moment. At that time, Concubine Ru Niangyang can be regarded as having a chance to escape. Once this is the case, Concubine Ru can come to the National Master's mansion and seek the protection of my Zhan Tianzong. Yang Chen said and threw over a white jade bottle. Zhao Shuru did not refuse, although in his heart, he felt that the master would definitely not harm himself. However, this bastard goes straight to her secrets. The body of Xuanyan, 3 yin convergence gone. Before the master, he also strictly ordered himself not to be emotional towards men. All this made her heart shake slightly, so, he took the jade bottle given by Yang Chen. Although I don't know what this bastard has to do again. However, it is not enough to do more preparation. Leave. Zhao Shuru snorted coldly and flew away directly. Master, just let her go. Yinju on the side was very puzzled. In his heart, he called the owner. He is not interested in beautiful women. Only interested in the monk's Yuan infant soul. Yang Chen didn't pay attention to him, looking at Zhao Shuru's departing figure. The corners of his mouth gradually hooked a touch of playfulness. As long as Zhao Shuru accepts it, the fall is scattered. The plan is already half successful. Yinju, you just said that the half-step transformation god cultivator, condensing the Yuan god was unsuccessful, are you sure? Yinju hurriedly said, Master, the subordinate is absolutely sure. That Yuanshan fluctuation, the subordinates perceived it very clearly. Very good. Yang Chen looked at the distant capital city, 0. The half-step transformation god cultivator was more than 1 step stronger than the Yuan infant perfection cultivator. Especially it has begun to condense the Yuan god. It is already extremely close to the avatar god realm. If they were forcibly killed, he and Yinju would definitely not be able to kill each other without paying some price. But now, oblivious, sit back and wait for the good news. 2 days later, National Teacher's house. The cold rain and smoke retreat is not over. Yuan Yang Friar is not good at this. A retreat is a long time, half a month is short. It made him very uncomfortable in the past 2 days. Holy Son, I have already contacted several great cultivation immortal families away from the capital. They are all willing to support Zhan Tianzong. Now just wait for our order. Shu Wei reported from the sidelines. Well, it's good. Yang Chen nodded. Things happened to him. After all, those immortal cultivators were not stupid. If the Lianyang royal family breaks free from the control of Zhan Tianzong, then it will definitely strengthen its control over the major immortal cultivation families within the country. On the contrary, the Lianyang royal family decayed. Instead, they can take the opportunity to eat away at some of the royal family's interests. These people, although in his eyes are some rabble. However, there are also their uses. At the very least, it can have a balanced and containment effect with the Lianyang royal family. The most important thing to control a force is to balance and contain it. Only in this way can Emperor Xuanzong steadily control the Yang kingdom. And at this time, away from the Yang imperial palace. Mother concubine, this time I was locked up in the heavenly prison, and the realm broke through again, reaching the eightfold foundation building. Li Hao came out of the heavenly prison. He came to Zhao Shiru's palace for the first time. Broke through the realm, anxious to tell the concubine about the good news. Well, Hao is awesome. It is worthy of being a good son of a concubine. Zhao Shiru's face softened. He stroked Li Hao's head a few times. Full of 4.1 smiles. After decades of getting along, she really regarded Li Hao as her own son. Then, wearing a dragon robe, the lord of the Yang kingdom suddenly walked into Zhao Shiru's palace. Father, why are you here? Li Hao was shocked. In decades, my father had never been here. Why did you come to the palace of the mother concubine today? Although I don't know why, but Li Hao felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This discomfort is still very strong. The weight of the mother concubine in his heart is incomparable. Apart from himself, he did not want other men and concubines to approach. Not even the father emperor. The lord of the Yang kingdom did not take care of Li Hao, but said urgently to Zhao Shiru. Concubine Ru, Lao Zhu wants to see you. Hurry up and follow. Master, Lao Zhu wants to see me. Zhao Shiru was taken aback. The master has been in retreat for several years. Always ready to break through the avatar. Why do you suddenly want to see yourself now? If it was usual, the master summoned, Zhao Shiru would definitely go over immediately. But now, she suddenly thought of what Yang Chen said. Away from the Yang imperial palace, in a quaint hall. The disciple has seen the master. Zhao Shiru bowed towards a tall figure in front of him with his back to him. Ruer, you have reached the 7th layer of the Yuan baby. Good. The tall figure turned around, an old man with gray hair. Although he is burly, his face is a little pale. Waving at the young country lord on the side, he said. Leave the exhibition, you go down. Yes, Lao Zhu. Leaving Zan respectfully withdrew, but looking at Zhao Shiru, a hint of obscurity and regret flashed in her eyes. The temple doors are closed. Zhao Shiru couldn't help but ask. Master, you broke through the avatar god and failed. Good. Old ancestor Lianyang nodded, his tone a little melancholy. Condensing the Yuan god, it was one step away, but it failed in the end. This pass, from the ancestors of the Yang dynasty, has not stepped through. But it's okay, for there is still a chance. It's just that this opportunity needs your help. Need help from a disciple. Zhao Shiru raised her eyebrows, but still hurriedly said. Master, please say, as long as you can help Master Venerable break through the transformation god, the disciple will die. Don't die. Old ancestor Liang looked at her with stunned eyes. Ruer, you have this filial piety, and you are very satisfied with the teacher. Since you are willing, then the teacher will say it directly. The reason why the Yuan god of condensation for the master failed is because the cultivation path of the master is too young. The road of cultivation, pay attention to the combination of yin and yang, and the way is superior. Therefore, Master Wei wants to borrow the Zan Yan Qi within your body 10 to neutralize the supreme Yang Qi in Master Wei's body. Borrow the Xuan Yan Qi in the disciple's body. Zhao Shiru's brows furrowed. In his heart, he thought of Yang Chen's words again. I couldn't help but squeeze my jade hand. However, looking at the master with a serious face. It was really hard for her to think about that, so he asked. Master, do you need a disciple to transmit the Xuan Yan Qi in your body to your master? Good. Old ancestor Lianyang walked slowly towards Zhao Shiru. A smile appeared on his face. Ruer, the transmission of Xuan Yan Qi requires male and female intercourse. So, I may have to wrong you. Male and female. Zhao Shiru couldn't help but take 2 steps back. My heart flustered. Is it really as Yang Chen said? Master to her. Master, disciple, I'm afraid I can't accept it. Zhao Shiru said in a deep voice. You don't accept it. Old ancestor Lianyang raised his eyebrows slightly, and his tone was displeased. Master, you can't break through the transformation god at this time, you can wait some longer. Disciple, I'm also willing to look for the supreme yin thing that neutralizes the supreme yang for the master. However, the disciple can't accept the way you said. Zhao Shiru hurriedly said. Old ancestor Lianyang's face gradually became gloomy. Ruer, your refusal makes Master Wei very angry. However, it doesn't matter if you don't accept it. After all, you don't have the power to choose. Old ancestor Liang directly stretched out his big hand and grabbed Zhao Shiru's neck in the air. Master, you. Zhao Shiru was shocked. HMPH, cultivating you for hundreds of years, just for today, you say you refuse. Ruer, obediently, fulfill the dream of becoming a teacher. The eyes of the old ancestor of Lianyang swept over Zhao Shiru's graceful body and her charming and touching face, and gradually became a little hot. I have to say that over the years, you have become more and more beautiful. Even for the teacher, I am a little fascinated. Gee, this is good, and the supplement can be exhausted. After picking up for you, the master can smoothly condense the Yuan Shen. At that time, becoming a god power, in the entire northern spirit domain, it can also be regarded as a hegemon. Haha, listening to the words in her master's mouth, Zhao Shiru only felt that her heart was like a knife. Things turned out to be really as Yang Chen said. A teacher who has always been respected. He really cultivated himself as a furnace. Only when he broke through the avatar god, he picked himself up. I won't let you get away with it. Zhao Shiru ran her true chi and wanted to break free. However, old ancestor Lianyang directly sacrificed a red square seal and levitated it above Zhao Shiru's head. Fang Yin released a billowing hot aura, and there was a dragon groan. This is the Zhengguo jade seal of the Lianyang royal family. In the country of immortal cultivation, jade seals will be cast to combine the luck of the imperial dynasty. This jade seal was put on the dragon vein by the royal family of Lianyang for 10,000 years. To the sun. For Zhao Shiru's Xuanyan body, it has an obvious suppressive effect. The jade seal was suspended in the air, surrounded by a red dragon shadow. Directly suppressed Zhao Shiru below. It was difficult for her to mobilize the Xuanyan true chi in her body. HMPH, everything you have is for the master. Can you escape the palm of the master? Ruer, you should feel honored to be able to break through the furnace of the gods as a teacher. Old ancestor Lianyang's smile gradually became crazy. Then, it directly shattered the clothes on his body. His body was as red as iron. Slowly walked towards Zhao Shiru, who was suppressed on the ground by the jade seal. Zhao Shiru was desperate in her heart. If it is picked up by the teacher, then she's done, although she didn't understand that the Xuanyan body was an excellent physique of the furnace. However, for furnaces and patches, but it is known. Those who are tonic, all of them will be absorbed as essence, and then directly reduced to mortal. If he is a foundation-building cultivator, he has only lived for a few decades, and he can still be immortal to talk about the remnants of his life. However, as a Yuan infant sevenfold cultivator, she had been cultivating for hundreds of years. If you lose your cultivation, in an instant, Shou Yuan will dry up and die. No, I can't let him get away with it. I'm going to get out of here. Zhao Shiru then thought of the bottle of misty baby scatter that Yang Chen gave her. As long as the master loses his mind for a moment, he loses control of this jade seal. She could break free and flee the palace. Zhao Shiru took out the jade bottle and threw it out directly. Snap, the jade bottle shattered directly in the air. A black gas pervaded. HMPH, carving insect trick. Lianyang Laozu didn't take it seriously at all. With his half-step cultivation of becoming a god, there were very few poisons in the world that would affect him. With a wave of his hand, he wanted to disperse the black gas. However, he was surprised to find that the black gas could not be dispersed. Instead, it permeated directly around him. Abominable. What is this? Black gas enters the body. The aura on old ancestor Lianyang's body quickly began to decline. Scoundrel, you have already been prepared, and you dare to calculate as a teacher. What kind of poison is this? Old ancestor Lianyang roared. Because it was only instantaneous, his cultivation actually fell to 3 small realms. Taking advantage of the fact that Master Venerable had no intention of controlling the jade seal, Zhao Shiru hurriedly broke free. Then, without stopping for a moment, he rushed directly out of the hall. Abominable, don't think about running, leave the exhibition, stop her for me. Old ancestor Lianyang roared. The departure exhibition outside the hall stopped in front of Zhao Shiru. Concubine Ru, Lao Zu let you stay. Get out. Zhao Shiru slapped a palm towards the departure. Directly beat him and vomited blood and flew out. Then he rushed to the National Master's mansion without looking back. At this time, Yang Chen naturally sensed the strong true chi fluctuations emanating from Zhao Shiru's body. Master, there is a change in the Yang Palace. Yin Ju appeared beside Yang Chen. The dry face and gloomy eyes made Xu Qingshan, who was pouring tea, tremble in fright. Beside the Holy Sun, there was such a terrifying person. Is this a cultivator of the Xuantian sect? But it's not quite like that. Don't be afraid, little girl. I am the master's subordinate and will not hurt you. Yin Ju showed a mouthful of big white teeth at Xu Qingshan, and his voice was hoarse and ugly. Senior, you drink tea. Xu Qingshan trembled and handed over a cup of tea. Yin Ju didn't look at it. Hansa doesn't like tea. Only for the soul. Okay, Yin Ju. Yang Chen interrupted him. Yin Ju, this guy is really not interested in eating and drinking. Only interested in soul bodies. 340. However, Yang Chen couldn't let Yin Ju say this to Xu Qingshan. After all, although he is a big villain, he must also maintain a superficial and bright side. Soul sect, too evil. It's better to hide it. Concubine Ru is coming. Yang Chen looked at the sky and muttered. Just for a moment, a yellow streamer fell in the National Master's mansion. Your Highness the Sun, please save me. Zhao Shiru's charming and beautiful face was full of panic. It seems that it is indeed as the Holy Sun said. But how did Concubine Ru escape? I used the misty baby scatter you gave to temporarily delay Master. Zhao Shiru said in an anxious tone. Holy Sun, my master has reached the half-step transformation god, holding the leaving Yang Jade seal, and can mobilize the power of the extreme Yang accumulated by the leaving Yang royal family for 10,000 years, and it is almost invincible under the transformation god. I wonder if the Holy Sun can be followed by cultivator of the avatar god. Yang Chen shook his head. No. Zhao Shiru panicked in her heart. Xuantian Saint Sun, even if he was alone, Master Venerable did not dare to kill. After all, the identity is there. However, it does not mean that you can protect her. Zhao Shiru hesitated in her heart. Do you want to pin your hopes on the Xuantian Holy Sun? Still, take advantage of the present and escape as much as possible. But before she could make a decision, Yang Chen said to Xu Qingshan on the side. Junior sister Xu, go and inform your father, let him inform several major families, and go to the Lianyang Palace. After speaking, Yang Chen flew directly to the Lianyang Palace with Yin Ju. What is he doing, Holy Sun? Zhao Shiru was surprised and puzzled in her heart. Xu Qingshan on the side spoke. Concubine Ru, the Holy Sun should be going to kill that ancestor of the Lianyang royal family. Today, the Lianyang royal family may usher in disaster. What? Zhao Shiru was shocked in her heart, and suddenly thought of Li Hao, who was still in the palace. It's not good, Hao is still in the palace, away from the Yang Imperial Palace. In the quaint hall, leaving the Yang country lord and leaving Zan, he was pinched by Yin Ju by the neck and thrown to the ground like a dead dog. There is no breath on the body. Beside him, there were 3 corpses. They were all Yuan Yin cultivators of the Lianyang royal family who tried to stop the 2 of them. The Yuan infant cultivator, only the Yuan infant, could not form a separate soul body. For a soul sect cultivator like Yin Ju, it didn't mean much. But it's also an appetizer. Xuantian Holy Sun, we are dependent on the power of your Xuantian sect when we leave the Yang kingdom. Is this how Yuzan Tianzong treated us? Old ancestor Lianyang sat cross-kneeled on the ground and drank angrily in a deep voice. Yang Chen looked at him, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Our Xuantian sect's information, but it is recorded that you left my mountain 300 years ago, you were seriously injured and fell. But now, you are still alive, moreover, you have reached the half-step transformation god realm. I just said, with the cultivation of the 4th layer of the Yuan infant in the exhibition area, even if it is stronger than Shu Wei, the national master, it will not be so strong. It turns out that it is because of you, the person behind the scenes. If you want to break through the transformation god and get out of the control of our Xuantian sect, it seems that you can't do it. Abominable Junior, Fujiyama suddenly drank angrily. However, it did not have the momentum of the gods. At this time, he had completely had a seizure and had fallen to the realm of Jin and consummation. If the seed is not poisoned, or a half-step god, how can you Junior be presumptuous? Fujiyama's face was full of anger. Lao Zu, father. Then, Li Hao walked into the hall. Seeing the weak breath of the old ancestor, and the corpse of the father emperor, his eyes suddenly turned red. Yang Chen, you killed my father. Li Hao roared angrily, and his forehead burst out, like a crazy beast. Although the relationship between the father and the mother and concubine is average, it is still good for his son. Before the father emperor said that the ancestor wanted to see the mother and concubine. Li Hao was not at ease in his heart, so he followed. However, I saw this scene. Yang Chen, this hateful bastard. He actually killed his own father. The enemy of killing the father does not share the heavens. Li Hao's eyes instantly turned red, even forgot to escape. Ding, the host killed the emperor from Hao's father and left the exhibition, and left Hao to witness. The son of plundering destiny is worth 2,000 points from Haochi, and the host gets 2,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Yang Chen was also speechless at this time. Unexpectedly, it was just seen by Li Hao. Alas, in this way, did he not become the murderer of the son of destiny? But that's okay. Anyway, he's the villain. Master, I'll go kill that kid. Yinju waved his hand and prepared to obliterate Li Hao. But a pale yellow figure appeared in front of Li Hao. Howler, Zhao Shiru hurriedly protected Li Hao behind her. Zhao Shiru, you scoundrel, you still dare to come back. What poison did you inflict on Hansa? Seeing Zhao Shiru, Li Fujishan suddenly shouted angrily. The old face was full of resentment. The plan he had planned for 1,000 years away from home was ruined at the hands of this woman. Master, what I gave you is a misty baby. Zhao Shiru also found something wrong at this time. Because she had also heard of this poison of misty infant sand, it was specifically aimed at the Yuan infant cultivator, and she could only confuse the half-step god such as Master Venerable for a moment at most. That's why she fled immediately. But at this time, the breath on the body of the Master Venerable fell to the Golden Pill realm. Zhao Shiru couldn't help but look at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, what you gave me is really lost. Yang Chen suddenly smiled. Concubine Ru, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have taken it wrong. Dispersed the maze and mistakenly took it as a dispersal. This poison can make a half-step cultivator of the divine realm quickly fall to the Golden Pill realm. You did it on purpose. Zhao Shiru suddenly recalled. Beautiful eyes Frosty. This bastard, what a meanness. Think about it, for no reason, this bastard suddenly helped himself and gave a bottle of misty baby scatter to get out. It turned out that he wanted to borrow his own hands and scatter the fallen god on the master. Let the Master Venerable realm fall to the Golden Pill realm. Abominable. Yang Chen, you treacherous villain. Zhao Shiru looked at the departing corpse on the ground and immediately understood what Yang Chen wanted to do. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill his own master. Although the master has always cultivated her as a furnace. However, after all, hundreds of years of master-apprentice love. If today's events had not happened, Master Venerable would have been the person she respected the most. Therefore, Zhao Shiru softened her heart at the moment. The figure flickered and appeared in front of Fujiyama, wanting to take him away. But, Yinju laughed strangely and directly slashed at her with a scythe. Abominable. Zhao Shiru could only resist in a hurry and was pressed and beaten by Yinju. Leaving the senior, since you have been removed from the world, you are a dead person. I think it's better not to live. Just let the young man give you a ride. Yang Chen walked to the side of Vine Mountain and said slowly. Yang Chen, no, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, you can't kill me. Fear also rose in Fujiyama's heart at this time, and hurriedly said, read violent novels, just go to Philo Novel Network. Closing parenthesis. I am willing to submit to your Xuantian sect, and I will never have a different heart in the future. As long as you let me die, I am willing to contribute all the treasures treasured by the young royal family for 10,000 years to Zhan Tianzong. In the face of life and death, half-stepped into a god, he also humiliated and begged for mercy. However, how could Yang Chen give him a chance? He is a villain, but not brainless. Therefore, kill as soon as possible. Directly a flame swung out. Qinglian Tianyan quickly wrapped the Vine Mountain and directly set his physical body on fire. Ah, Yang Chen, you treacherous dog thief, Wang Bei. Hanzo won't let you go. Your Xuantian sect has been destroyed long ago, and the whole door has been cursed. You must not die well. Fujiyama scolded bitterly. But soon, the flesh was burned to ashes. A pale red phantom wanted to escape. However, it was directly wrapped by the figure of Yinju turning into black mist. You don't even have a chance to be a ghost. Yang Chen snorted coldly and then transmitted a voice to Yinju. Yinju, go somewhere else to refine. It's the master. Yinju disappeared directly into the hall. Away from Fujiyama, he has reached the half-step transformation god. Although it did not completely condense the Genshin. However, it is only one step away. Therefore, the soul body has been preliminarily formed. The soul body that had just been formed by a half-step transformation god was a great supplement for Yinju. Yang Chen, you scumbag. Zhao Shiru's charming eyes were full of killing intent at this time. After all, Fujiyama was a master who had taught her for hundreds of years. Just like that, he was killed by Yang Chen in front of his eyes. Moreover, he still used her to poison. This treacherous scumbag. Zhao Shiru directly slapped a palm towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you die. Bang, a demon god phantom appeared and directly slashed down at her with an axe. The killing aura filled the entire hall, although Zhao Shiru was the 7th layer of the Yuan baby. But he was still slashed by Yang Chen's blow and vomited blood and flew out. How is that possible? Zhao Shiru couldn't believe it. She was 2 realms higher than Yang Chen, but she couldn't even take a move from the other party, and she was directly beaten into a serious injury. This bastard turned out to be so strong. Concubine Ru, you attacked me first. Don't blame me for hurting me. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth played and slowly walked towards Zhao Shiru. Yang Chen, you scumbag. Hansa really regrets listening to you. Zhao Shiru scolded angrily. Yang Chen was also not angry, and his face was still full of kind smiles. Concubine Ru, you are not right about this. If it weren't for it, you would be picked up by your master right now. At that time, not only will your body be ravaged by a bad old man, but even your life will not be saved. You should thank me for that. HMPH. Zhao Shiru snorted coldly. Your Xuantian sect still prides itself on being a decent sect, and a holy son of a sect actually uses this kind of inferior and indiscriminate means. It's shameless. Huh, Yang Chen smiled. Concubine Ru scolds me like this, so she is not afraid that I will kill you. Zhao Shiru paused, but still said coldly, if you want to kill, do it, don't talk nonsense. Concubine Ru looks charming and moving, but I didn't expect her personality to be quite strong. I admire you when you say this. Yang Chen looked at the entrance of the hall. The Yuan infant ward just now had already fainted the small foundation of Li Hao. Concubine Ru, you say, how about I kill Li Hao, the extremely talented knight prince, to get rid of future troubles? You, bastard. Zhao Shiru's eyes were suddenly full of panic. Li Hao, she has always been raised as her own son. It was the person she cared about the most at this time. Just now, I ventured over, also to find Li Hadong. Yang Chen noticed her expression and immediately smiled. It seems that Concubine Ru cares about Li Hao. So, Concubine Ru doesn't want me to kill him either. You, bastard. Zhao Shiru was suddenly shocked. Phoenix's eyes widened. She didn't expect that Yang Chen would be so despicable that Nahao threatened her. All your goals have been achieved, what else do you want to do? Zhao Shiru said coldly. What for? Yang Chen's eyes scanned Zhao Shiru's graceful figure. Dressed in a phoenix robe, even if the corners of his mouth are full of blood, he also exudes an elegance and nobility. Although the beautiful eyes are full of cold colors, the charm at the corners of the eyes cannot be suppressed. The waist is slender and unbearable, but under the neck, it became choppy because of emotions. Half lying on the ground, he revealed rounded and slender jade legs. This woman is really beautiful, full of beautiful womanhood. The most important thing is the concubine of the son of destiny. The child of destiny has a strong desire to protect her. Oblivious, this is unkillable, it is of great use for him to keep it. The 20,000 points of chi luck on this kid have not yet been harvested. Yang Chen, take care of your eyes. Noticing Yang Chen's eyes, Zhao Shiru snorted coldly, hurriedly pulled her clothes, and turned sideways. But this time, it created a visual effect for Yang Chen to look horizontally at the peaks on the side of the ridge. Yang Chen suddenly played with the taste. Concubine Ru is so beautiful and moving, she can't control her eyes under 197 eyes. Actually, under the bottom, I am also very interested in Ru Fei Niangyang. How about not being a Taoist under the concubine Ru? You are delusional. Zhao Shiru clenched her silver teeth and looked resolute. She has been cultivating for hundreds of years, step by step from a mortal to the late Yuan infant period. There is also pride in the heart. Even if it is death, there will be no compromise. Especially this bastard in front of you. Just now he calculated her and used her. Yes, Yang Chen smiled. Is it difficult for concubine Ru to be a lady? Is she trying to kill Li Hao and Sha? Saying that, Yang Chen directly waved his hand, and a large handprint of true chi directly grabbed Li Hao in his hand. As long as he exerts force, Li Hao will be crushed. You released Hao. Zhao Shiru suddenly panicked and hurriedly got up. I want to stop Yang Chen, but Yang Chen's blow just now had already severely injured her. At this time, the true chi was forcibly run, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. The breath is very weak. Yang Chen, why are you so despicable? Zhao Shiru's voice was a little choked. She was really going to break down. This bastard is obviously harmless to humans and animals. However, the style of acting is so shady. It's okay to poison Master Venerable by yourself. Now, he even has to take Howard's life to force himself to be his Taoist. How abominable. Listening to Zhao Shiru's voice with a slight cry, Yang Chen knew that the threat was almost there. So the tone softened. After all, hit a mallet and give a sweet date. In order to make people give in well, concubine Ru, in fact, I want you to be my Taoist in the next, and more, I want to solve the Shuiyan Qi in my body for you. The Shuiyan Qi in my body. Zhao Shiru's expression was flustered. Good. Yang Chen nodded and said positively. Concubine Ru Niangyang has been practicing the 3-yin convergence technique for hundreds of years, and all the Shuiyan Qi accumulated has been stored in the 3 major caves of her body. Zanyan Qi, although you can make your cultivation progress extremely fast, it will reach the late Yuan infant stage in hundreds of years. However, the harm is also great. Concubine Ru should often feel that her body is extremely cold, especially on the night of the full moon, her body seems to be frozen. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zhao Shiru was stunned in her heart. This bastard really knows everything. She did often feel cold physically. On full moon nights, symptoms can be extremely intensified, and sometimes, you can even pass out from freezing. Yang Chen continued, Shuiyan Qi is indeed of great benefit to your cultivation. However, everything is too much. Before, Fujishan treated you as a furnace, naturally he won't tell you this. If the Shuiyan Qi in your body continues to accumulate, I dare to assert that within 30 years, the Shuiyan Qi in your body will form Zanbing, and at that time, it will be irreversible, and your life Qi will gradually be frozen and dissipated. However, if concubine Ru Niangyang allows the Shuiyan Qi to be absorbed, then not only can the symptoms be lifted, but she can also smoothly break through to the realm of transformation God in the future. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zhao Shiru fell silent. But the absorption of Shuiyan Qi requires male and female intercourse. Good. Yang Chen BCFG nodded hurriedly. That's why I propose that you be my Taoist. If concubine Ru wants to solve the Shuiyan Qi in her body, she must take this step. This can't be helped. You can only blame Vine Mountain. He has been letting you cultivate the 3-yin convergence skill to accumulate Zanyan Qi, completely cultivating you as a furnace. Ordinary fire cultivation will only absorb you as a furnace. But having a different fire in your lower body can refine the Shuiyan Qi in your body and form a double cultivation effect, which is beneficial to both of us. So, concubine Ru, think about it. As a Taoist in the next place, Li Hao is my stepson, I can save his life. Otherwise, even if I don't kill him, but Li Hao has such qualifications, will others sit back and watch him grow? Yang Chen said, placing Li Hao not far from them. Looking at the unconscious Li Hao, and then at the somewhat proud and expectant eyes on Yang Chen's face, Zhao Shiru's fists clenched. This bastard, what a despicable villain who takes advantage of people's danger. But think about it, he also has some truth in what he said. The damage caused to her by the Shuiyan Qi was indeed great. Every time it was night, she felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. On the night of the full moon, it was even more cold and painful, and even fainted. If it continues, the Shuiyan Qi will indeed be life-threatening. In the past, she just felt that it was due to her physique. You can only resign yourself to fate. But now, this bastard has a strange fire, and it is indeed possible to refine the extreme cold in the Shuiyan Qi and get rid of his symptoms. Moreover, Howard awakened a very terrifying bloodline, and reached the 7th layer of foundation building in 3 years, and the potential in the future is endless. Whether it was Zhang Tianzong or the immortal cultivation forces in the Yang dynasty, will not rest assured to keep him alive. If so, with the protection of Yang Chen, this bastard. It's a lot safer. Damn it, could it be that I really want to promise him? Promise to be his Taoist. Zhao Shiru's heart was extremely entangled. Angry, hateful and helpless, but in the end, he sighed. A decision was made. Hansa can promise you, but you must ensure Howard's safety. Also, our relationship can't be said to the outside world at will. Don't worry, concubine Ru, in the next word, you become my Taoist, Howard is my stepson, within the sphere of influence of Xuanyan sect, who dares to touch my Yang Chen's son. Yang Chen swore an oath, but the corners of his mouth were playful. Wasn't that what Yanur was before, after becoming his own stepson? If you don't do it yourself, who will dare to kill him? Howard, I can't think of it. Slepton had an extra stepfather. Oblivious, you're going to be happy when you know it. You, don't say that. When Zhao Shiru heard this, her cheeks were a little hot. In my heart, I felt extremely ashamed. She actually agreed to Yang Chen's threat of a despicable villain to be his Taoist. Shame, I hope that after Howard knows, she can understand me as a concubine. After all, I also made a compromise so that he would be alive. Alas, then, Shu Wei and several Yuan Ying cultivators walked to the main hall. Holy Sun, the remaining Yuan infant and some golden pill cultivators from the Yang royal family have all been controlled. Shu Wei bowed and said. Several Yuan Ying monks standing behind him also bowed in unison. I'll wait to see His Highness the Sun. These Yuan infant cultivators are all 1 to 3 cultivators. He was the patriarch of several top immortal cultivation families in the capital. Second only to the existence of the Lianyang royal family. But at this time, looking at the departure of the young country lord who was lying on the ground and had turned into a corpse, several people were shocked. Leaving the exhibition is a mid-Yuan infant cultivator. Died just like that, dead quietly, without a single movement. This Holy Sun Highness is terrifyingly powerful. Patriarchs, the strongest person from the Yang royal family 300 years ago did not die from Fujishin, but has been hiding in the palace and has reached the realm of half-step gods. Leaving Fujishin colluding with the Wind Thunder sect, he wants to eliminate the National Master Mansion and several major immortal cultivation forces so as to completely fall towards the Wind Thunder sect. This Holy Sun learned the news from the mouth of concubine Ru, so he endured the pain and killed him. Yang Chen said in a deep voice, "What?" Several Yuan infant cultivators were shocked when they heard this. Away from Fujiyama is not dead. Back then, I watched him sit down. This old fellow, it's so deep to hide, and this old guy has also reached the half-step transformation god realm. Thank you Holy Sun for making a move. If it weren't for the Holy Sun's move, I would have died a tragic death at the hands of this old thief from Vine Mountain. This old thief is ambitious, it is not a pity to die, and the Holy Sun has removed a great evil for me to leave the sun. His Highness the Holy Sun has great grace to us, and from now on, I will swear to the death to be loyal to Zhan Tianzong and His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Several Yuan infant cultivators spoke one after another. While insulting leaving Fujishin, he expressed loyalty to Yang Chen. On the side, Zhao Shi's soft silver teeth clenched, his willow eyebrows were upturned, and his chest rose and fell. This bastard, what a shamelessness. Lies come when they open their mouths. When did she say these things? It is clear that from the beginning, it was a calculated calculation of his heart. Another poisoning, another taking advantage of people's danger. It's abominable. Then, Friar Yu Yuan said, Your Highness the Holy Sun, I think that the grass should be removed. It's better to kill all the members of the Lianyang royal family. In this way, there will be no future troubles. Good, I agree with it below. Although Li Fujishin and Li Zan were killed, they still have a strong force from the Yang royal family, and if they rebel, it is extremely troublesome. In this Li Hao, in just 3 years, he has reached the 7th level of foundation building, such a cultivation speed, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun should be alert. Hearing this, Zhao Shuru on the side was a little nervous and Day's brows furrowed. If she hadn't been seriously injured and couldn't make a move, she would have killed these old thieves. Yang Chen's eyes glanced at several people, and he sneered in his heart. These old things are nothing more than wanting to take the opportunity to take the Yang royal family and replace them. It didn't matter to Yang Chen which family the Yang kingdom controlled it. However, he had already reached conditions with Zhao Shuru. Moreover, his reputation as a Xuanyan saint son was still very important. Although he is a villain, he is the holy son of the right way. How can you open the killing ring? Besides, Li Hao is already his stepson. How could you kill him, even if you want to kill? You have to wait until this kid has no love before killing. Whoever mentions it now is to provoke the relationship between their father and son. Yang Chen suddenly said in a deep voice, the Lianyang royal family is still preserved, and it cannot be killed. My Zhan Tianzong is a well-known and decent sect, how can I indiscriminately kill innocents? If it weren't for the dissonance of Vine Mountain and Li Zan, who wanted to kill the elder disciples of the Xuanyan sect of the National Master's Mansion, and came to submit a certificate of surrender to the Wind Thunder sect, this holy son would not have killed them. I, Xuanyan sect, as the leader of the righteous path of the Northern Spirit Domain, only condemns evil and does not harm the innocent. Elder Shu, pass on the words of this holy son and let everyone know my attitude. Yes, Shu Wei hurriedly bowed and said, His Royal Highness the Sun. This move is a blessing from the sun, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tug. He knew that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun had been calculating the Yang royal family. But this is good, they Xuanyan sect still hold high the banner of justice. Yang Chen looked at the unconscious Li Hao at this time and said, Li Hao is talented, his mother concubine Rufei Niangyang has great merit. This holy son has decided to make him the prince of Lianyang. In the future, if you can be diligent in government and love the people, and support the right path, you will succeed to the throne and leave the young country lord. You should have no opinion. Yang Chen looked at several people, his gaze a little cold. His Highness the Sun is magnanimous, I admire it to the extreme. I will obey the decree of His Highness the Sun. In the future, we will jointly assist the new head of the country. Several Yuan infant cultivators bowed in unison, although regret in the heart. But I don't dare to say anything else. They were not yet qualified to oppose the decision of the Xuanyan Holy Sun. I didn't see the young country lord leaving the exhibition hall, and the corpses were already cold. Away from Fujishin, he has reached a half-step transformation god, and he is also dead. Against a Northern Spirit Domain overlord like Zhan Tianzong, there's only one way to die. Obedient, better than anything. How much the old thief from Fujishin can't open it? Shu Wei left with a few people. In the hall, only Yang Chen and Zhao Shuru remained, as well as the unconscious Li Hao. Concubine Ru, how is it handled? Still satisfied. Yang Chen looked at her, playing with the taste. HMPH, you are completely nonsense, turning black and white upside down. Zhao Shuru snorted coldly, but I didn't think too much about it. After all, this guy can be regarded as finding a reason to let Howard succeed to the throne and leave the Lord of the Sun. Becoming the Lord of the Sun is Howard's dream all along. Now, it can be regarded as helping him achieve it. At this time, Zhao Shuru's expression was suddenly startled. Because, a pair of thief hands appeared on the waist. Ah, Yang Chen, what are you doing? Zhao Shuru suddenly exclaimed, and her body froze all of a sudden. Her waist has never been touched by man. Instinctively break free. However, Yang Chen's physical strength was extremely strong, and she couldn't mobilize her true chi at this time, how to break free. Yang Chen, you let go of this seat. Zhao Shuru said coldly, her cheeks scalding. Concubine Ru, don't struggle first. Let me feel how thick the Xuanyan chi is in your body. Do you need this to feel the Xuanyan chi? Zhao Shuru was not stupid either. Be clear about Yang Chen's purpose. Can only give up. However, he felt the heat on Yang Chen's body. Her body, which had always been extremely cold, became much more comfortable. But right now, the unconscious Li Hao's eyelids trembled and opened his eyes. Mother, concubine, Li Hao groaned, his gaze sweeping across the hall. I want to find the concubine. Because before he fell into a coma, he saw the mother concubine being beaten by a black-robed friar and constantly vomiting blood. But when he looked at a corner of the hall, suddenly, his pale face turned red all of a sudden. Then, the red one is purple, and the purple one is green. Mother, concubine, poof, Li Hao felt the sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The whole person fainted again. Ding, the host hugs Zhao Shuru, leaving Hao to witness, his mood collapses, he fainted again, the son of plundering destiny is worth 2,000 points from Haochi, and the host gets 2,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen was stunned, boy. I just hugged it, and I directly plundered 2,000 points of luck. The father who left this son of destiny only plundered 2,000 points when he died. This amazing desire to protect. Howard. Zhao Shuru also noticed Li Hao. Suddenly, my cheeks became hot. Just now, it was actually seen by Howard. It's a shame, shame. Zhao Shiru hurriedly pushed Yang Chen away. Beautiful eyes glared at him fiercely. Then he hurriedly ran to Li Hao. Howard, wake up, Howard, wake up. Zhao Shiru's voice was anxious. The charming face was full of worry. Yang Chen stepped forward and took a look and comforted. Concubine Ru, Howard is fine. He just surged with blood and passed out again. I blame you. Zhao Shiru glared at Yang Chen. His eyes were full of irritation. However, compared to before, there's a little less killing intent. A little more embarrassment. Maybe she can't kill herself. After all, the hug just now, she also enjoyed it a little. Oblivious, this woman, although she resisted very much. However, the body is still a little honest. After all, he has been practicing alone for hundreds of years. Moreover, the alien fire in his body had an unexpected attraction to the Shuiyan body. Yang Chen sent Zhao Shiru and Li Hao to her palace. At this time, the Lianyang palace was in chaos, but the news that the young country lord was dead still spread out. Moreover, several great monks of the royal family were all killed. There was only one cultivator left. For a time, the palace was leaderless and chaotic. Many eunuchs and palace maids rushed to escape from the palace with gold and silver jewelry in hand. However, Yang Chen did not care about these trivial matters. It is enough for Shu Wei to be responsible for these. Concubine Ru, 147, Niangyang, this is a healing pill. The effect is good, you are about to eat it. Yang Chen took out a white pill. Handed it to Zhao Shiru's mouth. However, Zhao Shiru closed her red lips on the side of her head. After all, what happened just now is still vividly remembered. She didn't want to follow in her master's footsteps. Who knows if the elixir this guy gave her is poisonous? Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Yang Chen saw her concern and said with a serious face. Half a step away from Fujishin's strength to become a god, it is not an easy task for me to kill him, that's why I made this decision. Actually, I'm very honest and open. Everyone else calls me a humble gentleman, a leader of the right path. Bah, don't be disgusting. Zhao Shiru scolded, and a hint of disdain and blush appeared on her face. But in the end, his red lips opened slightly, and he reached out to take the pill in Yang Chen's hand and put it in his mouth. But, look at this alluring red lips. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but evoke a hint of playfulness. Then, his fingers pinched the pill and said it directly. Ah, woo, quote, you. Zhao Shiru was suddenly shocked. Beautiful eyes full of shame. This bastard actually put his finger into her mouth. Damn it, it's disgusting. Zhao Shiru wanted to spit it out directly. However, the entrance of the elixir directly turned into a medicinal power. She could only glare at Yang Chen, and immediately sat down cross-kneeled to absorb it. The injuries on his body are recovering quickly. After a moment, Zhao Shiru's complexion became a little more rosy. It's even more delicate and moving. Yang Chen wiped off the water stains on his fingers and played with the red jade seal in his hand on the side. The jade seal is red, and several red dragon patterns are carved on it, which is lifelike. When I held it in my hand, I felt a burning heat coming from me. Moreover, through this jade seal, there is a faint feeling that the entire capital city is under control. This is the inheritance jade seal of the Lianyang royal family. It condenses the imperial luck of tens of thousands of years from the Yang royal family. And it has also been nourished on the dragon vein for 10,000 years. Dragon vein is the name of the kingdom. Among the sects, it is called the spiritual vein. Away from the capital, it is located on a spiritual vein. The Lianyang imperial palace is built in the best location of the spiritual vein. This is also the fundamental reason why the royal family is always stronger than the other major cultivation immortal families. And this jade seal has been bred by the Yang royal family for tens of thousands of years, and it has already produced spirituality. Except for the bloodline from home, others cannot be urged at all. Yang Chen tried a few times, but nothing worked. Don't bother. This Fang Yushi, only those who have left their bloodline can urge it. You better return it to Howard. On the side, Zhao Shiru came over and said. In the Yang imperial palace, the most precious thing is this jade seal. With this Fang Yushi, he can be regarded as the true righteous lord of the Yang kingdom. However, Yang Chen was not ready to give the jade seal to Li Hao. Because he has a feeling. This Fang Yushi is of great use to him. I couldn't help but take it out. Whoosh, a dull dragon groan came from the spine of the divine dragon. Above the spine, a golden dragon shadow emerged, surrounding the spine of the divine dragon. At the same time, the red jade seal seemed to be affected by the backbone of the divine dragon, and there were also bursts of dragon groans, and the red light bloom. What is this? Keel. Zhao Shiru on the side had her pupils wide at this time. I only felt a coercive pressure descending on me. The whole person couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. But she had already recovered a lot of cultivation and barely resisted this coercion. However, a layer of sweat still appeared on his fair forehead. This is indeed the keel. I have been worried about how to refine before, but now I suddenly have a direction. Yang Chen said slowly, the corners of his mouth took a curve. Before he got this divine dragon backbone, he didn't refine it right away. Because there are still a lot of yin and yang Ado flower energy residues in the body. But during this time, he had basically absorbed the energy of the yin yang combined Dao flower. I tried refining the Shenlong spine once before. However, I always feel that there's a repulsion between the body and the spine of the dragon. After all, the backbone of the divine dragon is the essence of the divine dragon. Directly refined into the human body, it is best to have a medicinal introduction. This medicine leads, the most ideal, is dragon's blood. However, there was no dragon clan in the northern spirit domain at all. In this Fang Yushi condensed the luck of tens of thousands of years away from the Yang kingdom. The red dragon inside, although it is a dragon of luck. But it is actually a kind of dragon. Yang Chen had read it in ancient books before. According to legend, in ancient times, there was a country with a territory spanning millions of miles and passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Its inheritance of jade seals has gathered the luck of this country for hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, the Chi-Luck golden dragon turned into a substantial golden dragon. And he gave birth to divine wisdom and became a true dragon whose bloodline power is stronger than that of ordinary dragon races. That is to say, the dragon of luck and the dragon family have the same path. Yang Chen sent a message to Yanju, asking him to hurry over after devouring the soul of Leaving by Mountain. Refining the Shenlong backbone, the process must be very long. Therefore, Yang Chen needed someone to help him protect the Dharma. This woman has not yet been completely subdued, leaving the Yang Imperial Palace, Zhulongpan. This is the very core of the spiritual vein under the capital. The aura was vibrant, gathering into clouds suspended in midair, like a cave mansion of the immortal family. Below the clouds, there is a pool. In the pool, the water in the pool turned out to be light golden. Unexpectedly, the Lianyang royal family has already given birth to the Chi-Luck dragon saliva. Yang Chen's eyes were a little shocked. Qi-Lug dragon saliva is a fetish that can only be slowly accumulated if the imperial dynasty's Qi-Lug is strong to a certain extent. Can give birth to Li Hao, the son of destiny. Away from the Yang royal family, luck is indeed not weak. It is also normal to give birth to a dragon saliva of luck. If you don't need him, the villain, everything in this should belong to Li Hao, the son of destiny. But now, Howard is still in a coma, so let him, the stepfather, enjoy these things for him. Yinju, you protect the Dharma for me. Whoever dares to break it and kill directly. Yes, master. Yinju turned into a black mist again and dissipated. Yang Chen soaked in the pool water and took out the Yang Jade seal. Begin to forcibly absorb the Qi-Lug dragon Qi inside. A red dragon phantom, unwilling to roar, in resisting Yang Chen's absorption. However, after meeting Yang Chen's Qinglian Tianyan, the dragon grown suddenly turned into a whale. Even the dragon of luck is no match for the alien fire born from heaven and earth. A trace of red dragon Qi was absorbed by Yang Chen from the Jade seal. His body gradually turned crimson. On the body, there seemed to be a red dragon phantom entangled. Ding! The host absorbs the Qi-Lug dragon and Qi-Lug dragon saliva in the Yang Jade seal, plunders the son of heaven's destiny from how Qi-Lug is worth 4,000 points, and the host gets 4,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. It's time. Looking at the Jade seal that had turned white, Yang Chen threw it directly aside. After 10 days of absorption, the Qi-Lug dragon Qi and the Jade seal had been completely absorbed by him. The pale gold in the pool also disappeared, and then Yang Chen took out the divine dragon spine and began to integrate into his body. This time refining and fusing the divine dragon spine, because with the introduction of the dragon of luck, the repulsion is not very strong. The divine dragon spine slowly fused into Yang Chen's spine. As a result, his body directly turned golden. The blood in the body is gradually becoming manic. Roar! The dragon groaned. A golden dragon phantom rushed straight to Dianyu. The strong dragon power completely pervaded. The entire Yan capital city was shrouded in dragon power. Countless cultivators and civilians knelt directly on the ground. In the palace, he knelt on the ground. In Zhao Shuru's palace, Li Hao's face was hideous, and he forcibly supported his body without kneeling. Bastard! Damn Yang Chen! Li Hao cursed angrily in his heart. He knew that only Yang Chen's miscellaneous things could make such a big move at this time. Killed his father, the emperor and the ancestor. Basically wiped out all the babies who left home. Now, ask him to kneel. He would rather die than kneel. However, after all, Hao Shouwei is too weak, and he can only build a foundation realm. Struggling to support, his forehead was full of cold sweat. Seeing this, Zhao Shuru on the side hurriedly waved her jade hand, and Li Hao was relieved a lot. Seeing the mother concubine caring about herself, Li Hao was moved in his heart. But think of the last time, 3.9 he saw before he fell unconscious. Li Hao's heart was a heart-taken madness. So, I couldn't help but ask. Mother concubine, what is the relationship between you and Yang Chen? Hearing this, Zhao Shuru was stunned. A flash of panic flashed in his eyes. However, he sensed the deeply suppressed anger in Li Hao's eyes. Zhao Shuru knew that if she told Li Hao, he would definitely do something irrational which would hurt him. So he sighed and said softly, Howard, we are an ordinary cooperative relationship. I promise him to continue to obey Zhang Tianzong's orders from now on, and he promises that you will inherit the throne as the lord of the country. The others, too, are gone. Really a concubine. Li Hao's eyes were full of doubt. After all, he saw it with his own eyes that day. Yang Chen's bastard, holding the mother concubine with both hands. The mother concubine, on the other hand, did not resist. Could it be that your memory is confused? Li Hao was uncertain in his heart. Of course it's true. When did the mother concubine lie to you, Howard? Zhao Shuru caressed Li Hao's head and said softly. Hearing this, Li Hao's expression eased a little. Leave this matter on hold for the time being. I wish I thought too much. And at this time, National Master mentioned, such a strong dragon power, the first child of this hall, actually has the urge to kneel. Away from the young royal family, is it possible that there are still hidden powerhouses? With such a distance, this kind of coercion, even an avatar cultivator, can't achieve it. The patriarchs of several major cultivation immortal families in the capital were discussing in the National Master's mansion, and they were all shocked at this time. I am afraid that this coercion is released by the strong of the young royal family. After all, they plundered a lot of royal resources. Don't worry, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun is practicing in retreat in the palace, and this coercion should come from the Holy Sun. At this time, Shu Wei came over and said slowly. There was a hint of pride in his tone. After all, from now on, the status of the National Master's mansion in Lianyang can only be described as supreme. And he, a cultivator with 3 Yuan infants, has also become the first strong person in Lianyang. National Master, you say that this coercion comes from His Highness the Holy Sun. His Royal Highness the Sun, it turned out to be so terrifying. This dragon power is thousands of times better than the young royal family. Could it be that His Highness the Holy Sun is the body of a true dragon? Several patriarchs looked surprised. The body of the true dragon, that is the legendary physique. According to legend, humans with the body of a true dragon. With only the physical body, you can be invincible at the same level and dominate the world. Hansa doesn't know. Shu Wei shook his head, but his heart is also turning upside down. After all, His Highness the Sun had shocked him too much. You know, His Royal Highness the Sun is less than 50 years old. But the strength is not 1.505 points stronger than these old guys who have been cultivating for hundreds of years and nearly 1,000 years. Such talent, it's horrifying, it's just demonish. However, this is also a good thing. After all, the stronger His Highness the Sun. In the future, the stronger Zhang Tianzong will be. Then the higher his status as an inner gate elder would be. Then, a loud phoenix sound suddenly resounded in the National Master's mansion. The azure blue phoenix phantom appeared in the sky above the National Master's mansion, as if it was about to flutter its wings and soar into the sky. A wisp of blue streamer, exuding a breath of chill. This is, Qingshan's ice phoenix bloodline has awakened. Shu Wei was stunned, then he looked excited. Qingshan, this girl, inherited her mother's ice phoenix bloodline. But he never woke up. Now, under the influence of this dragon power released by the Holy Sun, unexpectedly awakened the ice phoenix bloodline. Sigh. Several Yuan infant cultivators were shocked and envious. National Master, congratulations, Miss Qingshan awakened the ice phoenix bloodline, and the future is limitless. I remember Mrs. Woshi, it seems to be from the Ice and Snow Ancient City. According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, an extraterritorial ice phoenix descended on the Ice and Snow Ancient City, and since then, the cultivators of the Ice and Snow Ancient City have the bloodline of the ice phoenix. It is also with the bloodline of the ice phoenix that the Ice and Snow Ancient City can give birth to digital god cultivators and become the top forces. However, even in the Ice and Snow Ancient City, the cultivators who can awaken the bloodline of the ice phoenix are very few, and there are only a few. Miss Qingchen has awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline now. If she goes to the Ice and Snow Ancient City, I am afraid that her status is extraordinary. However, Miss Qingchen and the Crown Prince have a marriage contract with Hao, and the 15th of this month is the day when the prince ascends the throne. I don't know if at that time will he be directly canonized. If Miss Qingchen becomes the Empress of Livingyang and stays in Livingyang country in the future, it will be a pity. Several patriarchs said, but there was some worry in my heart. After all, the Ice Phoenix bloodline is not an ordinary bloodline. In the Ice and Snow Ancient City, there are many cultivators with the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. But because of tens of thousands of years of inheritance, the Ice Phoenix bloodline in the body of the cultivators of the Ice and Snow Ancient City has long been extremely thin. Therefore, many cultivators have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, but it is difficult to awaken in their lives. And once awakened, it is soaring. In the future, there is a great chance to become a cultivator of the Avatar God. If there is a monk of the God of Incarnation as a daughter. Let's not talk about whether Shu Wei will walk sideways. Leading the Yang royal family, there is an empress who has the cultivation of the gods, which is definitely a nightmare for their major families. Dear Taoists, you can talk, the seat is out of company first. Shu Wei suddenly said at this time, and then hurriedly flew to Shu Qingchen's courtyard. He wants to help his daughter protect the Dharma and prevent being disturbed. Seeing him leave in a hurry, several Yuan infant patriarchs let go when they spoke. You say, will Shu Wei let his daughter be the Empress of Lianyang? If his daughter becomes the Empress of Lianyang, the power of the Lianyang royal family will far surpass our major families in the future, then everything I did today will be in vain. Brother Zhao, I think you're thinking too much. Oh, what does Brother Li mean? As far as I know, Shu Wei has already made this precious daughter of Xuanyan Saint Sun's personal maid, and now that he has awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline, in the future, maybe he will become the concubine of His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. How can he do something to leave the young Empress? What, the woman who became the Holy Son of Xuanyan? No wonder Shu Wei is so spirited now. However, as far as I know, this Holy Sun Highness has an unusual relationship with Prince Li Hao's mother concubine Ru. It is said that Li Hao can become the crown prince to succeed to the throne because of this concubine. As soon as these words came out, all of a sudden, several Yuan infant patriarchs looked playful. It seems that this Holy Sun Highness is really a blessing. But it's a pity to leave Hao, the new head of the country. The mother concubine and fiancé are all stunned by this Holy Sun. A few days later, away from the Yang Imperial Palace, a grand enthronement ceremony was held. The crown prince left Hao and officially ascended the throne as emperor. Almost all of the major forces leaving the capital were present. Even some immortal cultivation forces adjacent to the Yang Kingdom, like the Qingchen sect, sent people to send congratulatory gifts. Although almost all the Yuan infant cultivators of the Lianyang royal family were killed, only one Yuan infant survived. However, Li Hao, the ninth prince, was able to ascend the throne as emperor, but behind it was the support of the Xuanyan Holy Sun. Even if you don't give face to the royal family, you have to give face to Zhan Tianzong. So, all the major forces came. The scene is quite spectacular. On the high platform, Li Hao was dressed in a dragon robe, holding a white jade seal in his hand. Worship of ancestors began, although becoming the Lord of the Leaving Sun is his dream all along. But at this time, Li Hao was angry in his heart, and his eyes were full of killing intent and anger. The jade seal from the Yang originally condensed the imperial luck of the dynasty that had been away from the Yang for tens of thousands of years. The dragon of luck has long been formed, but now, it has become an ordinary jade stone. The dragon of chi luck inside also disappeared completely. Bastard, this dog shit, Li Hao cursed angrily in his heart. Yang Chen's King 8 egg actually completely refined and absorbed the dragon of chi luck, which belonged to him. Damn it, Li Hao activated the bloodline of the ancestors who left home, and even awakened the bloodline inheritance. Know a lot of secrets. One of them is about luck. You can integrate the luck of the dynasty into yourself, so as to transform it into cultivation. Originally, he had accumulated 10,000 years of chi luck in the Yang Jade Seal, and if he fused it into himself and used it to cultivate, he would be able to reach the Yuan infancy stage within 5 years. Within 50 years, it is possible to become a god. But now, there is nothing left to be absorbed by Yang Chen's bastard. Only a broken stone was left to him. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. Lao Su killed you early to avenge my father. Li Hao cursed Yang Chen over and over again in his heart. But the worship ceremony was completed. After all, this is his enthronement ceremony. It was announced that he had become the lord of the Yang Kingdom. Although there is no luck dragon. However, Li Hao believed that with his royal capital, he would definitely build Liang Kingdom into an ancient imperial dynasty in the future. Wait until he has achieved success in cultivation. He must give Yang Chen, this bastard, 8,000 cuts. Let Zhan Tianzong, blood flow thousands of miles. Disappear from the world, in the group of people underneath. Everyone will die then. Li Hao put away the hideousness on his face 577, turned around, and faced everyone under the high platform. Although it is only the foundation building realm. However, the spirit of the king is undoubtedly revealed. The tiger's eyes are shining, and his face is not angry. Quite a kingly majesty, and beside him, Zhao Shiru, who was dressed in a phoenix robe, although her face was difficult to hide charming, but her body was full of nobility and elegance, and she had a motherly temperament. Today's Zhao Shiru is no longer a concubine. It's the queen mother. Mother of a nation. However, as the ceremony progresses, the sun gradually sets. Zhao Shiru's face gradually stiffened, because the moon gradually rises. Like a round of gold plates. To others, quite poetic. However, for her, it was a cold pain. The body felt as if it was about to freeze. In this time, much stronger than before, Zhao Shiru painted her cheeks with delicate makeup, and a touch of white frost gradually appeared at this time. Between breaths, cold air pervades. Directly put the palace maid next to the frozen one. But she still held on, until the end of the heaven sacrifice ceremony, after receiving the congratulations of the major forces of the Yang Kingdom. Zhao Shiru hurriedly left from the high platform and went to her palace. In the past, every night of the full moon, the Xuanyan Qi in the body began to attack. Her body will gradually freeze, like a piece of Zanbing, and even lose consciousness and pass out. So, she laid out a formation in the palace. It can condense the fire Qi to fight the full moon Yan Qi at this time and relieve some symptoms. But when she just entered the palace, but behind him sounded a voice with a bit of frivolity and familiarity. I've seen concubine Ru and Sha. Oh no, it's wrong. Congratulations to the Empress Dowager for getting her wish and becoming the mother of a country. Congratulations to the Empress Dowager for becoming the mother of a country. Listening to the somewhat frivolous and familiar voice behind her, Zhao Shiru's delicate body trembled violently. Hurriedly turned around, a handsome face appeared in her pupils with a bit of drama. Yang Chen, you, what are you doing here? Zhao Shiru's voice was a little flustered. During this time, Yang Chen had been in retreat and did not appear. She has gradually weakened her original agreement. But now when she saw Yang Chen, she suddenly thought about it again, but she agreed to be this bastard's Taoist. Now this bastard suddenly appeared, should it not be? Yang Chen looked at her, the corners of his mouth full of playfulness. Congratulations to the Empress Dowager when you come down. Just now, the Empress Dowager was on the high platform, her temperament was dignified, and she was indescribable, and the demeanor of the mother of that country made everyone look lost in the mind. Now that I finally have the opportunity to be alone, I naturally want to congratulate my mother and mother in person. You don't talk nonsense. Ahem. Zhao Shiru couldn't help but cough. The cold air was pervasive, and several ice residues were coughed up in his mouth. Hansa doesn't have time to say this to you right now. I'm going to open the formation quickly. You're okay, just leave quickly. Zhao Shiru said, wave your hand, and in the palace, a formation appeared. Several pillars of light lit up. Crimson light gathers. The temperature in the hall instantly rose a lot. But she still couldn't suppress the cold on her body. Cold and hot converged, Zhao Shiru couldn't help but shiver. A layer of frost gradually appeared on his face. The Empress Dowager seems to be very uncomfortable. Is it because on the night of the full moon, the Shuiyan Qi in the body can't be suppressed? Do you need to help Liang Yang get rid of the Shuiyan Qi? Yang Chen looked at her quietly and said, You shut up. No use of this seat. Zhao Shiru glared at him angrily, with some vigilance in her eyes. Although he knew that Yang Chen could help her get rid of the Shuiyan Qi in her body. But that requires a combination of men and women. Even if he agreed to Yang Chen to be his Taoist, however, as a last resort, she will never compromise. After all, Howard had just taken the throne. The succession ceremony has not yet officially ended, and at this time it is still being worshipped by the courtiers. As a concubine, she is now the Empress Dowager. How can you do that kind of thing in the harem at this time with Yang Chen, a bastard? No, you have to hold on. Can't let this bastard see the joke. Yang Chen, you, go out quickly. Hansa, when suppressing the cold, no, I don't like someone next to me. Zhao Shiru said tremblingly. Usually, the Shuiyan Qi in her body could not be suppressed, and she would sometimes even be so cold that she fainted. In this time, more than usual. Now that the moon has just appeared, it can still stay awake. She was worried that the cold would intensify for a while, and if she fainted. Yang Chen, this pervert, will take the opportunity to do something indescribable to her. Yang Chen smiled when he heard this. Empress Dowager, I'm your Taoist. You are like this, how can I bear to leave you? Let's stay and take care of you in the next. What do you say, you, bastard? Zhao Shiru suddenly frowned, and her heart was angry. But there was nothing they could do. Moreover, the Shuiyan Qi in her body became more and more cold, and she could only hurriedly sit cross-kneeled on the ground, and use the fire attribute aura condensed by the formation to begin to relieve the symptoms in her body. Phew. Between Zhao Shiru's breaths, a cold breath pervaded. In the main hall, as if frost, ice flowers began to appear. Although there's a formation that condenses the fire attribute aura. However, it still couldn't stop the entire hall from quickly turning into an ice warehouse. However, these cold and ice chi did not have the slightest effect on Yang Chen. Looking at Zhao Shiru's heavy breathing, he admired it with interest. Magnificent waves, all rivers. A mountain is higher than a mountain. Becoming the Empress Dowager is different, and her temperament is more noble. But I'll see how long you can last. Cultivators with Shuiyan bodies have a fast cultivation speed. However, there are corresponding costs. That is, the body will suffer from the cold. In Zhao Shiru even practiced the 3-yin convergence technique, storing a large amount of Zanyan Qi in her body. The cold will only become more intense. The pain will only become more unbearable. The bright moon in the sky is getting clearer. The stars are bleak. In Zhao Shiru, above her hair and eyebrows, was white and frosty. Another half hour passed. Above the floor of the main hall, a whole layer of cold ice had already formed. Yang Chen also felt a little cold, so he ran a strange fire in his body, and suddenly a hot heat emanated from him. Because of Yang Chen's presence, Zhao Shiru was barely awake at this time. Feel the heat. Her body had an instinct to rush directly to embrace the heat. However, she held back. Damn it, this bastard definitely did it on purpose. Zhao Shiru secretly cursed in her heart. The Empress Dowager, this night is a little special. The Shuiyan Qi in your body seems to be not only pulled by the bright moon, but also seems to have accumulated to a certain extent and then burst out of the brain. If that's the case, you may not only freeze until you faint tonight, but also freeze to death. Yang Chen said lightly. Zhao Shiru was stunned when she heard this. She also felt something strange in her body. The 3 major acupuncture points that stored Shuiyan Qi were all trembling, as if they would erupt at any time. If once the Shuiyan Qi erupts, then she is indeed a dead end. Damn it, Zhao Shiru opened her beautiful eyes, just saw Yang Chen's playful expression. Empress Dowager, I said it below, I can help you get rid of Shuiyan Qi. Anytime. However, you need to take the initiative to come over. You, bastard, you shut up, Hansa doesn't need it. Zhao Shiru clenched her silver teeth. The heart forcibly endured. She knew that Yang Chen was doing it on purpose, deliberately wanting to see her jokes. Let her be forced to submit. Another moment passed. A cold breath erupted from her. One of the 3 major acupuncture points in the body that stored Shuiyan Qi could not be suppressed and directly erupted. A large amount of Shuiyan Qi gushed out. Zhao Shiru let out a low groan and trembled violently. A mouthful of blood mixed with crushed ice sprayed out directly. Come on, you're really going to die, Yang Chen hurriedly said. You are despicable. Zhao Shi's soft eyes looked at him fiercely. Even if you don't want to. However, feel the feeling of death close at hand. She compromised anyway. He stretched out his arms and hugged Yang Chen on the side. Shish, Yang Chen suddenly gasped. What a horse's ice. Empress Dowager, you took the initiative to hold me. Looking at Zhao Shiru, who was trembling in his arms, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth curved. After this evening, he will officially become Li Hao's stepfather. Oblivious. Howard, would you be happy if you knew? In the main hall, for a time, spring returned to the earth and birds chirped. And at this time, the full moon hangs high in the sky, like a golden disc. On the high platform of the royal palace, Li Hao's enthronement ceremony is finally over. The banquet gradually dispersed. The various forces who came to congratulate him on his succession also began to resign and go back. Li Hao was also relieved. Today's succession ceremony went quite smoothly. No one made a disturbance against it. Among the royal family, he is the 9th prince and has 8 older brothers. These people, one by one, were also worried about the throne before. But tonight, they all sat there in peace, and together with everyone, he addressed his majesty to him. Count them sensible. Otherwise, as a king, he does not care about brotherhood. Li Hao looked at the location of the national master's mansion. A tall figure sat in the middle of the crowd. Under the moonlight, it is like a fairy in Guanghan Palace. Cold and arrogant, people can't raise a trace of blasphemy. Qingshan, the ice phoenix bloodline in her body has awakened. Li Hao's pupils widened, and a touch of fire gradually appeared in his eyes. The bloodline in his body is the bloodline of the emperor who left his family. Emperor, cultivate Imperial Dao Dragon Qi. So for the Ice Phoenix bloodline, there is a very subtle perception. Qingchen has awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline. If you can double cultivate with her and walk the dragon in Phoenix Avenue, the realm will definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Qingchen, you must be the Empress of Zan. Li Hao's eyes stared at Shu Qingchen. Shu Qingchen seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head to look at him. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Qing's cold face. However, the smile was full of contempt and disdain. Abominable. What does she mean by this expression? Li Hao suddenly clenched his fists, very angry. Is it because he was forced to kneel and kowtow by Yang Chen's bastard last time? Maid, it must be. Yang Chen, that damn bastard. He lost his face in front of Qingchen. No way. No matter what Qingchen thinks of me in her heart, I must get her. The method of dual cultivation of dragons and phoenixes that I awakened is infinitely mysterious. No one can resist. Thinking of the dragon and phoenix dual cultivation method awakened in his mind, Li Hao regained his self-confidence again. That double cultivation exercise is the creation of heaven and earth. It can make the cultivator's cultivation speed improve rapidly. Of course, the requirements are also high. Men must have the aura of the Imperial Dao. Women must have phoenix blood. He and Shu Qingchen were just satisfied. Thinking of this, Li Hao walked towards Shu Qingchen. Qingchen, long time no see. Li Hao smiled slightly, his expression as soft as possible. When everyone on the side saw him, they all surrendered their hands. I have seen your majesty. Li Hao nodded in satisfaction. But, Shu Qingchen frowned and said impatiently, is something wrong? For Shu Qingchen's attitude, Li Hao was very dissatisfied. However, it can only be forcibly endured. Qingchen, I have something to say to you alone. Let's go over there and talk about it. All right. Although Shu Qingchen was impatient, he still agreed. After all, His Highness the Holy Sun appointed Li Hao to succeed him as the Lord of the Young Kingdom. Even if you don't give face to Li Hao, you must give His Royal Highness the Holy Sun some face. Li Hao took Shu Qingchen to a no-man's place and immediately said, Qingchen, you are my fiancé. I hope you can fulfill your marriage contract and be my empress. The corner of Shu Qingchen's mouth hooked a touch of disdain, straight. If you say this to me, then I'll go. Qingchen, you wait. Li Hao hurriedly said, I'll print it for you. Li Hao put the dragon and phoenix double cultivation technique rubbing of the money in his mind into the JGN and handed it to Shu Qingchen. Shu Qingchen did not refuse and took it directly, then turned around and left. Looking at her tall and graceful back, Li Hao's throat couldn't help but move. HMPH, when you see the mystery of this exercise, you will sink into it. At that time, I'm afraid you will take the initiative to find me for double cultivation. At that time, I will make you completely surrender to my crotch. The banquet dispersed completely. At this time, a young man stepped forward and bowed to Li Hao and said, Your Majesty, I don't know where the Empress Dowager went. As the heir of the first prince, it stands to reason that I want to pay homage to the Empress Dowager alone. Li Hao's gaze froze. The Queen Mother had just left, and he naturally knew. The reason, he also knows. Every night when the moon is full, the Queen Mother's body is extremely cold. Tonight, I must have committed this mistake. Li Hao looked at the youth. This is his second brother Li Jun, Jinden's fourfold cultivation. Among the princes, he is the highest cultivator. Before his father's death, it is said that he intended to make him crown prince. However, looking at his respectful appearance, he should have no idea about the throne. Li Hao said in a deep voice, The Empress Dowager is in poor health, go back to the palace first. If you want to meet the Empress Dowager, wait for tomorrow. Yes, bow away and be respectful. But when he looked down, a different color flashed in his eyes. Li Hao took a deep look at his brothers and then walked directly towards Zhao Shuru's palace. A chill erupted on the Queen Mother. Alone, he was a little uneasy. And when Li Hao left, Li Jun's face completely became cold. The eyes were even full of killing intent. Second brother, before my father was alive, he was ready to make you a prince. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Li Hao who succeeded to the throne and became the head of the country. A few of our brothers, I'm afraid there won't be a good life in the future. Several princes walked to Li Jun's side, all with a sad face. When Li Hao was still a waste, a group of them bullied Li Hao. This guy has now become the head of the country, and with his rewarding personality, he will definitely clean them up one by one in the future. At this time, someone said helplessly, This can't be helped. Who let the family leave Hao with the support of the Xuanyan Saint Son? Now, Zhang Tianzong is our own grandfather from Lianyang. Even if he finds a dog to succeed the country master, no one will object. Let's all be human with our tails between our legs in the future. HMPH. Hearing this, Li Jun snorted coldly. It's just that concubine who hooked up with the Xuanyan Holy Son. It is said that it was this concubine who reported to that Xuanyan Holy Son that caused the death of the old ancestor and the father emperor. Li Hao can succeed to the throne. It is my biggest shame to leave home. Wait, I'll get back everything that belongs to me sooner or later. Li Jun's voice was cold. Look north. Wait until everyone disperses. Li Jun returned to his mansion. A palace woman stands in the courtyard. Seeing the other party, Li Jun suddenly looked excited. Hurriedly said, Mother concubine, you're back. What did the Wind Thunder sect say? The palace woman is the mother concubine of Li Jun, and she is also the female cultivator of the Wind Thunder sect who Li Zan married. The palace woman turned and looked at Li Jun, a loving smile on her face. Junior, the mother concubine has already persuaded the Great Elder. The Great Elder is willing to personally strike 130 to help you in the position of the Lord of the country. Seriously, Li Jun suddenly looked excited. The palace woman stroked his head and said softly. The Great Elder is the master of his mother, and his old man's words naturally count. The Avatar cultivator makes a move, and no one can stop it. Even if that Xuanyan Saint Son is strong, it can't be the opponent of the Great Elder. Junior, don't worry, the mother concubine will definitely help you regain the throne. Thank you, concubine, Li Jun said excitedly, and at this time. In Zhao Shuru's palace, after an hour of noise, it gradually quieted down. The Qinglian shadow gradually dissipated. The cold ice that spread throughout the palace also gradually melted. Zhao Shuru was like a pool of mud, lying in Yang Chen's arms. Her beautiful eyes were slightly closed, and her cheeks were flushed. Empress Dowager, I just got rid of about 1/3 of the Xuanyan Qi for you. Your symptoms should be much better now. If you feel that it is still cold, remember to talk to you, and you can serve again. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zhao Shuru's beautiful eyes slowly opened. The eyes are full of confusion and softness. Then, there was a thick shyness. Don't call me that. It's weird to always call me the Queen Mother. Zhao Shuru's tone was not as tough as just now. Instead, there's a softness and shyness. Yang Chen looked at her charming and moving appearance, and his throat suddenly rolled. But I still endured it, and Jinsei said, if I don't call you the Queen Mother, then what do I call you? Just call my name, Zhao Shiru said softly. Call your name, Zhao Shiru BCDJ. Quote, you can call me, Ruler. Zhao Shiru's cheeks were slightly red, a little embarrassed. After all, the title of Ruler was only shouted by her master. Now let Yang Chen shout, the meaning of the representation is different. Ruler, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. This woman, since she took the initiative to let herself call her Ruler. So this counts, give in. Alas, really, a philosopher once said a word. The shortcut to a woman's heart is what is that? What's more, he was fused with the backbone of the divine dragon. I met Zhao Shiru, who had been practicing alone for hundreds of years. I'll call you Ruler in the future, so you can call me Brother Chen. Yang Chen said at this time, Brother Chen, poof. Zhao Shiru couldn't help but smile suddenly. A charming and beautiful face, very beautiful. However, Yang Chen raised his eyebrows and said dissatisfied. What are you laughing at? I've been cultivating for hundreds of years, call you Brother Chen. You are only in your 40s, and in front of me, you are a little brat. Little brat, Yang Chen's face suddenly sank. You really don't know if you are alive or dead, dare to call me a little brat. Look, I can't clean you up. What are you going to do? Zhao Shiru looked at Yang Chen looking like she was about to eat her, and she was a little flustered. But suddenly, a wave of true chi fluctuations came out of Yang Chen's body. It's not good, it's about to break through. Feeling the restless true chi in her body, Yang Chen didn't care about teaching her to be a person and hurriedly sat down cross-kneeled. His current realm is the Yuan infant realm fivefold. Originally, there was still some distance to break through the sixth. However, he absorbed 1/3 of the Xuanyan chi in Zhao Shiru's body. The benefits he gained were enormous. Zhao Shiru is a half-step god cultivator. It can help a half-step transformation god cultivator break through to the transformation god realm. The Xuanyan chi in the body is absolutely massive. Even if it was only a third, it was enough for Yang Chen to break through a heavy realm. Boom! On Yang Chen's body, the cyan green lotus Tianyan formed an ancient green lotus. Above the green lotus, a golden dragon hovered. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shiru's beautiful eyes were stunned. Because, even Yang Chen's realm is lower than her. However, the aura emanating at this time far exceeded her. No wonder Yang Chen could have severely injured her with one move before. This guy, although he is a little despicable and shameless, his strength is really strong. The Yuan baby fivefold can defeat my Yuan baby sevenfold in one move. Now that the strength has reached the 6th layer of the Yuan baby, doesn't it have the strength to fight with the Yuan baby tenfold? I can't believe it, if he reaches the 10th level of the Yuan infant, will he not be an adversity to destroy the gods? In Zhao Shi's soft eyes, a wave of admiration and love gradually surged up. Cultivate alone for hundreds of years, she originally thought that she would never have male and female love again in her life. But I didn't expect it. Alas, maybe it's destined by God. Speaking of which, this guy is also a lifesaver for himself. It's just that there's some meanness and shamelessness for people. However, it is not a big problem. Help him correct it later. Yang Chen's breakthrough speed was fast. In just a moment, Qinglian and Golden Dragon returned to their bodies. The realm of the Yuan infant sixfold gradually stabilized. And at this time, Li Hao came to Zhao Shiru's palace. Look at the fading lapis gold light inside. Li Hao's brows frowned slightly. Strange, could it be that the Queen Mother is cultivating? The Queen Mother told me before that she is the cultivator of the Yuan infant sevenfold. The Yuan infant sevenfold is even stronger than the cultivation of the Father Emperor. Although I have great ambitions now, the realm is still too low, and I can only build the foundation realm. The Queen Mother has the realm of the Yuan infant sevenfold, which can be a great help to me. Help me stabilize the young and balance Yang Chen's bastard at the same time. Li Hao only knew that Zhao Shiru had the cultivation of the Yuan infant sevenfold. But he didn't know her cultivation aura. Therefore, the blue gold light in the sky was regarded as Zhao Shiru's cultivation. So, he hurriedly walked towards the palace. Queen Mother. Li Hao shouted, and at this time, among the palaces. Zhao Shiru heard Li Hao's voice, and her charming face was suddenly full of panic. It's not good, it's Hao is here. What to do? Zhao Shiru hurriedly got up and put on the phoenix robe scattered on the ground. Yang Chen opened his eyes. A look of regret appeared on his face. Li Hao's voice, he naturally heard it. A sigh in my heart. Hao, it's not the right time for you to come. Why can't you come a little earlier? Then the father has a gift for you. Alas, it's a pity. Missed the opportunity to harvest a wave of gas luck. Li Hao walked into the palace at this time. Queen Mother, are you all right? Were you just cultivating? I sense a very powerful aura. Li Hao looked at Zhao Shiru, who was dressed in a phoenix robe, and his face was full of excitement. After all, the Queen Mother has the cultivation of the Yuan infant sevenfold, which is a great help to him. For him, who is still weak, it is too important. But soon, Li Hao's face became gloomy. Because, he saw Yang Chen standing behind Zhao Shiru. Yang Chen, why are you here? Li Hao's voice was heavy, with obvious anger. In his eyes, there was even more murderous intent. Seeing Yang Chen, anger rose in his heart. This bastard. Killing his father and the emperor did not say, but also sucked out the dragon of blood that belonged to him. The most excessive. Previously, he was forced to kneel and kowtow in front of Qing Zan to the waist of a national master's mansion. Thinking of Shu Qingshan's disdainful eyes just now, Li Hao's heart was full of anger. He and Yang Chen don't share the sky. Only one can survive. Yang Chen naturally felt the killing intent in Li Hao's eyes. However, as an elder, how could he calculate with a junior? What's more, it's still his own stepson. So, Yang Chen's face was full of kind smiles, and he spoke. Hao, I came here to discuss something with your mother. But, hearing what he called himself, Li Hao immediately exploded. Yang Chen, what are you calling me when you step on a horse? Yang Chen, what are you calling me when you step on a horse? Hearing Yang Chen's name for himself, Li Hao suddenly became furious. His forehead was bruised, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Hao, is there something wrong? The corners of Yang Chen's mouth evoked an imperceptible playfulness. Hao, this is angry, oblivious. I'm your stepfather, silly child. Don't call you Hao, call you what? You step on a horse bastard. Li Hao's face jumped with green tendons, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Hao, this is a title that only his father and queen can shout. This bastard, what a stepping horse. Dare to call him Hao. Hao, don't be rude. Yang Chen is a friend of the Queen Mother, and he can also be regarded as your elder. How can you talk like that? Zhao Shiru scolded at this time. There was some worry in his heart, and Li Hao angered Yang Chen. After all, Hao was able to save his life and become the lord of the Yang Kingdom. It was all because Yang Chen supported him. Moreover, Yang Chen, this guy, although gentle and elegant on the outside, is quite ruthless on the inside. Although she and Yang Chen have officially become a Taoist couple. However, there is no guarantee that he will definitely get used to Howard. Hearing that the Queen Mother actually reprimanded herself, Li Hao's face suddenly turned blue with anger and her body was trembling. But before he could say anything, Yang Chen said with a smile. No harm, no harm. Howard is young and vigorous, I can understand. Howard, no, Uncle Yang and your mother, although they have not known each other for a long time, they have a deep relationship and now they have a good friendship. We used to be a little unpleasant, but we don't fight and don't know each other. Uncle Yang hopes that you can forget those unpleasant things. From now on, we are a family, no, our own people. If you have any difficulties, just tell Uncle Yang will definitely help you. Yang Chen, you step on the horse. Li Hao roared lowly, gritting his teeth. Listen to Yang Chen's left sentence, Uncle Yang and the right Uncle Yang. He was full of anger in his heart. I just felt like my lungs were about to explode. He really wanted to slap a palm on Yang Chen's head and slap his brain pulp out. However, there was a deep powerlessness in my heart. Because of his strength, he only has the foundation building realm. Too weak, it was not Yang Chen's opponent at all. He could only stare at Yang Chen like a beast about to go berserk. It seems that at any moment, it will pounce and take a bite. Ding, the host considers himself an elder, calls himself Uncle Yang, and is angry in Hao's heart, but helpless, his mood is damaged, and the son of plundering destiny is worth 500 points from Haochi, and the host gets 500 villain points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. 500 points, not much, though, but talk is better than nothing. After all, at the most exciting time just now, Howard didn't come over. Otherwise, you can let Howard listen to a good show. Zhao Shiru also saw the killing intent gushing in Li Hao's eyes. Worried that he was speaking badly, so he was brought to the side hall. Howard, you can't talk to Yang Chen like this. You have just taken the throne now, and you are not on your footing. If you provoke him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhao Shiru's voice was full of helplessness. She hopes that Howard can recognize the situation. However, Li Hao asked in a deep voice, Queen Mother, what is your relationship with that bastard? Why is he in your palace? Zhao Shiru's face froze, and she was a little eager to speak. She wanted to tell Howard about her true relationship with Yang Chen. But, this kind of words always feel difficult to say. Moreover, I was worried that Howard would not be able to accept it for a while. So, Zhao Shiru could only say, Howard, didn't the Queen Mother tell you before, we are a cooperative relationship? Yang Chen wants to leave the Yang Kingdom under the absolute control of Zhan Tianzong, and the Queen Mother is asking you to succeed to the throne as the lord of the country. We were talking about these things just now, really? Li Hao's face was a little skeptical. Of course it's true. Don't you even believe the Queen Mother now? Li Hao suddenly sighed. Of course I believe in the Queen Mother. But Queen Mother, Yang Chen is a despicable villain, you must not take him lightly. I always feel that he has some bad intentions towards you. Hearing this, Zhao Shiru felt a pause in her heart. A look of panic and helplessness flashed in his eyes. But still said, Howard, don't worry. The Queen Mother is a Lei Yuan infant cultivator, even if she is not a match for him, she can still leave. Queen Mother, you still have to be careful. When I cultivate for 100 years, I can kill this bastard and take revenge. Li Hao said fiercely. He has self-confidence, as long as Qingchen saw the dragon and phoenix double cultivation method he gave. You can't say no. At that time, with this double cultivation exercise. Combine the imperial bloodline in your own body. He has the confidence that within 100 years, he can kill Yang Chen, the king bastard. However, Zhao Shiru did not take his words seriously. Only when Li Hao was vetting the resentment in his heart. After all, how strong Yang Chen's strength was, she knew best. Howard now only has to build the foundation to cultivate. Even if the talent is strong, but within 100 years, it is already quite good to reach the Yuan baby. By then, Yang Chen may have been promoted to the throne of transformation god and become a giant of heaven and earth. The gap will only widen. Alright, Howard, the Queen Mother knows it. By the way, you came over tonight, is there something wrong? Zhao Shiru asked. Li Hao said, I just want to see if the cold on your body is better. Queen Mother, if you're okay. That's right. A flash of relief flashed on Zhao Shiru's face. In the end, it is Howard, who has been raised by himself for decades. My heart still cares about her Queen Mother. Also knew to run to see her. The Queen Mother is fine. The cold chi has been suppressed by Yang and me. Howard, if you have nothing to do, go back first. Queen Mother and Yang Chen, there are still some things to discuss. Zhao Shiru said slowly. Li Hao was a little hesitant. Because he always felt that there was something wrong with the Queen Mother's eyes and tone today. But, the Queen Mother asked him to leave first, and he really had no reason to stay. Moreover, he has just ascended the throne, and there are still many things waiting to be dealt with in the palace. The Queen Mother was also a monk in the late Yuan infant period. Yang Chen, this bastard, should not be able to help the Queen Mother. Thinking of this, Li Hao said, Okay, Queen Mother, then I'll go back first. You pay more attention to rest. After speaking, Li Hao walked out of the side hall. Howard, are you going back? Not for a while, looking at Yang Chen's tone of hospitality to guests. Li Hao clenched his fists. The forehead is bruised. HMPH. With a cold snort, Li Hao walked out of the palace directly. Wait for it, bastard. One day, I'll cut you by 1,000 cuts. Phew, Zhao Shiru suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, Zhao Shiru exclaimed, because a pair of thief hands wrapped around her slender and curvaceous waist from behind. And still gently stroking, a tingling sensation instantly spread throughout the body. It made her seem to be unsteady on her feet. Zhao Shiru's cheeks were slightly hot. But there was no resistance. After all, she and Yang Chen had already established a Taoist relationship. There is also the truth of the Taoist. In the process of dispelling the Xuanyan Qi for her just now, she even said something shameful about it. Now hugging the waist, it's nothing. Zhao Shiru snuggled into Yang Chen's arms. Feel the strong masculine aura on him. A flush rose on her charming cheeks, and her eyes gradually became confused. Brother Chen, when Howard talked to you like that just now, you won't be angry with him, right? Zhao Shiru said softly. There was some concern in the tone. However, Yang Chen didn't care. Ruer, don't worry. Howard is your son, that's my son. As a father, how can I see my own children in general? You, nasty. Hearing the pride in his tone, Zhao Shiru couldn't help but snort. But I was relieved in my heart. Brother Chen called Howard his own child. Then it shows that he does not dislike that he has a son as big as Howard. Through the palace windows, you can see the brilliant night sky. A bright moon is in the sky, and it is very clean. Moonlight fell on the palace. A layer of golden glow was laid on the ground. In the past, every full moon night, I would be cold and painful. Tonight, this is the first time I have discovered in hundreds of years. In fact, the bright moon is also quite beautiful. Brother Chen, if I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Zhao Shiru snuggled into Yang Chen's arms and looked at the night sky and said softly. Yes, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth evoked a touch of playfulness. Holding Zhao Shiru's shoulders, she walked under the moonlight. Chen, Brother Chen, what are you going to do? Sensing Yang Chen's pair of thief hands moving back and forth, Zhao Shiru's voice was a little panicked. You say, Ruler, when the moon is bright, don't we do something meaningful? Boom. At this time, Li Hao returned to the Tianyang Hall. Sit on a dragon chair symbolizing the 9 fives. However, I always feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. It was as if something was leaving him. Strange. Why did I feel this way? Li Hao was a little irritable. I didn't have the heart to correct it. In my heart, I couldn't help but think of the scene I saw last time, before I fell into a coma. Yang Chen's bastard hugged his mother's waist. The Queen Mother, on the other hand, did not resist. No, I'd better take another look. Yang Chen's bastard, sinister and despicable, I still don't worry about the Queen Mother. Li Hao said, got up and walked towards Zhao Shiru's sleeping palace. However, when he came to the dormitory and was about to enter, he suddenly froze. In the dormitory, a crying voice came out. Li Hao was stunned for a moment. But then, his face turned green instantly. The forehead burst out. The body trembled. The eyes are full of hideousness. Ah, Li Hao roared lowly. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I'm going to kill you. Queen Mother, why are you lying to me? Why? Ah, listen to the intermittent, crying sound of the palace. Li Hao's face turned green and purple. It is hideous and terrifying, and it is particularly infiltrating. Why? Queen Mother, why did you lie to me? Yang Chen, you dog mongrel. I'm Sao Nima. Li Hao let out a low roar, like a beast about to go berserk. The real chi in his body surged and he was about to slam into the palace with a punch. Force the people inside out. But at this time, a black beam of light dotted on Li Hao's head. Suddenly, Li Hao was directly fixed in place. The body cannot move. The mouth also does not make any sound. Until, listening to the increasingly high voice, the consciousness gradually passed out. Boom. Boy, you better not disturb the master's yaxing. In the darkness in the distance, Yin 9 and Night merged into one. Waved his hand. Li Hao's body was directly grabbed by him. The sound of the system made Yang Chen suddenly stunned. Leaving Hao to audit. Plunder gas luck worth 4,000. Could it be that Hao is outside the palace at this time? Yang Chen was suddenly shocked. However, plunder 4,000 points of luck. It seems that 9993, Hao is very sad at this time. Alas, however, Hao did not directly kill in. It should be Yinju who controlled him. Poor Hao, you said you go back and go back. Why come back again? The father was not prepared for this. As a result, you listened to a good show. Don't blame the father. Oblivious. Shanggong. Zhao Shiru's extremely soft voice sounded in her ears with a sense of urging. Yang Chen suddenly returned to his senses. The corners of his mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. Li Hao was wrapped in a black mist by Yinju and sent directly back to the Tianyang Hall. An hour passed. Yinju's control over him was also unraveled. Li Hao at this time, the face has been completely distorted. His eyes were blood red and his face was covered with bruises. Like a crazy beast. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima, I'm Sao Nima. I must kill you, Li Hao roared in the main hall. The voice was filled with grief. Then Wenzan died. Outside, the female guards of the eunuch palace heard the new emperor roar like this. Suddenly, they knelt on the ground in fright and did not dare to move. Queen Mother, why lie to me? Didn't you say that it's just a partnership with that bastard? Ah, Queen Mother, she must have been forced. I said why is the Queen Mother so strange today? Yang Chen, that bastard, must be using me as a blackmail to force the Queen Mother to compromise. Despicable and impudent villain, I'm going to kill you, bastard. Kill all of your Xuanian sect and send all the female disciples to the sect. The true chi on Li Hao's body couldn't help but gush out. The face is like pig liver. Finally, I couldn't help it anymore. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person fainted directly. Your Majesty, the eunuchs and palace maids outside the hall suddenly rushed in. Hurry up and Zan Imperial Doctor. Imperial Physician Zan. Ding, Li Hao attacked his heart with anger, vomited blood and fainted. His mood was seriously damaged. The son of plundering heavenly destiny was worth 1,000 points from Hao Qi, and the host obtained 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Yang Chen's expression was slightly stunned. Hao vomited blood and fell into a coma. Oops, this temperament is really big. However, this can also be seen from this. In Li Hao's heart, Zhao Shiru's status as the Queen Mother is absolutely irreplaceable. This is definitely his anti-scale. Originally, Yang Chen was going to use this operation on Xu Qingxian, the fiancé who left Hao. But unexpectedly, today there was a surprise. Oblivious. It's really thanks to Hao. Brother Chen, what are you laughing at? Zhao Shiru snuggled on Yang Chen's shoulder. His cheeks are rosy, and his forehead is covered with fine beads of sweat. Exhale like a lamb, with a hint of coquettishness. Nothing, it's just a little back pain. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were full of playfulness. But in my heart, I was thinking, no wonder the Xuanian body is the favorite physique of the Hehuan sect. He is now kind of seen. This physique is definitely not just used as a furnace to store Xuanian chi. Nasty, Zhao Shiru snorted, flattering. The next day, Yang Chen woke up, and Zhao Shiru's figure had long disappeared beside him. I should have heard Hao vomit blood fainting, go to see him. Alas, my stepfather is really incompetent. There is no first time to pass. Yang Chen got dressed and was about to go over to see Hao, brushing a wave of blood by the way. A black mist suddenly appeared in front of him, condensing into a dry figure of Yinju. Master, Yinju knelt down on one knee. Yinju, you did a good job yesterday night. For his subordinates, Yang Chen did not hesitate to praise. Yinju's dry face like tree bark evoked an extremely ugly smile. It is Yinju's honor to share the worries of the master. But master, my subordinates discovered a strange soul fluctuation this morning. Weird soul fluctuations. Yang Chen frowned. Yinju is a soul sect cultivator. Although he is very powerful, in fact, fighting is not his strong point. Soul sect cultivators have many strange means. For soul fluctuations, perception is extremely keen. And can emit soul fluctuations. At least it is also like a cultivator like Li Fujishan who has reached a half-step transformation god and is already about to condense the Yuan god before it can be emitted. You elaborate. Yinju Junsei wrote. Master, the soul fluctuation is not powerful, but the fluctuation is violent. It should not be emitted by the soul body. I speculate that the cultivators of the transformation god realm have come to the leading capital. And in the soul fluctuations, there is rolling thunder. Rolling thunder shadow. Hearing this, Yang Chen's eyes condensed slightly. It seems that someone from the Wind Thunder sect has arrived. Unexpectedly, a cultivator from the transformation god realm was sent. This is an imperative for the Yang Kingdom. Yang Chen's brows gradually furrowed. In the northern spirit domain, Lei Shu, those who have reached the transformation god realm are mainly those from the Wind and Thunder sect. Although the Wind Thunder sect's heritage is much worse than that of Xuantian sect. But it is also a top power, dominating the side. Previously, the Wind Thunder sect and the Lianyang Kingdom were married. It shows that the idea of leaving the Yang Kingdom has long been hid. Now, he will kill Fujiyama and Wei Zan, leave the Yang Kingdom completely in the hands of Zan Tianzong again. Wind Thunder sect, this is not to be outdone. I want to compete with his Xuantian sect. However, it came at a good time. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth gradually hooked. In mind, there's a perfect plan. Li Hao, this stepson, must die. After all, although he likes to take stepsons, he doesn't really have a bad hobby of helping others raise their sons. Yang Chen left from Zhao Shiru's palace, go to the National Master's mansion. He was ready to retreat for a few days and strive to break through to the Yuan infant sevenfold. Once it reaches the late stage of the Yuan infant, there will be a qualitative increase in combat power. At that time, he can fight with this avatar cultivator. See where your current combat power ceiling is. At this time. National Master Mansion. Xu Qingchen stood on the pavilion, his eyes looking at Yang Chen's courtyard in the distance. Day's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His Highness the Sun has not returned yet. The fluctuations of true qi in the palace have long been over. His Highness the Sun should have already cleared the customs. At yesterday's banquet, I didn't see His Royal Highness the Sun. It's hard to do, it's really as the outside world says. His Royal Highness the Sun, what kind of relationship does he have with the Queen Mother? At this time, is it at the Empress Dowager? Xu Qingchen couldn't help but start thinking about it in his heart. Xu Wei was on the side, looking at his daughter who stood like a fairy in the dust. The eyes became more and more satisfied, since her daughter awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline in her body. The body exudes a cold and noble temperament. The disciples of the National Master's Mansion looked at his daughter's hot eyes one by one, and he saw them all in his eyes. Qingchen was originally the first beauty of the young generation from the Young Kingdom. Now, awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline. It is also a beautiful thing. If the Holy Sun came back, he should also be amazed by Qingchen's virile. Qingchen, you were alone with Li Hao yesterday. Xu Wei thought of the scene of the evening banquet at this time, so he asked. Xu Qingchen turned around and nodded. Don't be alone with Li Hao in the future. You have awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline now, and you will definitely become a transformation god cultivator in the future. With Li Hao's marriage contract, I will find a way to make that kid take the initiative to retreat. Also, for the father to arrange you to be a handmaid beside the son, you must seize the opportunity. When necessary, you can take the initiative. Hearing this, Xu Qingchen's face suddenly turned slightly red, and he couldn't help but sneer. Got it, father. Alas, for the good of the father and for you. If you stay by the side of the Holy Sun, the Ice Phoenix bloodline in your body can be fully brought into play. Such opportunities don't always exist. After Xu Wei finished speaking, he turned and left. Xu Qingchen sighed. She also wants to take the initiative. However, the cold senior beside the Holy Sun last time. The veil is removed. It's just like 4.6 Xianji Shafan. In that feminine body, it made her feel a little ashamed of herself. This time, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has been practicing in seclusion in the palace. She didn't have a chance. Then, Xu Qingchen raised her eyebrows, remembering the jade that Li Hao gave her. So I took it out. Sink into your mind. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened. Abominable. Okay, you're Li Hao. You're really damn. I actually gave Miss Ben a double cultivation exercise. Bah, disgusting stuff. Xu Qingchen suddenly looked annoyed. In his eyes, killing intent flickered. I wanted to throw the jade in my hand directly. However, raised in the air, she stopped, because she thought of Yang Chen. I was able to awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline all because I was stimulated by His Highness the Holy Sun that day to display the vast dragon power. Father said that His Highness the Holy Sun may be the body of a true dragon. If that's the case, then this dragon and Phoenix double cultivation Dafa is tailor-made for me and His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Li Hao, Miss Ben really wants to thank you. When I give this exercise to the Holy Sun, I don't believe that he is not moved. At this time, leaving the Yang Imperial Palace, in the Skyang Temple. Li Hao sat cross-kneeled on the cultivation platform. His face was pale, and his body was sluggish. In front of him, Zhao Shiru dressed in a phoenix robe, wrapped in a graceful and enchanting body. After a night of love moisturized, Zhao Shiru was radiant at this time, and her fair skin seemed to be shining brightly. Although his eyes were full of worry, the charm in the corners of his eyes could not be hidden. Howard, what's wrong with you? Yesterday was fine. Why did you vomit blood and fall into a coma? Looking at her pale-faced son, Zhao Shiru's voice was full of distress and worry. I couldn't help but stretch out my green jade hand and want to touch his pale face. However, Li Hao gave her a cold look. HMPH. He snorted coldly and turned his head directly. Howard, what's wrong with you? The same is true for the Queen Mother. Zhao Shiru's brows furrowed. Howard has always been obedient to her mother. There was never only laughter. Hizung had such a cold face. What's wrong with this today? The face was gloomy and scary. Li Hao asked coldly at this time. There is a trace of hideousness in his eyes. There are green tendons on the forehead again. This expression startled Zhao Shiru. She is also extremely intelligent, and soon figured out Howard's abnormality. Howard, he should have found it. Think of yesterday's evening. There was a pang of shame in her heart. It's all to blame Brother Chen. It was said to go to the apps and go to the apps. Don't go, it has to be in the front hall, alas. Thinking of this kind of thing, he was discovered by his son. Zhao Shiru's cheek suddenly became hot, but he still endured the shyness in his heart and said. Howard, it seems that you know 12 inches. The Queen Mother won't hide from you anymore. We have already become a Taoist couple. Taoist. Ah, Li Hao roared lowly. After all, he heard the last thing he wanted to hear. The Queen Mother actually formed a Taoist couple with Yang Chen's 8 eggs. What he saw before, Yang Chen put his hands on his mother's waist. It's true, not his hallucinations. Why? Li Hao's voice was hoarse. It was as if all the strength had been used. Seeing this, Zhao Shiru couldn't help sighing. She knew that Howard was difficult to accept, but Howard finally knew. Paper can't contain fire. Alas, Zhao Shiru originally wanted to say that she agreed to be Yang Chen's Taoist because Yang Chen threatened his life. But think about it, if he said this, Howard's hatred for Yang Chen would only deepen. So he said, Howard, the Shuiyan Qi in the Empress Mother's body has endangered her life. Only by marrying Yang Chen as a Taoist couple and using the strange fire in his body can he get rid of it. Moreover, Yang Chen, this person, is not bad for the Queen Mother. Listening to the Queen Mother's explanation, Li Hao's face was gloomy. Really, as he guessed, the Queen Mother was committed to that bastard because she had a request for Yang Chen. Not because I really like him. Damn Yang Chen, you wait for me. I will definitely cut you by 1,000 cuts. Save my mother from the sea of suffering. After Zhao Shiru left, Li Hao went to the National Master's mansion. Yesterday, he gave Xu Qingchen the Dragon and Phoenix double cultivation Dafa. By now, Qingchen should have seen it. I wanted to wait for her to be sent to the door herself. When the time comes, humiliate her for a while and conquer her fiercely. But now, he couldn't wait, thinking of the relationship between the Queen Mother and Yang Chen now. There was a suffocation in his heart. He wants to get stronger quickly. As long as you get stronger, you can solve all problems. You can kill Yang Chen's bastard. You can take revenge. National Teacher's house. A cyan streamer flew over and landed in a courtyard. Xu Qingchen's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. It's His Highness the Sun who is back. Xu Qingchen wanted to go directly to Yang Chen's courtyard. But after thinking about what he was wearing now, he turned and walked into the room. I changed into a tunic dress. Show off your tall and graceful body. Then I put on delicate makeup. Only then did he walk out of the courtyard. Outside, a group of disciples of the National Master Mansion were listening to the elders of the National Master Mansion explain the cultivation problems on the martial arts arena. At this time, seeing Xu Qingchen, who was like a fairy, slowly walking, they were all stunned in place. Senior Sister Qingchen is so beautiful today. Since awakening the Ice Phoenix bloodline, the temperament on Senior Sister Qingchen has become even colder, and I don't dare to say hello to Senior Sister Qingchen. However, Senior Sister Qingchen, as the first beauty in our young country, has always disdained makeup. How did you draw exquisite makeup today? Nonsense, didn't you see His Royal Highness the Sun come back just now? Are you saying that Senior Sister Qingchen is carefully dressed to please His Royal Highness the Holy Sun? What do you say? Could it please you? It's so sad. Senior Sister Qingchen is my goddess. Now he will become His Highness the Sun. Xu Qingchen noticed that one after another hot eyes converged on him, and his cheeks suddenly turned slightly red. But there was a bit of confidence in my heart. I am carefully dressed today, and I look very attractive. Came to the courtyard where Yang Chen lived. Seeing Yang Chen's tall figure, Xu Qingchen's beautiful eyes showed a touch of admiration. Your Highness the Sun, you are back, Xu Qingchen said softly. The sound is fresh and elegant. Yang Chen nodded. Then, a look of surprise flashed through his expression. Junior Sister Xu, the phoenix blood in your body. Yang Chen fused the divine dragon backbone, and also absorbed the dragon of Qi luck from the Yang royal family. For phoenix blood, the perception is very keen. Hearing this, Xu Qingchen stepped forward 2 steps. And thank you to His Highness the Sun. The terrifying dragon power you exuded that day permeated the entire Yandu city. Qingchen was also stimulated by this dragon power to awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline in his body. That's right, Yang Chen nodded. This is really a mistake. But fortunately, this is also a chance for you. Ice Phoenix bloodline, source of ice in Snow City, although there are many people who have this bloodline, but there are only a few who can awaken. Once the Ice Phoenix bloodline awakens, as long as it does not die in the future, it should not be a problem to cultivate to the transformation god realm. Junior Sister Xu's future is limitless. Hearing Yang Chen's praise, Xu Qingchen felt a little joyful in his heart. His Highness the Sun still has a very high opinion of her. Qingchen can have today, and thank His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Otherwise, Qingchen may not be able to awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline in his lifetime. Xu Qingchen remembered his father's explanation, and couldn't help but pluck up his courage and walk to Yang Chen's side. Then, he took the tea and poured him a cup of tea. The fragrance on his body also entered Yang Chen's nose. It's so fragrant. Yang Chen sniffed lightly at the tip of his nose and blurted out. Xu Qingchen's cheeks suddenly turned slightly red. My heart couldn't help but beat a lot faster. Your Highness the Holy Sun, I obtained an exercise a few days ago. I want to dedicate it to His Highness the Sun, Xu Qingchen plucked up the courage to say. Then she took out the piece of jade that Li Hao gave her. Exercises. Yang Chen was stunned. Take the jade. Your Highness Holy Sun, this technique was obtained when Qing Zan explored a secret realm before. The exercises recorded in it are more mysterious, and there are many places that Qingchen can't understand. Your Highness the Sun, you are very knowledgeable, why don't you watch it? Yes, Yang Chen was a little interested. Xu Qingchen is the heroine who belongs to Li Hao, the son of destiny. The Qi luck value on the body is not covered. The mysterious exercises she obtained should be the chance that belonged to Li Hao in the original plot line. Let's not talk about how the exercises are, but you can definitely reap a wave of gas luck. Yang Chen's heart was full of anticipation and sank into his heart. But soon, the eyebrows are raised. Dragon and Phoenix double cultivation Dafa. Yang Chen was a little confused. Isn't this a double cultivation exercise? Although it is indeed more esoteric. However, Xu Qingchen gave this exercise to himself. Could it be that you want to practice with yourself? The requirements of this exercise for cultivators, the two of them are very consistent. He has a dragon backbone. Xu Qingchen has the blood of the Ice Phoenix. Yang Chen couldn't help but look a lot of fun in his eyes. And at this time, Li Hao came to the National Master's mansion. Li Hao, oh no, I have seen your majesty. Quote, the disciples of the National Master's mansion saw Li Hao, although there was great disdain in their eyes. But thinking that this guy is the lord of the young kingdom personally designated by His Highness the Holy Sun to succeed him. Still bowed and saluted. HMPH, Li Hao glanced at the disciple. Suddenly, my heart was on fire. Because, this guy was the waste of the National Master mansion that Yang Chen forced him to kneel and count out the day. Think of yourself as a natural king, but he counted out 3 times to this waste. It became a lingering shame. Li Hao really wanted to kill him directly. However, he is also aware of his current situation. So he said coldly 230. Fine Qingchen Fairy, you go and report. Senior Sister Qingchen, the disciple was stunned for a moment. Then said, Senior Sister Qingchen is now there with His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Your Majesty might as well come back another day. What? Li Hao suddenly clenched his fists. Maid. Yang Chen, this bastard. Yesterday I was still like the Queen Mother. Today, he is harassing his fiancée again. Damn it. Shameless obscenity. Qingchen can only be mine. Where's Yang Chen? Take it with you. The disciple was a little hesitant. I am the lord of the leaving Yang country. Yang Chen said that you can see him directly if you have anything. Li Hao said fiercely. Yes, the disciple of the National Master Mansion was entangled for a moment and then said. Alright, I'll take you there. At this time, in the courtyard. Xu Qingchen stood in front of Yang Chen, his white cheeks full of redness. Su hands intertwined and fiddled with the corners of her skirt. Panicked in my heart, junior sister Shu, you gave me this dragon and phoenix dual cultivation dafa, do you want me to cultivate as well? Yang Chen looked at her and said, in the eyes, there is some playfulness. Shu Qingshan's body suddenly trembled, cheeks are scalding. His Royal Highness the Sun, how did he say it directly? What a shame, Shu Qingshan felt that his neck was scalding. Would love to run straight out, however, thinking of his father's advice, he still forcibly endured the shyness in his heart and said. His Royal Highness the Sun, Qingshan has the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, so I want to ask you to practice this exercise with me and make progress together. So, Your Highness the Sun, please. After speaking, Shu Qingshan was in a hurry and actually bowed directly. However, the scene made Yang Chen stunned. Boy. It's full of Tokyo heat. This woman is very good at playing. That's the character, though. It would be better to swap it out. Yang Chen looked at Shu Qingshan in front of him, a tunic dress. The waist is unbearable, maybe it's a younger age. Shu Qingshan's waist is very slender, however, above the waist, there's a magnificent wave. One can only sigh, the magic of the creator, let the delicate things hang with fruit. Defy gravity. Moreover, after awakening the Ice Phoenix bloodline, Shu Qingshan's body naturally exuded a cold and noble temperament. Although when facing himself, his cheeks were crimson. However, this temperament is invisibly emanating. People can't help but have a desire for conquest. In particular, she is also her stepson, Howard's fiancé. Think about it, Howard's fiancé came to find her double cultivation. This is a horse, what a crime, if only Howard knew this. Don't hate me yet, junior sister Shu, you talk like this, it makes me very embarrassed. Yang Chen sighed, Shu Qingshan suddenly became nervous. Hurriedly said, Your Highness the Holy Sun, is there something wrong with Qingshan's words? Actually, in fact, Qingshan is just too nervous. If there is something that makes His Highness the Holy Sun dissatisfied, please don't worry about Qingshan. Saying that, Shu Qingshan actually knelt on the ground. Yang Chen's words made Shu Qingshan stunned in his heart and temporarily calmed down. Carefully recalled what he had just said, I would like to invite you to practice this exercise together and make progress together. Your Highness the Sun, please. This, if you think about it, seems to have a bit of a strange taste. His Highness the Sun, is he dissatisfied with this? Ah, what should I do? How could I speak to His Highness the Sun in that tone? Junior sister Shu, what are you doing? Yang Chen suddenly stepped forward and reached out to support her tender shoulders. Suddenly, a cold breath came from his hand. Then, there was a dragon groan in his body. Whoosh, in the dragon's groan, there was a strong coercion. Shu Qingshan's delicate body suddenly couldn't help but tremble. A blue phoenix phantom manifested on her back, looming. So sensitive, Yang Chen was a little surprised. Just touched for a moment, and it turned out to be a dragon and phoenix in Ming. This is if you run the double cultivation exercise. It didn't take an instant to ascend to bliss and be sent to heaven. It's too cool, it's too fast, and it doesn't seem to be good. Your Highness the Sun, Shu Qingshan's voice trembled, and a surprising blush appeared on his cheeks. There is also a hint of coquettishness in the corners of the eyes. Junior sister Shu, did you run the dragon and phoenix double cultivation dafa just now? Yang Chen was surprised. Shu Qingshan nodded lightly. That contact just now, she only felt that the phoenix blood in her body suddenly became restless. Then, he tried to run the dragon and phoenix double cultivation dafa. As a result, a tingling spread throughout the body. This kind of feeling is something she has never experienced before. Holy Sun, just now, I felt that the true chi in my body had increased significantly. This exercise is indeed infinitely useful, Shu Qingshan said softly. Yang Chen couldn't help but pout. You must feel that your true chi has grown a bit. Lao Su is a six-fold cultivation of the Yuan infant. You are the foundation. I will divide a trace of true chi, which is enough for you to absorb for half a day. Holy Sun, shall we try again? Shu Qingshan plucked up his courage and continued. There is already the initiative for Yang Chen. There is also the expectation of trying this exercise. Looking at the anticipation in her eyes, Yang Chen sighed helplessly. Alright, then, without waiting for him to make a move. Shu Qingshan actually threw himself directly into his arms. Stretched out her tender arms and wrapped her arms around his waist. A soft and amazing touch came. This girl's figure is indeed very material. Yang Chen also began to run the exercises. Suddenly, the two of them released golden and blue light. A golden dragon phantom and an ice phoenix phantom appeared at the same time and were intertwined. Nearly, the level of the ice phoenix phantom may be a bit low. The color is more faint, always under the golden dragon. But even so, the aura on Shu Qingshan's body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What an esoteric exercise. Yang Chen was also shocked. This technique was simply beyond his understanding. It's also too perverted, but think about it too. Li Hao is a child of destiny. This exercise must have been designed for him. It is certainly impossible to measure by common sense. Yang Chen's cultivation far surpassed Shu Qingshan. Therefore, he did not gain much. What's more, a part of true chi entered Shu Qingshan's body and was condensed to a certain extent. But the effect is also minimal. Shu Qingshan, on the other hand, has made obvious progress. Hold him tightly at this time. I don't know if it's coveting his true chi or coveting his body. This woman looks a little crazy now. Yang Chen sighed in his heart. And at this time, Li Hao followed the disciple of the National Master's mansion to the outside of Yang Chen's courtyard. Looking at the courtyard, the golden and blue light emitted. Also, the faintly visible shadow of the dragon and phoenix. Suddenly, Li Hao's face was stunned. Dragon and phoenix phantoms intertwined. This is exactly the effect of running that dragon and phoenix double cultivation method. Could it be that Yang Chen's bastard and Qingshan are there? Ah, bastard! Li Hao suddenly let out a low roar. The disciple of the National Master mansion next to him was startled, and he couldn't help but touch his shoulder with his hand. Your Majesty, roll Nimas. Li Hao turned around. The face is hideous. Green tendons burst out, like a wounded and mad beast. The disciples of the National Master mansion were frightened and took several steps back. Li Hao walked directly towards the courtyard. Get into it. Suddenly, both fists clenched. His eyes were full of killing intent. Full, trembling with anger. Yang Chen, that bastard. Unexpectedly, hugged with his fiancée. Damn it, damn bastards. Li Hao cursed angrily in his heart. However, there is also a little luck. Fortunately, it came in time. If he took another step, Qingshan would become the shape of Yang Chen's dog thief. Li Hao burst and drank. Yang Chen, you step on the horse and let go of Qingshan for me. The sound is like thunder. Suddenly, Yang Chen and Shu Qingshan both opened their eyes sharply. Howard. Ding. The host hugged Xu Qingxin was witnessed by Li Hao. Li Hao's state of mind was damaged. The son of plundering heavenly destiny was worth 1,000 points from Hao Qi, and the host obtained 1,000 points for the villain. Closing square bracket. Listen to the system in your head. Yang Chen's heart was full of mixed tastes at this time. Emotions are complex. Howard, are you stepping on a horse for roundworms in your father's belly? Why do you always show up at the right moment like this? Why, always let the father brush down your luck without mental preparation? Howard, things are not what you think. Yang Chen hurriedly pushed Xu Qingxin away. And explained right away, a look of anxiety, wanting to justify. But, Li Hao's eyes looking at him at this time were only full of killing intent and anger. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I'm going to kill you sooner or later. Crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. How much Li Hao hated himself, only Yang Chen, the big villain, knew. Therefore, he did not feel anything about Li Hao's insults. After all, Howard only listened to the corner yesterday. However, Xu Qingxin on the side raised his eyebrows and said angrily. Li Hao, you are presumptuous. What kind of identity are you, dare to insult His Royal Highness the Holy Sun? Immediately kneel down to His Highness the Sun to make amends. Xu Qingxin directly pulled out his long sword and pointed it at Li Hao. If Hao does not kneel, she will draw her sword and stab it. Qingxin, I'm your fiancé. Our marriage contract is still there, how can you do this? Yang Chen, this bastard, is a scumbag, you must not be deceived by him. Li Hao was heartbroken. However, hearing this, Xu Qingxin's beautiful cheek suddenly showed a killing intent. Dare to speak out, look at the sword. Xu Qingxin directly slashed at Li Hao with a sword. The sword burst out, and the sword chi was fierce. Damn it, Li Hao roared lowly, my heart is full of grief. Qingxin actually made a move on him. Moreover, he also drew his sword and beheaded him. Li Hao can only passively resist. Bang, the sword radiance dissipated. Li Hao was directly shocked back more than 10 steps. A wisp of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. How is that possible? Li Hao was shocked. His cultivation is Tsuki knows Kinanai. On that day, in the National Teachers' Mansion, he defeated everyone of the younger generation of the National Teachers' Mansion. Also includes Xu Qingxin, but now, he was defeated by one move. Xu Qingxin stood with a sword, his neck slightly raised, and his gauze skirt was windless. Like a peerless female sword fairy, the aura emanating from his body has reached the eightfold foundation of the foundation. Watching Li Hao being defeated by his own sword, Xu Qingxin's beautiful eyes were a little proud and contemptuous. Before she awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline, her father handed over a strange treasure left to her by her mother for refining. In one fell swoop, it went from the 6th layer of the foundation to the 8th layer of the foundation. Moreover, the Ice Phoenix bloodline has greatly improved her combat power. Therefore, Li Hao can be defeated with one sword. Li Hao immediately kneeled down and apologized to His Highness the Holy Sun. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out today, Xu Qingxin said coldly. In the beautiful eyes, in addition to killing intent, there is also anger. Seeing that, the relationship with His Highness the Sun is about to take a big step forward. However, he was disturbed by the nasty ghost Li Hao. It's really infuriating. Today, don't let him kneel down and kowtow to more. Xu Qingxin struck again. The sword is fierce and full of killing intent. She is now the cultivator of Tsuki. Coupled with the blessing of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, there's an amazing chill in the sword chi. Li Hao himself listened to the root of the wall yesterday, and fainted by the angry vomiting of blood. At this point it has not fully recovered. Barely resisted a few moves. He vomited blood again and retreated. Li Hao, do you have this strength? Didn't you say that you are a genius and don't put the young generation of our master's office in your eyes? With your little strength, you dare to be disrespectful to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Immediately apologized to His Highness the Sun for kneeling and kowtowing. Xu Qingxin swung his sword while making sarcastic remarks. Last time, Li Hao defeated all the young generation of the National Master Mansion. Ridiculed their National Master's mansion, but she kept remembering. Now is the right time to take revenge. A shame before the snow. Damn it, Li Hao's face turned blue. I was angry in my heart and wanted to vomit blood. He is a dignified bloodline. In the future, we will come to the world and sweep the 8 wastes. Build an ancient imperial dynasty, become an ancient emperor. He also forced him to kneel down and apologize to his most hated enemy. Li Hao looked at Yang Chen, full of hideous killing intent. Kneel to Yang Chen, he would rather die. This bastard, if it weren't for yesterday night, he and his mother did that shameful thing in the palace. Heard by him, he was angry, his blood gushed up, and he suffered internal injuries. Even if he was no match for Xu Qingxin today, he would not be so embarrassed. Hateful, Li Hao hissed and roared, blood-red eyes. But Xu Qingxin was not merciless at all, and directly took advantage of the moment when he lost his mind, and swung his sword and slashed at Li Hao's legs. This sword is unavoidable from Hao. If he is hit, 187. He doesn't want his legs. Yang Chen was also surprised. I didn't expect Xu Qingxin to be so ruthless. If you go up, you have to cut off Li Hao's legs. Bang, a layer of cyan light appeared on Li Hao's body. The sword slashed at it, just rippled. His Royal Highness the Sun. Xu Qingxin stopped in place, his face puzzled. I don't understand, Li Hao insulted His Royal Highness the Holy Sun so much and refused to apologize. Teach Li Hao a lesson on his behalf. Why did His Highness the Sun intervene to block it? Okay, junior sister Xu, you're hitting too hard. Yang Chen walked slowly and said in a deep voice. But Holy Sun, he is too arrogant to leave Hao. Disrespectful to you and insulting you. Xu Qingxin's anger still did not subside. However, Yang Chen's words made her stun. How Howard talks to me, you don't care. He is my stepson after all, this is our family affair. What, stepson? Xu Qingxin's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Moment, she remembered some of the rumors she had heard during this time. Concubine Ru, that is, the Empress Dowager, has that kind of relationship with His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Therefore, Li Hao can become the head of the country. Originally, she didn't believe it, but now, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun personally said that Li Hao was his stepson. This is tantamount to admitting the kind of relationship with the Queen Mother. Xu Qingxin suddenly felt a little unpleasant in his heart. The Queen Mother, she had naturally seen it. It's beautiful and charming. But, after all, it is hundreds of years old. Moreover, it is still the Queen Mother of Li Hao. There is such a big son. His Royal Highness the Sun turned a blind eye to her youth and beauty, but chose a woman who still had the charm. Alas, what did His Highness the Sun think? Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. What did you say? Who is your stepson? You bastard, shut your doggy mouth for me. Hearing Yang Chen's stepson, Li Hao immediately became angry. The scene from yesterday night came to mind again. It is a voice that is crying, tactful, monotonous and contains all human emotions. It was a nightmare that would never linger in his mind in the future. Li Hao's eyes burst with murderous intent. The face is green and terrible. If it weren't for his poor strength, he would definitely pull out Yang Chen's tongue and chop it off inch by inch. What a hateful bastard. Howard. Yang Chen was also not annoyed and stepped forward with a loving smile on his face. Howard, your mother should have told you. We're already married. So, Uncle Yang is indeed your stepfather. Actually, you have to know about this matter sooner or later. You are also an adult, you should be able to understand your queen mother. Yang Chen said inside and continued. Your mother is tormented by Shuiyan Qi, and my physique is just enough to get rid of Shuiyan Qi for her. Moreover, your mother has been practicing alone for hundreds of years, and she also needs someone to accompany her. But Howard, don't worry, Uncle Yang will definitely treat your queen mother well. And treat you as my own son. Come, Howard, eat this healing pill. Otherwise, your mother will have to worry again when she sees that you are injured, and she will blame Uncle Yang for not taking good care of you. Yang Chen said and took out a white pill, handed it to Li Hao. But, his words that he thought were touching and full of father-son feelings did not move Li Hao. Opposite, the killing intent in Li Hao's eyes seemed to drown him. The entire face is purplish green. It's terrifying. Ding, the host considers himself a stepfather, condescending, continuously humiliates Li Hao. Li Hao's state of mind collapses, the son of plundering destiny is worth 1,000 points from Hao Qi, and the host gets 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Gee, listening to the system voice in his mind, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl. Another 1,000 villains are worth it. Howard. It's really cool to be a stepfather. Howard, quickly swallow this pill. You were not lightly injured just now. BCFD, Yang Chen said again. The face is full of concern, already fully immersed in the role of stepfather. You step on the horse and roll me. Li Hao drank angrily, and the green tendons burst out. Shu Qingchen on the side suddenly held his sword and angrily reprimanded. Li Hao, you really don't give a face. If it weren't for your mother's sake, do you think His Royal Highness the Sun would have taken care of you? Junior sister Shu, don't talk nonsense. Yang Chen suddenly scolded. Aren't you separating the feelings between our father and son by talking like this? Actually, aside from Ruhr, I personally appreciate Howard. After speaking, Yang Chen pointed at Li Hao. The Magic Mountain Town world map in the 36 styles of the heavenly magic stone carving. It contains the power of banning and suppression. Of course, for Li Hao, Yang Chen will not use too much power to block and suppress. After all, he has a small foundation, and his small body cannot hold it. It's a shame to accidentally kill it. Calculate carefully, this kid still has more than 10,000 points of luck on him. Now is not the time for him to die. Although Yang Chen only pointed lightly, he also let Li Hao stand in place, unable to move. Then, Yang Chen flicked his fingers, and the white pill entered Li Hao's mouth. Yang Chen, what did you do to me when you stepped on the horse? Hurry up and let me go. Li Hao roared lowly, because he felt as if he was imprisoned. Can't move at all. Howard, Uncle Yang temporarily sealed your body. This elixir can restore your injuries, and when your injuries recover, you can move freely. Otherwise, if you go back to the palace and your mother sees that you are injured, your mother will definitely complain about Uncle Yang. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the stone table and picked up the jade chain. Junior sister Shu, the exercises recorded on this jade chain are indeed mysterious and abnormal. You are also a person with great opportunities, and you can actually obtain such exercises in the secret realm. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Shu Qingchen's cheeks turned red. Because this technique was not obtained by her in the secret realm. Rather, yesterday Li Hao gave it to her. Li Hao also saw Yu Jian. Suddenly, the pupils widened. Damn it, Qingzan actually took the double cultivation technique I gave her and turned her head to find Yang Chen's bastard to cultivate. Qingchen, why are you like this? That's what I give. Li Hao roared lowly. However, before the words were finished, Shu Qingchen exhaled a true breath on his mouth. Li Hao's whole body was sealed by Yang Chen at this time, and he couldn't resist at all. True Qi directly blocked his mouth, making him unable to speak. Shu Qingchen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, rolled his eyes, and then said with a bit of shyness. His Royal Highness Holy Son, our cultivation just now was interrupted by Li Hao. Qingchen also asked His Royal Highness the Holy Son to continue to guide cultivation. This, okay, Yang Chen said helplessly. Although you are Howard's fiancé, you are also my junior sister. As a senior brother, you should be instructed to cultivate with your junior sister. But Howard, don't worry, Uncle Yang is really just instructing junior sister Shu to cultivate. Junior sister Shu is your fiancé, this is what Uncle Yang knows in his heart. Junior sister Shu, let's go to the room. Let Howard be quiet, absorb the medicinal effects well, and recover from the injury. Yang Chen said, taking the jade Jian into the room. Behind him, Shu Qingchen's beautiful eyes glanced towards Li Hao. The corners of the mouth were slightly hooked, with a bit of pride and a bit of warning. Damn it, you dog men and women must not die well. Li Hao roared and cursed in his heart. It feels like my heart is dripping blood. The exercises he gave to Qingchen, Qingzan took it and cultivated with Yang Chen. Hateful. Now, two people enter the room. God knows what will happen. Soon, the two phantom shadows of the golden dragon and the ice phoenix flew out of the room. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I'm going to kill you, bastard. Ah, Li Hao's face was purple and green. The green tendons are violent, and they are terrifying. But I can only watch, and I can't even scold. I can only keep greeting Yang Chen in my heart. He is a king, but now, he has become a layman. In the room. The golden light on Yang Chen's body was pervasive, and the dragon chi rippled. Shu Qingchen's body was full of blue light, and the phoenix shadow loomed. His fair cheeks were full of redness, and the corners of his eyes showed a coquettishness. Arms hugged Yang Chen tightly. Feel the wonderful man in your arms. Yang Chen was also helpless. Shu Qingchen, this girl, when facing him alone, is a proper idiot. And when facing Howard, the fiancé, the cold and frosty look was simply like the two of them. Alas, Yang Chen couldn't help but glance outside. Shu Qingchen hugged him tightly at this time, and Howard, just outside, was standing. Shaped like standing guard. It's really complicated. But it's fine. When he came in, he explained it to Howard. Pointing junior sister Shu to cultivate. Howard, he shouldn't think much about it. After all, he was a decent gentleman. Ding, the host imprisoned Hao, and Shu Qingchen jointly ran the dragon and phoenix double cultivation method to start cultivating. Li Hao's state of mind collapsed. The son of plundering heaven's destiny was worth 4,000 points from Hao's luck, and the host obtained a villain worth 4,000 points. Closing square bracket. The system sound suddenly sounds. Yang Chen looked startled. Plundered 4,000 gas luck points. So much more. It seems that Howard still misunderstood. I don't believe him as a stepfather. Alas, he really just taught junior sister Shu to cultivate. After all, they were separated by clothes, and nothing happened. Junior sister Shu wanted to use the exercises to improve her strength. As a senior brother, he can only help her as much as possible. Howard him, really misunderstood. Yang Chen sighed deeply. The corners of his mouth curved. Now, Howard must be even more jealous of his stepfather. Rattle. Half an hour later, the breath on Shu Qingshan's body suddenly rose. True Qi ripples and gushes out. Tasuki Kuju, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, Qingshan has broken through. Reach the foundation of the Kuju, Shu Qingshan said excitedly. Pretty face was full of blush and excitement. Well, congratulations, congratulations. Junior sister Shu, you can actually let me go. It's been half an hour since we got this pose. Yang Chen said helplessly. Half an hour so soon. When Shu Qingshan heard this, he reluctantly let go of Yang Chen, whose waist. There was a bit of resentment in his eyes. It seems extremely reluctant. Just now, Yang Chen made an agreement with her, can occasionally help her cultivate. But not more than half an hour at a time. The reason why Yang Chen did not directly proceed to the last step. The main reason was that yesterday night I had communicated with Zhao Shiru, who had a Shuiyan body, too deeply and for too long. Today it is in the mode of saints. Junior sister Shu, the breakthrough of the foundation building realm, even if you are talented, it will take months or even a year. You are now upgraded from foundation building 6-fold to foundation building 9th in a short period of time, so focus on stabilizing your cultivation during this time. At that time, I recommend you to become a true disciple. True disciple, Shu Qingshan's eyes lit up. Not long since. Her biggest dream is to follow her father back to Zantianzong. Then, become a true disciple. However, now that the identity of the true disciple was in front of her, she suddenly felt a little lost in her heart. His Royal Highness the Sun, Qingshan, I want to follow you. Shu Qingshan said weakly. She hugged back and forth with His Royal Highness the Sun for more than half an hour just now, and she was much more bold. And she found out too. This His Royal Highness the Sun is actually very easy to get along with. Follow me. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. What this meant, he naturally heard. After all, what can a big beauty, following around, do? If you want to follow me, it's not impossible. Yang Chen did not refuse, looked at her and said. It just so happens that I usually lack a maid, what do you think? Acolyte, maid, Shu Qingshan was stunned. She originally thought that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun would directly accept her as a concubine. After all, she also awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline. The future is expected to become a god. She is also the first beauty from the young country. There are countless suitors. Why, you don't want to? No. To be able to follow His Royal Highness the Holy Sun is to be a maid, and Qingshan is also willing. Shu Qingshan said quickly. The maid is the maid. After all, with her gesture talent. It will be positive sooner or later. No more. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has several concubines, maids, it seems that she is the only one. This is also an advantage. At least he can always follow His Highness the Sun and serve him. By the way, absorb the dragon chi on his body and accelerate his cultivation. Qingshan, has my wife been out of customs during this time? Thinking of the cold rain smoke, Yang Chen asked. Hearing that the Holy Sun's title to himself changed to a closer Qingshan, Shu Qingshan was excited in his heart and immediately said. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, Senior Leng has never been out of the customs. There were strong true chi fluctuations coming out of the secret room where Senior Leng was closed before. It should be breaking through the realm. Yang Chen nodded. It would take a lot of time for the Yuan infant cultivator to break through the realm once. Months or even years. After all, the Yuan infant cultivator has a life expectancy of 1,000 years. Those who break through the realm like him are a minority after all. Yang Chen felt that the prohibition on Li Hao's body was about to dissipate, so he said. Qingshan, if it's okay, you should retreat first. I will also retreat for a while during this time. By the way, explain to Howard, I'm just helping you cultivate, nothing happened to us, let him not misunderstand. After all, you are his fiancé, I am his stepfather, between us but innocent. Hearing this, Shu Qingshan's cheeks flushed. These words came out of the mouth of His Highness the Holy Sun, how could it always feel strange? Could it be that His Highness the Sun likes this tune? Yes, Qingshan knows. Shu Qingshan bowed and then exited Yang Chen's room. Outside, the prohibition on Li Hao's body has gradually faded. Seeing Shu Qingshan come out of Yang Chen's room, he immediately said angrily. Qingshan, why are you doing this? I gave you that exercise. Are you so cheap, going to find Yang Chen's bastard to cultivate? You're my fiancé, you should practice with me. Li Hao's voice was filled with a thick fire of resentment and jealousy. Thinking of the half hour just now, his heart was like a knife. His fiancé, and Yang Chen's bastard, run the exercises he sent together. Alone in the room for half an hour. Damn it, in half an hour, he had finished at least 5 times. Shu Qingshan suddenly said coldly, Li Hao, you are a slut when you step on a horse. Put your mouth clean for me. If it weren't for the fact that you are the stepson of His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, Miss Ben will definitely reward you with 2 swords so that you can't leave the National Master's mansion. Shu Qingshan had already reached the 9th level of foundation building at this time. The momentum on the body is stronger, full of cold and proud. Looking at Li Hao, his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Approaching Li Hao, he said coldly, Li Hao, hand over the marriage document, our marriage contract is completely nullified. Marriage letters, HMPH, Li Hao snorted coldly, his expression gloomy. You want me to hand over the marriage certificate and completely dissociate yourself from me, so that you can fall into the arms of Yang Chen's bastard, right? You don't think about it. I don't, you're still my fiancé. As long as I'm not dead, you can't get rid of this relationship. Li Hao's expression gradually distorted. There was a hint of revenge in my heart. In the room, Yang Chen heard Li Hao's words. Suddenly, the expression was playful. Howard, you are a good son of the father. If you quit the marriage, it will really be a lot less flavorful. Since you like to be a minotaur, the father will satisfy you. After the two left, Yang Chen began to practice in retreat. During this time, he first harvested Yi Yun, and then harvested Li Hao, accumulating a lot of villain value, and it was time to digest it. An isolation formation was arranged outside the room. Prevent breath leakage, Yang Chen sat cross-kneeled on the cultivation platform. A golden dragon shadow surrounds the body. A dragon groan came out. Mixed with rolling coercion, if there is no isolation formation. Just the coercion exuded in this divine dragon chant could make the capital city panic again. Yang Chen looked at himself inwardly. In the body, the originally bright red blood was stained with a faint golden layer at this time. The divine dragon backbone had been completely integrated with his body. The blood also began to change. However, at this time, the time to fuse the spine of the divine dragon is short, and the golden color in the blood is still relatively light. However, as time goes on, this golden color will only get deeper and deeper. The power contained in the blood will also become stronger and stronger. The Dragon Clan, the physique and flesh are extremely powerful, otherwise they would not have become the overlord of the demon race. In the Taiku Divine Dragon, the bloodline physique is far better than the ordinary Dragon Clan. Yang Chen's current physical body has been greatly improved. Before refining the yin and yang combined Dao flower, the flesh body probably had the level of the peak of Jinden. Now, the Shenlong backbone is fused. The power of the flesh is at least in the middle of the Yuan infant. In other words, he doesn't need to be Truchi now. With the flesh alone, you can suppress the middle stage of the Yuan infant fight. And as the golden color in the blood deepens, the power of the flesh will continue to increase. Yang Chen sank his mind and looked at the Divine Dragon backbone. Suddenly looked startled, because he found that a lot of text patterns appeared on the spine of the Divine Dragon. The text is ancient, the patterns rhyme are endless. As if the avenue of heaven and earth is engraved. The backbone of the Divine Dragon is the most essential part of the ancient Divine Dragon's body. The dragon lineage is mainly based on bloodlines and keels. These words and patterns should be the inheritance of the ancient Divine Dragon. I didn't expect to have an unexpected surprise. Yang Chen looked excited and immediately began to comprehend. Enlightenment, naturally, also uses the villain value, so the speed of enlightenment is extremely fast. But even so, this retreat took half a year. Open Yang Chen again. In Yang Chen's eyes, a golden dragon shadow flashed. The breath on his body has reached the eightfold of the Yuan baby. Moreover, what satisfied him the most was the power of the flesh. Because of the inheritance he comprehended from the backbone of the Divine Dragon. It's called Shenlong Bodhianjutsu. This is a summary of the flesh attack techniques of the Taiku Divine Dragon clan. Yang Chen participated in the enlightenment for half a year. I have put myself on the path of physical cultivation. According to legend, in antiquity, there are so many physical cultivations to cultivate one's own physical body. But later, the number of physical exercises plummeted. By this era, physical cultivation had become a very niche cultivation path. Even much less than Dan Masters, Formation Masters, and Fu Masters. In the Northern Spirit domain, there is basically no trace of physical cultivation. However, physical cultivation is rare, but the strength is extremely strong. Not only powerful attacks, with his physical body alone, he could resist the attacks of the same cultivator. Visible toughness. Every cell in the body contains monstrous power. The blood flows like a great river. Every beat of the heart is like Hongjiang Dalu. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen walked out of the room. Withdraw the formation that separates heaven and earth. Suddenly, the courtyard outside is visible in front of you. In the courtyard, a stunning young woman wearing a palace dress in green silk was holding her sleeves, revealing a snow-white lotus arm, and was sorting out some flowers and plants. I saw Yang Chen walking from the room. Suddenly, Jen raised his head, and on his beautiful face, a smile was revealed. Brother Chen, you're out of customs. The cold-brained Smoke's voice is full of affection and joy. Then he quickly walked to Yang Chen and threw himself into his arms. Warm fragrance nephite into the arms, only felt a pang of comfort. Yuyan, you have broken through the Yuan infant duo. Yang Chen sensed that the fluctuations of Tru Qi on Lang Yuyan's body were much stronger than before. The cold-brained Smoke crouched on Yang Chen's chest and said softly. I got out of customs 4 months ago. As a result, you started retreat again. In order to wait for you to get out of customs, people can always be here for the past 4 months. Brother Chen, we haven't seen each other for more than half a year. In the voice of the cold-brained Smoke, there was a trace of resentment. Yang Chen suddenly patted her on the head to show comfort. His retreat lasted for half a year, plus the retreat before the cold-brained Smoke. The two of them had indeed not seen each other for more than half a year. Half a year, although it is very short for the long 1,000-year lifespan of the Yuan infant cultivator. However, for the glue-like Taoist, it is not a normal thing. Feel the delicate in your arms and the resentment in the tone of the beautiful woman. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart. Hands caressed the back of the cold-brained Smoke. Feel the delicate roundness of your fingertips. Lang Yuyan's cheek suddenly turned slightly red. Brother Chen, I hate you. Just out of customs, that's it. Cold-brained Smoke, although delicate, however, holding Yang Chen's arms, it was a little tighter. Then the two embraced each other and walked into the room. 2 hours passed. The chirping of birds in the yard is fading. The next day, Yang Chen and Lang Yuyan watered the flowers and plants in the courtyard together. Lang Yuyan's personality originally likes to be quiet and elegant. So, for flowers and plants, I love them very much. After her cultivation, the flowers and plants in the courtyard exude vitality. However, even if the flowers are delicate, but at this moment, people are more petite than flowers. Standing among the flowers, the cold-brained Smoke fell into the dust like a stunning fairy. A smile is enough to close the moon and make people crazy. Yang Chen looked at it, and his heart was a little excited. But at this time, a tall figure walked into the courtyard. Sister Yuyan, Shu Qingchen shouted. Then, it was excited. Your Highness the Sun, you are out of customs. Yang Chen turned around. Looking at Shu Qingchen, who looked excited, he immediately smiled. Long time no see junior sister Qingchen. I haven't seen it for half a year, and Shu Qingchen's temperament is even more cold and noble. However, seeing Yang Chen, Shu Qingchen suddenly showed a girlish smile again. Brother Chen, in the past few months, Sister Qingchen will come every day to see if you have cleared the customs. Fortunately, Sister Qingchen comes every day, otherwise I would be even more bored alone. Lang Yuyan said on the side. Shu Qingchen's face suddenly turned slightly red. Whatever, I'm mainly here to accompany Sister Yuyan. Shu Qingchen said, looking at the cold-brained Smoke. Suddenly there was an exclamation. Ah, what's wrong, Qingchen? Lang Yuyan asked. Sister Yuyan, how have you become so beautiful? Did you use any beauty pills? Shu Qingchen stared at the white face that was as shiny as water in the cold-brained Smoke and asked curiously. The cold-brained Smoke was suddenly startled. Then, the cheeks turned red with 0.1 seeds. I couldn't help but glance at Yang Chen Zhao. Where does she have any beauty pills? Nothing more than Brother Chen, alas, shame. A moment later, in the room, Shu Qingchen played the role of a maid. Boiling water for Yang Chen to make tea was very attentive. A pair of jade hands touched Yang Chen from time to time. Although it doesn't seem to be intentional. However, Yang Chen had also cultivated the Dragon and Phoenix dual cultivation method. Knowing this girl's current moment, it is clear that he is really angry. At this time, Shu Qingchen said mysteriously, Your Highness the Sun, there is something I want to tell you alone. What's going on? Yang Chen glanced at Lang Yuyan, saw that she had already looked over, and immediately said. Just say it, that. Shu Qingchen hesitated, and then said. Li Hao's mother, the Empress Dowager, she is pregnant. Li Hao's mother, the Empress Dowager, she is pregnant. Shu Qingchen's words almost made Yang Chen spew out a sip of tea. What? Pregnant? Yang Chen was shocked. It was only that night. Just pregnant. It seems that this Empress Dowager is really fertile. But, her own mother is pregnant. He must be very happy at this moment. After all, he was going to have a brother or sister. The expression on Yang Chen's face gradually became strange. On the side, Lang Yuyan was puzzled. Brother Chen, are you familiar with that Empress Dowager? Why is the reaction so big? Yang Chen suddenly returned to his senses, his face pale. Then, he glared at Xu Qingchen. Xu Qingchen's eyes were very helpless. It's like talking again. I told you that, you asked me to say it directly. Lang Yuyan has a quiet and elegant personality, and in the past 4 months, except for occasional retreat and cultivation for a few days, the rest of the time is almost all in the courtyard. Even Qing Xuanzong has never gone back. Xu Qingchen also did not deliberately tell her about the relationship between Yang Chen and the Empress Dowager. Therefore, Lang Yuyan did not know. Yuyan, let Qingchen explain it to you. I still have some things, go out first. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he hurried out of the room directly. Palace, in Zhao Shiru's dormitory. Zhao Shiru at this time. The stomach is already up, dressed in a phoenix robe, is not tight. Instead, it is loose and loose draped over the body. The jade hand caressed the belly, and on the charming cheek, 12 was full of love. Full of maternal brilliance, although he has raised Li Hao for decades, he has decades of childcare experience. But, Li Hao is not her biological after all. Now, in the belly, there's a biological child. She was going to be a real mother. This feeling is completely different. Child, I really want you to be born soon. My mother can't wait to see you. Zhao Shiru stroked her stomach and muttered to herself. Beautiful eyes, full of expectation. Right at this moment. A sound of footsteps came from behind him. Zhao Shiru hurriedly turned around. Suddenly, there was a touch of excitement and surprise in her beautiful eyes. But soon, this excitement was hidden by her. In its place, there was a cold snort. HMPH, what are you doing here? Zhao Shiru looked at Yang Chen coldly. Ruer, what's wrong with you? Yang Chen was a little surprised. This woman was fine before. Meet now, how do you look cold? Don't call me Ruer. You haven't been here for half a year. What are you doing with me now? Get out quickly. I and the child don't need you. After Zhao Shiru finished speaking, she turned around directly. Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately understood. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Feeling this woman, I think he hasn't come to see her in the past half a year. Gee, that's normal. Yang Chen knew that the more this time, the more he couldn't leave. If it is, it will be completely cold. So, he walked behind Zhao Shiru and put his hands on her tender jade shoulders. Don't touch me. Zhao Shiru snorted coldly. His shoulders swayed, trying to break free from Yang Chen's hands. But without using true qi, how to break free? Okay. Yang Chen whispered in her ear. Is it because I haven't come to see you for half a year? HMPH, what do you say? Zhao Shiru still snorted. But there was not much coldness. Ruer, I've been in retreat for half a year. Ignored you, I apologize to you. Is it good? Yang Chen said in her ear. The hot air in the mouth slowly blows to the tips of the tender ears. Zhao Shiru's body gradually softened. You don't have to apologize to me. To him, saying that, Jade pointed his finger at his bulging belly. Okay, I apologize to my son. Daddy hasn't come to see you for half a year, you won't be angry, right? Yang Chen said, reaching out and touching Zhao Shiru's bulging belly. Zhao Shiru did not resist. Opposite, when Yang Chen's palm pressed against his stomach, his body gradually softened. Intel, soft into Yang Chen's arms, even if you still have a little conscience. It's been half a year, I thought you forgot about me. Zhao Shiru snuggled into Yang Chen's arms, and her voice was a little resentful and choked. How come? Yang Chen hurriedly said, in the past half a year, I have devoted myself to cultivation, and my realm has reached the late stage of the Yuan infant. You are also a Yuan infant cultivator, and you know that it will take a long time for a Yuan infant cultivator to break through the realm once. Moreover, I really didn't expect that we would be pregnant in one night. Ah, don't say. Zhao Shiru's cheek suddenly blushed. Hurriedly reached out and covered Yang Chen's mouth. Thinking about that night, she was full of shyness. Two people, it's really crazy. Under the moonlight, actually. Alas, then, Yang Chen stroked the palm of Zhao Shiru's stomach and suddenly froze. A golden light faintly emanated from Zhao Shiru's stomach. Yang Chen was surprised. Zhao Shiru was also surprised. Obviously, this is the first time this has happened. Fetal pregnancy golden light. Our son, talent is not simple. Yang Chen's voice was a little excited. He had read it in ancient books. When some supreme Tianzhao is still a fetus, it will reveal all kinds of unusualness. Fetal pregnancy golden light. It's one of them. Fetal pregnancy golden light. Zhao Shiru was also surprised. Brother Chen, your bloodline is really strong. It should be that the child felt the breath of your father, and there was a blood induction, so a golden light was produced. Zhao Shiru's title for Yang Chen became Brother Chen again. The tone was full of joy. A child who is pregnant on their own. Naturally, the stronger the talent, the better. Come, Ruer, you sit down and let me listen. Yang Chen pressed Zhao Shiru on the chair and said. Nasty. Zhao Shiru was coquettish, but her beautiful eyes were full of joy. The already charming cheeks are even more coquettish at the moment. And at this time, dressed in a dragon robe and majestic with an aura, Li Hao sat on the dragon chair in the Tianyang hall. Correct all the folds in your hand. Li Hao let out a long sigh. At this time, a person slowly walked into the hall. Face white, he is a middle-aged eunuch. Your Majesty, the slave brought the medicine. Huh, Li Hao raised his eyebrows. Rise, take the medicine bottle from the eunuch's hand. For Yuan Ying cultivator, is this medicine effective? Your Majesty rest assured, everything below the gods is effective. The eunuch's voice affirmed. Very good, A cruel smile appeared on Li Hao's face. The eunuch on the side couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, do you really want to do this? That's your queen mother after all. Moreover, he is still a Yuan infant cultivator. Even if it succeeds, once the Empress Dowager is angry, no one can stop her now. Your Majesty, then, Li Hao's face sank, and he said coldly. That mongrel must die. The king of a country will reign in the world in the future, rule over thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, build an immortal dynasty of all ages, and become an ancient emperor. The queen mother, how can you get pregnant? This is a shame, a great shame. The relationship between mother and son has been between the mother and the queen mother for decades, and the mother loves the queen the most. Even if you know that it was Shu who did it, the queen mother will forgive Zan. Li Haoyan said compassionately. The killing intent on his face became stronger and stronger. Gradually, there's a touch of madness. The eunuch below did not continue to speak. But he was ready to run. Li Hao left from the Tianyang hall. Prepare a serving of spirit chicken soup and open the bottle. A bottle of gray liquid was poured into the chicken broth. Gently shake the chicken stock with a spoon to even. Then, Li Hao carried the lunchbox and came to Zhao Shuru's palace. Queen Mother, Howard has come to see you, Li Hao said in a loud voice. How, Howard is here. Zhao Shuru hurriedly wiped her mouth, and her beautiful eyes glared at Yang Chen. Then he brushed the blue silk scattered on his cheeks. He hurriedly got up and walked out of the side hall. Li Hao also walked into the 190 hall at this time. Looking at Zhao Shuru's bulging belly, a faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. But it soon disappeared. In its place, a sunny smile was forthcoming. Queen Mother, I boiled you a pot of spirit chicken soup. It's very good for your body. You drink it soon. Chicken soup for the Queen Mother. Howard, why did you have this skill today? A touch of joy and emotion appeared on Zhao Shuru's cheeks. Howard has really grown up. Everyone knows to take care of her as a Queen Mother. It seems that Howard is not disgusted with the younger siblings in her belly. Zhao Shuru took the lunchbox, opened it, a strong fragrance wafted out. It's so fragrant, Howard. Queen Mother didn't expect you to still have this craft. Zhao Shuru sniffed her nose and praised. Li Hao suddenly smiled and said. I learned it on purpose. Queen Mother, you are about to drink. Or it will be cold in a while, Li Hao said, his eyes full of expectation. But right now, in an opportune voice that made Li Hao listen to the countdown of sweat and blood boiling in an instant slowly came. Ah, it's Howard here. I also brought chicken soup. Howard is really a filial child. Yang Chen's voice was a little surprised, a little praised, and a little proud. Li Hao's eyes instantly became hideous. He turned his head and looked at Yang Chen fiercely. The killing intent seemed to gush out. Yang Chen, bastard, why are you here? Yang Chen looked at him playfully. Howard, look at what you said. Of course, Uncle Yang came to see your Queen Mother. She is 6 months pregnant, Uncle Yang has never come, and she lost her temper with Uncle Yang just now. Yang Chen said, glancing towards Zhao Shuru's bulging belly. Then walked over to Li Hao and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Howard, you're going to have a brother soon. Uncle Yang thinks, you must be very happy now. Uncle Yang thinks, you must be very happy now, Yang Chen said slowly. A kind smile on his face, just like an elder, exuding kindness and love. However, at this time, Li Hao's gaze was extremely hideous. Looking at Yang Chen's eyes, killing intent seemed to gush out. Bastard, Li Hao roared low in his heart. Clench your fists. The body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing Yang Chen, he thought of the fact that half a year ago he was imprisoned outside the room, watching Qingchen enter the room with this bastard and run the double cultivation exercises he said. Half an hour. Also, the monotony he heard outside this palace that night contained the sounds of various emotions of human joy, anger and sorrow. Damn it, Li Hao roared in his heart. In the past half a year, Yang Chen has not appeared. He would have already watered it down, but now see Yang Chen. All the humiliations of the past suddenly came to mind. Moreover, as soon as this bastard appeared, and in the belly of the Queen Mother, it still belongs to his sinful species. Ding, after half a year, the host once again regarded himself as an elder, showing off Zhao Shuru, who was pregnant in June, instantly broke the defense from Hao, and the Son of Destiny was worth 500 points from Haochi, and the host obtained 500 villain points. Closing square bracket. Gee, Yang Chen smiled secretly in his heart. Another 500 villains are worth it. Howard, he must be very angry now. After all, Howard is about to have a younger brother. And his brother's father is his Uncle Yang, oblivious. Yang Chen looked at Li Hao, who forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and continued. Howard, although you have many royal brothers, the brotherhood between the royal family is weak, and those brothers of yours have bullied you before, and they all worry about your position as the lord of the country. However, the child in your mother's belly is different from them. When your brother is born, in the future, it will become your most solid backing. As an older brother, you can take good care of him in the future. Our family of four is the real family, Yang Chen said slowly. Then walked to Zhao Shuru's side. Gently stroke your bulging belly with your palm. Zhao Shuru was also full of tenderness at the moment. He snuggled on Yang Chen's shoulder, coquettishly said. Brother Chen, how do you know it must be a son? Yang Chen suddenly smiled. My child, I can naturally feel it. It must be a son. Or ask Howard. Saying that, Yang Chen looked at Li Hao. Howard, do you think it's a younger brother or a sister? Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. You're cheating people too much. Damn it, damn it. Li Hao cursed angrily in his heart. He only felt anger surge and rush straight to his brain. Hate in the heart. I really want to greet Yang Chen's family directly to vent my hatred. But, in the past 6 months, he has grown a lot. My personality has also become a little calmer. He knew that he was not Yang Chen's opponent at all at this time. And this bastard does not care about his insults at all. Besides, come by yourself today. It was to let the Queen Mother drink this bowl of chicken soup. Then, let her miscarry. Get rid of that little mongrel. So, you can only endure. If you can't bear it, you will make a big plan. Li Hao forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes glanced at Yang Chen gloomy. In his expression, an imperceptible madness flashed. Yang Chen, you are proud of stepping on a horse. HMPH, soon, you won't be able to laugh. At that time, you will see your son turned into a pool of blood with your own eyes. I see that you can still laugh when you step on the horse. Li Hao took the chicken soup. Queen Mother, the chicken soup is almost cold. You better hurry up and drink it while it's hot. This spirit chicken soup is made from white feather chicken, which is very nourishing. Li Hao said slowly. The sound is inaudible abnormal. Yang Chen was suddenly surprised. This kid, is he so able to endure it now? Not bad, there is progress. It is worthy of being my Yang Chen stepson. Thank you Howard. Queen Mother drink it. Zhao Shuru took the chicken soup and then drank it in small sips. Well, not bad. Howard, the Queen Mother really didn't expect you to have such a craft. Zhao Shuru praised while drinking. Although Yang Chen felt that there was something strange in the chicken soup, it did not stop her. After all, this is a good opportunity for a mother and son to turn against their goals. As a villain, how could he miss it? And, even if chicken soup is really poisonous, he is also sure to solve it without affecting the child in Zhao Shuru's belly. After all, that kid has a strong bloodline, and not any poison can deal with it. Watching the Queen Mother drink the chicken soup, Li Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Plan, proceed normally. There were no accidents because of the appearance of Yang Chen, the bastard. Hee, isn't it awesome? Why don't you see that chicken soup is poisonous? Soon, your son will turn into a pool of blood. Ha ha. I, on the other hand, will be fine. After all, my mother-son relationship with me has been for decades. This little mongrel died, and I was the only son of the Queen Mother. Even if she knew that I was poisoned, she wouldn't do anything to me. The corner of Li Hao's mouth hooked a cruel arc, and he immediately hid it. Ruer, is chicken soup delicious? Yang Chen looked at Zhao Shuru, who was still unfinished, and couldn't help but ask. Well, it tastes great. Brother Chen, would you like to come too? Hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly smiled. Forget it, you drink it. How can I grab food with my son? Ah, nasty, not serious. Howard is still there. A word of food. Zhao Shuru suddenly remembered the scene in the side hall just now. Can't help but snort. Charming cheeks, shy and rosy. Li Hao on the side, looking at the queen mother in front of Yang Chen, showed a coquettish style that he had never seen before. Suddenly, the flames in my heart burned wildly. Damn it. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. Little mongrel, you hurry up and die. After you die, remember to become a ghost and go see your father more. A fierceness flashed in Li Hao's eyes. Then he said. Queen mother, I still have some things to deal with, so I will go back first. Before Zhao Shuru could speak, Yang Chen said, Howard, are you going back? Uncle Yang hasn't said a few words to you yet. We both have not seen each other for half a year. Yang Chen, you step on the horse. Li Hao Qi gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his nails penetrated deep into his flesh. But I still forcibly endured it. HMPH. With a cold snort, Li Hao directly turned around and walked out of the palace. Brother Chen, this chicken soup is really good, I'll drink another bowl. This is Howard, made for his younger brother. As a queen mother, I need to drink more. For Li Hao to take the initiative to send chicken soup, Zhao Shuru was obviously very happy in her heart. The charming face is full of happiness. With that, he was ready to serve another bowl. Ah, suddenly, Zhao Shuru exclaimed bitterly. What's wrong, Ruer? Yang Chen hurriedly helped her and said. Zhao Shuru's face turned pale. Brother Chen, my stomach hurts. Zhao Shuru said in a trembling voice. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the forehead. Ruer, you are Yuan infant cultivator. Why does it hurt? Yang Chen was puzzled. Is the child kicking you? No, it won't. It's only been 6 months. Zhao Shuru said, and hurriedly sat cross-kneeled on the ground. Start to run Truchi and look inside yourself. After only a moment, he opened his eyes. Brother Chen, I'm poisoned. Toxicity is close to the fetus in the abdomen. This toxicity, so strong, I can't control it. Zhao Shuru's voice was panicked. With her sevenfold cultivation, she couldn't get rid of the toxin. If the toxin spreads to the fetus, that kid, don't you want it? Ruer, don't panic. Think about it first. Did you eat something? Find the source of the toxin first. Yang Chen guided at this time. What did you eat? Toxin rude. Zhao Shuru was stunned. Then, looked at the chicken soup on the side. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened. It's Howard. It's him. Zhao Shuru's voice was full of sadness and grief. It's Howard's poison factory. He actually poisoned me. I should have thought long ago that since I was pregnant, his face was gloomy when he saw me. Now suddenly bring me chicken soup to nourish my body. I thought he figured it out. It turned out to be, he was trying to poison my child. Li Hao, this beast, I raised him for decades, but he treated me like this. Zhao Shuru's eyes were full of sorrow and regret. Brother Chen, blame me. I didn't expect Howard to be so frustrated. You would actually poison me, the queen mother. Over the years, I have raised him as my own son. But he did this to me. If something happens to our child, I won't spare him. Brother Chen, I'm sorry for you. Zhao Shuru's voice choked, and gradually tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Yang Chen caressed her face and wiped her tears for her. Ruer, don't worry, with me, it will be fine. Howard, he is too extreme. I didn't expect that he would poison you, the queen mother. I didn't check that chicken soup for you for a while. Yang Chen said softly, soothing her. Ding, Li Hao poisoned his mother Zhao Shuru. Zhao Shuru resented him. The relationship between mother and son caused a rift. The son of plundering heaven's destiny left Hao Qi luck value 2,000 points, and the host obtained 2,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen's heart blossomed. Another 2,000 villains have arrived. Howard. You are truly a good son of the father. Brother Chen, I'll go and capture Howard back. Force him to hand over the antidote. This is our child, there can be no accidents. Zhao Shuru said at this time. Want to get up. However, Yang Chen stopped her. Ruer 243, you are Yuan infant sevenfold cultivator, and you are also a Xuanian body. This poison, even you can't help, it can be seen that it is definitely not a simple poison. Howard, he is just a foundation building cultivator, he can find poison, but there is not necessarily an antidote. So, what then? Zhao Shuru suddenly panicked. Feel the poison in your body getting closer and closer to your abdomen. Zhao Shuru choked and said, this is our child. If something happens to me, I don't want to live. Yang Chen hugged her in his arms, softly said, Ruer, there's no way. You forgot, I refined a keel. Outside the northern spirit domain, there's a dragon clan, and it is the overlord of the demon clan. Phase Fax dragon essence, to just reach the yang, can solve all the poison of yin and cold. True dragon essence. Zhao Shuru was stunned, then said. Brother Chen, do you have it? BEFD. Yang Chen nodded. The true dragon backbone is the most important bone in the real dragon's body. I fused the backbone, and my body has changed a lot. The blood is starting to turn golden. Naturally, there's also a true dragon essence. Zhao Shuru was overjoyed when she heard this. Hurriedly said. Then you give me your essence. This. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. Patted Zhao Shuru on the head. Ruer, let's go to your bedroom in the side hall. Here, it wouldn't be good if a palace maid suddenly came in. Hearsay. Even if Zhao Shuru was anxious in her heart, she also tasted back at this time. True dragon essence. Suddenly, a blush appeared on his cheeks. Can't help but glance at Yang Chen, but he still pulled him quickly into the side hall bedroom. And at this time, Li Hao left Zhao Shuru's palace and came directly to the Tianyang Hall. However, just entered the temple. He was just stunned. Because, there were people who dared to sit on a dragon chair that only he, the king of a country, could sit on. Fine death. Li Hao's originally somewhat proud face instantly became gloomy. Dragon chair, which is a symbol of imperial power. It represents supreme power. Be king. Absolutely do not allow your majesty to be desecrated and provoked. Dare to sit on the dragon chair, then Ling Kai will be executed and the 9 races will be destroyed. Dare to sit on the dragon chair. Don't you know that this is the sin of the 9 races? Get out of here. Li Hao angrily drink. The figure on the dragon chair was looking down at the fold at this time. Li Hao did not see his appearance clearly. However, as he spoke, the other looked up. Li Hao was suddenly stunned. Jun, you are so daring. I have long seen that you have a bad heart. You dare to sit on the dragon chair privately. Are you going to rebel against usurpation? Li Hao shouted in a deep voice. The voice is majestic, and the breath of the emperor is full. However, Li Jun's face was full of disdain. Cut. Li Hao, your strength is not strong, and your momentum is quite big. Zhu Ji Zhu, dare to shout 5 and 6 in front of me, this Jinden. You, dare to speak like this to Zan, what a dare. Li Hao suddenly looked startled. The face is as gloomy as water. Full of killing intent, at the enthronement ceremony, he was respectful. He even offered to worship the Empress Dowager. He originally thought that Li Jun had completely surrendered. Didn't expect that. He has always had a heart of disobedience. It's really hidden. How daring. HMPH, I've always been very bold. Li Jun got up from the dragon chair and slowly walked in front of Li Hao. The position of the lord of this country is mine in itself. When my father was alive, he was ready to make me a prince. If it weren't for your mother being a woman of the Xuantian Holy Sun, you would have become the head of the country. I really envy that Xuantian Holy Sun. After all, your queen mother is really heavenly and enchanting. Gee. You step on a horse to find death. Li Hao's eyes were full of killing intent. Can't take it anymore. Directly punched Li Jun in the head. But, his punch full of overlord chi, but was easily taken by Li Jun. And then, it's really angry. Li Hao was directly slapped by Li Jun's palm and vomited blood and flew out. Fell heavily to the ground. Poof, another mouthful of blood spit out. The breath instantly languished. Pale, how is that possible? Li Hao couldn't believe it. Li Jun smiled contemptuously. How is it impossible? You are a waste that builds a foundation eightfold, and if you can take this Jinden quadruple palm of mine without dying, it is enough to live a big life. Then, dozens of guards walked over quickly. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The guards quickly drew their weapons and aimed them at Li Jun. Take him down for Zan. Li Hao roared lowly. The guards were just about to get started. However, Li Jun directly stepped on Li Hao's face. He stepped on the head he had just lifted directly on the ground. Ah, Li Hao roared, want to break free, but, the gap between the foundation building 8 and the golden pill fourfold is not something that the talent bloodline can make up. Li Jun's feet, at this time, are like a mountain peak, and the pressure Li Hao can't move. This is your Majesty, at the feet of this prince, like a dead dog. Haha, Li Hao, you really look like a dead dog now. Li Jun, you step on a horse to find death, I must kill you. Crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Li Hao was trampled under his feet by Li Jun and couldn't struggle. The green tendons of anger are straight up, can only roar. I'm looking for death, kill me, believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Li Jun snorted coldly, foot force. Suddenly, Li Hao's scowling cheeks directly made deeper contact with the floor. Because of the strong friction, the skin on the face is torn and fresh blood begins to flow. Gah. Teeth in the mouth were also stepped on, several. Blood flowed from the mouth. It looks miserable. Li Hao, your head is really hard, but I'd rather see how hard it is. Is your head hard, or my feet hard? Keep pushing on Jun's feet. Step on Li Hao's head and go straight up. Li Hao only felt a sharp drilling pain in his head. He knew that Li Jun had moved his killing intent. If it goes on like this, he will really die. Li Jun, you dare to do this to me. But he is the lord of the young kingdom, the king of a country. Away from Hao hissed, what's wrong with the young country lord? Kill you, won't I become the lord of the young country? Li Jun's face was full of disdain. Li Hao took advantage of the loosening of his feet, spit out a mouthful of blood, and said coldly. My mother, but a late yuan infant cultivator. It's the strongest and strongest in the young country right now. If you dare to kill me, you will die too. Oh, hearing this, Li Jun suddenly smiled. Wasn't your mother just poisoned by you? Does she still have the energy to care about your life or death? You, how do you know? Li Hao was suddenly shocked. How do I know? HMPH, because that poison is what I helped you find. My good brother. Haha, Li Jun laughed, full of smugness. Hand over the jade seal, write the abdication edict, I can let you die quickly. You don't think. You dare to kill me, my mother, she will not let you go. Damn bastard, Li Hao hissed and roared. Then, Li Jun stomped heavily on his head again. Drag him back and forth through the palace like a rag. Leaving a long trail of blood, hand it over or not. Right or not, at this time, in Zhao Shuru's palace. Yang Chen lay on the chair, looking at Zhao Shuru, who blushed shyly, did not care about tidying up her loose hair, she hurriedly sat down cross-kneeled, her face was full of playfulness. Howard, he is truly a good son of the father. You did the father a great favor again, oblivious. A moment later, the light on Zhao Shuru's body dissipated. Pleasantly surprised, Brother Chen, it really works. All the toxins in my body have been removed. Yang Chen suddenly smiled and said. That's not it, that's a good thing, nasty. Zhao Shuru's cheeks rose a flush again. Thinking of the scene just now, I was full of shyness. Brother Chen, he is really bad, but fortunately, there's Brother Chen. Otherwise, the child will not be saved. Yang Chen got up and hugged her in his arms. Gently stroking her bulging belly, he said with a smile. Our son is blessed with a great life, and there will definitely be a success in the future. Nasty, you like your son so much. Zhao Shuru was disgusted. If you give birth to a daughter, don't you like it? Yang Chen suddenly said, how so? Whether it is a man or a woman, is the crystallization of our love. I like them all the same. Badass. Zhao Shuru's eyes are as charming as silk, and her beautiful eyes are like water. The body was soft in Yang Chen's arms. Right at this moment, an untimely voice sounded outside the temple. Empress Dowager, the second prince has rebelled from Zheng. Now suppress his majesty in the Tianyang Hall, ask him to hand over the jade seal, and kill his majesty. Empress Dowager, hurry up and save your majesty. The voice is very anxious. Yang Chen and Zhao Shuru were both stunned. Rebellion from June, suppress Li Hao. Zhao Shuru's charming face was a little hesitant and entangled. Just now, Howard poisoned her, the queen mother, and wanted to poison her biological child. Now she wants this queen mother to come to the rescue. Yang Chen looked at Zhao Shuru, knowing that this woman still wanted to save Li Hao in her heart. Although I was angry just now after all, the toxin has been removed. It's just that I can't get by on face. Rolling his eyes, Yang Chen said. Ruer, Howard, he is still a child after all. Although the behavior is a little extreme, but as an elder, we must give him a chance to rehabilitate. After all, he is also the son you have raised for decades. Yang Chen naturally wouldn't let Li Hao die now. That kid still has thousands of villains on him. And to die, he will also die at the hands of his stepfather. Otherwise, the reward for killing the child of destiny will be gone. Brother Chen, you are so good. Zhao Shuru snuggled into Yang Chen's arms, her face full of emotion. Howard's bastard poisoned her, the queen mother, and almost killed Brother Chen's flesh and bones in her stomach. But Brother Chen did not remember hating him and gave him the opportunity to rehabilitate. Howard, I hope that this time, you can forget your hatred and accept Brother Chen. Yang Chen stroked Zhao Shiru's charming cheek. Fool, I said it all, I will treat Howard as my own son in the future. Love House and Wuxia, I can't sit idly by with Howard. Brother Chen, Zhao Shiru groaned softly. She has been practicing celibate for hundreds of years, where has she heard such love words? Immediately, my heart was filled with touching love, and I only felt soft. Can't help but lift his toes lightly and wrap around Yang Chen's neck. Woo! Yang Chen's pupils suddenly widened. Thinking of the contact between the two just now, he hurriedly pushed her away. Brother Chen, Zhao Shiru's beautiful eyes were full of affection, and she was a little puzzled. Yang Chen said helplessly, okay Ruer, we have time in the future. Now let's hurry up and see Howard. Don't let him get killed. Well, listen to your brother Chen. In the temple of the Skyyoung, Li Jun has completely let go of himself, nor did it block the leakage of messages. Many people from the officials of the Young Kingdom and the major immortal cultivation forces came. Even, Xu Qingchen was among them. This is your majesty, the lord of my country from the sun. Like a dead dog, only worthy of being trampled under my feet. Li Jun's voice was full of arrogance and pride. Beside him, stood two middle-aged people. Dressed in a zan robe, there was a thunder flickering on his body. The breath is deep, and it is a Yuan infant cultivator. It's the Wind Thunder Sect's Yuan infant cultivator. No wonder Li Jun dares to be so arrogant. It turns out that the Wind Thunder Sect is coming. But Li Hao is the designated lord of the country by His Highness the Holy Sun after all. Do we want to help? Don't yet. Although the Wind Thunder Sect is not as good as the Xuantian Sect, it is also a top force, and none of us can afford to offend. Just take the opportunity to suppress this Li Hao, and he can't drag him all day long. The Yuan infant cultivators of several major families did not make a move. Instead, Xu Qingchen stepped forward and said, Li Jun, Li Hao is the lord of the country established by His Highness the Holy Sun. If you insult him like this, aren't you afraid that His Highness the Sun will blame him? Qingchen, Li Hao roared lowly, and his eyes were a little moved. But in my heart, it was humiliating. It was just enough to be humiliated by Yang Chen. Now, he was also trampled under the feet of Li Jun, an anti-thief, and humiliated. The key thing is that it was also seen by Qingchen. Damn it, Li Jun, I will definitely put you to death if I step on the horse. Catch all your mother and concubines in the harem and play with them fiercely. Li Hao roared in his heart. Li Jun looked at Xu Qingchen and said coldly, I'm leading the Yang royal family, and I don't need Zhan Tianzong to call our shots. This is the internal affairs of our royal family, and Xuantian Saint Sun can't handle it. You are so daring, you dare to ignore the Holy Sun. Xu Qingchen suddenly drank angrily. Then, the Yuan infant cultivator beside Jun looked at Xu Qingchen, and a thunder exploded out of thin air. A purple thunder shot out from his eyes and slashed straight towards Xu Qingchen. Xu Qingchen was just a cultivator of the foundation building ninefold, and he couldn't dodge at all. If you were slashed by thunder, she's definitely dead. A flash of despair flashed in Xu Qingchen's eyes. But right now, a cyan light blocked in front of her. Thunder slashed on it, only a layer of ripples. His Royal Highness the Sun. Xu Qingchen's beautiful eyes were delighted. Looking behind him, Yang Chen's outstanding figure slowly walked over. What a dare to kill my Xuantian sect disciples. Yang Chen's voice was heavy, with a sense of slaughter. As soon as the words fell, the cyan flame directly turned into a flame giant hand and wrapped the Yuan infant cultivator. Ah, it's a different fire. Elder Zhao save me. The Yuan infant cultivator exhaled in pain. Thunder flashed in the hands of the flame giants. However, to no avail at all. Only a wail came out of it. Xuantian Holy Sun, Elder Lei is the core elder of my Wind Thunder Sect. Do you dare to kill him? Are you asking Xuantian Sect to start a war with my Wind Thunder Sect? Another Wind Thunder Zhongyan baby drank angrily. However, they did not dare to directly rescue them. Because, that flame giant hand made him smell a thick death crisis. If you are 5 times, you can become the core elder of the Wind Thunder Sect. Your Wind Thunder Sect, only this little strength, is it also worthy of fighting with my Xuantian Sect? Yang Chen's tone was full of disdain. The gap between the Wind Thunder Sect and the Xuantian Sect was not just a gap in the number of transformation god cultivators. The difference between the Yuan infant cultivator, the newly promoted top forces such as the Wind Thunder Sect, and the Zhan Tianzong, the former overlord of the Northern Spirit Domain, were even greater. But right now, a flash of thunder flashed, directly scattered Yang Chen's flame giant hand. What followed was a vast coercion, directly let all the cultivators below the Yuan infant present kneel on the ground. Avatar, it's the Avatar cultivator. The patriarchs of several great cultivation immortal families did not kneel one by one. However, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Then, the old man's pupils were purple. It seems that there's infinite thunder, flickering in it, which can destroy the world at any time. The Yuan infant cultivator who was rescued by him was covered in rags and had passed out. It's really worthy of being the only personal disciple of the Xuantian Sect master. The Northern Spirit Domain Mo said that the younger generation, I'm afraid that except for us old guys in the transformation god realm, there's no one who is the opponent of the Holy Sun. The old man said slowly. The sound is like muffled thunder. However, my heart was extremely shocked. Even, there was a hint of killing intent rising. This is terrible. If there is another 1,000 years, the Northern Spirit Domain, who else will be its opponent? At that time, is there still a foothold for his Wind Thunder Sect in the Northern Spirit Domain? Great Elder, another Yuan Ying monk hurriedly saluted. Stepping on Li Hao's Li Jun, a touch of excitement appeared on his face. The Great Elder is an Avatar cultivator. In the Northern Spirit Domain, the god of transformation represents invincibility. Even if it was the Xuantian Saint Sun, it could not be the opponent of the transformation god cultivator. Today, the position of the lord of the country can only belong to him. It turned out to be the Great Elder of the Wind Thunder Sect. It seems that your Wind Thunder Sect is really bound to win against the Young Kingdom. Yang Chen said slowly. The body blooms, resisted the coercion of the old man. Everyone behind him was able to stand up. Xuantian Holy Sun, this is an internal matter of leaving the Young Kingdom. This seat thinks, we are all outsiders, it is better not to interfere. Leave the position of the lord of the country to the two brothers to solve by themselves. Whoever wins will be the lord of the country. Hearing this, the corners of Jun's mouth curved. He looked at Li Hao, who was severely trampled under his feet, like a dead dog. Howard, Zhao Shiru came at this time, looking at her miserable son, there was still a touch of unbearability in her beautiful eyes. Ruer, don't worry. Yang Chen put his arm around her shoulders. Then he said to the old man, the Great Elder is an outsider. However, this Holy Sun is not an outsider. Oh. The Great Elder was stunned, puzzled. Yang Chen put his arm around Zhao Shiru's shoulders and looked at Li Hao, who was trampled underfoot. The corners of his mouth were full of blood, and the corners of his mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. Slowly said, Howard, is Uncle Yang an outsider? You tell the Great Elder about your relationship with Uncle Yang. You tell the Great Elder about your relationship with Uncle Yang. Li Hao was trampled under Li Jun's feet. The face was covered in blood. Hearing Yang Chen's words, a wave of anger rushed straight to his brain. Bastard, Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. Li Hao cursed angrily in his heart. For Yang Chen's purpose, he knew everything. This bastard is going to take advantage of his danger. Let him be forced to shout that title. Li Hao's face burst with green tendons. His eyes looked at Yang Chen fiercely, even if he was severely insulted by Li Jun under his feet. However, in his heart, Li Jun could not catch up with Yang Chen's insult to him. This bastard, holding his mother. The queen mother was also pregnant with his child. Now he has to force himself to admit the fact of his stepfather. And, look at what the queen mother looks like now. Obviously, the poison he inflicted did not have an effect on the queen mother. That mongrel survived. Damn it, Xuanti and Holy Sun, it seems that you have nothing to do with each other. According to the seed, let the two brothers decide the ownership of the throne on their own. Junor, the great elder of the Wind Thunder sect said. Li Jun is also a smart person, and he immediately understood. Apply force directly on the feet. Crunch, crunch. Crackle, a sound of the head of the toothed bone, 537, shattering came. At this time, Li Hao's face was already distorted. He was severely trampled under his feet by Li Jun. Rubbing back and forth, blood flowed everywhere. Miserable look, even the beggars on the street must be silent when they see it. Ding, Li Hao was trampled underfoot, humiliated back and forth, his mood was damaged, the son of plundering destiny was worth 500 points from Hao Qi, and the host obtained 500 villain points. Closing square bracket. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth suddenly hooked slightly. Howard, why would you? Wouldn't it be nice to obediently shout father? No more, I'm really your stepfather, me and your queen mother. Alas, your mother and queen are all flesh and blood for fathers. You're going to be an older brother, why can't we acknowledge this established fact? Seeing you so miserable, I can't bear it for my father. Howard, Zhao Shiru couldn't help but shout, don't be stubborn. You don't admit your relationship with brother Chen, how can he save you? Although he was extremely angry at Li Hao for poisoning himself. But, after all, there are decades of mother-child love. Zhao Shiru still couldn't bear to see Li Hao look like this. Yang Chen glanced at her. If it was Zhao Shiru, who had not been pregnant before, she saw Li Hao being tortured by such insults. Even if the other party is a god, she will not care. But now, he can endure and do not shoot. It can only be said that the damage that Li Hao gave her was too great. The relationship between mother and son has disappeared at least 80%. However, this is also just right. Later, Li Hao died. She won't be too sad either. Can concentrate on raising his son. Oblivious. Howard, listen to your mother, don't be stubborn. We are a family, why do you have to torture yourself so much? Yang Chen said with a look of regret. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. You villain, bastard, Li Hao roared low in his heart. I really want to die like this, but, and so on. He's going to die. If so, there was only Li Jun just now. He also dared to gamble. Bet that Li Jun will not go crazy and kill him directly. But now, behind Li Jun, stood an avatar cultivator. That's enough to leave him unscrupulous. Dead, but really dead. He left Hao and had the blood of an emperor. Future. It is necessary to build an ancient imperial dynasty. At the helm of 1,000,000 miles. Emperor of 10,000 ages. Right now, if it dies at the hands of a villain from Jun. Isn't that a pity? Li Hao's heart was entangled in every way. But in the end, reason prevailed over dignity of face. With a fighting breath, he raised Li Jun's foot by an inch. Allow yourself to be able to force speech. Yang, Uncle Yang. Yes, it's my stepfather. Li Hao forcibly endured humiliation. Tough opening, but, probably because it has been rubbed for too long. Half of my teeth are lost. Quite leaky and slurred speech. Li Jun suddenly said coldly, Li Hao, are you dumb? I can't speak clearly, no one can save you today. Haha, Li Jun said and continued to rub hard. He enjoyed the pleasure of torturing Li Hao. After all, when Hao ascended the throne, the mother concubine has not returned from the Wind Thunder sect. He was under pressure, but in full view of everyone, he led many princes to kneel down and salute Li Hao, the bastard. This is for him, who has always been proud. It's a great shame. So, today must be in front of everyone. Humiliate Li Hao well. Get back the face you lost before. Damn it, Li Hao's heart was full of anger. However, with the first time, there are countless times that follow. Already called stepfather once, so, the resistance in the heart is very small. Li Hao directly shouted loudly, Uncle Yang, it's my stepfather. He's my stepfather, it's my stepfather, ah. Even though there was little resistance in his heart, Li Hao still collapsed. Because, Yang Chen was not the only one present at the scene. His queen mother, his fiancé, there are also the ministers of the Yang Kingdom and the cultivators of the major families. All present, in front of everyone, he admitted the fact that Yang Chen was his stepfather. Humiliation deep into the bone marrow. Will stay with him throughout his life. Ding, leaving Hao to admit the fact of his stepfather in public, his state of mind completely collapsed. The son of plundering destiny is worth 3,000 points from Hao's luck, and the host gets 3,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth suddenly hooked slightly. Another 3,000 villains are worth it. However, this time the blow to Hao was really big. At the beginning, when his father left the exhibition and was killed by himself. That is, plundered him of 2,000 chi luck points. That is to say, let him admit his stepfather facts. It was more uncomfortable than killing his own father. Howard's thinking is really unique, but do the math. The chi luck value on Howard's body should not be much. There should be only 1,000 points left now, more than 20,000 points of gas luck. And that's it, this luck is really unbearable. Did the great elder hear that? Howard, what did he call me? Stepfather. This holy son is Howard's stepfather, how can he be counted as an outsider? Li Jun, lift your dog's leg off my son's face, otherwise, you will definitely die. Yang Chen said coldly, the voice was full of killing intent. Directly made Li Jun's little Jinin's back tremble. Can't help but lift his foot off Li Hao's face. Phew. Li Hao exhaled a long breath, then hurriedly got up. Wow, the injuries were too serious. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Li Hao wiped the corners of his mouth, endured pain and weakness. Straightened his waist, but he only felt one after another contemptuous and pitying eyes swimming on his body. Especially when he felt the contemptuous eyes of Shu Qingxin and his mother. Li Hao's throat was even sweeter, almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood again. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima, you fucking bastard, I'm going to kill you sooner or later, let you call me 10,000 dear grandpa. And you Li Jun, you must die if you step on the horse. Your concubines, I want to play them to death, otherwise it will be difficult to solve the hatred in my heart. Li Hao roared low in his heart. If there are words of suffering, you can only be cruel in your heart. In order to survive, he can only endure it now. Hurriedly left from Li Jun's side and walked to Zhao Shiru's side. Queen Mother, Li Hao whispered, but, Zhao Shiru said coldly. HMPH, don't call me Queen Mother. After speaking, he directly turned his head and did not look at him. Damn it, the Queen Mother, she actually did this to me. Li Hao suddenly clenched his fists. His relationship with his mother has always been excellent. The Queen Mother had never used such a disgusted tone and expression to him. Ding, Zhao Shiru was bored and angry at Li Hao's first appearance. Li Hao's state of mind collapsed, plundering Li Hao's luck value of 500 points, and the host obtained 500 villain points. Closing square bracket. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth suddenly hooked slightly. I didn't expect this to also get villain value. In Howard's heart, Zhao Shiru, the Queen Mother, is definitely his anti-scale. Yang Chen looked at Li Hao and said seriously, Howard, don't blame your mother, you childless too, you actually poisoned your own mother. Fortunately, Uncle Yang is here. Uncle Yang has the true dragon essence, which can cure 100 poisons, otherwise your brother will be in danger. Yang Chen said, patting Zhao Shiru's soft and tender jade shoulder. Okay Ruer, don't regenerate Howard's anger. As elders, we should be generous. I believe that Howard is also a ghost fan this time, and he will definitely not commit it again in the future. For my stepfather's sake, forgive him, 0.0 inches brother Chen. Quote. Our child was almost killed by him. Zhao Shiru's brows furrowed, and her voice was still very cold. Yang Chen suddenly stroked her belly. Our child will forgive his brother too. If you continue to be angry, it will be bad for the child. You're a pregnant woman now, you can't be angry all the time. Obedient. Well, okay, I'll listen to your brother Chen. Zhao Shiru was suddenly moved in her heart, and her eyes were full of tenderness. I couldn't help but snuggle into Yang Chen's arms. On the side, Li Hao watched Yang Chen openly show affection with his mother in front of him. I also want my mother to forgive him for his stepfather's sake. Suddenly, his angry forehead was bruised. Clench your fists. The eyes were full of hideous killing intent. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. Sao Nima, I must kill you, bastard. Li Hao looked at the Queen Mother who was nestled in Yang Chen's arms with a happy face and roared in his heart. The reddened face that was originally stepped on was now full of purple and green. At the end of the previous chapter, he made a slight modification, turning the chi dizziness into showing affection with Zhao Shiru in front of him. I hope readers can enjoy it. Xuantian Holy Son, even if Li Hao is your stepson, but this position of the Lord of the Yang Kingdom, the seat feels that it is better to sit by Li Jun. The great elder of the Wind Thunder sect is named Lei Qianju. Cultivation for more than 1,000 years. It has been more than 300 years since he entered the Avatar God realm. He is a well-known cultivator of the Northern Spirit domain. At this time, he put his hands behind his back and said slowly. The tone was heavy and unquestionable. Oh, Yang Chen looked slightly startled. Great elder, are you ready to be unreasonable? Reason. Lei Qianju's eyes opened and closed, and thunder flickered. Outside the main hall, black clouds gathered. Dao thunder shuttles through it. Cultivator of the Avatar, it has condensed the Yuan God and can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Mood swings can change a celestial phenomenon. The thunder rolled, and the thunder was like an electric dragon, shuttling through the black clouds, terrifying and terrifying. But he was still shivering with fear. The Avatar cultivator is the top existence in the Northern Spirit domain. Just the word God is enough to make people fearful. After all, it has been 10,000 years since the Yang Kingdom has been in the country, but there has not been a single Avatar God. Lei Qianju said in a deep voice, Xuantian Holy Son, the seed has already given you face and released your stepson. If you see good, accept it, and the seed will not be embarrassed with you. This departure from the Yang Kingdom, my Wind Thunder sect, is going to be decided. Yang Chen suddenly smiled. Great elder is so majestic. What if the sun does not see good? Lei Qianju's gaze froze slightly. In the sky, the thunder shook, as if the world was destroyed. The power of the gods can be seen. On the side, Zhao Shiru pulled Yang Chen and said softly. Brother Chen, the great elder of the Wind Thunder sect is a transformation god cultivator after all. Don't go head to head with him. The position of the lord of this country, it is better to give it to the 8th of June. Zhao Shiru's tone was a little worried. Although Brother Chen is extremely talented, he is still a late Yuan infant cultivator after all. That great elder was a transformation god cultivator. Moreover, he was also the great elder of the Wind Thunder sect, a top power. The identity of Brother Chen's Xuantian Holy Son, the other party may not care. Ruer, don't worry. Yang Chen patted her shoulder and signaled her to relax. The position of the lord of the country belongs to Howard, and I, the stepfather, must not watch my son being bullied by outsiders. Howard, you said yes. Yang Chen looked at Li Hao. Li Hao clenched his fist at this time. The eyes are hideous. Wang Bei, you can be proud. Don't die proudly. It seems that the Holy Son is determined to go against this seed. In that case, this seed can only suppress you first. At that time, let your master Xuantian sect master go to my Wind Thunder sect to ask for someone. Lei Qian's words fell, and a purple thunder fell from the sky and slashed straight at Yang Chen. Yang Chen's body surged with true chi, shaking Zhao Shiru and a group of leading Yang Kingdom cultivators out. Suppress me, great elder, you don't have this qualification yet. Yang Chen's eyes were proud. Cultivation to reach the 8-fold infant of the Yuan infant. He also wanted to find an opponent to verify his true combat strength. A 10-fold cultivator of the Yuan infant, he was worried about accidentally killing the other party. It just so happened that Lei Qianju was a cultivator of the Avatar God. Then practice with him. Facing the unstoppable purple thunder, Yang Chen directly punched out. Bang! The cyan flame condensed into an ancient green lotus. Qinglian Tianyan burned wildly, as if he wanted to burn heaven and earth. Even the thunder was all worn out in an instant. It's worthy of being a different fire Qinglian Tianyan. It can actually make you, a cultivator of the Yuan infant 8-fold, be able to hard connect with the main seed. However, the seed should see how many moves your junior can take. A scowl appeared on Lei Qianju's old face. Not a single move hurt Yang Chen, a junior, making him very faceless. Thunder blooms on the body. The entire Tianyang Hall instantly turned into a sea of thunder. The thunder dragon circled and strangled Yang Chen. Good to go. Behind Yang Chen, a demon god phantom appeared. More than 100 feet tall, armed with a giant axe. Like an ancient troll that opened the world, an axe chopped. The aura of slaughter rushed straight to heaven and earth. Boom, even though the Tianyang Hall has been polished and built for tens of thousands of years from the Yang royal family. However, it still can't bear such attacks and collisions. Collapsed directly. Outside, the crowd was terrified. Is this the battle of the gods? The Tianyang Hall directly turned into a ruin. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, he can actually fight with the god of transformation. This kind of talent is simply demon. In the future, Zhang Tianzong will rule the northern spirit domain again. Jiao Shi's soft and beautiful eyes were also full of shock at this time. He originally thought that Brother Chen had reached the 10th weight of the Yuan infant and might be able to destroy the gods in adversity. But now it's just Yuan baby A. You can fight fiercely with the cultivators of the avatar god. This kind of talent is simply unparalleled. She has also read many ancient books. Some of the worldly Tianzhao recorded and it can rely on talent, celebrities for thousands of years, which shows that the talent is peerless. But even so, that is, at the peak of the Yuan baby, he can cross the border to fight the gods. But Brother Chen, he did it in the Yuan infant Ye. With such a talented bloodline, it is no wonder that the child in the belly is pregnant with golden light. Child, see no, this is your father. You must be like your father in the future, extremely talented. Zhao Shiroyu's hand caressed her stomach and whispered softly. Looking at Yang Chen's beautiful eyes, they were full of tender love like water. Xu Qingchen was even more like an idiot, looking at Yang Chen's outstanding figure in the sky. In his heart, he had been completely conquered by Yang Chen. Don't talk about being a handmaid. Even if she is a slave girl, she is willing. In the field, only Li Hao had a gloomy face and clenched his fists. Damn it, Li Hao roared lowly, his face fierce. The Tianyang Hall was the most important palace for him to leave the young royal family. Just like that, it was ruined. If it is ruined, it is ruined. But, his own mother and fiancé, they all looked at Yang Chen's bastard with admiration. The queen mother was pregnant with Yang Chen's child. Qingzan was even the bastard with Yang Chen and stayed alone in the room for half an hour. Ah, slut, too slut. If the strength of the great elder is only like this, it is better not to meddle in the matter of leaving the Yang. Yang Chen defeated the Thunder Dragon again and said coldly. Bathed in thunder light, like a god of war, the powerful power of banning and suppression surged out, as if to suppress heaven and earth. In the sky, the magic mountain hangs high, and it seems that it will be suppressed at any time. He now has a clear understanding of his combat power. This great elder of the wind and thunder sect should be in the realm of transforming into a god. He used the heavenly demon stone to carve 36 forms. It cannot be weak. In other words, although he is now Yuan infant eightfold cultivator, his strength is no longer inferior to the transformation god. He was quite satisfied with this kind of combat power. Lei Qianju's old face was extremely gloomy at this time. He is a powerful god, the top existence in heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, in the hands of a Yuan infant junior, he could not take any advantage. Today's battle, if it is spread, isn't he still a laughingstock in the northern spirit domain? Damn it, this fucking junior. Lei Qianju's eyes were gloomy, full of killing intent. At the moment when he lost his mind, Yang Chen had already deceived himself into coming to him. Junior, you step on the horse to find death. Hansa is Lei Shu, you dare to approach my body. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Lei Qianju's gaze flashed fiercely. Move to kill, a primordial infant Ye, but can fight the gods in adversity. Such talent, in the northern spirit domain, it is unique. This person does not die. In the future, Zhang Tianzong will definitely rule the northern spirit domain again. And now, this junior came to him without knowing whether he was dead or alive. It was the perfect time to get rid of him. Nether thunder hell. Lei Qianju drank heavily. Thousands of thunders gathered around him. Directly surrounded Yang Chen and it, form a thunderbolt prison. But, whoosh, a dragon groaned. On Yang Chen's body, golden light shone. The whole person seemed to turn into a golden dragon, directly broke through the thunder in the sky and punched Lei Qianju. Poof, Lei Qianju was directly vomited blood by this punch and flew out. Blood sprayed in the sky, all gutted mincemeat. Ah, death to Hansa. Lei Qianju roared. Thunder flickered and slashed at Yang Chen. However, apart from splitting his clothes to pieces, no harm was inflicted on his physical body. Yang Chen now fused the backbone of the divine dragon, and his physical body was comparable to that of a real dragon. Although Lei Qianju is a heavy cultivation of the gods. However, rushing out of his subordinates was not enough to cause substantial damage to his physical body. This also surprised Yang Chen in his heart. The flesh body that fused the backbone of the divine dragon, although converted into the realm of physical cultivation, is the sevenfold of the Yuan infant. However, this physical defense is really terrifying. Under the gods, it is absolutely difficult to hurt him in the slightest. Yang Chen's punch severely injured Lei Qianju. The chest was sunken. If it weren't for the fact that he mobilized a large number of thunder shields at a critical moment, this punch was enough to directly burst his flesh. Poof, Lei Qianju fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Mixed with a lot of awful mincemeat, the old face instantly paled and withered. Physical cultivation, you are actually a physical cultivator. Damn it, Lei Qian drank heavily. Looking at the sky, Yang Chen withstood his thunder's blow, but it was intact. He didn't care about his cruel words and directly turned into an electric light and swept towards the sky. Just now moved the killing intent. The kid must have noticed it. If you stay here, 80% will die. Looking at Lei Qianju who disappeared directly in front of him. Yang Chen pouted. This old guy's combat power is not great, and his running kung fu is first class. However, he did not chase. Instead, the voice was transmitted to Yinju. Yinju, follow quietly. Falling from the sky, Yang Chen looked at everyone. But he looked slightly stunned, because 010 found for him, Zhao Shiru's cheeks were blushing, and her beautiful eyes were full of shyness. Xu Qingchen looked like he had discovered a new covenant, and his beautiful eyes were round. The rest of the people were staring under him. What the? Yang Chen couldn't help but bow his head, suddenly looked startled. Exercise. The clothes were all smashed by the old guy Lei Qianju. Right now, he was naked. Yang Chen was about to take out a piece of clothing and put it on. Suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Hao's gaze. That look. Full of shock, shame, low self-esteem. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curved. It seems that his stepfather has hit Hauer. It's no wonder. After all, he was a physical cultivator, and he fused the divine dragon spine. This aspect is his strength. Alas, Hauer. You must not feel inferior. Being a father really does not mean it. Brother Chen, don't put your clothes on yet. Zhao Shiru saw Yang Chenlin in place, and immediately stepped forward and said coquettishly. His cheeks were blushing, his eyes were resentful, and he was a little surprised. Your own man can't be seen by other women. Some of the nuns present had their eyes straightened. Especially Xu Qingchen's girl, her eyes were about to fall out just now. Ooh, I forgot. Sorry guys, sorry. Yang Chen looked like he suddenly realized. Embarrassedly, he turned his body sideways in the direction of Li Hao. Then he winked at Li Hao, with a little teasing in his eyes. Damn bastard. Li Hao's face suddenly turned hideous, and his fists were clenched. This bastard must have done it on purpose, deliberately humiliating him. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. Ding, the host shows his majesty, Li Hao is shocked and hit, his mood collapses, the son of plundering destiny is worth 500 points from Hao's luck, and the host gets 500 villain points. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was suddenly shocked. This also earns villain value. Howard, you really let your father impress you. Oblivious. In the next chapter, the style is restored as before. Defeat Lei Qianzhu, the Avatar 1. Yang Chen also played the whole card. Different fire, heavenly demon stone carved 36 styles, the power of the flesh. All of them were used, without any reservations. However, being able to win will hit Lei Qianzhu hard. It is also because Lei Qian is extremely careless. He probably never dreamed that he was an individual cultivator. That punch hit Lei Qianzhu's heart firmly. Although he did not directly burst his physical body, but seeing that his blood was full of internal organ fragments, his heart was absolutely shattered. The importance of the monk's body and heart is self-evident. Losing his heart, Lei Qianzhu's strength was greatly reduced. Of course, for the Avatar cultivator, the strength of the physical body is only a part. Because, the cultivators of the transformation god have already condensed the Yuan god and can use the Yuan god to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. But, Yinzhu is a soul sect cultivator. Moreover, after devouring the Kangchen Venerable in the Vine Mountain, after half a year of hard cultivation, his strength reached the half-step transformation god realm. Only Lei Qianzhu, who has the power of the Yuan god, is left, and Yinzhu is his nemesis. If Lei Qianzhu's physical body was intact, Yinzhu might not be an opponent. But now, Lei Qian would definitely not be able to escape Yinzhu's clutches. This was also the reason why Yang Chen did not continue to pursue. After all, Lei Qianzhu was the great elder of the Wind Thunder sect. This kind of dirty work is left to Yinzhu to do. A few days later, in Zhao Shuru's palace, "Hey brother Chen. It's only been 6 months, can you hear it?" Zhao Shuru was disgusted. However, a pair of jade hands groped on Yang Chen's head. The charming eyes are full of tender love. Other people's sons can't hear it for 6 months, but our son is different. You've seen a few pregnant golden children, Yang Chen said with a smile. His ears were attached to Zhao Shuru's stomach, listening to the vibration inside, and he was also quite surprised in his heart. The reason why his son can have such talent, the fetus is pregnant. It should be because he fused the backbone of the divine dragon. After fusing the Shenlong backbone, his physique has been substantially improved. It is no weaker than the body of a true dragon. The body of a true dragon is the legendary supreme physique. So, at the end of the day, seeds are better. Brother Chen, you say, what is the better name of our child? Zhao Shuru asked at this time. What's your name? Yang Chen raised his head, and a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. It's time to name my son again. However, according to his rules, the name of the child depends on the name of the child's brother. Yang Chen was thinking. Zhao Shuru said, Brother Chen, you say it's a boy every day, or call the child Yangwu, Ningtangwu, moreover, after the morning. Yangwu. When Yang Chen heard this, his brows frowned. How can this woman like to use his father as a benchmark to name her children? Lin Xilan is, and so is Zhao Shuru. Alas, snap. Yang Chen hit Zhao Shuru firmly, reprimanded softly. Blind, I am a father, an elder, and noon and morning are the same. How can a son be an equal to his father? Hearing Yang Chen's reprimand, Zhao Shuru suddenly realized. Brother Chen, you said the same. It's Ruer who is not thoughtful. Brother Nakan, do you have a suitable name? Yang Chen thought for a while and said. Name our son mainly depends on his brother. There is a Hao character in Hao's name. According to legend, in ancient times, there was a Haotian emperor who coerced 9 heavens and 10 lands, and was invincible in the world. Howard took a Hao character, then our son, let's take a heavenly character. It's called Yang Tian, sounds sunny and domineering. Ruer, what do you think? Yang Tian, Zhao Shuru's beautiful eyes lit up. Obviously very happy with the name. Well, listen to your brother Chen, it's called Yang Tian. Brother Chen, you're so good, you have to consider Howard when you choose your name. It's a pity, Howard, his mind is getting more and more wrong. Zhao Shuru said inside. Yang Chen suddenly said. Ruer, Howard is still a child, let's tolerate him. The stepfather, will teach him well in the future. If it really doesn't work, take him to Zantianzong and let him practice in Zantianzong. Brother Chen, you don't have to be so good to him, he always bumps into you. Yang Chen said with a smile. Why am I good to him? It's not Aya and you. Brother Chen, Zhao Shuru groaned softly and snuggled into Yang Chen's arms. The eyes are intoxicated, the beautiful eyes are like water, and the on waves are rippling. As a woman who has been practicing celibate for hundreds of years, Zhao Shuru couldn't withstand Yang Chen's love words at all. Just a few simple words can make her completely intoxicated. Crouching on Yang Chen's chest, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat, Zhao Shi's soft and beautiful eyes gradually became confused. Brother Chen, it's the night of the full moon tonight, and the Xuanyan Qi in Ruer's body has fluctuated a little again. I'm worried about affecting our children. As the bright moon gradually rose, Zhao Shuru said softly. The last time Yang Chen helped her get rid of Xuanyan Qi, it took one night, and she wasted a lot of exercises, but she only got rid of 1/3. Now in her body, there is still a huge amount of Xuanyan Qi. Although it will not erupt as before, but the bright moon rose, and the body was still a little cold. But Ruer, your current state. Yang Chen was a little hesitant. However, Zhao Shi's soft and beautiful eyes were full of confusion. Brother Chen, it's okay. Let's just be careful. This, okay. Alas, Yang Chen could only reluctantly agree. In the dormitory, the moonlight and spring light reflect each other. And at this time, in the palace where Li Hao is located. Your Majesty, all the concubines of Li Jun have been captured. And his concubine, who has been severely injured in Seal Chu Wei. These people are all locked up in the heavenly prison. Listening to the report of his subordinates, Li Hao nodded in satisfaction. Very good. The heavenly prison is strictly guarded, and without Zan's order, Li Jun and his concubines are not allowed to die. Yes, Your Majesty. The subordinates retreated, and a twisted smile appeared on Li Hao's face. Leave Jun. Now it falls into the hands of Zan, and Shin will torture you well. Whoever has added shame to Shu will die. Li Jun, you are the first. And Yang Chen, I'm going to kill him too. Li Hao walked out of the hall and looked at the bright moon in the sky, his face was a little hesitant. Forget it, let's go and confess the mistake to the Queen Mother. After all, my strength is still too weak now. Without the Queen Mother, a late Yuan infant cultivator, as a backer, the position of the lord of the country is unstable. Although I poisoned the Queen Mother in order to get rid of that little mongrel, if I apologize to the Queen Mother will definitely forgive me. After all, my mother and I have been in love for decades. How can a little mongrel who has not been born be compared? Li Hao thought, and then walked towards Zhao Shuru's sleeping palace. However, when he came to the dormitory, he was stunned. Because once again he heard the monotonous and full of human emotions. "Ah, Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I must kill you, bastard." Li Hao roared lowly, and his forehead was bruised. His face turned blue and green. "Clench your fists." Trembling, in his eyes, killing intent gushed. A moment later, Li Hao left this sad place. Ding, the host dispels the Xuanyan Qi for Zhao Shiru, leaves Hao to listen, the state of mind completely collapses, the son of plundering the destiny is worth 500 points from Hao Qi, and the host obtains the villain worth 500 points. Closing square bracket. Ding, friendly reminder, away from Hao Qi luck value to 0. Closing square bracket. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Yang Chen's face was playful. This is a horse. Hour, there are not many times for indulgence for the father. But why do you come across it every time? Just right every time. Willingly being a listener every time. Alas, you are truly a good son of the father. But, the gas luck value goes to 0. This shows that it is no longer possible to scrape out any Qi luck value on Li Hao's body. Completely lost its value. Alas, Howard, if you keep these 500 luck values, your father will find a way to scavenge them out for you. You can live a few more days. Right now, alas, the father can only kill you. Looking at Zhao Shiru, who had fallen into a coma beside her. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. Then, quietly out of the palace, divine soul release. Yang Chen sensed Li Hao's position. At this time, Li Hao left sadly and did not go to the palace but came to the heavenly prison. Away from the Yang heavenly prison, it is near the Lianyang imperial palace. Meet your majesty. When the guard saw Li Hao, he immediately knelt down and saluted. One by one, they looked respectful, directly on the forehead to the ground. The great elder of the Wind Thunder sect, the legendary avatar cultivator, forced his majesty to abdicate the throne, but was severely injured by the Xuanyan Holy Sun and fled. Now, no one knows that the lord of the leading Yang kingdom is the stepson of the Xuanyan Holy Sun. Therefore, even if the guard general was a Jindan cultivator, he knelt directly on the ground without the slightest hesitation. For their attitude, Li Hao is very satisfied. However, the face is still distorted and scary. Eyes glowing green, Shen Shen said, "Takes you to see Li Jun." "Yes, your majesty." The guard general of the heavenly prison, a Jindan cultivator, got up when he heard this and entered it with Li Hao. The heavenly dungeon of the young royal family has a total of 9 floors. Li Jun and his several concubines and mother concubines were on the first floor alone. At this time, Li Jun has long lost the demeanor in the Tianyang hall. Shu Wei was sealed, his breath was weak, and he slumped on the ground. His eyes were dull, and he repeated in his mouth. "Impossible, impossible." Hearing Li Hao's footsteps, Li Jun looked up. A flash of fear flashed across his face. Leave Hao." Your majesty, your majesty. I was wrong, your majesty. Please, let me go, let me go." In the face of Li Jun's plea for mercy, Li Hao's face that had been distorted was relieved a little. "Haha, Li Jun, don't worry, Shu won't kill you. You are Zan's own brother, how can Shen bear to kill you?" Saying that, Li Hao looked at the Jindan monk. "You go out, no matter what you hear, don't come in." Yes, brother Jindan bowed and left. Li Hao walked to Li Jun and looked at Li Jun who was kneeling on the ground, and he was in a particularly happy mood at the moment. A foot on his head, then, rubbed it hard, crunch. Ah, crunch, crunch, until the flesh and blood blurred of Jun's face. The floor of the prison was covered in blood. Li Hao raised his foot satisfied. This feeling of trampling people underfoot. But Li Jun, don't faint, there's a good show ahead. Boom, saying that, Li Hao walked into a prison next to him. There was a concubine of Li Jun. "Ah, Li Hao, I'm Sao Nima. I must kill you, Li Hao." Wang Bei. Jun lay on the ground and cursed angrily. Although teeth are lost, slurred speech. However, the voice of grief and indignation is quite sharp and harsh. And at this time, an invisible dark place in the heavenly dungeon. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. Howard, you're really a pervert, much more perverted than a father. It's really better than blue. However, since you like to play so much, let me give you something more exciting for the father. Boom, Yang Chen flicked his fingers, an array of light disappeared into Li Jun. Then, Li Jun actually stood up from the ground. The seal on the body was unsealed, and the withering aura was rapidly rising. "Li Hao, I'm going to tear you when I step on a horse." "Li Jun, you, how is that possible?" "Ah, Li Jun, Zan, wrong." Click, hell, a miserable sound resounded through the heavens. However, Li Hao had given an order before that no one was allowed to come down if he made any sound. And, in the heavenly prison, the sound insulation is excellent. Even the fluctuations of true chi cannot be sensed by the outside world. Yang Chen did not go to see Li Hao's tragic situation. Leave quietly directly from the heavenly prison. Return to Zhao Shiru's dormitory. Fight for the public. Zhao Shiru groaned and turned over, although she was sleeping, her cheeks were rosy, and the charm at the corners of her eyes was fully revealed. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. Howard, you can go with peace of mind. Your queen mother and brother, I will take good care of it. Boom, the next day, it was slightly bright. The voice of the system sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding, the host kills Li Hao, the son of heavenly destiny, and gets a villain gift package. Yang Chen was suddenly stunned. Groove, how many hours have passed since then? He slept all. Howard is only dead now. Isn't that what I was suffering all night yesterday? Oops, Howard, you don't blame the father. Being a father is also not intentional. After all, who could have known that Li Jun was also so perverted that he would torture you all night? But Howard, although you were dead, you were also very valuable. Villain package, but good stuff, with systematic rewards. Being a father also protects your mother and brother better. You are in the spirit of the earth. Oblivious, open the villain package. Yang Chen drank low. Ding, the villain gift package was successfully opened, and the host obtained a plant of 9 colorful porridges. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was suddenly taken aback. 9 colorful porridges. It turned out to be 9 colors. This is a legendary holy relic. Poria is a kind of elixir that can rejuvenate the spirit of a monk. It's precious in itself. Ordinary Poria has only 1 color. However, in Poria, occasionally a Poria king is born. The medicinal effect of Poria king is 100 times that of ordinary Poria. And every 100 armors that Kingling grows, he will undergo a baptism of thunder calamity. After the thunder tribulation, if it survives, it will add a color. And the 9-colored Poria has also grown for at least 50,000 years and has experienced 8 thunder calamities. In the history of Zantianzong, there are records about this. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a sect master whose strength reached the 10th level of transformation god, and he was unable to break through the realm of refining void. Later, I got a colorful Poria by accident. As a result, he successfully broke through, reaching the refining void in one fell swoop, dominating the Northern Spirit Domain for thousands of years. After that, the sect master even left the Northern Spirit Domain and went to the land of Zhongzhou. The 6-colored Poria has such a divine effect, and the 9-colored Poria will only be more against the sky. For the monk's divine soul, this is a holy relic that cannot be sought. Yang Chen's cultivation progress has improved extremely rapidly during this time, and he has reached the eightfold realm of the Yuan baby. It's not far from the god of transformation, but his divine soul power did not keep up. To break through the gods, the most important thing is the Yuan baby, that is, the cultivation of the power of the divine soul. Only by condensing the Yuan god and communicating heaven and earth can we break through the transformation god. This level stuck an unknown number of cultivators. In the Northern Spirit Domain, 873 has a lot of power with the Yuan infant 10 heavy cultivators. However, there are very few among them who can break through the gods. The great infant tenfold cultivator would find it difficult to successfully condense the Yuan god in his lifetime. In the end, it will only dry up and die. And once this step is taken, the sea is wide with fish leaping, the sky is high and the bird is flying, entering another world. This is also the reason why it takes a lot of energy and hundreds of years to cultivate Zhao Shuru from Vine Mountain. The Yuan infant broke through the transformation god and had to step through a heavenly barrier. And now, I have 9 colorful porridges. Yang Chen didn't need to deliberately cultivate divine soul power. 9 colorful porridges can continuously nourish and improve his soul. At that time, breaking through the transformation god realm, there will be no barriers. Sit down, cross kneel. Yang Chen looked at a small flower of 9 colors in his hand, with a natural seal on it. Isolated from the amazing divine soul power of 9-colored Ling. Lift the seal. Suddenly, a huge amount of divine soul power directly wrapped Yang Chen. 9 colors of light shine, almost substantive. Then, the 9-colored Ling directly disappeared into the soul palace in Yang Chen's mind. The soul palace is the most secret and important place for monks. The soul is here. The 9-colored Poria was directly rooted in Yang Chen's soul palace, and the light rendered the entire soul palace into 9 colors. The 9 leaves of the 9-colored Poria also began to unfold. Red leaves, on which it seems to flow with flames. The blue leaves seem to freeze. The silver leaves seem to have countless sword rays shuttling. The black leaves, more like a black hole, release a thick glow. 9 colored porridges, each color, is a divine soul attribute. This is also its most precious place. 9 colored light filled the soul palace, and Yang Chen only felt that his divine soul power was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the 9 divine soul powers with different attributes in the 9 colored porridge were born from heaven and earth, and after several thunder calamities, they were precipitated for 10,000 years, and they were extremely pure. Not only was it improving Yang Chen's divine soul power, but he was also constantly refining his divine soul power. This is a qualitative improvement. In the future, he will break through the transformation god, and the Yuan god condense will definitely be extraordinary. Brother Chen. Beside him, Zhao Shuru's soft groan made Yang Chen open his eyes. Brother Chen, what a powerful divine soul power. Zhao Shuru is also a treasure shining. In the palace, the divine soul power released by Zhu Kailing just now was absorbed by her. A charming cheek, full of intoxication. Ruer, I just opened a strange treasure I obtained before. Contains a lot of pure divine soul power. It can help the two of us enter the Avatar God realm without a single barrier. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zhao Shuru was suddenly shocked. Enter the Avatar without a single barrier. What kind of heavenly material and earth treasure actually has such effects? Ruer, you hold me tight, Yang Chen said suddenly. Nasty. Zhao Shuru snorted, and then the jade arm wrapped around Yang Chen's neck. The delicate body clings to his arms. Ah, Zhao Shuru suddenly exclaimed. She just thought that Brother Chen would get that again in the morning. Unexpectedly, after hugging Brother Chen, a pure divine soul power poured into his body. Ruer, don't be distracted, quickly sink your mind and refine. Zhao Shuru still maintained the posture of wrapping her jade arms around Yang Chen's neck, and then sank her mind and began to refine that pure divine soul power. 1 hour later, Zhao Shuru opened her beautiful eyes. The eyes are full of surprise. After the strength reached the Yuan baby, he began to cultivate the Yuan baby, that is, the power of the divine soul. In just refining that pure divine soul power, directly made her divine soul significantly improve. This half hour is equivalent to the effect of ordinary penance for 3 or 5 years. It's amazing. Brother Chen, you gave me these divine soul powers, then don't you want to absorb less? Zhao Shuru said at this time. Yang Chen immediately stroked her charming cheek. Is Brother Hecken still divided each other? Don't talk like this in the future. Hit you up and down memory. Snap. Ah, Zhao Shuru rubbed the towering part of the beating, pretending to have a painful expression. But in the beautiful eyes, they are full of emotion. The jade arm that wrapped around Yang Chen's neck tightened again. The red lips were pressed to his ear, and the voice contained infinite affection. Brother Chen, you are so good. Ruer met you, it's really the luckiest thing in my life. Woo. Right at this moment, a hurried voice sounded outside the palace. Empress Dowager, it's not good. Your Majesty, something happened to him. Zhao Shuru suddenly let go of Yang Chen. Howard, why is he doing so many things? It's really unsettling. The tone was full of shame. Yang Chen suddenly smiled secretly in his heart. Caress her smooth back. Okay Ruer, let's go out first to see what happened to Howard. Well, listen to your brother Chen. The two walked out of the palace. Zhao Shuru's maid hurriedly said, Empress Dowager, your Majesty, he was killed. What? Zhao Shuru was suddenly shocked, and her face lost color. In the heavenly prison, Li Hao's limbs were scattered on the ground, and it could be seen from the wound that they were torn alive. The face was even more bloody and flesh, full of hideousness. A pair of eyes are round and dead. Howard, seeing Li Hao's tragic situation, Zhao Shuru's voice suddenly choked. Even if Li Hao poisoned her, she was very disappointed in Li Hao in her heart. However, after all, decades of mother-child love. Seeing Li Hao's miserable appearance, Zhao Shuru was suddenly heartbroken. Who did this? In the imperial city, who dares to give such a cruel hand to Howard? Don't you know that he is the stepson of the Holy Sun? Yang Chen asked sharply. On the side, the Jin Dan monk who was in charge of guarding the heavenly dungeon hurriedly knelt on the ground. Holy Sun, Lord Holy Sun. Yes, it's the second Prince Li Jun. Jun, last night, His Majesty went to the heavenly prison and asked the villain to go out, and explained that no matter what sound he heard, he was not allowed to come in. The villain did not dare to relax his vigilance, and listened for a moment outside this layer of the heavenly prison, but he heard the sound of the oriole crying. Your Majesty, yesterday night, he had that kind of relationship with several concubines of Li Jun, as well as Li Jun's mother concubine. The villain was worried that if he continued to listen, His Majesty would know that he would punish the villain, so he left the cell. Who knows, because that Li Jun was too angry, he actually broke through the seal and recovered his strength. So the current scene happened. I beg Lord Saint Sun and the Empress Dowager to spare their lives. What? Listening to cultivator Jinden's words, Yang Chen looked stunned and pretended to be surprised. Zhao Shiru clenched her silver teeth and hated iron without steel. How, this bastard, to do such a thing as a beast. Brother Chen, how did I raise such a son? Saying that, Zhao Shiru's voice choked. Alas, Ruer, I don't blame you for this. Yang Chen hugged her in his arms and comforted. Howard is young and vigorous, and he is forgiven for wanting to find excitement, but this is not something he can grasp. Alas, it was also yesterday night that we only cared about naming Tiener, but ignored Howard. If I could have gone to see Howard yesterday night, this kind of miserable situation would not have happened. Yang Chen looked sad. The tone was full of self-reproach. Zhao Shiru's eyes were a little unbearable, and she comforted. Brother Chen, don't blame yourself so much. Howard, he fell to such a point, is also the bitter fruit he planted himself. Such a perverted thing, is simply the anger of everyone in God. No wonder Li Jun can break through the seal with anger. Ruer, Yang Chen hugged Zhao Shiru tighter. Look at the eyes on the ground that are not blind to how death. Hands caressed her bulging belly. Softly, Ruer, don't be too sad. Although Howard is dead, we still have Tiener. Well, Brother Chen, you're right, we still have heaven. Li Hao died. Yang Chen told Shu Wei that among the people who left home, he chose one to be the new head of the country. The children who left home were also royal families, and the succession is also justified. Moreover, as a disciple of the side lineage, he has no foundation, and in the face of a strong lineage, he can only cling to Zhang Tianzong's thigh. In this way, Zhang Tianzong could better control the leaving Yang kingdom. Although the country of Liang is not strong, but it is a large secular country. The territory is tens of thousands of li, and the population is hundreds of millions. Every year, some talented people are born, and these cultivation geniuses are the fresh blood of Zhang Tianzong. He stayed in the National Master's mansion for another half a month. During this period, Yang Chen relied on the 9 colored pores in the soul palace to raise the divine soul power to the level that the Yuan infant eightfold should have. Outside the small courtyard, Lang Yuyan and Zhao Shiru trimmed flowers and plants together. These two women get along very harmoniously, without a trace of contradiction. Since they got to know each other, they have been called sisters. Evening, Lang Yuyan's face was rosy. The forehead is covered with fine beads of sweat. Yuyan, what's wrong with you in the past half a month? It's a little abnormal. Yang Chen stroked her hair, and his voice was a little playful. Lang Yuyan knew what he meant. Suddenly his heart was shy, but he still said softly. People want a child too. Oh, Yang Chen was immediately happy. His gaze glanced towards Zhao Shiru's room. It seems that Ruer's pregnancy stimulated her. Gee, women, they really know how to act. During the day, they are still like sisters. Now it's time to compete again. Then, a lightsaber cut through the void and directly penetrated the room. The sword chi was turbulent, but it stopped firmly in front of Yang Chen. Brother Chen, be careful. Looking at the lightsaber suspended in front of Yang Chen, Lang Yuyan said vigilantly. Her cultivation had reached the Yuan infant dual realm. You can clearly feel that this small lightsaber contains earth-shattering sword intent. It's just that this sword intent seems to be able to cut off everything in the world. It's okay, Ruer, this is my master's unique teleportation lightsaber. It should be that the master has something to find me. Master, Lang Yuyan's cheeks turned red, quickly wrapped his body in a quilt. Brother Chen's master is naturally also his own master. However, Master Venerable sent a message from her old man to the lightsaber. But he is with Brother Chen. Alas, what a shame. Yang Chen didn't pay attention to her expression, looking at the lightsaber, the corners of his mouth looked a curve. Master honored her, it seems that she is out of customs. Master Venerable said before that you will never go out without breaking the realm. Now, wouldn't Master Venerable have reached the realm of refining voids? In the northern spirit domain, the cultivators of the Avatar God can be called powerful. In the past 10,000 years, not a single cultivator has been born. If the master breaks through the refining void, then the gold content of his Xuanian Saint Son is even higher. However, he didn't need to rely too much on the identity of the Holy Son now. After all, he already had the combat power to defeat the Avatar cultivator. Yang Chen removed the lightsaber and injected a breath of true chi. Suddenly, a cold voice with a bit of irritation sounded in his mind. Yang Chen, you rebel disciple, how long has it been for the master to retreat? You actually married a wife and had children, and gave birth to 3. Hurry up and get back to the master. Listening to the voice in his head, Yang Chen could even imagine the angry look of the master. In the original work, her identity is not simple. The beautiful master told him to hurry back. Yang Chen did not continue to stay in Lianyang country. As soon as Li Hao died, the matter of leaving the Yang kingdom was completely over, and there was no need to stay. With cold rain smoke and Zhao Shiru, he went to Zantianzong. Xu Qingshan, as a maid, naturally followed along. Flying on the spirit boat, Xu Qingshan looked at the smaller and smaller capital city below, and his expression was a little reluctant. Since she was born, she has been staying away from the capital. Although she yearned for Zantianzong in her heart, this was the first time she had left here. Qingshan, reluctant, Zhao Shiru on the side noticed the strange look on her expression and asked. Ah, no, Xu Qingshan hurriedly said. Then, he glanced at Zhao Shiru's bulging belly. Can't help but say, the Queen Mother, it's windy outside, you're still pregnant. During this time, Xu Qingshan, the fiancé who left Hao, was arranged by Yang Chen to take care of Zhao Shiru. However, hearing her name, Zhao Shiru reminded, Qingshan, if you leave Lianyang, you can't call me Empress Dowager anymore. I am Brother Chen's woman, if you call me like that, Brother Chen will not look good on his face. Xu Qingshan is also a smart person. I know, Sister Shiru. Saying that, Xu Qingshan couldn't help but touch Zhao Shiru's belly. In his eyes, there was some envy. The combination of the Ice Phoenix bloodline and the true dragon body of His Highness the Holy Sun, the bloodline born must be even more powerful. Alas, pity, His Highness the Sun just made her a handmaiden. Zantianzong, Sun Peak, Lin Xilan is playing with her 3 children. Above the peak, a figure suddenly appeared. It's Daddy. Yang Kai recognized Yang Chen and immediately shouted in surprise. Although Yang Chen did not return for most of the year, when he left, Yang Kai already had a deep memory of his father. He also often let him kill this and kill that. So, the moment he saw him, the little one recognized it. Yang Kan also learned to speak, and followed his brother's milky voice. Daddy, Blaze, Can, come, Daddy hug. Yang Chen squatted down. The 2 little ones quickly ran into his arms, a mess on his face. Yang Chen was also very pleased. After all, this is his biological child. It's different from stepsons like Yunur and Howard. If Yunur and Howard are also willing to call him Daddy so affectionately like the 2 little guys. Then, he said that he would really accept these 2 good children. Hug the 2 little ones. Yang Chen got up and walked to Lin Xilan's side. Brother, you're back. Qing'er's beautiful eyes were also full of joy. She hadn't seen Yang Chen for a long time, and she also wanted to throw herself into her brother's arms. However, she is a sensible girl. Silently took Yang Zhou from Lin Xilan's arms, then walked to the side and coaxed Yang Kai and Yang to the side to play. Shanggong. Lin Xilan looked at the figure in front of her who was thinking day and night, and she couldn't hold back her emotional excitement, and threw herself directly into Yang Chen's arms, and her voice choked. Why haven't you come back for so long? People still think you don't want us. How so? Yang Chen's hands caressed her soft jade back. Comforting. Why wouldn't Shanggong want you? You gave birth to 3 children to Shanggong. I'm busy during this time, and I've been dealing with things away from Yang country. Just finished busy, I'll be right back. Really? Of course it's true, I swear. Yang Chen swore and stretched out 3 fingers. Lin Xilan suddenly hit him in the chest, coquettishly said. Well, can I still not believe you, but Shanggong, Shilan really misses you. Every night, I dream that you will come back. Lin Xilan crouched in Yang Chen's arms and said softly. The voice was full of longing. Jade wrapped her arms around his tiger's waist and hugged him tightly, as if afraid that he would leave again. Evening. Lin Xilan's cheeks were flushed, and her white forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Leaning into Yang Chen's arms, with a grumbling face. You scoundrel, you were all like that, and you fused the divine dragon backbone. I really can't stand you. Boom, lady, I can't help it, he doesn't allow it. Yang Chen smiled very proudly and rampantly, rubbed her blue silk and patted it. Nasty. Lin Xilan was coquettish and flattering. Yang Chen suddenly gasped. Yang Chen accompanied Lin Xilan and several children for 3 days. Yang Kai and Yang Kan, the 2 little guys, quarreled all day long to sleep with their father. Yang Chen was also helpless. I could only take a very precious time to sleep with the 2 little guys. Zhao Shuru and Cold Rain Yan also lived in the palace of St. Sun Peak. But, although Lin Xilan has just reached the foundation building realm, in the realm of cultivation, they are far away from 1 Yuan baby, 1 Yuan baby, and 1 Yuan baby, and 1 7th element. However, the 2 of them call her sister Xilan in unison. After all, she is the wife that Yang Chenming is marrying. She is also a mother of 3 children. A few days later, Yang Chen left the Holy Sun Peak and went to Tongtian Peak, where the beautiful master lived. Enter the main hall. A slender and graceful figure turned its back to him. A dark Taoist robe, wrapped in a graceful figure. The blue silk was pulled into a bun, revealing a snow-white neck. Standing there quietly, it seemed to be integrated with the avenue of heaven and earth. Yang Chen's current realm has reached the 8-fold of the Yuan infant, and the divine soul has also caught up after being nourished by the 9-colored Lingling. The combat power can even defeat Lei Qianju, who is a heavy god. However, facing the delicate and slender back of Master Venerable, he only felt like facing a high mountain. The cultivators of the void were fighting void entered another world compared to the cultivators of the transformation god. Yang Chen stepped forward and bowed. Disciple meet master. HMPH. In response to him, there was a cold snort. Do you still know that this seed is your master? Of course the disciple knows. 1 day for the master and a father for life. Yang Chen said immediately. Good. 1 day for the master and a father for life. The graceful figure turned around. Red lips evoke a touch of disdain. You unfilial disciples, have you been back for a few days? I only remember to meet your master now. All your thoughts are on your wives and concubines. Have you forgotten who raised you? That's how you respect your teacher and be filial to your teacher. Looking at the stunning fairy face in front of him, Yang Chen's eyes flashed with amazement. He's a beautiful teacher. It's beautiful. The facial features seem to be carefully outlined by heaven, without the slightest flaw. Beautiful eyes like water, with cold on waves. But at this time, it was full of resentment. Master, are you jealous? Yang Chen played with taste, although this was the first time he had come face to face with this beautiful master. However, in memory, the relationship between the predecessor and this beautiful master is quite good. Because, when the predecessor was 6 years old, he followed this beautiful master to Zantianzong. The affection for each other is quite deep. He also speaks very easily, and does not have much of the sense of hierarchy and inferiority of ordinary masters and apprentices. Of course, this is not to say that Master Venerable is a good person to get along with. On the contrary, she is a villain in the original book and extremely difficult to get along with. Looks beautiful, but is ruthless. Otherwise, Chu Yuxiao would not have reached the transformation god realm, and he was still extremely afraid of his beautiful master. The reason for this is for Yang Chen. It is because Yang Chen was raised by her. There are different emotions mixed in. Bah! Zan Lingshuang raised her eyebrows, and her beautiful eyes glared at Yang Chen. Rebels, what nonsense. What is the status of the teacher, who will eat your vinegar? Saying that, walking in front of him, a faint fragrance entered Yang Chen's nose. Yang Chen sniffed hard. She never used perfume. Then this fragrance can only be the body fragrance of the master. But this body fragrance is really fragrant. Zan Lingshuang's jade hand was lightly raised, but it covered Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen did not dodge and let her do it. Zero asked for flowers. A soft truchi submerged into Yang Chen's head, from the top down. He walked around his body. For a moment, Zan Lingshuang withdrew his jade hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and said softly. Chen'er, do you know why Master Wei was like that just now? Does Master suspect that the disciple has been taken away? Yang Chen said with a smile. It is naturally normal for Zan Lingshuang to have such suspicions. After all, his cultivation speed can only be described as terrifying. Those elders of the Xuantian sect would only think that as a holy son, he was extremely talented. The sect master is wise and wise as a torch. However, as the master who raised him, he knew his details best. So, there must be doubts in my heart. Yang Chen said at this time. Master, don't worry, the disciple is just a few adventures, and the improvement of strength is beyond common sense. But the disciple is definitely your Chen'er. Hearing this, Zan Lingshuang's beautiful eyes turned white at him. But the doubt in my heart dissipated, because with her cultivation of refining the void realm, she did not find a trace of abnormality in Chen'er. Moreover, Chen'er's soul essence is still in its original state. After all, she raised Chen'er for decades, from a little fart in open pants to a man. For Chen'er's breath, she is most familiar with it, and she will not admit it. Reaching out and touching Yang Chen's cheek, Zan Lingshuang's beautiful eyes were full of tenderness and gratification. Chen'er, who is a teacher, has really grown up now. It's all already Yuan baby A. Moreover, it is still physical cultivation. This cultivation can be protected as a teacher. The jade hand flicked his face, and Yang Chen only felt a tingling on his face. The body actually had some reaction. What a sin, a sin. This is my own master. Zan Lingshuang stroked Yang Chen's handsome face for a while, and then said. Chen'er, for the master to call you back this time, there is something for you to do. Master, what's going on? Zan Lingshuang paused and said. The city lord of the ice and snow ancient city has exhausted his lifespan and sat down. The position of the city lord is vacant, and all major families are snatching it. The current head of the Feng family, Feng Yuan, is a friend of Shi, and she wants our Xuantian sect to support the Feng family in the position of city lord. And there is a willingness to marry her daughter with our Xuantian sect. So, Master Wei decided to send you, the only personal disciple, over to help her. Ice and Snow Ancient City. The Feng family. Yang Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes were thoughtful. Ice and Snow Ancient City is the top force in the Northern Spirit domain. Although the strength is not as good as Zantianzong, it is stronger than the Blood Dao Gate. According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, an extraterritorial ice phoenix fell in the Ice and Snow Ancient City. Before the ice phoenix left, he left several bloodline descendants. After tens of thousands of years of development, these bloodline descendants have multiplied into several major families. They are the Bai family, the Lan family, and the Feng family. The position of the city lord of Ice and Snow Ancient City has been taken over by the three major families in turn. However, over time, the blood and kinship between the three major families is also constantly fading. In recent thousands of years, every time the position of city lord of Ice and Snow Ancient City has changed, the competition between the three major families has been extremely fierce. Chen'er, are you willing to go? Hearing the words of the master. He had only been back a few days ago. The two children, Yang Kai and Yang Kan, pestered him all day. To be honest, he, the father, did not fulfill much of his father's responsibilities. And Yang Zhou is almost 1 year old. The little one is babbling and has just learned to call daddy. Plus the child in Zhao Shuru's belly, it will be born in a few months. So, he doesn't want to go out now, was about to refuse. But the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding, the heroine's life has been detected, Feng Yuan. Closing square bracket. Friendly reminder, Feng Yuan is the mother-in-law of the son of destiny. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was suddenly stunned. The heroine's personality. Feng Yuan, the mother-in-law of the son of destiny. This is a horse. Could it be that this time the male protagonist of Heaven's mandate belongs to the flow of sons-in-law? If that's the case, that's so interesting. Yang Chen did not refuse and agreed to go. After all, he's a big villain. Killing the son of destiny, this is his essential work. What's more, this time, the heroine who belongs to the son of destiny has a mother-in-law. He really had no reason to refuse. After agreeing to Master Venerable, Yang Chen did not set off immediately, but stayed at St. Sun Peak for a while. During the day, he played with Yang Kai, Yang Kan, and Yang Zhou. Elevate the relationship between father and son, father and daughter. In the evening, I play with a few adults, but happy times are always short-lived. Half a month later, under their resentful gazes, Yang Chen left Zantianzong. In the flying spirit boat, Yang Chen lay on the jade chair. Behind him, Xu Qingchen massaged. Peel a grape for him from time to time and pass it to his mouth. Although he was doing the work of a maid, Xu Qingchen's beautiful cheeks were full of pride. Become a handmaiden of His Highness the Sun. You can serve with you. By the way, absorb some of the dragon qi on His Highness the Holy Sun to improve his cultivation. And those ladies, but they all stayed in Zantianzong. The opportunities are endless. Your Highness Holy Sun, is Qingchen's strength okay? Xu Qingchen's voice was coquettish. 573. The red lips were pressed to Yang Chen's ear, and he exhaled like a lamb. But Yang Chen just snorted, still eyes closed. These days, he consumes a lot. Now I just want to take a break. 10 days later. The flying spirit boat came to the Falling Snow Mountain Range more than 100,000 miles north of Xuantian Sect. The Falling Snow Mountain Range can be said to be the northernmost point of the Northern Spirit Domain. The entire mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles. There are countless peaks, however, the top of each mountain is basically snowy. The ancient city of Ice and Snow is located on a snowfield between several snowy mountains. It snows half of the year, hence the name Falling Snow. In this area, because the climate is relatively cold, there are not many mortals. However, it is also because of the cold, which causes the heaven and earth spiritual energy here to carry an ice cold, which is very suitable for the cultivation of the cultivators of the ice attribute spiritual root. Moreover, among the snowy mountains that stretch for tens of thousands of miles, there are many heavenly treasures with ice attributes. Therefore, the Ice and Snow Ancient City, located in the middle of the Falling Snow Mountain Range, has become a holy place for the cultivation experience of the ice attribute cultivators of the Northern Spirit Domain. The flying spirit boat landed in the sky above the Ice and Snow Ancient City. The banner of Zantianzong above fluttered in the wind. Soon, several monks stepped into the air. Seeing Yang Chen standing on the deck, one of the middle-aged female cultivators hurriedly handed over his hand. Inner Gate Elder Song Wei, meet His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Saying that, Song Wei said to several cultivators around him. Dear Taoists, this is His Royal Highness the Holy Sun of my Xuantian sect. This time, the sect master sent the Holy Sun here, which shows the importance he attaches to the Feng family. It turned out to be His Royal Highness the Sun. I'll wait to see His Highness the Sun. Several monks saluted, excitement on the face. After all, their Feng family, in the competition for the position of City Lord, urgently needed the support of Zantianzong. The meaning of Xuantian Saint Sun coming in person and coming to an Inner Gate Elder was completely different. The arrival of a Holy Sun had already strongly demonstrated the attitude of the Xuantian sect master towards the Feng family. Seniors are courteous. Yang Chen stood on the deck of the flying spirit boat, smiling kindly, humbly and courteously. The breeze blows, and the temperament is like a fairy. Several Feng patriarch elders had a twinkle in their eyes. This Xuantian Saint Sun was indeed as rumored, quite extraordinary. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has arrived in the Ice and Snow Ancient City. It is indeed an honor for my Feng family. Your Highness the Holy Sun, please, my family master has been waiting for a long time. Okay, senior, please. Yang Chen stepped down from the flying spirit boat. Xu Qingchen and a group of Xuantian sect cultivators followed behind. This time, it was to support the Feng family master to become the city lord of the Ice and Snow Ancient City. It's not just because Feng Yuan, the head of the Feng family, is a friend of the Xuantian sect master. It is also closely related to the interests of Zantianzong. Therefore, the Xuantian sect sent more than 10 elders to follow Yang Chen together. In the main hall of the Feng family, a beautiful woman dressed in a moon-white dress, with a slightly plump figure and a dignified temperament, saw Yang Chen coming, and suddenly her beautiful face was stunned, and then a smile that was enough to discolor 100 flowers. This must be the Xuantian Saint Sun. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun is worthy of being the leader of the younger generation of my Northern Spirit Domain. Sure enough, it's extraordinary. The beautiful woman in the palace is Feng Yuan, the head of the Feng family. After practicing for thousands of years, his cultivation has reached the realm of Avatar. But when he saw Yang Chen, he praised it from the bottom of his heart. Because Yang Chen did not deliberately hide the realm. And with her cultivation of the divine realm, it can be detected that Yang Chen's cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Yuan infant. This kind of cultivation has already left the cultivators of the same generation far behind. After all, most of today's top powers, Saint Son and Holy Daughter, are still in the realm of Jindan. Those who can reach the late stage of Jindan are all the best among them. Late Yongchen, I have seen Senior Feng. Master Venerable often mentions Senior Feng to me, saying that you are the best friends and the friendship is extraordinary. This time, Master Venerable originally wanted to come in person, but her old man has just left the customs and needs to consolidate her cultivation, so she sent her junior to come. Yongchen bowed slightly, and his attitude was respectful and modest. He did not have a proud position as a Xuanyan holy son, plus the Feng family was proud of asking for Xuanyan sect. Pretty words, no money, generally said. The appreciation in Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes increased a little. Handsome in appearance and gentle in temperament. Zhang Lingshuang's domineering woman would actually train such an excellent disciple. Rare, in the main hall of the Feng family. There were quite a few people standing at this time. They are all elders and core disciples of the Feng family. Then, a Feng patriarch stepped forward and bowed. Patriarch, the wine banquet is ready. It is better to invite His Royal Highness the Holy Son and all the Taoists of the Xuanyan sect to join the table first. Let's eat and talk. Well, good. Feng Yuan nodded her head and then said to Yongchen. Holy Son, the food in our ice and snow ancient city is quite distinctive. Why don't we sit down together and taste it? Okay, Yongchen nodded in agreement. At the back of the main hall, on each jade table, there were dozens of dishes. Some dishes even exuded glow. As a family with avatar cultivators, the Feng family naturally couldn't treat mundane food as a so-called delicacy. The main ingredient of food on the jade table. All of them are elixirs and monsters that are specialties near the falling snow mountain range. Yongchen looked at a white jade-like soup. Patriarch Feng on the side immediately introduced. Your Highness the Holy Son, this soup is called snow jade soup, and it is made from the 1,000-year-old cold chalcedony in the falling snow mountain range. This leg of lamb is taken from the retreat of a Jindanjing mountain snow sheep, and the meat is extremely tender. This stir-fried mushroom is a 1,000-year-old snow mushroom taken from the falling snow mountain range. Yongchen nodded. It can be seen that the Feng family attaches great importance to their arrival. Each of these ingredients is top-notch, and it is difficult for even Yuan infant cultivators to eat them regularly on weekdays. The banquet went well. Then, a tall woman in a white snow robe walked over. Mother, the tall woman's voice is elegant, like an empty valley. Hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately introduced to Yongchen. Holy Son, this is my righteous daughter, although I am not my own child, but I have always regarded it as my own. Qianding told me every day that he admired the Holy Son very much, and now he is finally fortunate to meet the real person. Holy Son, it's better to let Qianding accompany you for a while. I'll go and say hello to a few elders. Yongchen nodded. When he came, he also learned in detail about the specific conditions of the major families in Ice and Snow ancient city. Especially the Feng family. Feng Yuan, the head of the Feng family, stepped into the realm of Avatar 500 years ago. He has practiced for thousands of years, but he has been alone and has no Taoist couples. It is even more childless. However, he adopted a righteous daughter. Awakened the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, the talent is peerless. As long as it does not die in the future, he can step into the realm of the God of Transformation. Yongchen glanced at Feng Qianning a few times. In her, she felt the blood of the Ice Phoenix. In order to welcome the banquet held by him, almost all the core personnel attended the banquet. However, Yongchen scanned the audience and did not sense a few awakened Ice Phoenix bloodlines. It can be seen that the blood of the Ice Phoenix, awakened people are indeed rare. Holy Son, Qianding has been looking up to your great name for a long time. I don't know if I can toast you with a glass of wine. Feng Qianning said and raised the wine glass in his hand. Yongchen could see that her eyes were a little unnatural. Obviously, this was Feng Yuan, or the Feng family deliberately arranged. Shizun said that Feng Yuan wanted to marry her daughter with Zhan Tianzong. Is this about to start? However, why did Feng Yuan use her already married daughter to marry? Isn't she, a mother, also married? Moreover, compared to her slightly green daughter, she has a lot of taste. Oblivious. Miss Qianning is polite. But this wine is stronger, it's better to drink less. Yongchen raised his glass and touched her slightly. The attitude was gentle and polite, and his eyes only swept at her, and there was no trace of bad 4.7 behavior. Feng Qian's expression suddenly relaxed a little. Originally a stiffer face. Ding, a new son of destiny has been detected, Long Tianyu. Closing square bracket. Features, carrying the blood of a true dragon, from Zhongzhou outside the Northern Spirit Domain, a descendant of the Red Dragon family of Zhongzhou. He came to the Northern Spirit Domain 20 years ago because of a family fight, and was appreciated by the elder Taisheng of the Feng family, and is currently the son-in-law of the Feng family, the nominal husband of Feng Qianning. Closing square bracket. There are two heroines who belong to Long Tianyu, the son of heavenly destiny, the titular wife Feng Qianning and the mother-in-law Feng Yuan. Closing square bracket. Note, Long Tianyu has the same proclivities as the host. Closing square bracket. Current gas luck value, 30,000 points. Closing square bracket. Ding, the host came to the Feng family with a high profile, received the highest standard reception from the Feng family, and drank and chatted with Feng Yuan and Feng Qianning. Long Tianyu was jealous, his mood was damaged. Long Tianyu, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 500 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 500 points. Closing square bracket. Listen to the system in your head. Yongchen was suddenly shocked. Long Tianyu, that's a name, domineering enough. However, this guy's state of mind is too easily damaged. It was to say a few words with his mother-in-law and wife and drink some wine. Just jealous. Yongchen's gaze scanned the hall. Soon, he noticed a look full of resentment and anger, staring at him deadly. At the entrance of the main hall, a young man in black stood. The appearance is not handsome, but it is angular. This must be Long Tianyu, the male protagonist of Heavenly Destiny. Noticing his gaze, Long Tianyu did not dodge in the slightest, and there was even a hint of warning and killing intent in his eyes. Yongchen looked slightly startled. This guy is worthy of being the male protagonist of Destiny. There is not a trace of cultivation on his body, waste one, and dare to warn him. But, true dragon body, a red dragon family from the land of Zhongzhou outside the Northern Spirit Domain. This is very much in line with the template of the son-in-law flow. There is no cultivation on his body, it seems to be a waste that cannot be cultivated. But in fact, the talent is peerless, and the origin is extraordinary. Now, he is the villain who appears, then Long Tianyu is about to show his true identity. According to the traditional plot, Long Tianyu shows his true identity, fights the villain at the same time, solves the crisis for the heroine and the heroine's family, and then obtains the heroine's heart. But this son-in-law is not the same as the son-in-law I saw before. After all, those sons-in-law in the novel have nothing to do with their mother-in-law. But now, Feng Yuan is a plump and beautiful woman. In terms of posture intent alone, it is even a little more than her daughter Feng Renning. I don't know if it's for him, the villain. Boom. Yongchen's eyes were slightly condensed, revealing a playful taste. The feeling of being a villain is cool. Drinking with the wife of the male protagonist. Was flattered by the male protagonist's mother-in-law and wife. and the male protagonist can only watch and sulk on the sidelines. Then, Feng Qianing on the side said, Your Highness Holy Son, Jianding heard, you previously obtained the Qinglian Tianyin rank 62nd on the Xenofire list. Yang Chen nodded. Good, I didn't expect Miss Qianing to hear about it too. It's a fluke. Miss Qianing is also interested in alien fire. Feng Qianing nodded lightly. Alien fire is a treasure of heaven and earth. Although there are 108 kinds of alien fires between heaven and earth, in our northern spirit domain, in recent thousands of years, only the Qinglian Tianyin obtained by His Highness the Holy Son was born. Since Miss Jianding is interested, let's show it next. Yang Chen said, stretched out his palm, and spread his 5 fingers. A cyan lotus blooms. A faint cyan light surrounds the green lotus, shining brightly. As Yang Chen's cultivation improved, the Qinglian shadow also deepened. At this time, the green lotus phantom was almost substantive, just like the green lotus carved out of green jade. What a beautiful lotus. Is this Qinglian Tianyin? Why don't I feel much heat? Feng Qianing said suspiciously. The fire is indeed hot, but I cover up the heat. Miss Qianing is a nice attribute cultivator after all, and the heat of the alien fire may have some bad effects on you. So it is. Thank you, His Highness the Sun. A smile appeared on Feng Qianing's cheeks. I only feel that this is Royal Highness the Holy Sun, although his status is noble, he is quite kind. And they will also take the initiative to consider others. So, he couldn't help but take 2 more glances at Yang Chen's handsome face. But he just looked at Yang Chen. Suddenly, Feng Qianing's eyes hurriedly glanced to the side. On his fair face, a blush appeared. Huh, that's shy. Yang Chen's eyes were playful. It seems that his intimate hypocritical performance just now was not in vain. Miss Qianing, you should have awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Yang Chen put the green lotus away and asked. Well, yes. Feng Qianing nodded. She awakened the matter of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, although the family has never publicly acknowledged it. But in fact, there are already many people who know. Before this his son's temple, there is no need to hide it. Once the Ice Phoenix bloodline awakens, it will step into the realm of the transformation god in the future, but it will be stable. Congratulations to Miss Qianing in advance, Yang Chen said with a smile. When Feng Qianing heard Yang Chen's praise, a panic suddenly arose in her heart. The purpose for which her mother asked her to come over. She naturally knew in her heart, now that the old city lord has passed away, the 3 major families are bound to win the position of city lord. Among the 3 major families, the Bai family and the Lan family have formed several family affairs in recent hundreds of years. There is a tendency for the 2 companies to form an alliance. Moreover, the strength of the Lan family is also the strongest among the 3 major families. The previous old city lord was also a member of the Lan family. It left a rich heritage for the Lan family. If the Feng family wanted to compete with the Lan family, they could only rely on the support of the behemoth of Zantianzong. Fortunately, my mother and Xuantian sect master have old friends. Zantianzong stood on the side of their Feng family this time. And also let Xuantian Saint Sun personally lead the team to support their Feng family. But, as the mother and several elders said, their Feng family must also show corresponding sincerity. That is marriage, although the Feng family has many beautiful female cultivators. However, among the younger generation, she was the only one who had awakened the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Letting her come over this time is naturally also to match her with Xuantian Holy Sun. Originally, there was some resistance in her heart. Because she is more disgusted by this kind of marriage. Moreover, she is now considered a married woman, although Tianyu cannot cultivate. But after all, they had a wedding, be an official couple. But now, looking at this humble and courteous and extremely handsome Xuantian Saint Sun, she suddenly found that the resistance in her heart seemed to fade a lot. Even, there is not much resistance anymore. Feng Qianing couldn't help but feel a little ashamed in her heart. And right at this moment, standing at the entrance of the hall, Long Tianyu, whose eyes had been scanning back and forth on Feng Yuan and Feng Qianing, his eyes gradually became gloomy. Both fists are clenched, and above the forehead, green tendons are faintly emerging. Because he saw that his wife Feng Qianing not only talked very happily with that shit Xuantian Saint Sun. Moreover, his face turned out to be a little more shy. As a man, Long Tianyu knew very well what that meant. A woman who shows a shy expression towards a man. That means that she has a good impression of this man. Damn it, Long Tianyu gritted his teeth. For more than 10 years, Jianding has never shown such an expression to him. After staying with that shit Holy Sun for less than half an hour, he actually began to be shy. Long Tianyu could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and walked directly towards Feng Qianing. Feng Qianing, who was chatting with Yang Chen, suddenly looked startled. Turned his head to look behind him. Tianyu, what's wrong with you? A flash of panic flashed in Feng Qianing's eyes. It was this panic that made Long Tianyu even more angry in his heart. I only feel a touch of greenery on my head. Qianding, follow me. Long Tianyu said in a deep voice, and reached out to grab Feng Qianing's jade hand. 833 However, Feng Qianing directly dodged it. It wasn't that she avoided it on purpose but an instinct. Because, although she has been married for more than 10 years, she and Long Tianyu have not had any physical contact. Nor did he hold hands. Damn it, Long Tianyu hated in his heart. Originally, I wanted to take this opportunity to take Qianing's jade hand to show sovereignty. But it still failed. I am your husband, Qianing. Why can't you even hold hands? Tianyu, go back quickly. I'll explain it to you tomorrow. Feng Qianing noticed that the elders and disciples of Patriarch Feng on the side were looking at this side, so he urged Long Tianyu to leave quickly. Otherwise, the elders and disciples of the family would have to trouble him again. Moreover, today is also an important occasion to receive the Xuantian Holy Sun. But there must be no mistake. If it was because of Tianyu that it would upset the Xuantian Holy Sun, then this time, the elders of the family who have always been dissatisfied with Tianyu will definitely not let him go easily. But, how could Long Tianyu leave? He instinctively felt that this shit Xuantian Saint Sun was definitely not a good person. Qianding awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline. It is also the first of the 3 beauties of the Ice and Snow ancient city. This shit Holy Sun must have coveted her, although he and Qianding are only formally husband and wife. But he had long regarded Qianding as his own woman in his heart. Never be touched by others. This is his forbidden. Laugh, only at him. Shy, you can only be shy of him. Qianding, you must go back with me today, Long Tianyu said in a deep voice. His eyes stared at Feng Qianing, and his tone was very tough. Miss Qianing, who is this? Yang Chen asked knowingly. He is. Facing Yang Chen's inquiry, Feng Qianing's eyes were a little nervous and flustered. For a while I didn't know what to say, Long Tianyu said directly. I am Qianding's husband, Long Tianyu. Qianding's husband. Yang Chen was surprised. It turns out that Miss Qianing already has a husband. Alas, saying that, Yang Chen sighed, full of regrets. Long Tianyu's eyes were proud. Feng Qianning's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. However, she did not stop Long Tianyu from saying this fact. After all, the husband of Feng Qianning, the eldest miss of the Feng family, is an ordinary person who cannot cultivate, and the entire ice and snow ancient city knows about this matter. There is no point in concealing. Your Highness Holy Son, my marriage to Tianyu was forced by my grandfather before he died. Tianyu and I held a wedding in order to keep my grandfather from regrets. But although we have been married for more than 10 years, we are just ordinary friends. Hearing the regret in Yang Chen's tone, Feng Qianning didn't know why and suddenly felt a little panic in her heart. So he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, but this explanation made Long Tianyu's eyes completely gloomy. Damn it, what do you mean by just ordinary friends? I am your husband, Qianning. Why do you explain it that way? Are you currying favor with that bastard and worrying that he will misunderstand? So it is. Yang Chen looked like he suddenly realized. Ding, the heroine Feng Qianning explained that it was just a friend relationship. Long Tianyu's mood was damaged, and Long Tianyu, the son of destiny of heaven, had 500 points of luck points, and the host obtained 500 points of villain value. Closing square bracket. Well, is this a damaged state of mind? It's worthy of being a son-in-law. It's really a glass heart. Yang Chen glanced at Long Tianyu playfully, making the anger in his eyes even worse. At this time, a young man in brocade robe hurriedly walked over. Long Tianyu, are you stepping on a horse to find death? Today is an important banquet for my Feng family to receive His Royal Highness the Holy Son. You are a waste, you are also worthy of coming here. Get out of here. After the brocade robe youth finished speaking, he looked at Yang Chen with a flattering expression. His Royal Highness the Holy Son, below is the Feng family Feng Yunhai, Qianning's cousin. Oh, it turned out to be Brother Yunhai. Long time to look up. Yang Chen's voice as Brother Yunhai immediately made Feng Yunhai look excited, full of flattery. Xuantian Holy Son was willing to call him a brother and brother. This can blow all over the ice and snow ancient city. It even blew all over the northern spirit domain. Feng Yunhai hurriedly said, Your Highness Holy Son, this Long Tianyu is a waste of my Feng family that can't cultivate, and I like to wander around when I have nothing to do. I'm really sorry for disturbing your yaxing. I'll make him disappear from here, Feng Yunhai said, turning around and glaring at Long Tianyu with a warning full of warning. However, Long Tianyu was not moved at all. Still stay where you are. As the male protagonist of destiny, he didn't put Feng Yunhai in his eyes at all. Mate, it's really looking for death. Feng Yunhai was angry in his heart. For death. Feng Yunhai was angry in his heart. As a core disciple of the Feng family, he knew that the family was ready to match Qianning and Xuantian Saint Sun. If Qianning was favored by the Xuantian